In the pitch black of night, the strongest mage on the continent gets woken up by a familiar voice. Staring at his old butler sobbing by his bedside and this weirdly familiar room, Mika can barely process what is happening. It is only when he realizes it is April of the 32nd year of 10 that he actually believes this is real. Regression, magic has a mere 1% success rate, a super rare spell with 0 records left behind. It is basically what they call an impossible technique. And check this out, he actually pulls off this impossible magic at death's door, returning 20 years back to prevent the tragedy that killed his comrades. First, Mika checks his current physical body. It is pretty weak, only at the 3rd tier of magic, and barely stable. Talk about weak for a successor of the powerful Walpurgis magic clan. While holding his head in pure frustration, Mika notices a thick bandage wrapped around his forehead. Digging through his memories, he finally remembers why he is bandaged up. Turns out, his fiancée Eileen Lindell beat him to a pulp because he tried to call off their engagement, which was supposed to last until he turned 20. Getting up, Mika looks in the mirror. Weak, pathetic. This soft body is a far cry from his old legendary self. Totally weak and pathetic. Mika then asks his butler if he was too rude back there, and what her family said about it. The old man carefully replies they haven't said anything yet. Mika just sighs. Fine, he says, I get it. I guess they simply found it too awkward to bring up. Even now, Mika clearly remembers the look Eileen gave him, pure disgust and contempt. Even after becoming the strongest mage on the continent, he could never forget how helpless he felt on that day. Mika then makes up an excuse to send the butler away so he can get some space to process everything. He thinks back to his past life, when he joined the heroes' party to defeat the Demon King. During that journey, the warrior SF, the chosen hero with the power to slay the Demon King, constantly messed things up because of his annoying, self-righteous morals. Countless territories fell to ruin all because of that idiot's fake mercy. In the end, their whole party died for nothing because SF charged in blindly and got deleted instantly. But now Mika is back, and he is determined never to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, in another room, Marquis Walpurgis is absolutely losing his mind. He screams at the butler, is that useless brat awake yet? If he demands to see that girl again, he yells, I will break his legs. The butler hesitates for a second before finally daring to speak. Honestly, I do not know what to say, the butler murmurs, but if the young master insists, I will let you know. Right now, he actually seems pretty angry. Left alone in his room, Mika realizes his regression spell actually worked. He has officially traveled 20 years into the past. To actually beat the Demon King this time around, he must prepare everything perfectly, starting right now. Mika summons his magic circle and begins restructuring the messed up flow of his mana. Mana usually circulates in a set direction. This flow path is extremely crucial, and even a tiny mistake can totally ruin the very nature of your magic. Right now, his mana is moving in a clockwise direction. It travels along this designated path, circulating through his entire body before gathering at his heart to finally form a proper magic circle. That is how magic circles are built. Well, in theory anyway, but Mika sees it completely differently. There is absolutely no rule saying it has to pull in just one spot. Instead, Mika created his own method, the auto-circulation style. This is a totally insane training method that sets up circulation nodes all over the body, letting the mana flow through them before rushing back to a single point at the exact same moment. Changing his mana flow like this makes Mika's entire body burn up. One wrong move and he could literally explode from the sheer volume and insane speed of the raw power. But he is no ordinary mage, he is Mika Walpurgis, a legendary Tier 9 Archmage. Remembering that brainless hero only fuels his determination to push through the pain. Compared to the absolute nightmare waiting in his future, this painful training is basically nothing. After a brutal struggle, the connections between his magic circles lock into place perfectly. Mika can finally let out a sigh of relief. For his very first time testing out this intense auto-circulation method, things actually went pretty damn well. His magic circles have stabilized, which means he can now channel his mana with maximum efficiency. His theory was right on the money. By utilizing the leftover mana still floating through his system, he can easily form a second magic circle. Wait, he is already a Tier 4 mage now. Seizing the moment, Mika decides to take it a step further. Thrusting both hands forward, he casts Ice, Spear, and Fire Cage at the exact same time. Brilliant beams of blue and orange light instantly burst from his palms. This is what you call multicasting. Usually, only elite mages of Tier 7 or higher can pull this off, as it is a high-level technique that normally requires a serious amount of raw power. Think about it, a weak Tier 4 mage shouldn't even be close to pulling this off. But since he mastered that crazy complex auto-circulation technique, he can already deploy high-tier magic way above his rank. Still, Mika does not seem fully satisfied with this level of power. Am I really stuck at only casting 2 spells at once? Back when he was a Tier 9 Archmage, he could easily unleash dozens of completely different spells at the exact same time. Unfortunately, his current mana pool is just too small to keep these spells running for very long. Oh well, this will have to do for now. Right as Mika finally lets his guard down, his dad slams the door open and roars, "Mika, do you have any idea what you just did?" Expecting his son to play dumb so he could keep yelling, his dad is already starting to shout, "Of course you do not know, and that is exactly why you failed." But as the words sink in, his dad's face completely freezes in shock. "Wait, what did you say?" Mika just shoves a hand in his pocket and repeats, "I said, I know. I ruined our family reputation, so you do not need to repeat it, Dad." Seeing his son act so cocky, Marquis Walpurgis unleashes his killer aura. "Then you also know I really want to break your legs right now, right?" Mika immediately panics. "Okay, that part I did not know. Just hear me out, Dad. I only did this because I have a specific plan in mind. I figured it would look awful for our house if we let that Duchess call off the wedding unilaterally." Hearing this, Marquis Walpurgis is actually quite intrigued. Well, their reaction was indeed pretty arrogant. "Interesting, go on then. Judging by your words, it seems like you actually know a thing or two." Of course, Mika knows, like, way more than they think. He looks up at the sky, thinking back to the trashy past. "I, Mika Wurgis, completely flipped my entire life around when I hit 23. Island Lindell had to put up with my pathetic self back in the day before I turned 23. To put it simply, my old self was seriously a joke in so many ways. I was so indecisive, just a weak, pathetic guy who couldn't even stand up for himself. Basically, I was exactly the type of person Island absolutely detested. So yeah, it makes sense she hated our engagement so much." After that, Mika sits down and calmly starts talking to his dad. First, he asks what the absolute requirement is to actually fulfill this engagement with Duchess Lindell. Like a good little student, the Marquis answers you cannot learn any mana training methods, because to produce a worthy heir, they can't go mixing two totally different types of mana together. An heir is a huge deal for a noble family, especially if they inherit crazy skills to become a knight or a mage. Hearing this, Mika just smirks like a total villain. "Exactly. That's how I cooked up this little plan. What happens if Island actually broke that rule?" Sure, at first I wanted to cancel the engagement, but I kept getting this super shady vibe from her. Hearing this, the Marquis's face completely drops. "Wait, are you saying they're actually playing us?" Mika nods and answers. "Exactly. She was already a legit knight before we even got engaged, which means she's definitely been training her mana this whole time." The Marquis is pretty skeptical, looking his son dead in the eye to ask if this is for real. Mika doesn't even blink. It's totally true, though he skips the part where he's bluffing. The Marquis frowns hard. "That makes no sense. If a level 8 mage like me didn't notice, how does a kid like you know? I'm sure you know how massive this is, right?" To keep his dad hooked, Mika drops another straight-up lie. "It was just for a super brief second back then, but I can totally confirm she's been training her body with mana. Her flow was completely unstable too. This is a massive deal," so the Marquis asks again if he's absolutely sure. If a level 8 mage missed it, they must be using some kind of high-level trick. "Don't tell me it's an ancient magic weapon." The Marquis finally connects the dots and stands there in pure shock. Meanwhile, Mika's looking smug as hell. The dude is literally a regressor who knows the future, so how could he possibly be wrong? Elsewhere, Island is working hard on her swordsmanship. She easily slices through a straw dummy in a blink. Just then, her dad walks up and asks if that idiot Mika has done anything else since that day. Island immediately replies that he hasn't, claiming that total idiot definitely hasn't noticed a thing. Duke Juke just holds his head in frustration. "I hope so, but who knows what could happen." Island tries to calm him down, saying she saw no weird behavior when he visited 2 days ago. "Besides, there is no way that loser actually becomes my husband, right?" Of course, Duke Juke totally agrees. He's just worried things will get messy if Marquis Wurgis finds out what they're doing. But after his daughter reassures him, the Duke calms down a bit. Exactly. Even if they are the legendary Magic Wurgis clan, there's absolutely no way they'd ever be able to detect the hidden magic weapon they have planted right inside her body. Island can already channel aura now. Duke Juke honestly feels that wasting such a talented daughter on some boring political marriage is a massive shame. But honestly, that's all pure garbage. This duo only dumped Mika because they found a way richer match with the Pasilov family. The replacement guy is Ryan Pasilov, the sole heir of the Pasilov clan and a sword prodigy hailed as the next sword saint. Hearing the news that the Pasilovs are arriving today, Island can't even hide her excitement. Ryan is definitely a massive upgrade compared to that useless idiot. Just then, Knight Mary runs in to report that the representative has arrived. They're totally shocked since the Pasilov family is way ahead of schedule. But guess who actually showed up? Mika. Butler Murden is literally holding his head in panic, wondering if they really just pulled up here. "Young Master Mika, is this really going to be fine?" Mika just flashes a confident, smug grin and tells him to chill out and stop panicking. He's only standing here right now because of that wild chat with his dad. When the Marquis asked if it was really an ancient magic weapon, Mika confirmed it. "I only made a scene that day to fully confirm my suspicions. They probably want to break off the engagement because they know I'm onto them. Once it's cancelled, they'll just make up random excuses to cover up their lies." The Marquis just sighs and rubs his temples. "Man, if you are lying about this, things are going to get incredibly messy for us. Our family will be completely humiliated in front of everyone. But if I actually back you up and call out the Duchess, that is going to start a whole new war. So, are you ready to take full responsibility for this? Instantly, Mika feels this massive, heavy pressure weighing down on him. This is definitely the aura of the strongest magic clan leader in the Empire. But Mika keeps his cool, saying he wants to handle this himself. The Marquis stands up to leave, but he drops a final warning. If you're really this confident, I'll trust you just this one time. But if you're lying, not only do you lose your heir title, you'll also be stripped of the Wurgis family name forever. So, do you still want to go through with this crazy gamble? But with his regressor memories, there's absolutely zero chance he's messing this up, so he confidently accepts. And boom, that's why he's standing right here today. Butler Murden still won't shut up, nagging him that he's got a bad feeling about this. After all, his reputation in the clan is already completely trashed. If this goes sideways, there is literally no turning back for you. Everything just started happening, and running straight to the Duchess like this is just way too risky. So Mika cuts him off, telling him he needs to actually step up his game. Don't worry, everything is going exactly to plan. Duke Juke hears he's arrived and makes up some dumb excuse about being super busy, sending Knight Macon to turn him away. Mika acts all sad and slowly turns to leave. Just as Murden lets out a huge sigh of relief, Mika suddenly stops and plops down under a nearby tree. Asked what he's doing, Mika just casually shoots back. What do you mean? Why are you asking? Don't you realize how long it takes to travel back to our territory? We literally spent days getting here, so why rush? Like, is a guy not even allowed to rest? Macon was stressing hard because the Pasilov family was already on their way. If they caught Mikhail just chilling at the gate, it was going to be a massive disaster. Having no choice, Macon stepped up and grabbed Mikhail by the hand. Lord Mikhail, let me escort you back. You really need to get away from here. Mikhail's vibe flipped instantly, turning dead serious. Even if our engagement is totally trash and cancelled now, I was still the fiancé of the high and mighty lady you serve. I am the rightful heir of the 1PG family. Get your hands off me. A massive wave of mana and killer pressure exploded from Mikhail, forcing a veteran knight like Marion to step back. Dusting off his sleeves, Mikhail demanded, Marion, let me ask you one thing. Are you seriously some legendary big shot who can lay hands on a member of the Walpurgis family? Marion dropped to his knees instantly, crying out, No, I am not. Cold sweat poured down the knight's face. He could not believe this was the same weak kid who could barely breathe in front of him just a few days ago. Talk about a glow-up. Mikhail used a killer stare to demand they bring Islan out to meet him face to face. When Marquis Zook got the message, he was totally blown away. The man could not believe the supposedly weak Mikhail would ever talk like that. While Marquis Zook was struggling to handle this, Islan suddenly stepped in, saying she would go meet Mikhail herself. A guard named Min wanted to report the weird vibe he felt, but decided to keep quiet. Meanwhile, McKean was lecturing Mikhail for acting so reckless, but Mikhail had his reasons. It absolutely had to be today. Why? Because Count Pasilov was arriving on this exact day. In Mikhail's memories, the prestigious Pasilov family was about to climb to ducal status. To be exact, that family was home to Ryan Pasilov, the guy destined to become the next Sword Saint. Ryan was one of the few who actually connected with Mikhail before the regression, so meeting him early was a top priority. Guess what? Every single enemy family Mikhail needed to deal with was now gathered in one spot. This is where he has to move fast. While Mikhail was lost in thought, Macon spoke up. I am wondering if you have been secretly training while the Marquis was not paying attention, young master. Even if it was just for a split second, the power you showed back there is definitely not from a mere third-tier mage. I might not be a mage myself, but as the Marquis' partner, I seriously believe I am quite sharp and knowledgeable about these things. Mikhail immediately caught onto his vibe. So, you are basically asking if I did something highly forbidden just to force my way into leveling up, right? After the butler nodded, Mikhail did not hesitate to stick his hand out for a quick check to prove himself. After a brief inspection, his 4 magic circles were fully revealed. Mikhail casually lied and said he reached this tier just 2 days ago. It was a pretty sus story, but not entirely impossible, so the butler totally bought it. Finding absolutely nothing wrong with Mikhail's body, the butler finally let out a sigh of relief. The two even started joking about how getting dumped must have awakened his potential. But right in the middle of laughing, Mikhail turned dead serious, asking Macon what would happen if the Lindell family went down. Even though Macon was confused, he still answered well, it would trigger massive chaos. I'm not sure how bad it would get, but the Empire definitely would not escape that storm unscathed. Why the sudden question, young master? Mikhail shrugged and said there was no special reason, he just had zero plans of letting the Duke's family get ruined. Looking up at the clear blue sky, he remembered his past life. There was absolutely no doubt about it. The Duke's family was a literal pillar of the Empire. Their downfall in his past life was the exact trigger that dragged the entire kingdom into pure chaos. That is why, since he got this second chance, he had no intention of just standing by. Things have come this far, so he had to rewrite the entire script. Right then, Island finally showed up at the gate, asking, what is it this time? Did I not make myself clear enough during our last chat? Mikhail stood up and put his hands on his hips. True, you are done talking, but just because you are finished does not mean I am. Irritated by his cheeky attitude, Island snapped, "This is not funny at all. Our engagement was officially called off when both our families met and finalized everything. There is nothing left for you here. Stop wasting your time with these useless stunts and just go home." Hearing that, Mikhail's expression turned serious too. "Why the rush? Can we not just chat for a bit? Is there some super important guest visiting today?" Getting called out like that made Island flinch, unable to look him in the eye. And here comes that legendary smirk of his. He knew Rian Pasilov did not give a single damn about noble politics. The guy was just a sword-training maniac. There was no way Ryan would know or care about what was going down inside the Lindell family, nor did he even give a crap. But there was one catch: the guy was absolute obsessed with basic honor. If his future fiancée was someone who had just ruthlessly dumped her previous fiancé, he would never accept it. Seeing Island completely speechless, Mikhail pressed on with a cold grin. "You are totally right. The cancellation was official. But did it not rely on one major assumption? That our original engagement actually had zero issues to begin with." Panic set in, and Island quickly cut him off. There was nothing wrong with our engagement. But Mikhail was not backing down, leaning even closer to her face. "Really? You actually believe that? Tell me, Island, can I take that as the official statement of the great Lindell family?" Standing nearby, Marion completely lost his cool, lunging forward to pin Mikhail hard against a tree, shouting, "You are crossing the line. Even if you are the 1PG heir, I cannot overlook such sheer disrespect." Mikhail did not even flinch, keeping his eyes locked right on Island. "So, is this the best a Lindell knight can do?" This guy was always a joke, but it seemed he did not even know when to shut up and stay in his lane. Island barked a command to let Mikhail go, but the knight dared to argue. Completely losing her patience, Island screamed, "Marion, do not make me repeat myself. Your actual job is to guard the reputation of the Lindell family." With that messy drama handled, Mikhail followed Island inside. Along the way, Macon worriedly muttered that heading in without the Marquis might not look very good for him. Mikhail just turned back and gave a bright grin. "What are you talking about? I came here with my trusted butler. You are literally the only person I trust." Hearing this makes the butler low-key want to cry. Once they hit the parlor, Mika demands a private chat and warns everyone not to bother them. Island doesn't object and just rolls with it, but the second she sits her butt down, she gets straight to the point. "So, what do you want to tell me?" Mika drops the bomb without beating around the bush. "You lied." Island immediately plays dumb, claiming she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. Mika keeps pressing, "Our families promised no mana training during the engagement. You remember that, right?" Island flinches a little but quickly plays it cool anyway. "I told you before, no suspicious. No suspicious. Why don't you test me yourself right now? Plus, you told the whole world I'm your fiancé and it is making me super uncomfortable." Meanwhile, Mika is just resting his chin on his hands, quietly listening to her total BS. So she thinks he is just some clueless clown making a big deal out of nothing. Well, he did look pretty harmless back then. Mika then tells her he'll test her his own way. Island stands right up, telling him to go ahead and test her, but Mika stops her. "Wait, I don't need to check right now, dude. I'm not even sure your family was playing fair from the start. Since things already got this messy, why don't we just prove it in front of them?" Island has absolutely no clue who he means by them. But the second she connects the dots, she completely freezes up. Mika looks out the window. "Yeah, those guys will judge this fairer than anyone else. Let's prove it right in front of the Pasilov family." Right at that moment, Rian Pasilov and his servant arrive at the gates. This guy is hyped to meet the Empire's 5th-ranked knight. Honestly, you can tell this dummy cares about absolutely nothing but fighting. His servant knows exactly what he is thinking and warns him. "Just a friendly heads up, but please don't start any trouble with the Count's people." Rian gets defensive because the servant read him like a book. "I won't do anything. Who do you think I am?" But the servant's face says it all. "Yeah, right, like I'd ever believe you." Left with no choice, Rian promises to behave. Then he asks why his dad suddenly dragged him to the capital in such a huge rush anyway. The servant explains that they had to hurry, otherwise the Count would have lost his mind. They definitely don't want to get stuck living on the border forever. Makes sense. It's pretty embarrassing for a noble family to be stuck out on the border. Only the houses that actually help the Empire get to succeed the throne. Any border family ignored by the Empire will just get wiped out and disappear. The Pasilov family absolutely has to grab this chance. Then Ryan suddenly remembers something and asks his servant, "Wait, didn't that girl just break off the engagement a few days ago?" The servant just gives a pretty smug smirk. "Yup, she ended it just because that guy is the successor of the famous Walpurgis family." Rian hears this and asks, "Wait, seriously? No other reason? Don't you think she's acting a little too shady?" This dummy's intuition is actually pretty solid, even if he looks like he's sharing a single brain cell. The servant immediately claps back. "Come on, she is from the Lindell family, packed with elite knights, and Marquis Walpurgis is involved too. If she was actually doing something shady, there's no way the Marquis would just sit there quietly." Rian nods along, but he still feels like there is more to this. Meanwhile, back in the parlor, Island is completely caught off guard by what she just heard. "What did you just say?" Mika steps closer and repeats himself. "Didn't you hear me? Prove it to everyone, because the Pasilov family is literally on their way here right now. Don't you think this is the perfect chance to clear up all the unfair rumors? What's wrong? You scared now? Island gulps in fear and argues back. You have no right to do this. You don't even represent Walpurgis yet. But Mika pulls something from his pocket that makes her jump the Walpurgis medallion. With this in my hand, I am officially considered a real representative of the Walpurgis family. Once this medallion is on the table, Walpurgis's reputation is on the line. That means if Mika is lying, his entire family takes the blame for dragging their name through the mud. But on the flip side, if Island is the one lying, she's basically starting a war with Walpurgis. Mika has all the leverage now, and he's flexing it with pure confidence. Things are different now. If you are actually innocent, you wouldn't be hesitating this much, right? Now watch her totally lose it. Island completely panics and screams, "Do you even realize the weight of your words? If you mess this up, the backlash is going to be way more than the Walpurgis family can handle." Mika couldn't care less, and his eyes suddenly turned straight up bloodthirsty. I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. So, what is it going to be? Terrified, Island hangs her head, too scared to say another word. But right at that moment, a deep voice echoes through the room. "Cut it out. Don't say another word, Island." Mika spots Duke Lindell and flashes a bright smile. "Finally, you're here. Now we can get to the real talk." Duke Lindell is the Empire's 5th-ranked knight, one of the 12 Sword Saints, and the guy destined to lose everything to the Demon King. He's a pretty key player if we want to avoid future disaster. Staring at the young guy in front of him, the Duke can barely believe his eyes. "Are you really Mika?" Mika immediately replies, "Yes, it's me." After taking a closer look, the Duke nods. "Yep, you really are that kid. Your looks and attitude are the same, but somehow, you feel totally different. Did you get the dragon heart from Marquis Walpurgis?" Mika chats back casually, like they're old friends. "I haven't even seen the thing yet. My dad's a bit of a cheapskate. He won't even let me look at it." The Duke bursts out laughing like a kid. Looks like Mika's managed to pique his interest. Right then, Mika asks him, "So, what do you think?" The Duke sits down and plays dumb. "What are you talking about?" Mika drops the politeness and cuts straight through the act. "Stop dodging the question like you don't know about the engagement between Walpurgis and Lindell." The Duke stops laughing and gets serious. "An engagement? We broke it off because your rank was trash. Nothing more, nothing less." Despite getting roasted to his face, Mika just keeps wearing a bright smile. "Is that really the reason?" The Duke shamelessly claims it's the only one. Skipping the small talk, Mika gets straight to the point. "Let me lay it out for you. While we were engaged, Island was secretly training her mana." The Duke bursts out laughing at that. "No way. If my daughter was secretly training her mana, you think I wouldn't know?" "Mika, I'm the 5th strongest in the Empire." Mika doesn't argue with that. "Yeah, like hell you didn't know about it." Duke's face instantly twists. "So you are saying I am out here lying to your face?" Honestly, this heavy aura actually puts a tiny bit of pressure on Mika. Even if he wasn't trying to flex on me from the start, Island probably learned mana in secret, and he just found out later. The old man definitely weighed his options. Like, what is worth more? The absolute loser betrothed to his daughter, or her insane genius talent with a sword? Duke tries to push his luck even further. "Look, I get you are salty about the cancelled engagement, but do not push it." Meanwhile, Mika is just chilling, carefully mapping out the whole situation. The old man is probably super sure I could never spot that magic weapon. I mean, it even fooled my own father. He thinks his crushing aura will completely scramble my brain so I cannot even think straight. But seriously, this old guy is majorly underestimating Mika. For a guy who literally stared down the Demon King, this tiny bit of pressure is absolute garbage. Mika immediately drops his evidence back. "When I was still chasing Island, she messed up. Right here, I caught a quick glimpse of something, and I am pretty sure you know exactly what it is." Mika points to his neck, leaving Island completely shook. Duke almost loses his mind and charges in to silence him permanently. Honestly, anyone else would have been buried 6 feet under the second they dug up this secret. But the old man still plays dumb, asking what if that is just some random thing he saw. Mika is not about to waste time arguing, so he just gets up to leave. "If you really want to back out, let us just end this right now." But before stepping out, he turns around with a little reminder. "Oh right, I heard Rian Pasilov is heading this way, so maybe we will cross paths on my ride home." Hearing that name, Dookie jumps up and screams at him to freeze. Finally, the old man cracked. He tries to buy some time by offering to order food, but Mika totally shuts him down. "Let us get straight to business." Duke has zero plans to apologize, threateningly asking if he will really let this whole thing end here. Mika suddenly remembers that this old man has always been the type to talk in this super blunt, natural way. After some intense back and forth negotiating, Mika stands up to leave, saying he is happy they could actually reach a solid agreement. "After this, I will just walk my own path, so see you around." Meanwhile, Island's head is spinning in absolute panic, totally convinced that he figured her out. Honestly, you can't blame her for completely losing it here, right? If the Walpurgis clan finds out this whole engagement was a lie, they will make them pay an even more devastating price. She snaps and screams out, asking what they should do now. But the Duke just smiles, telling Island to calm down. I seriously thought he was just some clueless idiot who knew nothing about the world. Turns out, I was dead wrong. And here I thought I was a master at reading people. The old man finds this highly amusing, but Island stands up in a complete panic, saying she will take all the blame since her ignorance caused this. Duke immediately cuts his daughter off. Look, nothing changes even if you take the fall. Besides, I am the one who let this slide in the first place. If I had noticed earlier that you had already awakened your crazy aura, we probably would have never ended up in this mess, so you cannot say I have zero responsibility here as your father. Duke is definitely the one kicking himself the most here. He never expected Island to casually awaken her own mana without a single soul teaching her how to do it. She is a straight-up sword prodigy. As her dad, Duke just wanted to protect his daughter's insane talent, but that exact move is what dragged them into this mess. To stop his daughter from feeling guilty, Duke spills the details, saying the Walpurgis clan will demand a heavy price for them breaking their chivalry code. But do not sweat it. They will not ask for anything crazy because it seems that kid actually does not want our entire family to crash and burn. Island is still completely lost. Seeing her blank face, Duke walks over, pats her head, and tells her she is kind of slow. Wait, my bad. He actually meant the kid isn't stupid like she thinks. If you do not get it, just watch, because there is still plenty to learn. Meanwhile, in another spot, Mika is already waiting to block Rian's path. Recognizing the guy blocking him as Mika, Rian tries to be polite, asking him to please explain what the hell is actually going on here. If I remember right, I am supposed to meet Duchess Lindelo today. So yeah, I am slightly confused. Do you actually have something you want to say? But these two keep arguing, and Mika is still refusing to give a straight answer. Feeling completely played, Rian snaps and flares his heavy aura. Just spit it out, I am busy. But if the fifth strongest knight in the Empire couldn't shake him, this basic kid energy is absolutely nothing. Mika casually waves his hand and completely shatters Rian's whole aura. Seeing his aura blown away so effortlessly, Ryan is left completely dazed, asking what he just did. Mika calmly tells him it was just a gut reaction, so he should listen first before getting mad. Rian still cannot believe his eyes, asking if he is really Mika Walpurgis. He starts saying he heard he was a total loser, but Mika cuts him off, proudly claiming the title. Honestly, it is not a complete lie, so why even deny it? The past does not matter. What actually matters is that the Demon King's invasion is creeping closer by the second. Besides, that crazy bastard eventually became an absolute beast of a warrior. I will never forget the horror of watching everyone get slaughtered by the Demon King. Remembering that grim past makes Mika accidentally leak some terrifying bloodlust, completely scaring Rian. Once they chill, Rian finally agrees to talk. He is exactly the same hot-headed but loyal guy Mika remembers. He acts like a total hothead but is actually super loyal to his squad. Mika then asks him if he came all this way just to set up his marriage with Island. Rian immediately fires back, asking if he actually meddled just to trash their whole wedding plans. Mika just laughs it off. No way. Man, Island holds absolutely zero value to me now. The only one I care about here is you. Hearing this, Rian suddenly starts fearing for his own backside and takes a massive step back. Mika realizes how insanely weird that sounded and quickly corrects himself, saying he definitely likes girls. Rian, totally confused why a straight dude wants him, asks why him. Like, what is the plan here? Right on cue, the wind kicks up, blowing leaves around to create this strangely dramatic, almost romantic atmosphere. Mika reaches his hand out. You are going to be my wife. Wait, my bad, teammate. You are a crazy, wild bastard who is totally my type. In the future war, Ryan actually takes down the 3rd Legion commander, Tyrant Angum. This Tyrant Angum was a brutal demon general who slaughtered countless human soldiers, so taking him down is an absolutely insane, legendary feat. But the price? Rian's life. Even while kicking the bucket, his burning drive to fight never fades for a single second. His biggest regret? No more warrior grind. He cannot fight right beside his buddy Mikhail anymore. Back to the present. After a quick greeting, Mikhail and Rian head to a courtyard in Lindel to talk. Dealing with a stubborn guy like Rian is never an easy gig. Mikhail is totally used to this attitude, so he cuts straight to the chase. Nothing crazy, just some hot rumors spreading through the BR sect. I figure they will reach the Parlop family pretty soon. Hearing that, Rian questions him. The BR sect is not that place just for those nerdy prophet scholars who try to predict and stop future disasters. Once Mikhail nods, Ryan just waves his hand and laughs it off. Ha, it is not the first time those guys have spat out some dangerous-sounding garbage. Why sweat over some groundless prophecy? When Mikhail tells him they actually need to worry about it, Rian just cracks up. Worry about it? Seriously? Haha, sure, but there is still zero proof. A demon lord in this day and age? I thought an educated noble like you would be too smart to fall for such utter trash. The world has not even felt a single threat from any demon lord yet, but this prophecy dropped before any actual warning signs even showed up. The warning from Cassandra is totally different from any basic prediction. This massive prophecy is already spreading like crazy across the entire world. Still, nobody actually believes that any crazy disasters are about to go down anytime soon, but once the real chaos hits, everyone will definitely change their tune about that warning. That is the case for everyone except Mikhail. He is the one who already faced the absolute despair of the Demon Lord, so he knows the terrifying truth best. Even though Ryan is acting like a clown, Mikhail stays completely chill. He says, "It does not matter if I believe it or not. I just need you to team up with me." But Ryan is not buying it. "Cut the crap. I am not about to follow your orders over some random prophecy. I have heard too many of those, and I am sick of it." Ryan gets up to leave. But wait, here is the real kicker. Mikhail whispers Mulier's chi technique, and Ryan instantly freezes dead in his tracks. It makes total sense. No legendary swordmaster is ever born without learning some secrets from the greats who came before them. Right now, Ryan's unique sword style is just starting to take shape, and Mikhail is 100% sure Ryan did not invent it on his own. Seeing Ryan's shocked face, Mikhail just keeps on flexing Bo Mulier, one of the original pioneers of chi cultivation and a top 5 swordsman in history. Completely losing his cool, Ryan snaps back, "All right, what is your point?" Just as expected, Mikhail smiles, "If you accept my invite, I will teach you the complete chi cultivation method that Mulier left behind." Ryan instantly snaps. He slams the table, screaming, "That is pure trash. Mulier only left one single book behind, and absolutely nothing else." But Mikhail immediately cuts him off. "It is incomplete, I know." Mikhail feels even more confident now. "So, I was totally right. You, Ryan Parlop, have been training with an incomplete manual left by Mulier. But I, Mikhail von Walpurgis, am the only one who remembers the exact missing half." Mikhail then throws down his sweet trade offer. "I am not asking for anything crazy, and I do not care if you marry Eileen or not. I just want to know one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is legit, what is your move?" Ryan is totally baffled. A prophecy? He cannot wrap his head around why Mikhail would put his life on the line for something like that. Could it actually be real? But he cannot just give up on Mulier's chi technique. Rumor says Mikhail is such a massive liar that the Lindell family canceled the engagement themselves. But who on earth is this guy? The dude standing in front of Ryan is nothing like the rumors. He is definitely not some useless trash. After thinking it over, Ryan double-checks, "You said you do not care if I am engaged to the Lindell family heiress, right?" Mikhail answers without missing a beat, "Yeah, I do not care. She does not matter to me anymore." Ryan continues, "Even if you do not care, your family definitely will." Mikhail just smirks and gives a super cocky response. "Do I look like I give a single damn about what the family elders say?" That rebellious attitude actually gets Ryan pretty interested. "Even though my first impression of you was absolute trash, looking at you now, you are definitely not the fool the rumors made you out to be. Anyway, how are you going to prove you actually have Mulier's chi cultivation method?" Mikhail knew this was coming. After all, talk is cheap, and nobody would just believe empty words. Without wasting a second, Mikhail decides to show him instead of tell him. They head over to the Lindell training ground. Right now, Mikhail's physical strength is weak as a kitten. Even just holding a sword is a massive struggle, and he only gets some relief after casting a level 4 strength buff. Seeing a mage try to swing a sword leaves Ryan completely baffled. "What are you even doing?" Mikhail just looks at Ryan and laughs. "You wanted proof that I know the other half of that book? Watch closely, because this is wild." Ryan feels like he is being played. "How are you going to prove it? Are you going to explain Mulier's chi method? How can a mage like you even get it?" Mikhail replies, "The basic core rules of Mulier's technique are actually not that different from other methods. But here is the real kicker. Mulier's method carves a unique mark on your body. While other styles limit your chi capacity to 40, this one pushes your absolute limit all the way up to 70. Mikhail tells Ryan to show what he has learned so they can verify. Even though Ryan is still highly skeptical, he quietly does what he is told. Ryan closes his eyes and starts channeling his energy. A brilliant blue light wraps around his body as glowing marks begin to appear on his forehead and the back of his hands. Even though it is pretty faint, Mikhail knows for sure that is Mulier's signature mark. It is absolutely insane that Ryan reached this high level with only half a book. But that is exactly why he is so mad. He was incredibly hyped when his dad first found it, but once he finished training, he realized the guide was only half finished. Talk about a brutal joke. Luckily, the future version of Ryan actually mastered the full method and passed it down to Mikhail. Now, it is time for Mikhail to return this power to its rightful owner. He warns Ryan to watch closely because he can only pull this off once. Mikhail grips his sword tight and starts channeling his chi. His entire body gets covered in the exact same blue glow, but it is way stronger and much more stable. Just one glance sends Ryan reeling in absolute shock. He never expected that the ultimate technique he chased for years would be held by some magic-using mage. Right now, Mika is sweating buckets. He has to grit his teeth and push past his limits just to maintain this technique for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors handle their mana in totally different ways. Seeing this on screen, Ryan is completely shocked. He literally cannot believe that Mika is not actually a warrior. With the demonstration finished, Mikhail looks down at Ryan sitting on the dirt and asks, "Is this enough proof that I actually know the method?" Finally snapping out of it, Ryan clutches his head in frustration. "Ah, damn it, this is giving me a headache. Just teach me, I will accept any condition you want, please." Ryan honestly thought he would have to beg on his knees and agree to some crazy, impossible terms. But Mika just agrees instantly, leaving Ryan totally dumbfounded. Absolutely nothing is making sense to Ryan right now, so he has to double-check what Mika just said. Mika just flashes a bright grin and starts walking away. I will teach you, but obviously not here. You need to come to the Walpurgis clan yourself, and I will teach you everything. Ryan is still paranoid, repeatedly begging Mika to keep his promise. Mika waves a casual goodbye as he heads out of the Lindell clan training ground, but he only takes a few steps before Duke Lindell blocks his path. Seeing him, Mika plays it polite. I was actually planning to pay my respects before leaving, but I did not expect you to be out here. Duke Lindell just stares back, cold as ice. Leaving already? You must have finished all your business here. Duke Lindell clearly saw everything that just went down, since this is his own Lindell clan training ground after all. Mika stays completely chill and grins. Oh, you saw that? For someone of your level, that must have been easy. Suddenly, the Duke's whole vibe shifts. I saw everything. Absolutely everything. First, I apologize to you and the Walpurgis clan, and you can freely decide whatever compensation you want. Mika is pretty shocked that the fifth strongest powerhouse in the Empire is bowing and apologizing this easily. Even better, Duke Lindell is offering compensation before Mika even asks for a single thing. As expected of a major clan head, Duke Lindell stays cool in any situation. Mika just keeps the conversation going like it is no big deal. I should also apologize for dropping by uninvited. Hope your marriage alliance with Ryan Parle goes smoothly. Realizing he's being mocked, Duke Lindell drops the polite act. A marriage alliance? You are way more scheming than I thought. That wedding is probably ruined. Just as you planned, Ryan is quite thoughtful. He probably thought the cancellation was because you were unworthy. But after meeting you today, he will realize something about this broken engagement is super fishy. So, let me ask you this. Do you think I can regain Walpurgis's trust? And seriously, you can see right through this guy desperate to cancel before, but now he regrets it. Nice try, old man. Mika just smiles and replies, of course you can. The Lindell clan just needs to show some real sincerity. There is a heavy hidden meaning here, and the Duke totally gets it. From now on, the Lindell clan has to fully back the Walpurgis clan if they ever want to rebuild that lost trust. Right then, Mika drops a random question. Duke, if there was a perfect teacher for Lady Island, what would you do? Hearing this, Duke Lindell is pretty surprised. A teacher? Are you saying my clan sword art is not good enough for her? Mika quickly clears the air. That is not what I mean, but whether it is actually the absolute best for her is a totally different story. Duke Lindell strokes his beard, trying to figure out if he is getting played. After some serious thinking, he decides to take a leap of faith because what he saw back on the training ground was absolutely mind-blowing. Once Mika gets back home, his dad pats his head and praises him. I heard the news, son. I knew I could trust you. Who else could expose that snake Duke Lindell's sneaky plan? Haha. But Mika sees right through his father's fake, hollow smile. If his judgment had been wrong, there would be zero mercy shown. That is just how the cold Walpurgis bloodline works. Annoyed at being read so easily, Marquis sits back down and gets serious. We got a letter from Duke Lindell saying he is coming in person to apologize. It looks like he wants us to keep this whole thing a secret. Since their clan is famous for being righteous, this scandal would absolutely destroy them. Thanks to you, we gained a lot. I never liked the Lindell clan anyway. Did the Duke say anything else? Mika hides absolutely nothing from him. Not much. He just asked if they could win back the trust of Walpurgis, and of course, I told him yes. They just need to show some real sincerity. Marquis is pretty pleased with his son's response since it would be totally stupid to reveal their true hands so early. Right then, Mika speaks up. Father, since you let me start this, let me handle the rest. I solved the problem, so let me finish it. Standing before his son's demand, Marquis responds coldly. Ha, think you have got wings now? Yes, you did well, but since this is high-level clan business, there is still so much more left to do. Mika does not back down at all, pushing his stance even harder. True, but honestly, without you, nobody would pay attention anyway. Call me greedy, but I want to finish my own job. Hearing this incredibly bold claim from his son, Marquis suddenly stops tapping his finger on the desk. Duke Lindell is a crafty old snake. He is known as a righteous hero, but he is extremely flexible. If you do this, you will have to face him directly. Mika locks eyes with his father, showing absolute determination. I know he has been around the block, but I have got more than enough experience for this, so do not worry. Seeing his son's unshakable resolve, Marquis finally gives in. Fine, you will have to handle things like this eventually anyway. Go ahead and do it. The boy promises he won't let him down and turns to leave. But right then, Marquis speaks up. Alright, Mika, you did a pretty good job today. Mika can feel those words are actually genuine. Finally, he is getting some real recognition from his father, and honestly, it feels amazing. He bows politely and quietly steps out of the room. Left alone, Marquis cannot help but wonder what changed his son so much. The image of young Mika and his beloved late wife is still vividly burned into his mind. Even though he handed the reins over to Mika, Marquis is still preparing behind the scenes. I guess I should get ready to negotiate with the Duke too. I trusted him with this, but it does not mean I am just going to sit back. Now, what should I do to make everyone think I am about to shake things up? Meanwhile, walking back to his room, Mika is deep in thought. And brace yourselves, because we are about to see how their title as the strongest magic clan actually ruined them. There is only one real reason a powerhouse clan like that would crumble: an internal war, with family members stabbing each other in the back for the head seat. In the Elder's brutal power struggle, I was just a pawn who helped destroy my own family. But this time, everything is going to be different. After sorting out his next moves, Mika asks his butler if Viscount Nostra visited him recently, specifically 3 days before his engagement got called off. The butler does not even hesitate and gives him a straight answer. You remember perfectly, which is totally natural since you are the clan's sole heir. After all, Viscount Nostra is a 7th tier mage and a pretty crucial vassal for our family. He used to back up the Marquis when they were young. The guy has serious talent, but he also carries one major, fatal flaw. He is completely obsessed with raw power. Instead of remaining a loyal follower, this snake wants to be the absolute center of the whole clan. Even though he has not made a move yet, Mika decides to crush this threat before it even starts. Hearing this, the butler gets confused, saying, "Now that you mention it, things do seem pretty weird. Young master, you are the one who always leaned on that Viscount the most." Mika pushes the door open, casually explaining, "Did I not mention it? He is the very person who taught me to form that shaky third magic circle." Hearing that, the butler completely loses it. Trying to sabotage the family heir is a straight-up sin that can never be forgiven. Right after his rebirth, Mika immediately realized that unstable third magic circle was totally rigged by the Viscount. Back then, he was actually super hyped just because it worked. Looking back now, man, that is honestly so embarrassing. Either way, cutting loose toxic trash like him is the best move. Maybe because they were old friends who helped each other, the Marquis could never bring himself to cut ties with Viscount Nostra in his past life. And that hesitation was the exact catalyst for their total downfall. Obviously, Mika is not letting that happen again, so he is striking first. He directly orders the butler, asking him to bring the Viscount to his room right now. The butler worries it is way too short notice to summon him on the spot, but Mika just flashes a highly confident smirk. Do not stress, by now the guy is probably dying to know why we have not summoned him yet. He's already waiting. Just like Mika predicted, Nostra shows up the very second he gets called. The moment he steps into the room, he is already grinning like an absolute clown. "Young master, I rushed over the second I heard you made your choice. Are you finally appointing me as your mentor?" Mika instantly points his finger right at Nostra, saying, "Actually, I have a much better proposal for you. Let us have a duel without using any magic circles." Even now, Mika still vividly remembers the exact nightmare when his entire clan was slaughtered. Back then, Viscount Nostra held all the power and triggered the total ruin of the family, leaving the surviving half to desperately struggle just to stay alive. While they were barely holding on to life, the Demon King's minions showed up. To make things worse, the Marquis, their absolute strongest mage, had been bedridden for ages. Every other high-level mage had already abandoned the clan, leaving Mika with zero ways to fight back. Viscount Nostra was literally their very last hope, being the only 8th-tier mage left standing. While everyone held their breath watching the guy, even Mika looked up to him, desperately clinging to a tiny shred of hope. He had no idea what kind of epic magic the man would pull out to crush those arrogant demons. But Nostra's actual response left Mika utterly broken. The coward surrendered without even throwing a single punch. Talk about a massive betrayal, right? That absolute joke of a savior let the entire clan get wiped out, which is exactly why Mika is going to utterly destroy this trash. Receiving the challenge, Nostra looks pretty confused. Seeing his reaction, Mika speaks up, saying, "I do not mind learning magic from a Viscount, but I am just not sure if you are actually worth my time. Unless you experience it yourself, you will never truly get it, ever. So, I am really not sure if the great Viscount here has the actual skills to teach me." Nostra instantly snaps back, asking, "On that day, did you mean the 3rd-tier circle I built for you was trash?" Without a second thought, Mika tells him straight up it was not enough. Nostra literally shakes with rage, losing his cool as he yells, "I literally taught you everything I know, yet you still dare disrespect me?" Mika casually explains, "Chill out, Viscount. I never once said that I do not trust your abilities. I only said I was not completely sure. I just want you to prove you are actually worthy of being my teacher, which should be easy, right?" Nostra listens, slowly starting to catch on. Mika immediately continues, "Let us make a bet. No magic circles. Just pure, raw magic clashing together. If I lose, I will officially recognize you as my master. I swear it on the proud name of House on a cipher." Nostra hesitates, then asks, "But what if you win?" Mika does not ask for any grand prize, he simply wants the Viscount to become his disciple instead, and just like that, Nostra eagerly accepts the wager. The moment he gets back to his private chambers, the guy literally cannot stop laughing from pure joy. Is this some kind of free giveaway? Fighting without magic circles sounds completely stupid on paper, and if the brat actually understood the massive tier gaps, he would have never made such a brainless proposal. Talk about a total newbie. Even if he carries the prestigious Onesifer bloodline, at the end of the day, Mika is still just an ignorant kid playing make-believe. It is hilarious how this kid is stuck living in some fantasy world, thinking he is actually built different. Reaching the absolute top of the clan is impossible, but securing a position where even the main patriarch cannot touch me, now that is my real goal. And this bet is my perfect golden ticket straight to the top. Yes, this is his golden opportunity to secure his name in the history books of the legendary Onesifor Magic Clan, even if he has to play dirty. The kid will practically beg me to train him so he can reach tier 3. Yes, I will become your master and the true core of this clan. The greedy snake literally laughs like a lunatic all day, but the clown has absolutely no clue he is actually facing a 9th tier mage with the skills of the strongest monster on the continent. Even if Mika is only tier 4 right now, without magic circles, he is completely unstoppable. But look at this. The next day, the butler runs like a madman to try and talk him out of it. Young master, I heard the rumors. What is going on? Did you seriously challenge Viscount Nostra? Mika just shrugs, casually admitting the whole thing without a single worry. Honestly, he just wants the fight to start right now. Meanwhile, the poor butler is left completely baffled, wondering what on earth possessed his young master. This cannot happen. A real fight, and against the Viscount? The poor guy is so incredibly panicked he starts stuttering over his own words. Mika tells him he is overreacting, but that chill attitude only makes the butler panic more. You think I am just making a scene? If you lose, you literally have to call him master. Handing him your education means giving him all the power. Mika casually admits that is exactly right, leaving the butler completely speechless with his jaw dropped. Thinking his young master is acting like a total idiot, the butler keeps pleading. Nostra is a sneaky snake. He's absolutely not someone you should ever call master. Even now, Mika vividly remembers the exact moment that Coward literally bowed his head, surrendering to the demons in front of everyone. Mikhail tells his butler that Nostra isn't even worth calling a teacher, making the old man even more confused. Like, why go through with this then? Mikhail just grins and explains if I didn't push him this far, the old snake would have never walked right into my trap. Hey butler, do you actually know why that trashy Viscount is still leeching off our family despite all the garbage he's pulled? The butler obviously knows since he's served the head of the house forever. It's because Nostra has been super tight with the Marquise since they were kids. Our boy nods and says exactly, he's my dad's old war buddy and childhood bestie. Dad is way too soft-hearted to kick him out because he still values their old loyalty. So now it's my turn to deal with the guy. With this bet, I'm going to totally lock him down for making any shady moves. Magic bets are binding forever, sealed with absolute words. A bet is a binding promise woven from those spoken words. If you dare to break it, the magic itself will completely rip you apart. Meaning, if Mikhail wins, he snatches absolute control in the struggle for real power. That's the real game he's playing. Our worried butler finally gets it and nods along. Honestly, it's a pretty genius plan. But here's the catch, he actually has to beat the Viscount. Can he actually pull it off? Mikhail just flashes a smug grin and winks. Can I do it? Trust me, butler. I guarantee that Viscount Nostra is never going to beat me. But the butler is seriously tripping. Why? The power gap between them is literally astronomical. He explains, I set a rule that the Viscount can only use magic circles that I can actually cast myself. Hearing this, the butler's brain completely short-circuits, because a level 7 mage is now restricted to only 4 magic circles. Like, are you actually serious right now? As soon as Mikhail nods, yes, the butler pulls a letter straight out of his pocket, his pre-written resignation letter. Talk about having zero faith. Our old man doesn't want to serve a delusional boss who keeps pulling suicidal stunts. But life is never that easy. Mikhail instantly uses fire magic to incinerate the paper. Capitalist bosses never let their workers off the hook that easy. They will exploit you until your very last breath. Ripped to his retirement dreams, which literally turned to ash right in front of his eyes, leaving him completely speechless. Even though Mikhail keeps telling him to chill and trust him, the butler is still sane enough to know this is totally insane. No way. How can someone who just unlocked 4 magic circles beat Viscount Nostra, a level 7 veteran? I might be old, but I am definitely not stupid, kid. Ignoring the endless complaints, Mikhail remains completely confident in his upcoming win. Whatever, don't worry. I never start a fight unless I'm absolutely sure I'm going to take the crown. Still, the butler doesn't buy how victory is even possible, so Mikhail lays out the actual reason behind his massive ego. It's simple, really. That Viscount's 7 magic circles are totally sloppy and forced. Their eyes meet, locked in a moment of intense focus. Yeah, only in his dreams. Who would actually believe him in this crazy situation? The butler immediately whips out a second resignation letter. He instantly blocks him. Whoa, put that back. I'm definitely not approving your retirement. Listen to me, to cast high-level magic circles, you've got to master the basic low-level ones first. That is just standard logic, bro. But Viscount Nostra skipped that obvious step completely. He genuinely thinks he's a genius who succeeded, but he is dead wrong. Forcing a magic circle comes with a massive, painful cost. That's why the Viscount is nothing like a real level 7 mage. Sure, he can mimic and flex his 7 circles, but it's all just for show. A real battle, not a stage show. Magic explodes in a split second. Against a real master, he loses, instantly. After finally getting the butler on his side, Mikhail goes to break the news to his dad. And as usual, the Marquis has absolutely no clue what his son is talking about. As you heard, Dad, I'm fighting the Viscount in a magic duel, and I'm inviting you to witness it. Hearing this, the Marquis glares and slams the table in absolute rage. You barely took over the family business for less than a day, and now this? What is wrong with you, my son? Do I need to break your leg to wake you up? Was my teaching not enough for you? Why are you doing this? The Marquis buries his face in sheer disappointment, his voice dropping low. Looks like he still thinks his son wants to become Nostra's student if he loses the bet. Realizing this, Mikhail sets the record straight. I'm just telling you the plan, Dad. I don't plan on losing. Who bets to lose? I win. No exceptions. Nostra will become my loyal student. Seeing his son acting completely delusional, the Marquis grabs a massive, heavy wooden staff. Crazy kids need a good beating. He realizes talking won't fix his son's head, so it's time for some direct physical therapy to snap him back to reality. And just like that, he is about to beat his precious son. Watch how Mikhail frantically tries to defend himself. I'm completely sane, father. Well, no crazy person actually admits they're crazy, right? Who would believe anyone spitting out nonsense like that? With his dad still doubting him, Mikhail continues. Viscount Nostra is our family's vassal. What is wrong with the future heir putting a tight leash on his own servant? Watching his son's ego hit the roof, the Marquis taps his staff, getting ready to strike. A leash? A kid with only 4 magic circles thinks he can win? Mikhail is absolutely sure he wouldn't do this without a plan. And if he loses, easy. He just becomes Nostra's student. Marquis slams his staff down hard and roars, that's the whole problem. What am I supposed to do with you? You know what I want, right? Looking at his dad's fuming face, Mikhail definitely remembers. Dad always wants to break his precious son's legs whenever he pulls these stunts. Mikhail calmly promises, I'll gladly sacrifice my legs for the peace of our family. Only then does the Marquis agree to the duel and promise to watch. Stepping out of the room, Mikhail finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. According to plan, the duel is officially set. Now that Dad gave his green light, all that's left is to utterly crush the Viscount. Nostra is completely sure he's going to win, but the ultimate victory is definitely mine. The old man is probably dreaming about making me submit quietly, hoping to use me as a perfect tool to swallow our entire family. But that is never happening. Honestly, convincing the butler and my dad was a much bigger headache than actually winning this upcoming battle. Right now, a smug winner's grin is plastered across his face. He literally cannot wait for this fight to finally kick off. Mika heads straight to the Walpurgis family magic training hall. It looks exactly like it did in his memories. This room is so crazy tough it can easily withstand up to 6th tier spells. This isn't just some basic training room. The Walpurgis family stacked this place with layered spells and protective barriers, specifically designed to nullify any magical impact below the 6th tier. Mika raises his hand and casts a basic 1st tier spell, Magic Arrow. A glowing purple mana arrow forms instantly and flies straight ahead. The only reason this is considered a 1st tier spell is because it takes almost zero mental calculation to pull off. Since almost any mage can cast it, it's the absolute baseline of magic with zero limits. But with enough experience, a skilled mage can completely level up this basic spell into something terrifying. For example, you could control the arrow to curve around obstacles instead of just shooting straight. That instantly kicks the difficulty level up by several tiers. With complex calculations, this basic spell isn't 1st tier anymore. Master it, and it easily rivals 5th tier magic. It is just that crazy. And watch this after steering the mana arrow all over the room, Mika detonates it mid-air. A massive purple explosion erupts with absolute devastating force, squeezing your internal mana, launching it, and blowing it up on command. Mastering these fundamental magic skills is what separates a real genius from the average mage. It's the real difference between high-tier and low-tier magic circles. After testing it out, Mika finds his absolute control hasn't changed a bit from his past life. Sure, his body is younger and he has fewer magic circles now, but his mind and experience are still peak. His duel starts in 1 hour, but Mika doesn't plan on resting. Instead, he's going to test out a few more spells. In his past life, everything Nostra taught Mika was completely messy and forced. He learned to make magic circles fast, but he could never break past the 8th circle. Fast, but totally unstable. Because of that, Mika had to erase everything he knew and rebuild his foundation from scratch. If he wasn't a once-in-a-millennium genius, restarting his entire cultivation from scratch would have been completely impossible. Getting lost in his thoughts makes him lose track of time. Suddenly, the duel is here, and Nostra is heading toward the arena room. Walking down the hall, Nostra is already daydreaming about winning and officially becoming Mika's master. That's his ticket to becoming one of the main pillars of the Walpurgis family. But out of nowhere, Nostra's heart suddenly flares with pain so intense he collapses straight onto the floor. It looks like the backlash from forcing those messy magic circles. Right then, Marquis steps up from behind him, asking if Nostra is really making bets with his son. Nostra is still on his knees, unable to stand from the pain. He looks up and wheezes out yes. The young master suggested it first as a challenge for himself. He thought the boy needed an experienced guide. Hearing this blatant lie makes Marquis's blood boil, questioning if Nostra really thinks he can guide his son. Marquis notes Nostra saved and helped him a lot when they were young, which he always remembers. That's why he's only watching without stepping in. Nostra immediately catches the dark warning behind those words. He's bitter, but still plays the loyal servant, replying he always knew the Marquis watched over him, and assumes that's why he's being granted this golden opportunity. Marquis ignores him, walking straight past. An opportunity? If you say so. I don't care what you think. He won't say anything until the match ends. This blatant disrespect makes Nostra seethe with rage, staring at the back of a man he can never hope to reach. They grew up and fought side by side, but now he's treated like a dog for the Walpurgis family. This humiliation fuels his burning desire to grab power at all costs. Entering the dueling chamber, Marquis greets his son and takes his seat in the observer's gallery. As requested, he'll be the sole spectator today to keep the results a secret. But he warns the stakes are high, as neither side is allowed to surrender or back down. He tells Mika to choose carefully. Right then, Nostra interrupts, saying the young master already made his choice, and the heir of the Walpurgis family can't break his word. Marquis obviously knows that. Now that there's no turning back, all he can do is pray for his son's victory. Then, as agreed, Marquis casts a sealing spell to temporarily lock Nostra's magic circles. He won't be able to use any magic above the 4th tier until the duel ends. Nostra just smirks with absolute confidence, clearly looking down on Mika with zero preparation. After a quick, half-hearted greeting, Nostra wastes no time and unleashes the very first strike. Pointing his staff at Mika, he casts a slow attribute spell to slow his opponent and end this quickly. But Mika easily saw this coming beforehand. He counters instantly with a confusion spell. The sudden mental disruption breaks Nostra's focus, canceling his active cast. Nostra clutches his head in absolute pain, completely baffled by what just happened. How is this possible? Confusion is easily the hardest 4th tier incantation, yet he casted it effortlessly. But Mika just hits him with a cold, mocking look, telling him he doesn't need to know. Mika watches as Nostra shakes off the pain and fires a fireball wind blade combo. The twin blasts of red and blue mana rush furiously toward Mika. Nostra yells, "Let me teach you that the gap between magic circles isn't just about spell variety." To stop Mika from dodging, Nostra casts an earthquake spell to shatter the ground. Facing this massive destructive force with nowhere to run, Mika doesn't even blink. He stands his ground and deploys a magic shield to block the oncoming assault. While Nostra looks completely shocked, Mika remains totally calm and unfazed. To be totally honest, the Marquis wasn't wrong at all. A typical 4th tier mage like me shouldn't be able to block those destructive spells quite this easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is a totally unfair game. In sword fights, no matter how hard you try, bridging the gap between tiers is nearly impossible. Magic is different. If you have the right calculations and deep understanding, you can easily turn the impossible into reality. Mika raises his hand, combining magic arrow with multiple advanced modifiers. Free movement, chain explosions, rapid fire, trajectory shifts, high destructive power, manual path control, and multi-directional strikes. Stacked with multiple layers of buffs, the mana arrows radiate an absolutely terrifying energy that feels entirely different from before. Nostra watches in pure horror, his hand trembling so badly he can barely hold his staff. How is that a 1st tier spell? The incantations he just chanted are incredibly complex. How can a 4th tier mage use something that advanced? After completing the chant, Mika stares straight at Nostra and says, "Let me show you, Nostra, what real magic actually looks like." Facing the wall of incoming mana arrows, Nostra scrambles to grab his staff and conjure a shield. Seeing the arrows blocked, Nostra smugly screams out that he has got a shield, so go ahead and shoot him if you dare. Sweat is literally dripping down his face, but he is still trying so hard to flex. Right then, Mikhail just mutters a single word, detonate, and every single arrow blows up instantly. A massive blast shatters Nostra's shield in a second, and out of the smoke, Nostra totally loses his cool. Detonate? How on earth are you controlling mana like that? What did you even do? Mikhail calmly replies that it is simple math, he just calculated and compressed the magic density. But that answer does not fly with Nostra at all. He keeps screaming that it does not count and Mikhail must be cheating with some illegal magic tool. Getting accused of cheating triggers Mikhail, and he immediately punches the brick wall next to him. "You are way out of line, Viscount. I am fighting you as a proud member of the Walpurgis family. Are you absolutely sure you want to accuse me of using cheat items? No way a noble would cross that line, right?" Nostra is shaking on his knees but still refuses to back down. Seeing that, Mikhail just readies his magic all over again. Nostra summons his shield again, but just like before, it is completely useless. He grits his teeth, absolutely refusing to take any more humiliation from this kid. "Fine, young master, you really exceeded my expectations, so I am not holding back any more time to show you what a tier 7 mage is truly capable of." Learning from his past 2 failures, Nostra casts 2 completely separate shields. This clever move cuts off the mana flow right in the middle, meaning Mikhail can no longer detonate his magic arrows. And now watch this. Nostra launches a crazy counterattack using multicasting. Seeing this, Marquis literally jumps straight out of his seat. Normally, a tier 7 mage can multicast up to 7 spells at once, but somehow this clown Nostra can only manage 3 tier 4 spells. What a total disappointment. Still, this is not something a newly promoted tier 4 mage like Mikhail can easily block. Marquis holds his head in despair, already bracing himself to watch his son get absolutely crushed. Nostra finishes his chant and laughs like a maniac. Young Master Mikhail, even if you are stronger than I thought, there is no way you survive 3 of my strongest tier 4 spells at once. Fire spears. But as he casts it, he suddenly clutches his chest. You can easily tell this multicasting is putting an insane strain on his mana core. Talk about a massive struggle. The flaming spears shoot straight at Mikhail, triggering a colossal explosion that kicks up a thick cloud of dust. Marquis looks down in pure sadness, while Nostra laughs like he just won the lottery. But come on, is it really going to be that easy? When the smoke finally clears, Mikhail stands there completely untouched. Not only is he fine, he is literally holding Nostra's fire spear barehanded. Both Marquis and Nostra stare with their jaws wide open. Mikhail lightly squeezes his hand, and the fire spear just vanishes into thin air. Nostra's brain is completely short-circuiting right now. A brand new tier 4 mage just dismantled my multicast magic? How is that even possible? Mikhail just looks at him with pure confidence. Is it really that shocking? True magic is all about raw, born talent. Life is just unfair like that, especially in magic, where no matter how hard you grind, hard work can never close the massive gap between you and a real genius. Nostra refuses to accept this, his hands shaking violently as he grips his staff. He glares straight at Mikhail and asks if he is implying that his talent is somehow inferior. Mikhail just grins and tells him to go ahead and prove him wrong. That completely breaks Nostra. Throwing his staff aside, he thrusts both hands forward to launch another desperate attack. Ice Spear, Devil's Hand, Metal Pierce Magic. 3 different elemental attacks rush wildly toward Mikhail at once, yet Mikhail only uses his basic magic arrows. In an instant, Nostra's entire ultimate combo is completely shattered to pieces, leaving him paralyzed with shock. How could you dismantle my magic so easily? To show this idiot how it is actually done, Mikhail decides to demonstrate what real multicasting looks like. Countless magic arrows manifest in the air, pointing directly at Nostra. Right before launching them, Mikhail warns the Viscount that he easily blocked the first attack with his shield. I wonder if you can block 10 magic arrows at the same time. Trust me on this, someone once told me that true art is an explosion. Facing such a dense rain of projectiles, Nostra cannot even react to cast his shield. The massive explosions blow him to bits, leaving him barely conscious. But Mikhail is not done yet. He charges forward, buffs his hand with raw strength, and delivers a brutal slap that sends Nostra flying. Immediately after, a magic bullet strikes Nostra's back, bouncing him right back. Nostra desperately tries to scream that he yields, but Mikhail shuts him up with a heavy punch straight to the face. Right now, Mikhail is only fueled by the rage of his past life. I have already ticked off almost everything on my bucket list from my past life. But there is one thing I never got to do, which means you are in for a very bad time. Mikhail's eyes are completely flooded with pure killer intent. He completely ignores his father's desperate shouts to stop. It only ends when Marquis rushes in and grabs his arm. Stop, Mikhail. The duel is over. You won. Just stop. But Mikhail still refuses to back down. Stop? Why would I stop? I still haven't heard him surrender. Well, of course you haven't. His mouth is so swollen he can barely make a sound. Seeing this, Nostra desperately raises both hands to beg for mercy. But Mikhail is not buying it. Dad, look. The Viscount hasn't officially given up yet, so I can definitely keep beating him. Man, this kid is absolutely savage. Marquis loses his patience and raises a massive fist right in front of his face. Son, you see these giant veins popping on my hand right now? Like father, like son, they are mages, but they definitely prefer physical violence. Staring at his dad's giant fist, Mikhail instantly behaves like a good boy, muttering that violence is never the answer. Marquis then asks Nostra if he wants to surrender. Grabbing onto this lifeline, Nostra nods frantically. Yet, somehow, Mikhail still begs his dad to let him hit him just one more time. To stop things from getting any worse, Marquis uses teleportation magic to send Nostra away for treatment. Once they are finally alone, Marquis speaks up. Mikhail, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I never expected those moves from you. They looked like the work of an incredibly experienced, veteran mage. Mikhail claims it was just a total fluke, but he knows exactly who his father is thinking of: the Twilight Mage, someone who stood far above others and vanished without a trace. Changing the subject, Mikhail asks if his dad had just been looking down on him all along. What he did earlier was not even that hard. Marquis looks at his son and nods. Sure, but closing the gap with a tier 7 mage requires some serious talent. Are you saying that is just your natural-born genius showing? Mikhail proudly replies that he is his son. After all, hard to argue with that logic, right? Marquis sighs and says, all right, if you put it that way, I will believe you. "So this is your big showcase to show off your talent?" his dad asks, but Mikhail just plays completely clueless. "Viscount Nostra is my friend, but he is not the right teacher for you, so what are you trying to prove here?" Which Mikhail thinks is pretty fair. Who picks their master like this anyway? But after thinking it over, Mikhail tells his dad that is not the plan, especially since he has no intention of firing Nostra. He is clearly the only guy you treat as an equal. Being the head of the family gets lonely. But honestly, I just hate the dude. I know it puts you in a tight spot, but I hate keeping threats close to me, so from now on, I am the one controlling the Viscount, Dad. Hearing this, the Marquis finally gets why his son wanted this duel, totally shocked by his kid's master plan. Meanwhile, a freshly healed Nostra is losing his mind over here. This is insane. Did I seriously lose to some kid who just hit level 4? Since the Marquis watched, there is no escaping it. What now? Right then, a voice cuts through. "What now? You made a deal, so pay up." Nostra looks up only to see Mikhail standing right there like a massive roadblock. Flashing a super friendly grin, Mikhail casually reminds him of their little wager, because from this moment on, Nostra is officially going to be Mikhail's brand new disciple. Obviously, the guy hates this, but right when he's about to beg, a massive realization hits him. Wait, this is getting weird. If the kid knew he'd win, why make the prize a master-disciple gig? Wait, what if this entire mess was part of his master plan from the start? He is not just trying to humiliate me, he has some shady plan. The young lord is testing me. It is not over. I still have a shot. And after totally gaslighting himself, Nostra speaks up. "Young master, you have been playing dead for so long, but that Lindell family drama finally made you realize you cannot just sit around anymore, right?" Seeing Mikhail's straight face, Nostra thinks he failed it, throwing his arms wide open to dramatically declare that he is ready to help him out. "Is that what you want, young master?" But wait, watch how Mikhail completely shuts down this clown, smiling warmly while telling his new disciple to shut up and call him master. Completely lost, Nostra stammers out, "Wait, young master, do I really have to be your disciple?" But Mikhail's deadpan yes makes Nostra start absolutely panicking. Desperately trying to dodge this, he squeals a disciple. "No way. Young master, I am literally a level 7 mage." But Mikhail cuts him off instantly. "Shut your mouth. As a Viscount, you should know a mage's promise is not something you can just walk away from." Of course, Nostra knows, a mage's vow is literally bound to their magic rings. If he breaks that promise, his entire magic core will shatter into pieces. If that happens, he loses everything. Losing his cool, he slams the table and screams, "I have way more magic rings and I am way older than you. How does me being your student make any sense?" But Mikhail shows zero mercy, saying he already knew Nostra would try every sneaky trick to wriggle out of this. Break the contract and face the consequences. Realizing he is totally cornered, Nostra goes completely pale and collapses right into his chair. Next thing you know, Nostra is dragging his feet behind Mikhail to the training hall, forcing himself to say master or risk his precious magic rings exploding. Since his new student is acting somewhat obedient, Mikhail decides to play the dutiful teacher, telling him he will teach him some stuff, while Nostra, trembling with rage, just nods along. Mikhail is already scheming, knowing that ruining the Viscount right now does not actually benefit him before he grows even stronger himself. In reality, Viscount Nostra is pretty useful. He is already a level 7 mage with solid influence, which means he can do a lot of dirty work for him. Mikhail then asks if Nostra wants to learn anything specific, but as a level 7 mage, Nostra is pretty cocky about his knowledge, claiming he has got nothing to learn. But Mikhail begs to differ. "Is your magic ring not totally unstable? Same goes for your magic. With that mess, your chest will burn with just a light tap," and with one tiny poke from Mikhail, Nostra is instantly rolling on the floor in agony. Watching Nostra scream like a baby, Mikhail feels zero pity. None at all. He knows exactly why the guy is in this pathetic state. If you do not properly bind those magic rings to your actual body, sure, you can keep creating new ones, but you will not get any stronger despite stacking up more circles. It is called being an apostle. His desperation to impress his friend, the Marquis of the Wurgis family, made Nostra rush way too fast to gain more power. Because of that, he accidentally turned himself into an apostle, and the price? This incredibly fragile body of his. Once Nostra stops twitching, Mikhail leans right in, telling him he will teach him to control those chaotic magic rings if he transfers his mana, making Nostra scream in terror. "Wait, what did you hear from the Marquis? The family and the Marquis have always been suspicious of me. Haha, I get it now. That whole duel was just the Marquis planning to set me up." Nostra is completely losing his marbles and spinning wild conspiracy theories, but Mikhail shuts it down immediately, telling him to stop making up some stupid fanfiction because it is incredibly obvious. "Ever since you cast those 3 level 4 magic spells, I knew something was off, since you keep clutching your chest like you were having a cardiac arrest. That is just a classic symptom of a mage with totally messed up magic rings. Did you really think a Wurgis family member wouldn't spot that? Either way, keep this up, and you are seriously not living much longer. Anything you do now will only make it worse. You are literally dying." Hearing this, Nostra starts shaking like a leaf. He is not about to let his life as a mage end so miserably, and just as he is losing all hope, Mikhail drops this massive lifeline, telling him there is still one way out. Take off your mana rings and let me absorb them. I get the mana, your damaged body heals up. It is a win-win, so what do you say? Sure, you will lose 5 magic rings, but with a genius master like me, you will be fine, though Nostra screams in pure panic. No way, lose 5 rings. Do you know how hard I worked for those? Mikhail does not care about his feelings at all, spitting straight facts. Hard work? Please, those are not actual magic rings. What is the point of having 7 magic rings if you cannot even use them properly? A kid taking his first steps does not make him an adult. You are just obsessed with status, and honestly, it is pathetic. Those useless magic rings are just for show. Did you really think my dad did not notice your actual strength levels? Nostra hears this and asks, does the Marquis really know everything? Turns out, everything Nostra did was just to prove himself to the Marquis, but in reality, the Marquis already knew the whole time. But him playing dumb was totally the wrong move. Nostra instantly remembers the words the Marquis told him back in the day. My friend, I went through absolute hell to finally reach this high position. I almost died a few times, but I made it. And it is all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I am some big shot, but I know how incredible you really are. You have a wilder drive than anyone else, which is why you never stood still and kept pushing forward. Remember, no matter what anyone else says, the only person I can ever trust to watch my back is you, my friend. Nostra completely freezes up, replaying all those past memories before finally making his final choice. Master Mika, I accept your offer, so just go ahead and take all of my mana right now. And just like that, with Nostra's massive mana pool, Mika smoothly forms his 5th magic circle. But his celebration is cut short as he starts stressing over the future and his life ahead. But guys, this is just the calm before the storm. Compared to the world-ending apocalypse waiting for him in the future, this little victory is absolutely nothing. 7 years, exactly 7 years left. According to Cassandra's prediction, the Demon King will resurrect, and the price for ignoring her prophecy is going to be absolutely devastating. The world is nowhere near ready to face the Demon King, and their actual power is completely off the charts. These flawed monsters are totally insane, and nobody can stand against them even when they are holding back. By the time the Empire realized their level 7 Steel Knight Kebayon got absolutely crushed by the Demon King, it was already way too late. They dragged their feet gathering the heroes, and half the Empire was completely wiped out. There was no way they could just sit around waiting for the temple to summon backup anymore. So the heroes banded together to form a subjugation squad. Yep, that was basically my team. Thinking back, Cassandra was actually the MVP of the squad, a tragic prophet who nobody ever believed. Since she is 2 years younger than me, she must be around 18 right now. Her future sight was always dead accurate. She coughed up blood trying to warn everyone about the impending doom, but not a single soul would actually listen to her. Before I got reborn, nobody followed her warnings to start gathering elite warriors. Since no one trusted her, she was basically a prophet with 0 power, which is totally useless. I have no clue what happened to her after that, but she probably met a pretty tragic end. Unless she got reincarnated too, but honestly, there is no way that happened. Mika grabs a pen and starts mapping out his plans. First up, he needs to sign up for the upcoming hero selection trials. If he can recruit Rian to his side, leading the entire warrior selection will be a breeze. But now, what should he do about Cassandra? As far as he remembers, she already left the temple. After getting ignored and treated like a liar, she packed up and vanished. He has no clue where she is hiding, so he needs to find a way to contact her as soon as possible. But how is he supposed to pull that off? This is seriously a major headache. Mika aggressively scratches his head, completely stuck on how to track her down. Just then, the butler walks in and looks pretty shocked to see Mika's messy bedhead. He quickly reports that a guest has just arrived, and it seems they have some urgent business with him. Mika instantly guesses it is Rian Pasilov without even thinking, which totally stuns the poor butler. I mean, they had an appointment anyway, so who else could it be? The moment Rian spots Mika, he lets out a massive grin. There you are. Now tell me the training method. Mika just casually sits down. You are earlier than I expected, Mika says. I thought you would be super busy prepping for your engagement. Rian can barely contain his excitement, repeating engagement. That training method is way more important than some dumb wedding. Getting engaged was never my priority, so hurry up and spill the secrets already. But things are not going to be that simple. Mika smiles and says, well, I actually have one condition. Hearing this, Rian's mood instantly flips as he slams the table, yelling, what? What kind of joke is this? Didn't I show up exactly like you wanted? Mika calmly replies, relax. It is just one little extra favor, and it won't hurt you at all. Besides, your family assets are in pretty deep trouble, right? It's about that dungeon. The second he hears this, Rian looks away, sweating absolute buckets. Dungeon? I have no idea what you're talking about. But no matter how much Rian denies it, Mika easily reads his incredibly awkward face. You are a terrible liar. You discovered that dungeon a year ago, finding a massive mana mine. Your father, Count Parlop, assumed it was a jackpot mine with huge reserves, but then Ryan completely freezes. Seriously, how does he even know that? This guy is so hilariously naive, no wonder he almost got scammed into a marriage. Mika does not just know about the dungeon, he has got the full scoop. In reality, it is not even a dungeon. People only call it that because they have no clue what it actually is, and most explorers never return. Before my rebirth, the Parlope family sent 5 different expedition teams down there, and almost none of them made it back. The only reason they need this marriage with Lady Lindell is to escape the financial ruin of those failed expeditions. Realizing his secret is totally out, Rian just grabs his head and groans. I thought there was no way this info could leak, Ryan mutters. Is there a spy in our ranks? Mika just tells him he only pieced it together from soldier rumors. And of course, Rian completely buys that excuse, asking, fine, so what about the dungeon? Mika flashes a friendly smile. That place used to be your family's biggest embarrassment, but now, that hellhole is going to be your only hope. Seeing Mika find this amusing, Rian looks totally confused. Wait, what? Every single team we sent ended up dead. They call it a dungeon, but it is basically a straight-up portal to hell. There is nothing you can do about it, but Mika knows better. In his past life, the Parlope family kept throwing lives at that place. Did they succeed? Nope, it was a total disaster. Instead, some random player cleared it right under their noses and stole all the hidden treasures. After thinking it over, Mika offers to help Rian by joining the next expedition team. Rian immediately scoffs in disbelief. Ha, you are telling me you can actually clear a dungeon that literally slaughtered elite mercenaries? Mika shrugs his shoulders with pure confidence. Obviously, a mage exploring dungeons is totally standard. Rian has absolutely no clue what is wrong with this guy. Is every mage as crazy reckless as you? Where is this insane confidence coming from anyway? Mika simply replies, look, your family has absolutely nothing to lose here. If I actually clear the dungeon, it is a win-win for both of us, and if I fail, we just act like none of this ever happened. After having his mind completely blown by that logic, Ryan finally agrees, but immediately asks about that special training method. With Mikhail backing him up, Ryan is totally chill now. He is gonna go convince his old man. But honestly, 50-50. Then Mikhail heads over to brief his dad. The Marquis hears his absolute menace of a son talk and just facepalms in pure despair. I seriously thought you would handle the Lindell family mess on your own, but now, what on earth is this? Rumor has it the BL family is Lindell's next target for a forced marriage alliance. Are you absolutely sure you won't completely mess this whole thing up? Mikhail calmly answers, of course not, Dad. I would literally never do something that's stupid. Like I told you earlier, I made a solid promise to Rian Pasilov. And as you know, a mage's promise is something that can never, ever be taken back. Wait for it. Hearing this, the Marquis gets totally triggered. He instantly whips out his favorite staff covered in dried monster blood. Looks like the old man is a mage who loves going physical, running around beating up monsters with this stick back in his day. Mikhail wants to ask about it, but wisely shuts his mouth. Then he mentions he has another secret reason besides the promise. Bruh, this kid is literally begging for a beating. The Marquis tries to stay chill and slowly puts his staff down on the table. Can you trust me, Dad? Mikhail asks. Then he hits him with, haven't you always trusted me? Honestly, seeing his dad look so stressed out takes Mikhail back to the old days. Even at my lowest, my dad never stopped believing in me, which low-key hurts to think about. I felt so much regret because after he died, I just kept running away from reality. That was why I did not dare to become a warrior. The Marquis thinks it over, stands up, and stares straight into his son's eyes. You little brat. So, you can still handle the Lindell family stuff by yourself, right? Mikhail firmly replies, I already told you, Dad. Literally everything is connected. I cannot tell you the details. Since he cannot change Mikhail's mind, the Marquis just sighs, fine, do whatever you want. Mikhail bows and gets ready to head out. Right then, he feels a weird presence in the empty space of the room. Do you have a guest, Dad? The Marquis immediately denies it. No, I do not. Did you see something? Mikhail looks around for a second, says he must be seeing things, and leaves. Left alone, the Marquis just groans. Seriously, I have no idea who that kid takes after. Suddenly, a voice echoes, of course he takes after you, Master. He is just like you. You have changed a lot since then, too. The Marquis is not even surprised and asks back, so, what do you think? It really looks like the kid noticed your presence. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps out of the black mist. Makes sense. My magic circle is pretty weird, so hiding my presence is kind of tough. The Marquis turns around, and that magic circle still has not disappeared. But since you are the one watching over the kid as his butler, you must have noticed some changes by now, right? Hold up, so this guy is actually the butler? I totally thought he was not a mage. The butler replies he really has changed a lot lately. He is way tougher now, and his magic has gotten quite a bit stronger. The Marquis totally agrees with that. The butler continues, yes, you cannot get this strong just by studying magic alone. It must be our young master's own innate talent. Maybe he is only just now realizing what he is truly capable of doing. Well, that is not really surprising for someone carrying the Walpurgis bloodline. After all, our ancestors are the ones who built the great Walpurgis family we have today, so realizing this talent only now is not strange at all. It is literally the talent of a true successor. After asking a few more questions, the butler rushes over to join Mikhail on his journey. The master ordered me to follow you, young master. He does not know what dangerous trouble you might run into, so he sent me to protect you. Honestly, that is some pretty solid acting, but Mikhail already knew his butler's true colors long ago. He is just playing along. After greeting Rian, the three of them set off on their journey to the Pasilov family territory. When they arrive, Rian sees Mikhail resting his chin on his hand, looking bored out of the carriage. He asks if their territory is really that bad, but Mikhail answers no. Honestly, I am pretty surprised. Your family has done a pretty great job keeping up this barren land. My dad would say this is a solid place, and I do not just mean on the surface. The daily life of the residents and the natural scenery are actually pretty great, especially this miles-long Helen Forest Road made entirely out of minerals. You literally have to keep importing enough minerals to cover the whole ground. Basically, having a flashy exterior is totally useless if your actual citizens are not happy and satisfied. Your dad is a pretty amazing lord. You should high-key be proud of him. Rian looks totally thrilled, saying he never expected to hear that from a Walpurgis family member. You are totally right, our land is honestly amazing. It is all thanks to my dad, who I deeply respect and who completely deserves every single bit of that respect, and he is telling the absolute truth. Rian has always been incredibly proud to carry the Pasilov bloodline in his veins, even if he is the last one left with it. For the rest of the ride, Rian literally talks non-stop about his territory with massive pride. And get this, once they arrive, Ryan tells his dad who is with him. Count Dajis Pasilov completely loses his cool hearing Mikhail's name and has to chug a handful of pills. Seems like his health is pretty bad and he needs meds whenever he gets stressed. Once he calms down, Ryan breaks the news again. Like I said, Mikhail Walpurgis is literally on our land right now. Dajis asks back calmly, well, okay, that is a shocker. Where is he? Hearing that Mikhail is in the parlor downstairs, Dajis gets super serious and chugs even more pills. Rian rushes in to stop him, yelling, Dad, you cannot take any more meds, but he fails. Let me go. I am gonna die, buried in paperwork anyway. Just let me go to heaven early. After literally eating those pills like candy, Dajis finally calms down. Okay, fine, I have accepted that Mikhail Walpurgis is waiting downstairs. Is there literally any other problem I should know about? Ryan says that besides the tiny issue of some dungeon rumors, there is nothing else. Hearing the word dungeon, Dajis totally loses it again. He laughs like a maniac and starts writing a resignation letter. I should have done this ages ago, you handle the rest. I am resigning for my own mental health. Seeing this, Rian desperately tries to stop him. No, Dad, you cannot just resign like this. I have not even explained everything properly yet. Dajis finally puts his pen down to listen to his son. Speak up then. Obviously the Walpurgis family has a way higher status than us. No, it is not just that. They are a powerhouse family you can count on one hand in this empire. If they find out about the dungeon, it is getting snatched. Ryan quickly explains, I am not stupid enough to miss that. He made an offer I honestly could not refuse. So obviously, I took it. Dajis still cannot wrap his head around what made his son give in so easily. Rian keeps going, yeah, it is the fully complete Mia cultivation technique. Hearing this, Dajis bolts up in pure shock. He knew the Moulier cultivation method, so I used that to make the trade. Once Dajis hears Ryan actually confirm this and finalize the deal with Mika, he falls dead silent. That means whatever is in there is so insanely valuable he would trade high-level cultivation secrets for it. Seriously, what do you think is actually hidden in there? After thinking it over, Dajis decides to meet Mika face to face. Meanwhile, the butler is still acting his absolute heart out. He grabs his head, bows to the floor, sweating bullets while whining that they are doomed. Mika just plays along, hey butler, why are you so stressed? The panicked old guy literally screams out, do you really not know? You cannot just disrespect the Bob family like that, especially over their dungeon. Just thinking about the family head's reaction gives me a massive headache. Mika calmly fires back, you sure know a lot, butler. Are you some kind of lord too? Without a second of hesitation, the butler mumbles no and looks away. Looks like the guy is getting pretty defensive, but Mika already has this whole thing mapped out. Sure, the butler is not entirely wrong, but he missed one key detail. For starters, he knows exactly how much the Blove family relies on the Mia cultivation method. Plus, the Count's family sees that dungeon as a total eyesore after failing to clear it over and over. This entire trade is already wrapped up in the palm of his hand. Mika casually reassures his butler, do not worry. Once I talk to Count Parlob, everything is going to be perfectly clear, but the butler is not buying it. You really think he is just going to agree, even if you are the young master of the Walpurgis family? Mika just smiles confidently. I guarantee you, that man will be down here in literally 1 minute. The butler thinks Mika is just talking trash, but suddenly the doors fly open. Dajis walks in looking dead serious, skips all the polite garbage, and goes straight to the point. So, I hear you are interested in our dungeon. Dajis is not sweating it at all now. He is acting super confident, totally taking over the negotiation. Mika does not back down either. Exploring is literally a mage instinct, and this dungeon is the perfect playground. Dajis rests his chin on his hand. So, you want to explore it? Nothing beats a mage's curiosity, sure. But I bet you already know what is hidden inside, and that it is worth way more than some mulia cultivation secret. My son might lose his mind over that mulia cultivation method, but I sure do not. Facing Dajis directly, Mika feels a pretty heavy pressure. It is like Dajis can see right through him, but that is only because Mika wants him to. Our boy is still totally pulling the strings here, treating this whole deal like a chess game. Mika looks Dajis dead in the eye and gets serious. Honestly, I do not. I have no idea what is actually waiting inside that dungeon. I am just curious and want to check it out. But let me ask you this, do you really think the Pasilov family has enough pull to clear that dungeon right now? Dajis does not even try to hide it. No, I am not going to lie to you. We have not found a decent partner yet. But there is no way we are teaming up with anyone from the Walpurgis family. Mika is not shocked at all by this. He instantly pitches a different deal. How about teaming up with just me? Dajis raises an eyebrow. Wait, you mean just you, not as a representative of your family? Mika confirms it and adds that he does not even need a massive exploration team to tag along. The old man is actually starting to sway. He asks how long he wants, and get this, Mika just smirks and holds up a single finger. Just one day. Dajis is pretty stunned by that crazy confidence. He asks what happens if they fail, and Mika casually shrugs. Then the mulier cultivation method is yours, no strings attached. But if I succeed, I am taking half of all the resources inside. And just like that, the deal is done, landing exactly how Mika planned it. The next day, our three-man squad, Mika, Rian, and the butler Murden, stand right outside the dungeon. Ryan loses his mind and yells, "Are you completely insane? Just the three of us?" Murden stands there nodding like crazy. Dude is honestly a top-tier actor. Mika just sighs. He totally saw this coming. Look, if you are scared, just head home. Rian cannot handle being called a wimp and charges right ahead. Who is scared? I just think we are short-handed here. Pasilov family members do not run from a fight. Right as Rian is about to barge in, Mika blocks him with a spell. Do not go running off alone. The entrance is completely trapped. Step in there without getting ready first, and you are a dead man. Murden chimes in right on cue. Oh ho. So we cannot even walk through the front door the normal way. Talk about a simple yet super effective security system. Ryan is listening to them completely lost, face totally blank. Mika explains, yeah, simply put, this is a living dungeon. One of those extremely rare types you almost never see. This thing eats up mana to stay alive, just like any actual living creature. If we just wander in, we are going to end up as dungeon food like those dead mercenaries. But if we feed it enough mana, the rules change. Mika fires a massive fireball right into the dark, bottomless abyss of the dungeon entrance, watching it fade away. Suddenly, the air itself shatters like a sheet of glass. Mika tells everyone to chill out. It is just the signal that the gate is finally open. The entire space explodes as a blinding white light floods out from the entrance. Mika does not even blink at the crazy view, because he already knew this would happen. This right here is the first tomb of Acer, a dungeon famous for being completely unbeatable, holding an ancient relic inside. In his past life, Mika and his squad cleared this place and grabbed the Windbreaker relic. With that cheat code item, they could block actual spells from the Demon King. But since the Windbreaker scales with its owner, it needs time to fully develop, meaning you cannot just go around using it like some cheap toy. Too bad the guy who claimed it was that idiot warrior Svit. Literally 1 week after getting his hands on it, this absolute clown, who swore he would treat the relic right, accidentally went and broke it. Seriously, what a total deadweight. Honestly, it is crazy how in his past life, Mika actually thought he was not worthy of being a hero compared to that loser. But now, the game has changed. Mika is not letting history repeat itself. This time, he is going to be the true master of the Windbreaker. Torches lit, the trio carefully heads into the dungeon. Looking around, Rian immediately senses something weird. This is totally different from what the scouts reported, and honestly, it is super creepy. But Mika explains that time froze the exact second this dungeon formed. Ryan completely loses his mind. Wait, freezing time is literally a saint-tier cheat code, right? Mika does not even try to deny it. Exactly. Creating a massive dungeon like this is a flex only a saint can pull off. This completely blows Rian's mind because he has absolutely no clue what crazy stuff is happening on his own turf. Just then, Mika signals them to halt. A whole goblin squad is waiting right ahead. Rian wants to rush in and wipe them out before they can warn the others. But Mika instantly stops him. Hold on, do not run in like a brainless idiot. Remember, this is just the first room, but Rian only thinks with his fists. So we just let them sound the alarm and swarm us? Rian snaps. But Mika calmly explains that this dungeon is actually a heavily fortified tomb. Plus, it is not built for some solo rush. Mika steps up to the wall, scraping crystal dust off the glowing ancient runes. Sniffing this makes goblins go totally feral. It triggers pretty wild hallucinations, acting like a crazy high-tier drug. Lace this with magic and watch this, their own greed will make them slaughter each other. Basically, it is a trippy flashbang. Time for a quick demo. Mika wraps the dust in cloth and chucks his homemade bomb straight at them. The bomb explodes, scattering trippy crystal dust everywhere. One sniff of this stuff and the goblins go wild, immediately hacking each other to pieces. Rian and Murden stare with their jaws on the floor. Only Mika stays cool. Finding these ingredients inside a tomb is no coincidence. Knowledge beats raw power. Use a little magic and we can outsmart them easily. With these hacks, clearing stage 1 is a breeze. But without future knowledge, figuring this out is almost impossible. Soon, the goblins are all dead from their drugged-out frenzy. Mika casually strolls past the corpses toward the next stage, but suddenly spots a magic item glowing on a body. He checks the corpse and finds a high-tier dimensional pouch. That is insane. In his past life, he completely missed this jackpot. Because back then, that idiot Sifit blasted his ultimate move and turned this whole room to ash. Mika gets mad just thinking about it. He grabs his head, screaming at the ceiling, "Damn you, Sifit! I warned you so many times." Rian asks Murden, "What is wrong?" Murden just shrugs and says he gets like this sometimes, do not sweat it. Mika just sits on a dead goblin, looking totally defeated. Rian holds the pouch, looking for more loot. But Mika already swept the area and found absolutely nothing. But wait, a high-tier reward showing up before even finishing stage 1? That is sketchy as hell. Something is definitely off here. There has to be a catch. Mika inspects the pouch and spots some text: "Defeat the greediest goblin in the dungeon." This must be a clue for the next stage. Mika instantly realizes it means the goblin chieftain. Murden wonders how he could possibly know that. Mika walks over to the chieftain corpse, explaining the greediest one is obviously going to be the boss. Since he's the biggest and holds all the power, we need to grab his mana stone and pop it in the bag. Rian immediately demands to carve it. He claims he's way more precise with a blade than Mika. But Mika is not buying that, so they decide to have a contest. There are 2 dead chieftains, so whoever carves out the cleanest mana stone wins the bag. Ryan draws his sword, showing off with some fancy, flashy slashes. In seconds, Ryan retrieves a flawless stone, but before he can even brag, he looks over and sees Mika already holding his. Staring at the perfect glow of Mika's stone, Rian knows he is totally beaten. He drops to his knees, whining like a puppy, while Mika pops the stone inside the pouch. A glowing key flies out of the pouch, and check this out, it opens a portal. This is definitely not the path he took in his past life. After a quick second, Mika realizes they just found a secret shortcut. Without hesitation, the trio steps through the portal and climbs a massive staircase. Rian whispers to Murden seriously, "Who is Mika?" He does not act like a normal kid at all. Murden replies, "If you are curious about young Master Mika, the rumors are pretty much spot on," but Rian still doubts it. "Come on, are those rumors actually true?" Murden closes his eyes. Yes, the young master used to be clumsy, untalented, and honestly, not very bright. I'm only saying this because that is the absolute limit of what he allows me to share. Watching Mika's back, Rian slowly starts to connect the dots. Usually, people try to hide their embarrassing past, but Mika seems to just own it. Then, Murden adds, "But lately, he has changed a lot." Even I was totally shocked. You can see the mixed emotions on Murden's face. He is happy, but also pretty anxious about this sudden glow-up. After all, he watched Mika grow up. Suddenly, Mika stops. They have finally reached the end of the stairs. Looks like we skipped a few floors, but we somehow made it. Stage 4. Standing before them is a massive, towering stone door covered in mysterious, ancient runes. Even with his past life cheat code, Mika has absolutely no clue what is waiting behind this massive door. In his past run, they just brute forced their way through to get rewards on stage 3, meaning stage 4 was completely hidden. Since the runes basically say do not look further, Mika decides to just wing it and go right inside. Ryan panics, grabbing his shoulder. "Wait, you are actually planning to open this thing right now?" Mika explains that overthinking is useless when they have 0 clues. Honestly, sometimes you just have to turn off your brain and charge straight ahead to find out what is next. Before stepping inside, Mika casts a thin barrier around Rian and Murden, just enough to shield their bodies and minds from any sudden physical or mental trauma. After that, the trio walks straight through the door. But the second they step inside, they get warped into a freezing, pitch-black space and completely ripped apart from each other. Mika instantly triggers his light magic, but it barely does crap. This place is massive. The light only sparks up a tiny corner, leaving them totally blind to how deep this void actually goes. He cannot even tell where the butler Murden and Rian ended up because of this crazy darkness. The butler is probably fine, but he needs to move fast for Rian's sake. Right then, the whole room warps. And get ready, because under a blood-red sky, a familiar figure shows up. Rian from his past life, absolutely drenched in fresh blood. Once he spots Mika, he sneers, "Been a while, you dog." Mika instantly realizes it is a cheap illusion, completely ignoring the bait and asking straight up solid cosplay. "I will give you 8 out of 10. Now, where is the real Ryan?" The fake Rian just laughs out loud. "What is the rush? Why do we not sit down and catch up on old times?" Before it even finishes, Mika waves his hand. "Forget it. I am too lazy." The clone's eyes pop open, asking, "Too lazy? So you can just ignore all this? You ran away like a coward from this place, and you still got the nerve to say that? You honestly think you are built like that? You are just a pathetic coward who ran away to save his own skin. It rants, stepping closer to grab and shake Mika. This is a mind game crafted straight from Mika's deepest memories. It is the exact battlefield where his comrades died, and the guy standing right in front of him is his old best friend. But none of this mental garbage shakes Mika's head. He coolly tells the fake, "You're down to 7 points now. I am docking you because the Rian I knew would never say such trash. You are dragging my friend's name through the mud. Get lost." With just one sharp shout, the illusion completely shatters into dust. The dark void melts away to reveal what this place really looks like. It is actually a gorgeous forest packed with tons of glowing mana crystals. Before Mika can even look around, the butler Murden rushes over out of nowhere. He pants, "There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Looks like the old guy is totally fine, without a scratch." Murden shyly admits it is thanks to the shield Mika cast earlier. Mika knows the butler is acting, but he does not bother calling him out. If Murden wants to play dumb, let him. The two of them start scouting the area. This spot is loaded with a stupid amount of mana crystals, enough to make any noble filthy rich. Suddenly, Murden gasps and points his finger straight ahead. "Wait, young master. Is that young master Rian over there? He looks super messed up." Rian is currently curled on the ground, clutching his head and shaking like crazy. The poor guy is getting absolutely wrecked by his own inner demons, hearing voices saying, "You are our hope, the next legend of the Sword Saint. We believe in you to bring honor to the family." Drowning in those familiar voices, Ryan slowly slips under and loses his grip on reality, thinking, "I grew up with the heavy expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care about me, which is why I worked myself to the bone, way harder than anyone else. That was my whole life. No, that had to be my entire world. What did I even come here for? I have no clue anymore." Right then, the sight of Mika pushes Rian straight into pitch-black despair, hearing a voice hiss, "If he dies, this whole dungeon goes to my family. Yeah, the only thing that matters is bringing honor to my house. Even if that means I have to sacrifice my allies. If that is what gets my family respect, I will gladly do it." Rian's eyes suddenly fade into a deep black, looking exactly like that creepy illusion Mika fought earlier. He unsheathes his sword with a twisted grin. But check this out, that smug smile instantly vanishes when he looks up and sees Mika's massive magic arrows locked on him. There is no way I can beat this absolute monster, especially when he knows all my mana tricks inside out. Am I seriously going to die if I try to fight him? Just like that, Rian's inner demon gets so utterly terrified that it crawls right back into its hole. Turns out, absolute brute force really solves everything. Rian's eyes instantly snap back to normal. To save himself from getting skewered, he quickly blurts out, "I am back, Mika." Only then does Mika disperse his deadly magic with a simple "good job." "Alright, we have wasted enough time here. Let us move, fast." Rian can feel a cold sweat. This guy is seriously a terrifying monster. If he had not snapped out of it, he would probably be full of bullet-sized holes by now. The three head deeper into the woods, but the fog gets insanely thick, separating them once again. But Mika is not sweating it at all. First a forest, now this fog. This mist seems real though, and whoever set it up definitely did it with a clear purpose in mind. He doubts the butler or Rian can track him down right now, which means this place is actively calling out to him alone. After pushing forward for a bit, Mika steps out of the fog only to be greeted by a mysterious girl. The moment he spots her, he asks casually, "Are you the manager around here?" Seeing how insanely chill he is, she looks pretty taken aback, so Mika plays along, joking, "Cannot you see how incredibly stressed out I am right now?" As Mika steps closer, the mysterious girl just sighs, "Whatever. I guess that little joke does not really matter at all. I should probably introduce myself to you first, shouldn't I?" "I am," she starts, but before she can even finish, Mika cuts her off. "I already know who you are. Set, guardian of the Holy Relic and first apostle of the god Asa." Set looks absolutely stunned hearing this, but as she tries to ask how, Mika shuts her down. "No need to explain all these unnecessary details to me. I have already proven my worth here. Plus, I am pretty sure I qualify for whatever reward you have got prepped for me. Do not worry, I will definitely grant your wish. That is why I came." But since Set has not even mentioned any wish yet, Mika quickly covers his tracks. "I just got a feeling you would want one." Although totally confused, Set finally makes her decision. "Fine, my duty is simply to hand over the sacred relic to whoever is worthy." She extends her hand, and a glowing magic circle appears over the table, floating up a pendant. She says, "This is the prize you were talking about. It is a relic packed with my power. Just carry it, and whenever you are in trouble, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you." I have never actually named it before, but I guess we can call it Set's Storm. But as Mika holds the reward in his hands, he is utterly shocked. This is weird. He thinks this thing is totally different from the item I got before my regression. Seeing his look, Set speaks up, "No need to doubt it. I promise you this relic will not disappoint. How could I ever hand a fake to the person who actually cleared the fourth gate?" Hearing this, Mika tightly grips the glowing pendant. "No way, this is the real deal? So the item that got hundreds of people killed in his past life was a total scam?" He immediately grills, Set to confirm. "Wait, floor 3, is getting the real relic even possible for us right now?" Without missing a beat, Set tells him no way, but if you actually use your brain, there is a loophole on floor 3. If you cannot figure it out, you do not deserve this thing anyway. Handing a holy relic to a total loser would be a massive waste. Staring into Set's intense eyes, Mika finally connects the dots. The gear his squad grabbed in his past life was literally just a trash consolation prize. As soon as Mika slips the necklace on, it flashes and wraps him in a sick blue aura. According to Set, this is not some cheap jewelry, it is a high-grade hybrid barrier that shields both your physical body and your soul. It blocks literally any deadly attack once a day. Its defense scales with Mika's actual level, but for now, his limit is strictly 1 charge per day. Talk about a literal cheat code, right? Unlike that single-use trash from his past life, Mika gets a free pass on death once a day. Set's body starts fading into particles, but she looks totally chill about it. My time is up, she says. My only job was to hand this relic to someone worthy. Since my job is done, I have to fade out now. Mika pauses, processing this, then speaks up. Hey, it looks like that time freeze spell on this dungeon is about to expire. What would you do if you did not fade? Set is ready, but she still hesitates inside. There is no saving me, she whispers. To repair an ancient magic barrier this decayed, you would need the brains of a tier 9 archmage or higher. It is basically impossible. But man, I really wish I could have seen how much this world has changed. Hearing that, Mika walks straight up to the dungeon's core magic circle. A total joke. With the knowledge of a tier 9 grand mage, fixing this magical circle is literally child's play. Did you not say you wanted to see the world? I am making that happen right now. With a few quick finger snaps, Set's body suddenly glows and begins to morph. Once the magic circle is fixed, Set shrinks down, floating in midair. What did you do to my gorgeous body? She screams. Mika just laughs, telling her she looks way cuter like this. Set blushes bright red, kicking her tiny legs in anger. Do you even know I am an apostle of the old god? My bad for shrinking you down, Mika explains, but compressing your form was the only logical way to stretch that time freeze spell to its absolute limit. Set completely freezes. Wait, are you actually a grand mage? Like, a tier 9 master? That makes absolutely zero sense, she stammers in pure shock. How can you possibly replicate a high-tier time freeze seal without even possessing a tier 9 mana core? Wait, get this. Mika just flashes this insanely smug grin, telling Set that he is simply a natural-born genius with god-tier talent. Set is completely speechless, because how on earth do you even argue with that? Meanwhile, Rian's dad, Count Daegis, is staring out his window, letting out a heavy, stressed-out sigh. Man, it has been way too long. Maybe I trusted those useless rookies too much. I just hope my son is totally safe. Right on cue, a frantic knight bursts in with a crazy report. Lord Daegis, the young master Mika, has returned after completely conquering the dungeon. Hearing this, Daegis completely freezes. He cannot even process what he is hearing. Moments later, the massive operation to haul mana crystals out of the dungeon begins. He is crying. The appraiser sent by Daegis breaks down in tears just looking at this massive pile. My lord, I have never seen such ultra-pure mana crystals, and there are tons of them. I cannot even begin to calculate how much this haul is worth. Daegis glances over at Mika standing nearby. Ha! Even professional raid teams could not clear this place, yet you just walk out like it was a casual afternoon stroll. No big deal, right? Mika just grins, saying it gave him a little trouble. Daegis snorts, noting he looks perfectly fine. Our main character confidently fires back that he never makes promises he cannot deliver. Daegis takes a moment to process this, realizing those rumors might have totally blinded him. How could I forget the sheer monster pedigree of his family? That bloodline is definitely not just for show. Looking at Mika, Daegis sees a spitting image of his father's youth, a legendary grand mage who dominated the battlefields. Right then, Mika interrupts. So, as promised, I am taking half of this dungeon loot. Daegis groans, looking pretty salty. I know, but if I had seen this coming, I would have bargained way harder. Mika flashes a knowing smirk. Sure, the Count acts like he is losing out, but whether he actually sees this as a loss is highly debatable. Under massive pressure, he poured an insane amount of funding into raiding this dungeon, yet he has got absolutely zero return on his investment until today. He was probably losing sleep over it, and now I just saved his entire territory from bankruptcy. Right after, Daegis asks about the deal Mika promised. You know Rian needs to start learning the Mulier mana cultivation method as early as possible, so I need you to deliver on your end of the deal immediately. A top-tier dad, always looking out for his son. Naturally, Mika has zero reasons to delay this. Lord Daegis, I guess we do not even have to wait around anymore. Why not start teaching him today? 4 days later, wild rumors spread across the land that Rian is taking swordsmanship lessons from a literal mage. A complete joke. A mage teaching swordsmanship, or a knight teaching magic, is basically the biggest comedy on the continent. In reality, Rian is running for his life, dodging Mika's rapid-fire magic missiles. He is screaming his lungs out, "Hey, you said you would teach me the Mulier cultivation method." Controlling the spells, Mika calmly replies, "I am teaching you, and honestly, I think I am being incredibly gentle." Sitting on his shoulder, Set chimes in, Did the definition of gentle change overnight? Well, I have to admit, your training method is actually pretty unique. Honestly, it is not a bad idea to do this. You are forcing a natural flow of mana so his body becomes aware of it. After all, a knight does not need precise mana control to activate their skills, so it actually works. Even though Ryan tries his absolute best to dodge and strike back, the sheer volume of magic missiles means he keeps getting blasted over and over. Sometimes he just collapses straight to the dirt in pure agony. What kind of twisted, messed up training is this anyway? Mika just watches him coolly, saying he learned this chi training from a fully qualified master, so there is no need to worry. Rian just sprawls on the ground, groaning and cursing whatever absolute psychopath actually came up with this crazy technique. But he has no clue that crazy psychopath was actually Mika himself in his past life. He went through absolute hell back then, so now he is just passing down the torture. Yeah, suffer now for that bright future, kid. After totally breaking Rian, Mika finally tells him to try circulating his mana the way he normally does. Rian is totally lost, but he obeys anyway. The second he starts moving his mana, his exhausted body instantly starts feeling a whole lot lighter and way less tense. Mika explains that blocking his spells with mana was the secret. That brutal defense practice was literally the whole point of the training. He tells Ryan to memorize this exact flow because it is the most crucial step. Keep practicing without losing this physical feeling, and the core cultivation method will literally just click on its own. Rian's eyes instantly lock in with crazy determination. The kid's resolve is burning hotter than ever before. Mika is super hyped seeing this drive. The kid will catch on fast, especially since his master just handed him the ultimate shortcut to power. I honestly cannot wait to see how crazy strong this kid gets. But first, let us follow Mika as he slips away to a completely private room after a brutal day of training. Set thinks this privacy is totally pointless, since literally nobody besides Mika can even see her spectral form anyway. But Mika already told the Count this is his strictly off-limits private time. His real goal here is to test out the insane power of that storm relic he just snatched up. Channeling a tiny bit of mana into the pendant, a massive blue vortex erupts in the room. Set watches and smirks. Oh, so you were actually trying to test the storm. You can definitely use it for way more than just basic self-defense. If you need some pointers, I might just bless you with my help. She claims she kept watch over it for so long that she knows its secrets inside out. But Mika just grins, saying he's about to do something even she does not know, making her super annoyed. What? She snaps. You actually think you can lecture me on using the storm? Mika just calmly explains his theory. He tells her she might think he is too young to grasp how a holy relic works, but rotation is just the natural state of mana itself. He says these relics have infinite possibilities, then closes his eyes to tune into the energy swirling around him. Back before his regression, the storm relic never belonged to him. But as a master mage, he was totally obsessed with analyzing its structure, which eventually led him to a crazy theory. He figured he could easily combine its power with his very own free circulation mana method. The core rule of this free circulation style relies on mana circulation, but that technique is pretty heavily limited by the rotation of the mana flow. Normally, every single failure in this technique happens because controlling those fast rotations is almost impossible. But what if he uses the storm itself to stabilize and control the whole process? The moment Mika opens his eyes, his raw mana merges with the storm in a blinding explosion. Set screams out, "Are you completely insane, trying to run the storm directly through your own mana circuit?" She begs him to stop before he literally tears his body apart, but what happens next leaves her completely speechless. His raging mana flow suddenly smooths out perfectly with zero signs of backlash. This was his plan all along. After losing this relic in his past life, he spent years desperately hunting down every scrap of info on sacred relics. He cross-referenced all that data with his own analysis of the storm to find the hidden links connecting all relics. That was his big breakthrough, realizing these legendary items could actually be tamed. And now, it is time to test his theory. With everything set up, Mika effortlessly uses the storm to construct a temporary magic circle. Merging his mana into the spell is incredibly smooth, requiring absolutely zero strain or effort. Next, he unleashes a 6th tier spell, Fire Field. Instantly, the entire room is swallowed by a raging sea of absolute flames. Set just stands there, her jaw dropping in pure shock. She screams in disbelief. 6th tier at his age is impossible, and now he is jumping straight to 7th tier. She begs him to stop, warning him that casting magic way above his actual level is suicidal. But before she can even finish her warning, Mika completes the 7th tier gravity spell. The stone floor beneath them shatters into tiny floating debris, completely defying gravity. Set is left totally speechless, staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Fast forward 1 week of this absolute torture. Rian has pretty much mastered the basics of this crazy Mulir Chi style. He excitedly swings his sword around, showing off his insane progress to Mika with a massive grin. At this crazy rate, the kid is easily on track to become a legendary sword saint in just a few years. He is going to be a massive asset for Mika's future battles. Ryan suddenly chimes in, asking what the plan is with the temple and that mysterious prophet. He assumed Mika taught him the style to prep for the temple's upcoming hero selection. Hearing this, Mika freezes as a massive, critical detail he completely forgot suddenly hits him. Let's be real, he got way too distracted securing his very first holy relic. Now he has to track down Cassandra before heading to the temple, but where on earth is she? While Mika is deep in thought, a panicked knight from the Pasilov estate rushes into the room. He breathlessly apologizes for the sudden interruption but reports that they have an unexpected guest waiting outside. Rian raises an eyebrow, completely confused since they definitely were not expecting any visitors today. The knight hesitates, looking pretty nervous. From that tense expression, Mika immediately knows it is Aileen, his former fiancée. Meanwhile, in the drawing room, Aileen looks around, judging everything she sees. She scoffs, thinking this place has absolutely zero influence or history. But to earn her knighthood, she absolutely has to prove her worth to her demanding father. Her past screw-ups brought pure misery to the entire Lindell family. Her plan now is to defeat Ryan Pasilov, the legendary young sword genius, in a duel to prove she is worthy. Right then, Mika walks through the door with a super friendly smile, asking why she looks so hostile. Aileen gasps in absolute shock, demanding to know why he is there. Mika calmly takes a seat and asks what she means, reminding her that he was actually invited here. He points out that she is the one who showed up uninvited. Crushed by her past mistakes, she just stares at the floor in silent shame. Mika just smiles and tells her to relax because he does not hold a grudge. Their broken engagement actually went pretty smoothly, and it even made him way more famous. After Mika pulled all those wild stunts, the Lindell family finally went public. Both sides mutually agreed to call off the engagement, and definitely not because Mika failed to meet their high standards. Those rumors completely died down after that. Mika was pretty happy with how things turned out, but who knows what Aileen was thinking. Hearing the news, Aileen got all shy and asked where young Master Rian was. Mika didn't even hesitate, replying that Rian was showering and would join them once he finished. So why did you drop by today anyway? Man, this guy interrogates people like he owns the place. Aileen felt this weird, heavy pressure and awkwardly stammered that as a knight family member, she just wanted to observe another clan's swordsmanship. She knew he probably found her totally shameless. But Mika cut her off right away, saying she was dead wrong. He never thought that, since she has actual talent. In the future, having powerful allies like her around would be incredibly useful. He had zero reasons to hate her, especially if he could find a way to use her skills. Actually, he could totally use her right now. Mika flashed a super warm smile at Aileen, sending a sudden, icy shiver straight down her spine. Like, why is he suddenly staring at me like that? Mika stood up, saying her coming here to observe swordsmanship proves she desperately wanted to get stronger. So he offers her a golden chance. Trust me, you already know this is trouble. Aileen just stands there, totally clueless about what he means. Rian is a bit stubborn. He probably won't appreciate you showing up unannounced like this, which is exactly why I decided to step in and help. Right after his shower, Ryan got dragged to the training grounds, which annoyed him. What is the deal, Mika? Why did you suddenly call me here? Catching one glimpse of Mika's face, Rian went on high alert. That exact smirk triggered his gut instinct, telling him Mika was about to pull some incredibly stupid stunt. Mika put on a serious face, claiming he was deeply hurt by that. Like, what else could he do to make himself look more innocent? Aileen peeked her head out, totally confused by their banter. But the second Rian spotted her, he immediately saw right through Mika's little scheme. Lady Lindell is here with you? It was exactly as Rian feared. A few hours later, Aileen was screaming for her life while dodging magic arrows. Mika laughed, saying he never lied. There were plenty of chances to learn here, especially if she just looked right next to her. Aileen looked over and saw Ryan standing his ground, easily deflecting magic arrows with his sword. But she got distracted, got hit, and fell flat on her butt. As Mika approached, Aileen asked if her difficulty was different from Ryan's. He replied no, she just had way too many openings, making her an easy target. Hoping she learned a lot, Aileen quickly got up. She admitted she did, but compared to herself, young Master Rian seemed to be way more skilled. Even though she played it cool, Aileen secretly felt completely useless and kept beating herself up. But Mika saw things quite differently. Sure, she has some flaws, but there is no denying she is a straight-up prodigy. He was absolutely sure of it. She was supposed to get insanely strong and help them all out, but she never got the chance. That is why he was going to make sure she finally leveled up. Mika reached out a hand, telling Aileen it was time for the real deal. He was going to introduce her to his personal instructor. Aileen instantly smacked his hand away, snapping that she did not come for a teacher. Plus, she highly doubted a mage like him knew anything about proper training methods. Just then, Ryan walked over after a breather, assuring her that Mika was legit since he was the one who taught him his training method. This totally blew Aileen's mind. No way a simple mage could actually teach someone how to train their aura. Mika quickly explained that while he couldn't use aura himself, knowing the core theory meant he could easily pass the training down to others. Glancing at Ryan, Aileen realized she had been pretty rash. She quickly bowed and apologized, saying if a real aura user vouched for it, then it must be true. She apologized for being so incredibly rude. Mika was quite surprised by this unexpected apology, realizing he might have completely misjudged her. Next, Island wanted to meet this legendary instructor, but in this harsh world, absolutely nothing comes for free, and Mika wasn't running a charity. Mika put it bluntly, asking if she honestly expected him to just hand over rare intel for free. It was only fair he got something of equal value in return. Island paused, then asked if he accepted post-payment. I mean, seriously? Mika immediately shot that down with a hard no. With no other choice, she sighed and pulled a glowing purple mana crystal from her bag. Even a seasoned guy like Mika was genuinely stunned. He never expected to see a perfect mana crystal out here. Island nodded seriously, glad he recognized it, since she planned to use this rare dungeon-clearing item as leverage. Hearing this, Mika started piecing together her exact reasons for visiting the Pasilov family. She wanted to negotiate using a crucial dungeon item, meaning the Lindell clan already caught wind of the Pasilov family's dungeon situation. What a sneaky old bastard. Mika snatched the perfect crystal without hesitation, telling her that this was more than enough to close the deal. You probably heard of the outlaw judge, right? The second Rian heard that name, he shrieked, asking if he meant that Western weirdo. One of the few independent sword masters on the continent who doesn't serve any empire? Yep, that was the legend Mika meant. The Western overlord, Milliam Ariel. She was the powerhouse who single-handedly crushed the commander of the 7th Corps, one of the 12 Demon King's generals. Island hesitated before asking how a guy from the Walpurgis clan could possibly convince a wanderer who didn't even answer to the Western Border Guard. Before she could finish, Mika cut her off, telling her she didn't need to worry about that. He turned to Rian, asking if he remembered their chat. The temple talk. Rian remembered perfectly and asked when they were heading out. Mika revealed they would leave tomorrow, and Island was tagging along to the capital. Island panicked, asking why on earth she had to go. Mika simply smirked, reminding her that she wanted to learn that training method as soon as possible. That is exactly why I invited you to tag along. There is a method to this madness, and Mika is using his past life memories to map out the perfect plan. It has got to happen right around this time. Normally, she hangs around the border of the Western Empire. Around this exact time, the hero selection event that absolutely nobody believes in is going down, and that lawless judge pops up in the capital. This is the absolute perfect chance to handle both of them at once. Island has zero clue what is going on, so he just starts screaming. But wait, this is way too sudden. Why the heck are you randomly telling me to head to the capital? You need to explain yourself first. But Mika's answer is just insanely simple. He just thinks being a hero would be pretty cool. No matter how much Mika wants to tell the truth, the whole regression thing sounds completely unhinged, so keeping quiet is his best bet. That night, Mika sits in a dark room, closing his eyes to think. That is when Set, hanging out nearby, speaks up. Those kids are actually pretty interesting. Unlike you, they actually act their age. Why can't you be a bit more like them? Mika keeps his eyes shut and replies, well, you see, I am already a bit corrupted. I mean, Mika basically has the soul of an old uncle, so there is no way he is acting like some cringe teenager. Set then shifts her gaze to the perfect mana crystal sitting on the table. A perfect mana crystal is a legit masterpiece. What are you doing with this anyway? Mika just pulls out his dimensional bag and drops it next to the stone. I will just use it like any decent mage would. I am going to craft my own signature artifact. Set is totally used to Mika's insane antics by now, so she stays completely chill. Seriously, you never fail to show me something wildly new. It is like this every single time. So, what kind of artifact are you making? Mika stares at the crystal and his materials, thinking for a bit, well, with this much loot, I can make almost anything. But like I said, I will use it like any true mage. I am going to create a support assistant. Hearing this, Set gets pretty curious. Do you not need a solid base to hold that massive mana crystal in place? To extract this much power from a high-tier crystal, you are going to need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power. Mika just flashes a pretty confident smirk. I already know exactly where to get it. Set immediately flies right up to his face. You are insanely confident. Mika looks at Set and laughs. It is not like this does not involve you, you know? The base I plan on using is a branch from the world tree. Set is absolutely shook when she hears this. How on earth did you know I am connected to the world tree? Mika just shrugs. Well, that was pretty easy to figure out. Obviously, I am not saying I will build the support assistant right this second. I am just planning ahead and prepping for it. Mana crystals are insanely powerful, and we have to refine this one into an orb. If you mess up refining a high-tier crystal, the feedback can literally blow an entire territory off the map. But watch this, that is never going to happen. Before regressing, he refined mana way too many times. Without a single second of hesitation, he channels his mana into the crystal to start refining. Countless perfectly arranged mana circuits slowly light up inside. Watching this, Set cannot help but get curious. Are you seriously going to dodge thousands of raw mana pathways inside just to refine it? Right now, Mika needs to lock in harder than ever. He has to constantly cast a trigger spell. As for the mana limit, there is basically no need to set one at all. Then he layers on a bunch of special engravings, mana control, amplification, and binding spells. Seth's curiosity spikes again. How can you have the kind of mastery only high-rank mages possess? But Mika simply tells her that it is all down to raw talent and sheer patience. Seth is utterly speechless. If that was true, great archmages would be running all over the streets. Now comes the final step. Mika makes a tiny cut on his finger and drips blood onto the crystal. He just needs a small conversion to match his own mana signature. After absorbing the blood, the crystal morphs and turns into a perfect, pitch-black orb. Seth flies closer to check it out, confused why it has no color. Normally, you can tell someone's mana attribute by the color of their orb. Mika explains, "Oh, I do not have a fixed one. I am naturally compatible with literally every type of magic. The color changes depending on whatever spell I use. Simple as that." The second Mika casts a fireball. The orb instantly flashes bright red. This talent is a literal cheat code. No idea how he was such a loser in his past life. Holding the orb, Mika carefully tests it out. Mana consumption drops drastically, and the output power is boosted. Time to see what this baby can do at full throttle. He looks at the distant mountains. You already know what is coming. And yep, total chaos drops exactly as expected. The next morning, Ryan brings up how an entire orc camp on the mountain was completely wiped out last night. Since those monsters were total pests, this is great news. But the mystery is who actually did it. Ryan's dad spent the whole morning trying to investigate, but Ryan has zero clue the real culprit is sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika's completely chill attitude, Ryan gets suspicious. Why are you so unbothered? Do you already know something about this? Wait, was it you? Even with Ryan grabbing him by the collar, Mika still tries to act tough. Those orcs on your territory were pretty decent. Absolutely wild. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, Archbishop Naren reports to the Pope. Your Holiness, regarding that prophecy, I announced it exactly the way you requested. Seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope asks if things did not go smoothly. Naren admits that, yeah, he does not think the public is taking it seriously at all. The Pope already saw this coming, acknowledging there is really nothing they can do about the public's reaction. It sets a bad precedent, but a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we just keep an eye on it? By the way, did you locate that Cassandra kid yet? Naren reports straight up that they still have not found her. The Pope mysteriously remarks that maybe it is actually for the best if they do not find her. A prophet nobody believes in is just ordinary. And in the absolute worst-case scenario, her predictions could end up turning against all of us. But I wonder if leaving her alone just to avoid those consequences is the right call. I am not sure. I do not think we can simply ignore that kid's prophecy like this. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe we can find at least one person willing to work with us. Let's just pray God actually answers us, because we are seriously running back to Mikhail. Island is low-key annoyed after finding out why they are even heading to the holy capital. She figured prophecies are complete garbage anyway. Even if they are real, interpreting them correctly is a total nightmare. Honestly, you can't blame her for doubting. It's just some sketchy, vague prediction with zero guarantees. Even after translating the thing, there is literally zero proof it will actually happen. Plus, in this day and age, playing the hero is a total scam. There are absolutely no good perks to it anymore. I mean, heroes are only useful when some big bad needs to be crushed. Mikhail needs a pretty solid excuse to quiet Island down. He tells her they can still use it to build connections with the big shots in the Holy Kingdom. Island actually buys it a little. Then she asks about the lawless judges, and Mikhail tells her not to sweat it. He has his ways to get in touch with them. Once they sneak into the capital, they can easily pull off the rest of the plan. Right now, Mikhail is super stressed about tracking down Cassandra. He turns to Murden to check on the intel he asked him to gather. As expected of the elite Walpurgis family butler, Murden already secured all the dirt Mikhail wanted on that prophet girl, Cassandra. Turns out, even the Holy Kingdom sent out search parties to hunt her down. Mikhail is shocked and asks if even the church is clueless. Murden nods and tells him that as of right now, yes, she's still MIA. But there is a rumor that some random knight was spotted traveling with her right near the Holy Kingdom border. Also, right before vanishing, she apparently left a tiny message saying she will be waiting. Could those words actually be meant for Mikhail? You have to wonder, does Cassandra somehow know he is a regressor who traveled back in time? After getting the horses and carriage ready, they just teleport straight to the capital. Like, seriously, what was even the point of the prep? Rian gets massive motion sickness from the teleport and starts barfing his guts out. He runs to Mikhail, whining about why they used magic when they literally had a carriage. Well, obviously because it is faster. Dude, thanks to the cheat code magic, they arrive in no time. Since it is his first time in such a fancy place, Rian is totally losing his mind. Wow, this capital is insane. It is seriously a whole different world compared to other cities. But for rich nobles like Mikhail and Island, this place is just mid. Is that really so? She admits it is flashy, but nothing to write home about. I mean, she is not wrong. Meanwhile, poor Ryan is just left crying over his broke life. Seeing all these disgusting, snobby rich people in the gloomy capital brings back a ton of old memories for Mikhail. But as they head to the main temple, Seth suddenly calls out to him. Look over there, Mikhail. Right where Seth is pointing, some big thug is grabbing a hooded girl by the neck. Apparently, she told him he would face divine punishment, and he totally lost his temper. Spotting this girl gives Mikhail a weird vibe, so he immediately casts a shield spell towards the two strangers. But wait, the one Mikhail actually shields is the thug. If not for him, the guy would have been sliced in half by an armored knight. Mikhail runs up to the knight, asking if he has completely lost his mind. How dare you swing a sword in the middle of the capital? Put that blade away right now before things get messy. Mikhail's face is dead serious. He is fully prepared to use force to suppress this guy if he even thinks about resisting. But right then, the hooded girl steps in to hold the knight back. "Stop, Sir Ally," she says. Then, she turns and greets Mikhail politely, saying it is an honor to meet him. Mikhail is confused and asks if they have ever crossed paths before. She gives a cryptic reply, saying she guesses they haven't met until now. This really bugs Mikhail. Wait, until now? Don't tell me she has already seen the future. Just then, Rian cuts in and breaks his train of thought, asking Mikhail if they can just get out of there first. Everyone is staring. Mikhail is about to bounce too, but he has one quick thing to settle first. He casts a binding spell on the thief in the crowd, freezing him solid. Realizing he is being searched, the guy starts threatening Mikhail, yelling about how he dares touch him without permission. But Mikhail completely ignores him and pulls out a pouch. "What do you mean why?" "I'm just returning stolen goods to their rightful owner, dude." The guy panics, desperately claiming it belongs to him. But then Mikhail pulls a cross necklace out of the pouch and shoves it right in his face. "You are not even a priest, and you definitely don't have the Holy Kingdom loyalty mark on you." The thief is completely speechless, shut down on the spot. Mikhail puts a hand on his shoulder and gives him a friendly whisper, telling the little sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make sure he gets the message loud and clear. The pickpocket tries to scream out Mikhail's identity, but Mikhail quickly covers his mouth. He then hands the pouch back to the little girl. The girl thinks for a second, then asks if he needs her to introduce herself right now. Her knight tries to stop her, but she quickly holds him back. "It is fine," she says. "I already saw this coming." Ryan and Island are totally clueless, but Murden pops his head out and says she must be a real prophet. The girl pulls back her hood and introduces herself as Cassandra. Wait, isn't this the exact prophet Mikhail has been stressing out over finding? Is this just a crazy coincidence, or was it all planned? Now check this out down in the city sewers. That cheap thief runs straight to report to some mysterious boss. The boss gets absolutely furious, yelling about how some nightmare is hunting them when he thought Mikhail was just some useless trash mage. The terrified thief stammers out an apology, saying he tried to swipe the bag, but that annoying brat got in his way. The boss sneers in disgust, mockingly asking how he even dares return after failing. Like, did he really think he would have succeeded without that kid? Calling him useless, the boss waves his hand, summoning living shadows that instantly swallow the thief. The poor guy finally remembers Cassandra's warning, but it is way too late now. Nothing is left of him but a pile of dry bones. Right then, a woman wearing a steel mask slowly steps out of the dark. Asking what happened, the boss just laughs, saying he completely forgot he has such a legendary swordmaster standing right by his side. She immediately points her blade at his neck, warning him to cut the crap and answer her, or she will end him. The boss does not look scared at all. "If you kill me, you will never find her," he says. "Calm down, do me a quick favor, and I will give you the exact intel you are dying for." Left with no choice, the masked woman agrees to the deal. And since this task is all about Mikhail, looks like some major trouble is heading his way. Back to Mikhail. Right after Cassandra introduces herself, she wastes no time getting to her point, saying she has been dying to meet him and has something super important to discuss. She addresses him as Lord Mikhail, then turns to his three companions, politely asking them to beat it because this is classified info only meant for his ears. The trio gets the hint and clears out. But right before they split, Mikhail pulls Island aside to whisper a quick warning if things go sideways. Remember this name. Carrion, it is like he already knows some bad stuff is about to go down. Once the room empties, Mikhail drops his friendly act instantly. He cold shoulders her, asking what she actually wants. Cassandra clenches her fists, musters up all her courage, and blabs out that she needs to ask him something. Did he also get a prophecy blessing before? Ever since she was a little kid, Cassandra could literally see future events like it was second nature. Accidentally seeing those spoilers is honestly a total nightmare. Sometimes she would witness her friends straight up dying, and other times she would watch a carriage get absolutely pulverized. Cassandra did everything she could to block those visions from happening, but the fallback was always bloody awful. The harder she tried to cheat death, the more she was forced to watch horrific tragedies go down over and over. It was the exact same story when she saw the Demon King's birth and the end of the world. Desperate, Cassandra even begged the Pope for help, but literally nobody took her prophecies seriously. Bearing that kind of mental torture all alone is just built different. But right when she was about to throw in the towel, a vision blurred out, replaced by a scene of her meeting a mysterious guy. Mikhail of Walpurgis, he was her absolute last hope, but Mikhail immediately crushes her dreams with a hard pass. He tells her he is no prophet and has zero cheat codes like that. Hearing this, Cassandra's heart completely sinks as her final spark of hope is brutally snuffed out. But check this out, out of nowhere, Mikhail tells her he might actually be able to help. He tells her he believes her vision about the Demon King and the end of the world. Cassandra starts crying, asking how he could possibly believe her. Mikhail just shrugs, laughing that maybe he is just playing her. As a mage, he finds everything interesting. Plus, he wants to see if she can actually bend fate. He deadass wants to know if her predicted future is set in stone, or if destiny can actually be shattered. He is super obsessed with figuring this out, and she is the perfect partner to help him prove it. Cassandra is completely blown away by his words. She deadass thought she would just get laughed at like a total clown because literally nobody else believed her prophecies. So she never expected him to react like this. But even with his sketchy tone, she knows one thing for sure: this guy genuinely believes her. Now, those tears streaming down Cassandra's face are pure happiness. Seriously, she has never smiled this bright in her entire life. "Aha, you are one weird guy," she says. "Fine then, if you are down to trust me, I will back you up from here on out too." Meanwhile, over at the temple, Ryan is trying to register as an official hero. His face is completely red from embarrassment as he snaps at the clerk to hurry up and process his application. The clerk stares at the paperwork and asks for clarification, prompting Ryan to yell out that his sponsor is the legendary Mikhail Walpurgis. This clerk's face instantly drops. Is this kid seriously trying to become a hero by tagging along with the most famous trash? What a joke. He tells Ryan to stop playing around since they only accept real heroes. Ryan is so mortified he wants to crawl into a hole and die. Praying for Mikhail to show up and bail him out, he is shocked when a scary woman in a steel mask walks in. She immediately draws her blade and points it right at Ryan's squad. She demands to know where the kid who just came here is hiding, backing up her words with a wave of raw, suffocating pressure that makes it hard to even breathe. Ryan and Island immediately draw their weapons, getting ready to clash. They have absolutely no clue who this masked lady is, but her stance screams high-tier swordmaster. She demands to know where the prophet kid is again. Ryan immediately realizes she is talking about Cassandra, but there is no way he is snitching, so he plays it tough. He snorts, saying he has zero reasons to tell her anything. Bad move. Masked lady moves at supersonic speed, grabs Ryan by the head, and slams him into the dirt. She mutters that she will give him a reason, while the shockwave blows Island back. Realizing they are completely outmatched, Island can only try to bluff her. Yelling that this is a sacred temple, Island warns her she won't get away with attacking people inside the sanctuary. But the masked lady does not give a single damn. She says she does not care because nobody knows her face anyway, and even if they try to hunt her down, it will cost them a pretty heavy price. Like, would the Emperor really go to war over some low-tier lives like them? Staring death in the face, Island suddenly has a massive brainwave. Wait, let's look at the clues here. Cassandra is the prophet they met, and Mikhail promised to catch up. Is this crazy situation actually just a coincidence? With zero options left, Island screams out the name Mikhail gave her. Carrion. The moment the masked woman hears this, she completely loses her mind. She switches targets, lunging forward to grab Island by the throat and hoist her up. She demands to know how she knows that name. Island is totally helpless here. Desperately praying for Mikhail to save her, the moment feels completely lost until he finally shows up. He tells Milliam to stop, claiming he has the intel she wants. Milliam turns on him, asking who he is. Mikhail coolly replies that he is from the Walpurgis clan, suggesting they chat instead of taking it out on innocent bystanders. Hearing his response, she just bursts out laughing and calls him naive. Instantly, she releases an insane amount of bloodlust, locking her sights right onto Mikhail. Mikhail does not hesitate to duplicate his magic circles, casting a quick shield spell. He barely manages to block Milliam's devastating slash in the nick of time. Knowing he stands zero chance in a straight fight, Mikhail tries to talk some sense into her. He says he just wants to talk, and it is not too late to stop. Why clash like this? But his words do absolutely nothing to cool her down. Since his circle duplication only lasts for 5 minutes, Mikhail needs to make a move now or he is straight up cooked. He starts spamming speed and reaction buffs on himself. Dodging every single flying slash, he slips inside Milliam's guard and unleashes a massive, gravity-infused punch right at her face. Like, why is a mage charging straight into close combat instead of staying back and spamming spells? It makes zero sense. The second Mika's fist hits Milliam's sword, he gets blasted right back. Milliam didn't even budge a single inch the entire time. Rian tries to lift his head and screams out, "Watch out." Dude is not even acting like a proud knight anymore. Fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple. Milliam just stands there, raising her sword straight up to the sky. Insane amounts of aura coat her blade before she swings down an absolutely devastating strike. "You challenge me yourself," she says, "so show me what you can actually do." Facing this absolute nuke, Mika knows he can't dodge. He stands his ground. But trust me, he is definitely not planning to just lay down and die. Right before the blade cuts him in half, Set triggers the storm. A massive tornado of pure mana erupts out of nowhere, shielding Mika completely. He barely blocks the lethal blow, but that massive mana explosion tears up his insides, making him cough up blood. But honestly, he has bigger things to worry about right now. Milliam is completely shook that he is still breathing. "How did you block that?" she demands. Mika just stands tall. It is a secret, he smirked. Everyone needs a little mystery, right? Looking at his smug face, Milliam instantly remembers that toxic snake marquee. Like father, like son, no cap. Otherwise, people would think he was adopted. After throwing hands, Milliam finally cools off and sheathes her blade, saying she respects his skills and wants to get straight to business. How do you know that name? She asks. Mika shrugs. Just a total coincidence. He was just some broken kid who looked like he was running away somewhere. The kid begged me for some water, so I hooked him up and asked where he was going or what he was doing. Milliam loses her mind and gets right in his face, begging to know where her kid went. But come on, you know Mika is not giving that up for free. I'm not giving out free info without getting something back, Mika says, adding that the kid probably doesn't even want her finding him anyway. Milliam grabs his shoulder, literally begging him to tell her. I do not care, she pleads. I have to find that boy. Mika tells her he gets that it is huge, but she needs to realize something before chasing after him. Have you even thought about how that kid feels when he is literally running away from you, Lady Milliam? Milliam just stares back, completely stunned by his words. Meanwhile, in some sketchy hideout, the sewer rat is checking out the kidnapped kids and complaining about why they look so trashy. How am I supposed to sell these for top dollar? He snarls. His goon tries to explain that maybe buyers looking for obedient slaves will actually like them. But before the guy can even finish, he takes a brutal punch straight to the gut. You idiot, the boss barks. You can find cheap trash like that in any back alley. You really think those sick, rich snobs want easy targets? They want stubborn ones they can break. If I was in a bad mood, I would have already thrown you to the darkness to be eaten alive. The goon bows over and over, thanking his lucky stars he is still breathing. That is when the sewer rat flashes a disgusting, slimy grin. Yeah, he is feeling great because he basically scammed the legendary swordmaster into working for him. He promised her info, but he never said it would actually be the useful stuff. She has no clue her own kid was locked right behind these bars. Carry a man, he mumbles. I never expected that brat to be tied to the lawless judge. Just then, another goon runs in sweating bullets. The sewer rat instantly demands updates on the prophet, making the poor messenger stammer out of pure fear. He says she is hiding in the temple, and just like that, the sewer rat's smug smile completely vanishes. Oh man, you can feel the tension rising already. Over at the temple, Archbishop Alay panics after hearing the news from Mika. Is the capital's underground syndicate really targeting our prophet? He gasps. Mika is dead serious. Yeah, they want to monopolize her prophecies for their own sick plans, Mika explains, but Alay is still holding on to his doubts, refusing to believe it. I highly doubt a street gang would dare plot against the Empire like this, Alay mutters. Mika just smirks. What if I told you they are way more than some basic street criminals? That gets Alay sweating. Are you saying they are linked to heretics? He asks, because you cannot make accusations like that without real proof. Slandering people as heretics without evidence is a massive deal. But right then, Milliam steps in to back Mika up. Alay is definitely not thrilled to see her. Lady Milliam, you literally tried to kidnap our prophet, Alay snaps. Milliam doesn't even deny it, admitting that if young Master Mika hadn't stepped in, she totally would have. That is exactly why I am helping you deal with the syndicate, she says. I will help you take down their big boss, the sewer rat. Hearing a literal swordmaster say this finally makes Alay believe Mika. What did you find? He asks. And Milliam reveals that the sewer rat can manipulate pure darkness. Alay goes pale instantly. Wait, did you just say darkness? Milliam nods seriously. As one of the top archbishops in the Empire, you of all people should know how bad that is. Alay grits his teeth. He whispers the name of a truly disgusting monarch. Exactly. Mika adds one of the 12 beastly followers of the Demon King is hiding right under your nose in this capital. Alay straight up collapses to the floor in shock. Are you absolutely sure about this? If one of the Demon King's generals is actually here, we are in deep trouble. Mika crouches down and stares straight into his eyes. Let me ask you, he says, the prophet predicted the Demon King's return. So shouldn't a top archbishop like you already know all about this? Alay is completely speechless. Honestly, Mika totally called this exact reaction. The old man has absolutely nothing left to say to save his skin. Opposing Mika now literally means opposing the entire empire. After all, a high-ranking demon follower has been chilling in his jurisdiction this whole time, and he had absolutely no clue. That gross oversight would completely ruin his holy reputation. That is when Mika smirks and offers to handle the entire messy situation for him. We will take down that disgusting demon together, Mika says, before turning to Milliam and asking for just one simple promise. Archbishop Alay still has absolutely no idea why Mika wants to jump into this messy, dangerous fight, asking what he is really after. Mika just drops the ultimate bomb, the hero selection. I think that is a pretty fair trade, right? Even if it is just a clone, taking down a literal demon monarch is more than enough to get crowned as a legendary hero. After thinking it over, Alay finally makes his move. Coating a quill pen in glowing mana, he begins to swear his official oath. I swear on my title as Archbishop. If that disgusting monarch actually exists and you put him down, I will back you to get the title of a legendary hero. The official promise is signed on parchment and handed right over to Mika, With this solid guarantee in hand, Mika and his crew officially kick off their journey to hunt down the abhorrent monarch. Once they step outside the temple, Milliam immediately thanks Mika. She says she owes him one, because without his help, that rat would still be playing her. Since he already told the Lindell kid that specific name, she figures he knows her entire deal. But Mika just shrugs it off, saying his info came from reading between the lines of their quick chat, like how she almost got played by a literal sewer rat. Hearing this, Milliam stops dead in her tracks, clenches her fists, and asks if he genuinely thinks he can locate her missing son. Look, as the legendary sword saint, Milliam is supposed to prioritize slaying the abhorrent monarch above everything else. But as a grieving mother, finding her boy is way more important to her than anything, even if it means letting the entire world burn to the ground. Mika looks back and asks what she would do if he said yes. Without a second thought, Milliam plunges her sword into the ground and drops to her knees. She admits she hates playing mind games, especially about her son, and begs him to be straight with her. If he can find her boy and help rebuild their broken bond, she will happily dedicate her legendary sword and her entire honor to serving him. This is her sacred oath. Once, a widow lost her husband in the lawless zone to a brutal gang of outlaws. Even after she successfully wiped them out for revenge, her heart was still burning with pure rage, desperate to uncover the real reason behind his murder. And she quickly realized it was because of the lawlessness. She believed that since no rules existed in this wasteland, monsters could just run completely wild without anyone stopping them. That was why there were so many victims. And since no one was strong enough to stand in her way, she became the ultimate judge of the lawless. This is the dark history of the lawless judge. And right now, she will do absolutely anything to stop that exact tragedy from repeating with her own son. Meanwhile, the sewer rat is losing his mind, punching a massive dent into the wall. Damn it, he growls. He cannot believe a low-life kid like Mika Walpurgis is causing him this much trouble. Everything is totally off track, so he figures he should pack up and escape. But right then, his own shadow twists into a terrifying monster and commands him to stop and consume the prophet first. Turns out, this shadow is actually the abhorrent monarch lending him dark power. But the sewer rat has zero intention of playing along and waiting around just to get slaughtered. He yells that they need to wait for a better chance. But the dark shadow tightly grabs his leg, accusing him of breaking their sacred deal. The sewer rat struggles to break free, shouting that he does not care about any deal when his own life is on the line. Right on cue, a panicked minion rushes in to report they are under attack and the legendary sword saint is already close. This news sends the rat into a total panic. If he stays, he is totally cooked, but he seriously underestimated the demon's wrath. Breaking their pact means his soul belongs to the dark, and the shadow instantly lunges, merging into a single, terrifying body. Now watch this as the abhorrent monarch joins the battle. The rat's useless underlings are getting ruthlessly slaughtered one by one. Not a single thug can survive even a single slash from the lawless judge. Watching this ultimate sword technique, Aileen realizes this is the path she wants to chase. Mika is not even remotely surprised by Milliam's insane power. He knows she is still holding back, especially since they are in the middle of the capital. But that does not mean Mika is letting his guard down. He knows the real source of this mess is that filthy sewer rat, now the vessel for the abhorrent monarch. Having completely stolen the rat's body, the abhorrent monarch finally makes his dark descent. The first thing he does is inspect his new host, complaining that it is pretty weak and pathetic. He sighs, realizing he will have to feast on something more. He thought eating the prophet would be plenty, but then he senses something. He cannot believe he is feeling the disgusting presence of Asa in a place like this. He vows to feast even more to fully regain his lost memories. Turns out, the target he is talking about is Set, who is currently right next to Mika. The more the demon eats, the stronger he will get, and he lets out a sickening smile toward the prison cells. He grins, hatching a sick plan, knowing humans are always incredibly protective of their children. He is going to exploit that exact weakness. You seeing this? While the demon plots, Aileen jumps into the fight, desperately trying to copy the Sword Saint's moves but realizing she has to be way more unpredictable. This completely goes against everything Lindell taught her. But what can she do? She simply cannot get it out of her head. Lost in her thoughts, Aileen totally ignores the toll this is taking on her blade and her body. After a brutal exchange, she ends up coughing up blood, her unstable aura cracking her own weapon. Watching her closely, Milliam finally speaks up, admitting the girl has some serious raw talent. The son of Pasilov became a fine swordsman by finding his own path, but Milliam thinks Aileen is built differently. Hearing this, Aileen immediately bows low in respect. She desperately begs the Sword Saint to train her. Aileen knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she is absolutely not going to let it slip away. Honestly, this was probably Mika's plan all along when he brought her here. Milliam easily agrees, telling Aileen to follow her because she has a lot to teach. Aileen is thrilled, but she is still pretty worried about leaving Mika with that annoying sewer rat. Seeing her doubt, Milliam reassures her that the kid will handle it just fine. Over with Mika, Set the Grimoire is also getting pretty anxious about his condition, asking if he is okay after pushing himself so hard against the Sword Saint earlier. Mika just presses his hand against the floor, channeling detection magic. He says he is perfectly fine, but once the scan finishes, a look of worry washes over his face. He mutters that he was curious about what the demon was up to, and it turns out he is doing exactly what they feared. The abhorrent monarch is heading straight for the children. Targeting children would not actually benefit him, meaning he is definitely keeping them as hostages. The sewer rat has fully transformed into a straight-up devil. He is absolutely loving every second of it, feeding on the terrifying screams and pure despair of the kids. He sits comfortably on his throne, waiting for his challenger to arrive. The moment he spots Mika, he sneers, mocking him for taking so long. Mika calmly apologizes for keeping him waiting, prompting a sick, disgusting laugh from the abhorrent monarch. He laughs that it is totally fine, because watching these little brats struggle in pure agony is actually pretty entertaining. He feels lucky to witness it. Yep, every single commander under the Demon King is a total freak like this. Mikhail is way too used to this garbage to let some trash talk get under his skin. Seeing his mind games fail, this nasty lord sneers and says he only planned to snack on that prophet girl, but he never expected to get a bonus teammate to munch on too. He brags that Mikhail is just free XP to help him level up faster. Mikhail just crosses his arms, looking completely unfazed, and scoffs. So what? Honestly, you can tell this trash-tier demon is low-key panicking right now. What is giving our boy so much damn confidence? Did he secretly pocket some cheat code item? After staring for a bit, the demon decides Mikhail is just bluffing. He raises his hand, unleashing dark magic, and mumbles that since his main meal is here, he does not need those other side dishes anymore. Mikhail looks where he is pointing and realizes that is exactly where the kids are locked up. He instantly drops a barrier spell, blocking a flood of shadow hands heading for them. The disgusting lord smirks, saying this is perfect, and calls Mikhail a useful little pawn. Mikhail tells Set to go protect the kids and ignore him. Set is super worried, but she decides to trust him and moves out. Seeing Mikhail lose his shield, the nasty lord immediately unleashes his dark energy, laughing at how stupid he is for ditching his support. A million shadow tentacles blast forward to crush him, but Mikhail quickly teleports into the air, dodging the whole attack. Up there, he quietly reads his opponent. The guy can morph his shadows, but this is way weaker than the crazy stuff Mikhail fought before regressing. The trash lord misses, but immediately fires another shot, mocking Mikhail to see how long he can keep running like a rat. Mikhail casts a multicast spell to strike back. He uses wind blades to shred all the tentacles, leaving the demon completely shook that he blocked them all. He cannot even use the kids as hostages anymore. This fight is getting way too intense to lose focus. He sneers, wondering how long Mikhail can actually survive without his teammate. The dark energy swells up, morphing into massive beast jaws ready to swallow him whole. Mikhail flashes right next to him using instant teleportation, but the nasty lord just busts out laughing like he expected it. He calls Mikhail stupid for thinking close combat gives him an edge, instantly driving a tentacle straight through Mikhail's shoulder, but this was all calculated. Mikhail grabs the demon's head and starts chanting the hymn of virtue, saying, "Be kind and give generously, remember the sincere hearts." He continues chanting, "The shadows of the dead are brief, but their footsteps are eternal." As the demon screams in agony, his power completely drained. There is no way a mere mortal should know this chant. The ancient hymn of virtue was supposed to be completely forgotten. The Demon King always had his eyes on this world, but heroes always rose to fight back, crafting this holy song to seal away their devious enemies. This chant has to be engraved straight into their souls. Before regressing, Mikhail never got to use it because the demons were always on high alert. Now things are different. Finishing the chant, Mikhail calls it "This is the absolute end for you." Hearing his real name, Beelzebub, exposed shocks him to his core, since people in this era should have totally forgotten the Demon King and his crew. But he is never going to find out why. Mikhail just clenches his fist, and the demon crumbles into black dust. Set watches this in absolute shock, wondering if he is really gone. She cannot believe one of the 12 elite demon generals got deleted this easily. But all Mikhail cares about is if the kids are safe. Set is still shaking, but mutters that they are all fine. She tells him that is not what he should be asking. He literally just wiped out a whole demon general without even breaking a sweat, which usually triggers a massive disaster. Exactly like Set warned, the demon's remains morph into a creepy, giant heart covered in eyes and mouths. It starts leaking a toxic aura as the eyes glare at Mikhail, the mouth mocking him, asking if he seriously thought killing him was the end. He boasts that Mikhail's arrogance just brought a massive plague upon this world. But Mikhail just smiles, not showing a single drop of worry. Thought our boy was dumb enough to fight without a plan? Mikhail just smirks and draws a massive magic circle. The demon mocks his efforts, laughing that a basic spell is completely useless unless he is a tier 8 mage or higher. Nothing can stop his curse. Mikhail is still oozing confidence, replying that his curse only works if the person trying to break it is clueless. Set tries to stop him, warning that a general's curse is a whole different beast, but Mikhail cuts her off, revealing his secret weapon. Dropping to his knees, Mikhail touches the magic circle, and the mark on his neck begins to glow brightly. Massive mana bursts out, lighting up the entire room. Set watches with her jaw on the floor, shocked that he mastered the holy relic this fast. What Mikhail is doing right now is analyzing the curse. At its core, a curse is just another spell, and every spell starts with basic geometry and structure. Like math, you can solve any problem step by step. So what happens if you reverse engineer the process? Simple, the spell goes back to square one, and the demon starts shrinking fast. Panicking, it screams, asking what he is doing, but those useless words do not shake Mikhail at all. Breaking it completely is impossible, but weakening it is plenty. The rest of the job should be a walk in the park for her. The ally he is talking about is the Sword Saint, Milium, who is prepped and waiting outside. Sensing its end, the demon tries to drag everyone down with him. Mikhail tells Set to trap the demon in a storm. The beast explodes, releasing a wave of toxic, deadly curse energy. But the holy mana keeps the curse sealed tight. With it weakened like this, the Sword Saint can clean up easily, as Mikhail walks forward. When they ask what the heck he's planning, Mika just smirks. He wants to confirm some things. A demon's curse? Honestly, how often do you get to personally experience that? It'll be quick, before it fades. Right after saying that, Mika completely ignores Set's warnings and dives straight into the dark energy. Meanwhile, Murden, the butler, watches from afar with the Sword Saint Milium. Murden sighs. Honestly, his young master pushed that poor demon trash way too hard. Milium just scoffs. Chak, I was literally wondering where you've been hiding. Turns out you've been freeloading with the Walpurgis family? But Murden acts completely clueless. Oh, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. How could a humble butler like me be connected to someone so prestigious? Milium says she heard Murden already knows how to handle this mess. Murden just plays dumb, claiming he only knows because his young master mentioned it. Then Milium asks if Mika knows his real identity. Honestly, even Murden wonders about that. But look, we have bigger things to worry about. Let's wrap this up first. He tells her to suppress it using her true energy. Milium doesn't even hesitate. She coordinates with Murden in perfect sync. Watch this. This instantly triggers some old memories. Together, their combined energy unleashes a brilliant light that wraps around the curse, crushing it into dust. Just like that, the nasty demon's trace is completely wiped out. The next day, Archbishop Eli meets Mika with a huge grin. Hey, nice job, kid. He admits he never expected things to go this smoothly. After all, Beelzebub, the 7th commander of the Demon King's army, has officially been taken down for good. Everything happened completely in secret while the capital stayed peaceful. Still, this is a massive wake-up call for the military about the demon threat. While Eli is busy thanking him, Mika brings up their previous deal. Eli instantly gets serious, asking if he's talking about the selection process to become the legendary hero. He promises to publicly back Mika, but then he drops a warning. Does Mika know that the Royal Empire already has their eyes set on someone else? Eli promises he's got Mika's back, but warns him to stay extremely cautious. Mika just scowls at this. He knows exactly who it is, and there's no way he'd ever forget that jerk. Siegfried, that absolute idiot. After finishing his business, Mika finally leaves the temple, only to find his former fiancé Island waiting right outside. She thanks him for helping them get this far. She says her master is leaving right away because there is someone he absolutely has to find, no matter what it takes. Mika casually tells her to follow him and study hard. Island hesitates for a moment, then admits she came to say her final goodbyes. She apologizes, saying neither of them wanted this forced engagement. She admits they probably could have tried to make it work, but she chose to push him away instead. She hopes they can get along if he accepts her apology. Seeing Mika smile, she blushes red from absolute embarrassment. She is totally flustered. She snaps, asking what is so funny. Mika just chuckles. No, it is not like that, but honestly, I do not feel anything for you anymore. He tells her to just go live her own life. This finally lifts the heavy burden off Island's chest, letting her smile genuinely at Mika. She tells him their rivalry officially starts now, and she will catch up to him soon. After saying goodbye to Island, the Sword Saint Milium also approaches Mika. She asks if he is done chatting with her student. Mika is ready. He nods, explaining he came to keep his promise since she is leaving so soon. He promises to reveal her son's location. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, the Pope clenches his head in absolute shock upon hearing the news. He screams in shock, asking how that filthy demon lord could possibly be found right inside the capital. He is completely losing his mind because an archdemon should have caused absolute devastation. An archbishop tells him that the demon is already dead. This completely stuns the Pope, leaving him with a head full of unanswered questions. The Pope cannot believe anyone could pull that off before a disaster struck. The archbishop explains that the monster actually died within less than a single day of its appearance. He adds that Archbishop Eli reported it was done by just one person. He hands over the letter, which the Pope reads with extreme, serious care. Basically, the young heir of the Walpurgis family single-handedly destroyed the demon in the capital. Both Archbishop Eli and little Cassandra witnessed the entire epic fight. This is insanely hard to believe. Doesn't this basically make him a true hero? Back in the capital, Mika is still speaking with Milium. He tells her that Carrion hated how she handled things, so he chose his own path. Instead of joining the vigilantes, he wanted to become a holy emperor. So how did that kid escape those underground rats? Trust me, The answer is wild. He joined a legendary force that even those sewer rats wouldn't dare mess with. He actually joined the legendary Condor Mercenary Corps. Hearing that name, Milliam's eyes instantly widen in pure shock. She gasps, asking if he really joined those protectors of freedom. The Condor Squad is a massive mercenary group built entirely on the concept of liberty. It is usually extremely hard for typical mercenary bands to earn true honor, but these guys are completely different. They are legal and highly respected by both the Empire and surrounding kingdoms. Mika steps closer, reminding her she knows how they roll. Once you join the Condor Squad, you have to throw away your old name and take a brand new one. He tells her she needs to go find them, because her son is definitely traveling with them. Milliam is absolutely thrilled to hear this, but she suddenly hesitates for a long moment. She mutters if looking for him is even the right move. Mika asks what she's talking about, since she's been searching for ages. Milliam sadly explains that if her boy actually needed her, she wouldn't hesitate, but he chose his own path. He doesn't want to become a failure like her, and her past actions only hurt him. She sighs, admitting she was never a good mother and only caused him pain. She isn't even sure if she has the right to look for him anymore. Right now, she is completely torn in half. Seeing her struggle, Mika steps closer and firmly grabs her hand to help calm her down. He tells her to worry about that after she actually finds him. She needs to talk to him first, and worry about his final choices later. He tells her that even if kids abandon their parents, real parents should never abandon their kids. He hands her a special potion, saying it will help her son, so keep it safe. Hearing these supportive words gives Milliam a sudden burst of courage. She tightly grips the potion, determined not to give up on her son. You're dead right, I can't just throw in the towel like this. Thanks, young master. I'll pay you back one day, count on it. With that, Milliam takes off into the gorgeous capital Sunset. Eli tags along with her to sharpen his own sword skills, leaving Mika to comfort the last remaining squad member. Ryan mumbles, do I really even need to be here right now? Why the long face, man? Mika asks. Did Lady Milliam chew you out? Rian is curled up in a corner, straight up sobbing. Actually, it's the exact opposite. I was totally useless in front of her, Rian sighs. Didn't do a single thing during that whole fight, yet she didn't even yell. I don't even deserve to feel disappointed. Mika doesn't think that's entirely true, but there's no way he's letting his buddies stay down in the dumps like this. Mika tosses Rian a necklace and says that's a symbol of how hard you fought to help everyone in that battle. We conquered our first trial, man. Next stop is the diocese. Ryan blinks, totally confused. Wait, the diocese? Wasn't our deal just to travel to the capital together? So, Mika decides to hit him with some slick reverse psychology. Did you seriously not hear a word I said? Maybe my judgment is slipping. This is exactly why you need to stick with me, dude. Don't tell me the future Sword Saint lets petty stuff like this ruin his vibe. Getting called the future Sword Saint makes Rian's face flush completely red with joy. Who do you think I am, huh? Just then, Murden chimes in from the side. The young master is right. I'm sure that necklace will be super useful to you. Isn't pushing past your limits exactly what it takes to become a true hero? Murden is trying so hard to look cool, but when Mika asks where he's been, he instantly shifts into actor mode. Ah, I just ran into some old friends and lost track of time talking, Murden laughs. Right then, Cassandra steps out from out of nowhere. The most crucial thing is having a reliable companion. It looks like you've already secured the backing of Archbishop Ali, Cassandra notes. He's a massive player in the church, so he'll be incredibly helpful to us. That's why I'm thinking of tagging along and helping you out from here on. It's about time I end my little vacation anyway. So, how do you feel about having the diocese's very own prophet backing you up? Could my guidance be of use on your journey? Just like that, the squad recruits a prophet. Now we are really getting somewhere as Mika preps for the Demon King. 4 days of solid rest later, Mika's wounds are mostly healed. Back in that crazy fight with the Demon General, he literally used his own body as bait. If that blow had been even a millimeter off, he'd be dead and buried. Mika realizes he's got to grind and unlock his 6th-tier magic circle as fast as humanly possible. The other elite commanders of the demon army won't be weak like those low-tier trash mobs. Right then, Seth suddenly speaks up. Hey, there's something I wanted to ask you. What even are you? Where does all your insane knowledge and high-level skill come from? If you actually trust me, shouldn't I know the truth by now? Mika quietly mulls it over. Honestly, she's got a point. Real trust is built on how deeply you actually know the other person. But telling her he literally regressed through time? Yeah. Probably not the best move. Even if Seth doesn't spill the beans to anyone else, he still has to play it super safe. Perfect. I'll go with this excuse. After a tense moment, Mika finally looks up and answers her. You know, you aren't the only one guarding Ace's ancient tomb. Seth looks pretty skeptical and questions him. Seriously, but wasn't I the very first guardian you ran into? Mika confidently replies that there's an exception, the legendary records of Toes. Hearing that name, Seth is completely blown away. Hold up, are you saying those ancient records actually still exist in this day and age? Mika nods without a single second of hesitation. I mean, it's not a total lie since he deadass absorbed the records of Toes before regressing. Plus, The tomb of Toes was actually conquered by his old squad in his past life. As for Thos himself, a bizarre manuscript was leaked into the mortal realm, widely known as the legendary records of Toes. Even though the story checks out, Mika's experience is still hard to wrap your head around. Seth asks about the next tomb, but his main focus right now is cementing his hero status first. Since the next tomb is right by the Holy Diocese, he'll just raid it while he's there. Planning this out perfectly means avoiding as much danger as possible. With her doubts cleared, Mika turns the tables and asks Seth, "By the way, there's something in the records I still don't get. What actually are the entities we call gods?" Right now, the continent worships Hekau, the god of wisdom. In his past life, before Aza's tomb was ever unearthed, Hekau was the only god anyone even knew about. Seeing Seth freeze up, Mika presses further. Are there seriously only 2 gods in this entire world? If Asa was so legendary, why can't we find any info on them? Seth looks away, giving a super vague answer. The info I can share with you right now is highly classified. Let's just say it was a tragic, unfortunate disaster. From the sound of it, Seth definitely knows what went down with Hekau. Mika throws in one more question. Let me guess. You're not going to tell me what happens once I collect all the holy relics, are you? Seth doesn't deny it, that's just how things are for now. Which is also why the records of Toes don't reveal anything beyond the bare essentials. But honestly, that's all Mika needs to know for now. After getting changed, Mika heads outside to tell Rian they're going to lie low here for a bit. Why? Because news of him taking down a demon has definitely spread across the kingdom, meaning his dad has absolutely caught wind of it by now. He sneaked out without telling his dad, so the old man is bound to show up and personally kick his butt any second. Hearing this, Rian grabs Mikha's collar, screaming, "Wait, you're saying he already knows? The strongest archmage in the entire kingdom, your freaking dad, figured it out? Are you insane? What about me? I'm stuck here with you. We've got to run, but get this, it is already way too late." The second Mikha spots those dark clouds rolling in, he instantly throws up a solid defense barrier. And thank goodness he did, because a massive, earth-shattering lightning bolt slams right down on them. Rian stands there, jaw completely on the floor. What in the absolute hell is going on? But Mika just looks off into the distance, completely chill. Yep, that's just how my old man says hello. Good to see you, Dad. Marquis steps out from the rising smoke, dripping with pure killing intent as he flips him off. Shut your mouth, boy. Honestly, you have to love this family dynamic. Meanwhile, Elle is sipping a cup of coffee, completely lost in thought. I never imagined that I'd be the one selecting the ultimate hero, but now that a demon general has spawned, I can't just sit on my hands. Mika, there's no one more worthy of the hero title. Suddenly, a massive earthquake violently shakes the entire world. Ashley thought the demons were attacking and totally freaked out. Just then, a panicked subordinate ran over to report. Marquis Maris of Wannabe is blasting his own son with magic. Meanwhile, Mikhail is running for his life to avoid getting absolutely obliterated by his dad. It is mostly lightning magic, perfect for quick cooldown, low mana spells. He probably does not actually want to put me in the hospital. Just as expected from his old man, he really perfected his magic build and maximized his lightning spam. Dodging like crazy, Mikhail casually yells out that he totally respects his father, which only triggers Marquis Maris even more. What did you just say? His dad completely snaps. Stand still and take this like a man. Suddenly, a dense electric cage wraps entirely around Mikhail. Mikhail does not even flinch. He teleports right past every single strike, and when a bolt targets his back, boom, he blocks it cold with his holy relic. Escaping the electric storm, Mikhail spins around to face his father. Dad, do you seriously think I am aiming to become a hero just for fun? Marquis Maris does not even deny it. Seeing his reaction, Mikhail continues. The new generation of heroes is built different. Dad, have you heard the news about a Demon King general appearing lately? Marquis Maris honestly does not give a damn. I heard about it, his dad grunts, but is it really that serious of a threat? I bet it is just fake propaganda from the churches to grab some quick clout. But Mikhail gets dead serious. Dad, what if I tell you this isn't just some made-up rumor? Marquis Maris instantly locks in, demanding to hear the details. After listening to the breakdown, he cautiously asks, you were saying a commander of the Demon King army actually showed up? That disgusting monster actually showed up? Looks like the old man is still pretty skeptical about the whole thing. Mikhail doubles down. The demon general definitely spawned, and it was quickly taken out after getting jumped by a few heroes. Marquis Maris squint-eyes his son, asking if he has absolutely lost his mind. A literal demon general shows up and gets wrecked without doing anything? No way, that sounds totally ridiculous. But just as they are arguing, Archbishop Ashley steps in. It is the absolute truth, she says. My lord, remember me? I believe we met about a year ago. Yet, Marquis Maris is still highly doubtful of her words. What do you mean by that? The Marquis asks. Has the church already tracked down this new hero? Archbishop Ashley flashes a bright, sunny smile toward Mikhail standing right next to her. Exactly. The hero has arrived, she says, and he is standing right in front of you. Marquis Maris completely freezes up. All I see is my idiot son. But right then, check this out. His eyes lock onto the crest on Mikhail's neck. I knew it. Maris mutters, you showed me some pretty wild things before, didn't you? Does it have something to do with that demon general's appearance? Mikhail just grins, saying he knew his dad would connect the dots. Realizing his son is telling the truth, Marquis Maris teleports away to verify. A short while later, the Marquis teleports back. I checked the residue demon energy in the capital, he admits, and it definitely feels like a demon general could have spawned there. But a legendary hero emerging from the 1FG family? It does not fit our name. This is exactly what Mikhail expected, since the 1FG household never cared about religious stuff. Mikhail quickly speaks up to explain. Father, the only reason the hero title was phased out is because we haven't faced any real threat from the Demon King. But what if the prophecy is actually coming true? The hero title only makes a comeback when humanity is forewarned of an absolute cataclysm triggered by the Demon King. The hero title is about to carry more weight than ever before. It is going to be the ultimate rally cry to unite different factions against the Demon King. But Marquis Maris is still stubborn, warning him that the church elders are not some pushovers he can easily trick. What you are planning isn't going to be a walk in the park. Right then, Mikhail triggers his storm relic, completely blowing Marquis Maris away. Archbishop Ashley is so shook, she literally drops to the floor, gasping at the divine power radiating from him. Mikhail's entire body is glowing with blinding divine energy. No matter how cunning or skeptical those church leaders are, their schemes are going to be completely useless now, because I've got a literal god backing me up. With this level of juice, the churches and kingdoms will have no choice but to reconsider my grand debut. I also get to handpick my own squad to back me up in this massive war against the demon army. Asked if he has picked anyone yet, Mikhail casually points straight at Rian, who was just minding his own business nearby. He's right here, Mikhail says. Rian's brain completely short-circuits. Marquis Maris cannot help but roast his son, saying his buddy's eyes are practically screaming no. But Mikhail just flashes a smug grin at Rian, insisting he is definitely the one. I promised him a mind-blowing gift, and that is getting to fight right alongside me in this war. Ryan instantly catches on and decides to play along with Mikhail's game. Exactly, it is my absolute honor to join him. Mikhail is seriously the only guy capable of taking down the entire demon army. He's not stupid enough to charge into danger without a foolproof plan. I am pretty sure you understand your own son a lot better than I do, sir. Hearing those words, Marquis Maris recalls everything Mikhail did recently. He realizes he can actually put his full trust in this crazy son of his. He then looks down at Archbishop Ashley still on the floor, asking if she is ready to stand by his son instead of serving her church. Without a second of hesitation, Ashley vows she'd swear an oath to God. With her loyalty locked in, Marquis Maris can finally relax. He stands up and turns to leave without looking back once. Do whatever you want, Mikhail. I won't stand in your way anymore. Having earned his dad's blessing, Mikhail feels a massive boost of confidence for his upcoming journey. This time, he is going to crush the Demon King and rewrite their tragic future. The next day, Ryan kicks open Mikhail's door, shouting at him to hand over that awesome gift he promised. Sure, the guy looks a bit goofy, but he is definitely going to be a reliable teammate. Mikhail just points to the bed, telling Ryan to lay down first. Tracing a spell in the air, Mikhail sends Rian straight into a deep trance. Wait, more like a crazy dream. Re-examine your inner self, Mikhail whispers. I promise you won't be disappointed. Rian's eyes drift shut, and when he opens them again, he's standing in a dark, post-apocalyptic wasteland. He looks around, totally clueless as to where the hell he just got transported. Suddenly, a creepy whisper echoes right behind him. You see it too, don't you? This place is just an illusion, or you could call it your own subconscious world. A pitch-black shadow creature rasps out the explanation. Hearing this, Rian realizes that none of this is actually real. Out of nowhere, the shadow monster completely loses its mind and charges straight at Rian with a drawn sword. Eyes wide with panic, Rian barely swings his blade to block. This beast is ridiculously strong. In a total panic, Rian's sword stabs right through it. He screams his head off as the world suddenly turns into a giant, empty void, and honestly, the kid almost pisses himself. The monster is already standing behind him out of nowhere, looking smug like it just watched a comedy show. Third time's a charm, so Ryan goes full defense mode and creeps closer. No way he is getting fooled this time. Channeling his mole first stance, Rian blasts a massive wave of raw energy straight at the beast. The monster leaves itself completely wide open. Talk about some seriously next-level arrogance. But before his sword can even touch a single hair, the beast slaps Ryan so hard he spits blood, sending him crashing down completely knocked out. Did you really think I was just too cocky to guard? It seems like you still do not get how my training actually works. It is die and repeat. The beast kicks Rian onto the dirt with a smirk. A second later, Rian snaps awake from the nightmare, cussing his lungs out. Rian begs to go back in right away, but Mika stops him. Hold your horses. You need to look at how trash your last fight was and figure out some actual tactics before you throw yourself back in. Rian is ready to rip his hair out. He does not even know what kind of freakish monster he was just throwing down with. That was actually your own future self, Mika thinks. Keeping it to himself, he tells Rianne to go get some sleep before their trip to Paris tomorrow. I am thinking we should hit up a few spots on our way to Paris. First stop is going to be the elf forest. By the next morning, the whole squad is already there. After touching base with Helen's group, Mika lets them know they're here for the World Tree and maybe to set up a farm or two. First, they gotta actually sneak into the elf forest. Standing in the middle of this godforsaken wasteland, Mika spots the massive, messy roots of the World Tree twisting all over the place. These World Tree roots basically wrap around the entire planet. No matter where they spread out, they always try to crawl their way back to the main source. Looking at the way they are rotting, Mika can tell the World Tree is in pretty terrible shape. Now, watch this. Mika clasps his hands, ready to gamble it all on a spell to track the roots. See, in his past life, the World Tree completely dried up because the Elf Queen got slaughtered by a high demon before she could save it. But this time around, Mika is doing whatever it takes to save the world. That is exactly how the 8th Elf King, Jiha Gigi Fresso, ended up teaming up with his squad. Trying to talk to a high-tier entity like the World Tree brings back some seriously nasty, unwanted memories. As Mika stands there lost in thought, that loudmouth, green-haired girl, Set, starts complaining. Her soul is literally bound to Mika, otherwise she would not even be here. Mika asks Set for some quick intel on the World Tree. She explains it is a direct root branch connected to Asa, meaning the tree is actually a survivor, while her kind were just sacrifices. Set mumbles in a low voice. So the Tomb Guardians are just sacrificial pawns, while entities like the World Tree are the actual survivors left behind. Maybe I will make sense of this later, Mika thinks. Standing before the World Tree, a sudden, blinding flash of light pops out of nowhere. Jizroel, the soul of the World Tree, appears and greets Mika. She instantly recognizes Set too, since Set was chosen by a holy relic and even guarded Jizroel's older sister back in the day. Holding Tot's records in his hand, Mika guesses that all this mess is tied to the Demon King or some other crazy, ancient entities. Jizroel's face goes totally pale because everything is going down exactly as she feared. The leftover junk from that evil monster has left some seriously messed up damage. As she speaks, her entire body suddenly cracks into pieces, dissolving like sea foam. Dealing with the Demon King's leftover body parts is going to be a total nightmare. If only I could have wiped them out completely, maybe things would be different, Jizroel sighs. Now, Mika finally gets why the World Tree got absolutely wrecked. Have you really been holding this down alone? That stupid corruption almost wiped out the entire world, you know. Mika asks her, if I put it in human terms, I basically drank a poison with a 100% mortality rate, and it is definitely going to kill me in 4 days. It is better to think of it as me getting the job done. But until that happens, I still have a little time left, Jizroel says. So the Demon King's corruption hasn't fully rotted your mind yet, right? That means we still have a shot, Mika says in a low voice. Before Mika got reborn, Jizroel chose a complete suicide mission to drag the Demon King's leftover forces down to hell with her. But that sneaky bastard just waited until she passed away to launch his massive, world-ending invasion. So in the end, her choice just got her killed for absolutely nothing. But guess what? Things are different now. We gotta wipe out that trash before it touches your actual roots in the next 4 days. Trust me, I am going to save you. Mika promises her, and even the book tells Jizroel to trust him. She is literally sniffing with tears, but before she can even get emotional, Mika ruins the vibe by demanding his reward up front. I do not even need this for myself. It is just to clear this entire mess up, Mika thinks, before speaking out. He points straight up to the sky, letting her know he wants the absolute oldest and best branch from Jizroel's entire tree body. An elf dude is kneeling before the World Tree, begging for a way to save it. My child, some call me the mother, while others call me the World Tree. The darkness is trying to swallow me, but it is not too late. A human boy carries my light, and if you follow him, hope might actually shine on us again. The second the tree stops talking, a deep voice echoes right behind the guy. And yep, it is none other than our boy Mika. Mika leads him down a familiar trail. Even after this entire forest got slaughtered and left empty, the path stayed the same. Now, he's got to change the current Elf King's fate. The old man is super ancient, but he is definitely no pushover, and keeping him alive is huge for us. Normally, he would get slaughtered by the Demon King's unsealed remnants, but Mika refuses to let him die like that. By the way, did you seriously come out here all alone? It is not that I do not trust you, but this forest is a nightmare to navigate, the elf says. The guys outside do not play by the rules. Mika just chuckles. Suddenly, a panicked guard rushes over, screaming about some random intruders. Mika smirks because he has been waiting for this. Up in the sky, 4 weird flying objects are getting chased by angry villagers. And who else could it be but Ryan and his squad of absolute troublemakers? Mika is about to lose his mind on them, but they straight up shut him up first, claiming he ditched them. Talk about getting speechless. Then, this crusty old butler seriously demands Mika take the rap for everything his squad messed up. You want to play? Fine. Mika immediately has his guys tie the old dude up to save himself a massive headache. About that World Tree branch, Mika says he already got his advance pay, but still needs their backup. Moments later, the elf guy, El, leads the squad to the spirit palace where his dad lives. Since the dawn of time, elves and spirits coexisted. It is simple, the Spirit King is chosen by both races to lead them. Basically, he's an elf approved by all spirits. This is where they live. For elves, this is easily the most sacred place in the entire world. A few spirits pop out of the bushes, rubbing their cheeks affectionately on Mika's face. They are never friendly to outsiders. Like, never. But he represents the world tree, El explains as they reach the grand doors. He swings them open to reveal the Spirit King, looking absolutely majestic as he gives them a royal greeting. Mika bows politely. El immediately steps up. Don't freak out, father. But the world tree literally appeared right in front of us for a split second. The Spirit King freezes in shock. He demands absolute proof right now. While El is sweating over what to do, Mika just pats his shoulder with a super confident smirk. But watch this. The Spirit King is deadass stunned when Mika casually whips out an actual branch of the world tree. The Spirit King gets it immediately. Having this branch means Mika is officially approved by the tree itself. This is the ultimate, undeniable proof of everything. Mika watches in silence as Jiren Hades, the current Spirit King, bows low before him, begging this messenger to bring salvation to his dying people. He suddenly drops to his knees at Mika's feet, begging him. Mika tells him he has some business first, planning to forge an artifact. This artifact will neutralize the poison eating away at the world tree using its own branch. So, Mika wants to borrow their forge specifically, the Lake of The Spirit King is seriously shocked Mika even knows about the Lake of It was originally Ur's personal forge, where elite spirit blacksmiths crafted epic gear for the Spirit Kings. Without wasting a second, the Spirit King offers to lead him there. But Mika declines he actually has a different favor to ask. He tells the Spirit King that the poison eating the world tree is actually a remnant of the Demon Lord. Yes, the ultimate enemy of all living things. The Spirit King timidly admits he cannot feel any evil energy. Mika explains that's because the world tree is currently dominating the corruption with her raw power. This is the best she can do, crying out for help. But her voice is too weak for anyone to hear. Both sides want to help each other, but they straight up cannot communicate. They have to fix this, but there is a massive catch. The second Mika starts forging, the Demon Lord's remnant will detect and try to stop him. A massive disaster is about to rain down on the Spirit Forest. They cannot waste any more time, they need to end this fast. Mika's grim warning leaves everyone utterly speechless. The Spirit King clutches his head in stress before telling El to take Mika to the lake. Meanwhile, Mika secretly swears he will risk absolutely everything to protect these people. After rallying the group for backup, a fired-up Mika sets off to get to work. El leads him straight to the Lake of exactly as requested. Nobody knows how used this lake to craft magic items, since there are zero clues left behind. El asks if Mika happens to know how, and of course he does. See, Mika actually forged countless items here in his past life. Used this lake in a highly secret way to keep it to himself. But plot twist, wasn't even a blacksmith. Thinking to himself, Mika hurls the branch into the water. Suddenly, the lake starts boiling like a literal volcano. In reality, was actually a high-tier mage. Mika grins. The legendary elf master blacksmith, was deadass, a secret mage. Sure, was a pretty decent mage, but his talents had some major limitations. So he made a genius pivot. If he couldn't hit the top as a standard wizard, he'd succeed in a completely different way. That is how ended up becoming an absolute master of magic items. Mika realizes that the clear fountain in the name is just a metaphor, not a literal water fountain. Even though the water looks totally normal, high-density mana is fully blended into it. It's basically water that's been completely liquefied into pure energy. Mika immediately channels a spell to analyze the structure. A surge of magic from the branch transforms the churning lake into precise, swirling streams. This world tree mistletoe is a legendary ingredient packed with raw life force. The real issue is that refining this thing with absolute perfection is basically impossible for normal people. But what if we use a totally broken magic method? Mika smirks, reaching out to manipulate the mana-infused water to refine the mistletoe like an absolute boss. This whole process is going to take about 4 days. Since they are at the fountain, there are bound to be plenty of other hidden treasures left by The legendary gear of the former kings is probably scattered around here. Go hunt for it yourself while I focus on this, Mika tells El, who nods excitedly in agreement. And just like that, the 4-day countdown begins. 3 days in, everything is moving way faster than expected, thanks to major assists from Rian's crew. Still, the young mage girl is feeling pretty anxious, just praying Mika can pull this off. But check this out as they chat. The ground beneath them suddenly violently splits apart. Out of the ruins emerges a giant, glossy black serpent, roaring and violently spitting deadly acid and webbing everywhere as the squad panics. Facing this absolute beast, the group is shaking so hard they can barely even move. The insane power radiating from this monster fills them with pure, paralyzing dread. Rian realizes they stand zero chance against this thing. Damn it, why is he so weak? He wishes he could be as insanely strong as that warrior from his dreams. Where on earth is Mika? Rian grits his teeth, looking around desperately while praying for Mika to show up and save them. The pitch-black serpent is straight up oozing pure bloodlust, ready to completely wipe out the Spirit King and Rian's forces. The royal army forms up instantly, releasing a massive rain of arrows right at the giant snake. Screaming in pure agony, the beast charges forward like a freight train, but the elves' magic barriers hold it back just in the nick of time. But the monster's thrashing gets way too violent. Under the sheer force, the barrier starts cracking and shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, after 3 straight days of intense grinding, Mika has successfully completed the entire magic orb system. Everything actually went way smoother than he planned, making it an absolute success. Mikhail figures he just needs to slot this orb into his staff and he's golden. Holding his breath, he snaps it in and boom. A crazy, blinding light completely blasts across the sky. Meanwhile, that giant serpent is going absolutely ballistic, making several elves cough up blood and collapse. They've hit their absolute limit, and their defense barrier is about to completely shatter into pieces. With one giant slam, the monster's raw force completely trashes the barrier. But suddenly, a crazy beam of light zaps out of nowhere, frying the serpent until it's black as charcoal. Mikhail shows up clutch, making everyone super relieved. If he didn't wrap this up fast, the whole place would be nothing but a pile of burning rubble. Normally, spamming a basic level 5 spell like Holy Light wouldn't do anywhere near this much damage. But with this staff, crafted from ultra-rare World Tree wood, it's a whole different game. Still, those nasty fragments have been festering on the World Tree for way longer than just a year or two. There's zero chance the World Tree didn't get corrupted during that time. Honestly, this thing has got to be a literal fragment of the Demon King. If I can one-shot this beast with my staff, the World Tree won't have to suffer anymore. But don't worry, I didn't come here with just this one trick up my sleeve. Mikhail thinks anxiously as he flies closer. The giant serpent screeches, baring its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs as it snarls right back at him. Right as it lunges to take a bite out of him, a magic-charged arrow flies in from afar and hits the beast dead on, exploding into a massive cloud of thick dust. This legendary arrow is a famous treasure packed with crazy divine power. And yeah, our elf buddy set came through with the perfect assist, landing that arrow at the absolute best moment. Inside the thick black dust, the serpent's skin is literally melting off, showing its creepy white bones. Mikhail gives Set a quick nod and charges straight at the monster with total confidence in his eyes. Mikhail and Set actually jump straight inside the beast's disgusting body. It's definitely a fragment, and it feels pretty close to the actual Demon King. Ju explains that inside this bloody stomach filled with dark energy, the fragments are spawning into demons. Since they're totally unstable, they don't look too strong yet. But Mikhail still has to watch out. Get this, these things can apparently keep respawning inside the fragment. As they swarm in, he slams his staff to summon a massive magic circle. Next, he unleashes Saint Gate, a custom spell he successfully invented himself before his regression. Casting this thing is insanely harder than any other spell, literally making Mikhail cough up blood. It is a high-tier spell he kept ready for desperate situations just like this. Still, it's his only shot. Wiping his mouth, Mikhail unleashes a lethal blast, vaporizing the demons and leaving, Set completely jaw-dropped. Ju worries he is pushing his body way too far. And she is totally right, this spell drains a massive amount of mana. If he tries combining it with other magic, he can only hold it for 5 minutes. I have to finish this within that time limit, Mikhail tells himself, sweating like crazy. After searching through the guts, Mikhail finally spots the Demon King's giant eye deep inside the serpent. The creepy, bloodshot eye stares right at him and starts whipping fleshy tendrils directly in his direction. With only 3 minutes left on his spell, Mikhail dodges the dizzying attacks from the eye and quickly channels his teleportation magic. Down to the last minute, Mikhail pulls out a rune stone and slams it hard into the monster's inner flesh. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, a flaming arrow loaded with massive energy snipes in out of nowhere, slicing straight through all the eye's bloody tendrils. On the outside, the giant serpent totally loses its mind in agony, stumbling around. Mikhail scoffs, asking the beast if it seriously thought the World Tree would do nothing while they prepare to destroy it. Smirking at the giant eye, Mikhail says that there is always a chance for him, even before his regression. Even if all his efforts failed and he died, everything still had a purpose. Mikhail then unleashes a unique level 7 spell, aiming it straight at that creepy eye. Countless plant sprouts explode into growth, completely taking over the monster's entire body. He hopes someone finds the tiny sprout later. Even if this evil fragment completely absorbs the tree, at least some part of it will survive. This special magic is dedicated solely to the World Tree, Mikhail says with a bright smile. Seeing this, both the World Tree and our elf buddy are moved to tears as a path for a fresh start opens up. Honestly, it is like a beautiful hymn of praise. Tiny glowing particles from inside the serpent's body surge directly into the World Tree, instantly making its leaves turn vibrant green and sparkle like pure magic. Remembering Mikhail's promise to save the World Tree, Set is deeply moved and vows to keep moving forward. Ju is also incredibly grateful to Mikhail, as she can finally protect her beloved forest and children again. Mikhail tells her to save the thanks for later, pointing out he kept his promise and asking if it is now time for the World Tree to fulfill its pact. Mikhail asks, "And brace yourselves, because Ju actually admits that this deal is way too unfair for everything he has done, but that essence only increases your total magic circle count." Personally, she feels like that is way too cheap of a reward for literally saving her entire life. Instead, she promises to give Mikhail a part of herself. Hearing Ju make such a bold claim completely shocks Set, who gasps out, "A part of you? Then how are you going to keep the balance of the world in check? You literally just got your freedom back, so why are you making things so hard on yourself?" Set really has no clue what's going on in Ju's head. She explains that from now on, Mikhail can do way more than just gather mana. He can store elemental energy inside his own body. Ju explains this is her ultimate gift to Mikhail. She hands him a strand of her hair, telling him to tie it around his wrist so she can transfer the power. As Ju's magic flows into him, Mikhail feels the crazy raw power of the World Tree circulating deep within his body, healing all his wounds and stabilizing his magic circles. His mana is moving like crazy, which normally would have turned his body into a complete bloody mess. But thanks to this divine boost, his injuries heal in seconds. Clenching his teeth, Mikhail can feel the massive power surging deep into his core. With everything wrapped up, he is officially a high-tier level 6 mage now. That night, the entire elf squad throws a wild party, drinking way past midnight. Seeing them this happy for once actually puts a huge smile on Mikhail's face. The Spirit King even sits next to him to check in, and Mikhail politely thanks him. Prince Set is a legit genius, spreading the tree's wisdom and setting up meetings with the spirits. He even has the crazy ability to easily connect with the Spirit King. Mikhail comments that the man seems to think pretty highly of his son. "As a father, I am honestly so thrilled," the man replies with a cheerful grin. But Mikhail just stares right back at him, dead silent. Back before the regression, Jiha kept repeating this one line, "My dad is a pretty amazing person." And honestly, he was totally right. It is a massive relief that I actually managed to save the guy. Mikhail smirks, lost in thought. Suddenly, the Spirit King drags him right in front of the crowd. He boldly announces to everyone that he will leave the forest to back Mikhail up whenever the kid needs. The entire elf squad is totally down with that. They go wild, screaming Mikhail's name and hyping him up straight to the heavens. Mikhail grins so hard his eyes squint, but then he suddenly freezes like he forgot something major. Meanwhile, the Pope just called everyone together for some emergency meeting. Some guy in the crowd guesses the Pope is about to pick a new reserve hero. And yep, the Pope confirms that he already talked it over with Archbishop Ali, who fully agreed on the plan. The Pope nods. But wait, another voice chimes in, "Your Holiness, that kid from House Walpurgis has mage blood in his veins." He points out that they still do not even know what these heroes are actually after, giving the Pope a massive headache. Honestly, he cannot understand when these so-called servants of God got so incredibly selfish. "Listen up," the Pope warns, "we only follow God's words, we do not get to make the calls. We agreed to train a hero to stop the upcoming disaster, but why can we not just eliminate that candidate?" Before he can even finish, Archbishop Killen slams his hands on the table in pure rage. "Our goal is forcing that kid to serve our interests, yet you come in here talking like this. If he is the chosen one, he will easily crush the other academy candidates to become the hero. But look, being a hero is not the only path. There are tons of other ways to save people." The Pope shuts them down, wrapping up the meeting. He feels like today was a total waste of time, but hey, at least he got to speak his mind and buy a little more time. He wonders what kind of guy Mikhail really is. Meanwhile, Mikhail is busy saying his final goodbyes to the elf squad. They promise to meet up again. But check this out, they actually ask if he plans to be the hero, believing he is the perfect fit. But other kingdoms will definitely hate that. Too many people use fake prophecies just to start wars. And honestly, that is exactly why we locked ourselves away in the Spirit Forest. Jiha says, and Mikhail already knows the deal. That idiot back then actually believed the Holy Kingdom was good, desperately trying to escape their control. Mikhail closes his eyes, remembering those dark days. Now, Jiha can only wish him a safe journey, hoping the blessing tree protects Mikhail on his path. Good luck, I know you will get it. Do you remember what I told you? You do not have to carry the world on your shoulders. Trying to do everything alone will not change a single thing. I seriously hope this whole mess finally made you realize that, Mikhail says, pointing straight at Jiha's face. The biggest issue with Jiha is that while he was busy saving countless lives, he got completely trapped in his past. He was always a proud noble, and it honestly kills Mikhail to see him like this. Now that I am back in the past, I am definitely going to save Jiha, Mikhail thinks. Seeing Jiha promise to take his words to heart makes him pretty satisfied. Mikhail hopes Jiha walks the right path from now on. Plus, he just secured a solid ally for his world-saving journey. On their way to the next spot, everyone keeps bugging him about who he really is, so Mikhail decides to just come clean. Alright, I guess it is time to drop the truth. He tells them he can pull off the impossible because he hears God's voice. Wait, what? The entire squad freezes, thinking they literally misheard him. Completely frozen. What the hell is Mikhail saying? Honestly, you can tell they just flat out refuse to process this. His hair literally shines like the sun, paired with striking golden eyes. Seriously, the guy looks exactly like a legendary warrior straight out of a fairy tale. But who knew this supposed warrior would be so reckless? Just a smug idiot chasing some hero fantasy, totally ignoring his own actual limits. Because of his ego, tons of people died. Yet, the bastard refused to admit his mistakes to the very end. Anyway, back to Mikhail claiming he hears God's voice. Rian and the others are highly doubtful, thinking Mikhail is just capping. Seeing their curious faces, Mikhail lets out a smug smirk. He reveals God basically told them to screw off, leaving everyone stunned. When the soil is bad, the tree rots. Sadly, the current Holy Empire is already completely rotten to the core. In God's name, the Holy Kingdom can go screw itself, Mikhail says, proudly flipping them off. Now that we are done here, why don't we just flip the Elder's entire chessboard? Mikhail smirks as they arrive at Niu, the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Right there stands the Tower of Saints, the ultimate symbol of the Empire. That means they finally made it. The gatekeeper starts asking a million annoying questions, but Mikhail just flashes the invitation from Archbishop Ali, making the guy jump. After signing his name in blood, Mikhail successfully gets inside. Sure, the elders are pretty cautious about picking their fighters, but even if they strip away a guy's title, a true warrior is still going to be a warrior. Ryan tags along, thinking Mikhail is a total attention magnet. It is pretty impressive, especially with Mikhail flexing his glowing tattoo and wielding that supreme staff. Pure divine power radiates from Mikhail, leaving the crowd completely breathless. Oh, and make sure you report this back to the old nobles who sent you. Mikhail silently schemes, already figuring out his next moves to deal with the sketchy spies hiding out in the chaotic crowd. The old butler is nagging in his ear, so Mikhail just tells him to go get some rest. And just like he predicted, those spies already reported his divine power to their master. Bishop Killen finds this pretty hard to believe. The House of Walpurgis is purely mages. There is no way a mage should ever be able to wield divine power. Mana and divine power simply do not mix. Combining them is some fairy tale myth, or like, a literal divine miracle. On top of that, the spies spotted Cassandra traveling with the young master of House Walpurgis. Hearing this, Killen's eyes pop open in pure shock. A mid-level priest named Sihan shows up at the door to personally welcome Mikhail. Mikhail takes one look and figures Sihan is pretty young for his rank. Mikhail asks Sihan to lead the way, figuring his followers can take care of themselves. Or maybe he should give them a heads up, he silently thinks. Mika pulls Cassandra in close, whispering in her ear that Archbishop Kit-In has probably already sensed her presence. And yeah, of course that shady old guy did. They are the most paranoid about my prophecy, she asks, totally stressed. What should I even do? He just stares back and tells her to do whatever she wants, because he has got her back no matter what. Mika locks eyes with Cassandra, dead serious. Staring at each other under the fading sunset like this gives her a massive burst of confidence to keep going. She promises Mika she will do what is best right now, but as he turns, she grabs him, begging him to wait so she can finally explain why she fled the Holy Kingdom. Cassandra desperately grabs Mika before he can head inside. A second later, the massive doors slam shut, gone. Telling Mika the truth feels right. Honestly, he is the only one she trusts. Seeing Rian completely overwhelmed by the Holy Kingdom, Cassandra shares a bit of her past. She tells him she was amazed her first time here, since she literally grew up in the slums. But that is all ancient history. The Holy Kingdom was her saving grace. It saved her from that slum. That is why she always wished this place would never change. And since Mika told her to just follow her gut, she knows what she has to do. If they refuse to listen to her prophecies, she is going to force them to believe her. Cassandra clenches her fists tightly, desperately telling herself to stay strong and push through. Meanwhile, Mika follows Sihan deep inside the temple. The priest suddenly asks him if it is true that he pulled off some legendary holy miracle right at the front gate. Sihan is absolutely dying of curiosity, but Mika is just annoyed, realizing his dramatic gate stunt has already turned into a massive rumor. It is just divine power, so what is the big deal if a mage uses it? Mika asks Sian. Sian's eyes totally light up as he fanboys over seeing a real hero cast magic. Turns out, the Holy Kingdom still has not picked their next hero. Mika assumed it was obviously going to be Siegfried, like, who else could it even be? Sihan sighs, saying Siegfried is nice and all, but how should he put it? You know how people say you have to make up for being kind of dumb with other qualities. That is basically the vibe he gives off, but as Sihan keeps rambling, he catches a glimpse of Mika's freezing cold expression and instantly shuts his mouth. Sihan stammers an apology, but then, out of nowhere, Mika grabs Sihan's hand, leans in, and whispers that he actually likes him, leaving the poor priest totally paralyzed with goosebumps. Sihan, the intermediate priest, Mika notes to himself. I definitely need to keep this guy close. He is going to be incredibly useful in the chaotic days ahead. Before long, they arrive at the Pope's office. Sian gives Mika a quick rundown on the rules and offers to wait right outside for him. Mika kicks the door open, dying to see what Pope Gregorius looks like. But wait, look who's actually sitting there. Talk about a shockingly familiar face. They lock eyes, both of them frozen in absolute shock. But rewind a bit, just minutes ago, Mika was pressuring Cassandra about whether she fled the kingdom because people ignored her prophecies, and she admitted that was not the only reason. The public prophecy? A total, complete lie. The real prophecy warns that the demon lord will drown the world in fire. Chaos will spread like wildfire, and blood will literally flood the entire continent. But fighting this demon lord is a lion with a golden mane, wearing an upside-down sun around its neck. And the sun? That is the ultimate symbol of a hero. Because of that, there is a massive chance people will interpret this as a prophecy foretelling the future downfall of their beloved hero. She whispers, "The legendary power of a hero has always been beyond human comprehension, so facing such a dark, ominous prophecy about their savior is a nightmare for them. Obviously, they would do anything to keep this secret locked down," she adds. But Mika is stuck on one specific detail, that golden-maned lion. He starts piecing it together. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as he remembers someone with that exact golden hair, Siegfried, who is literally standing right in front of him right now. "Welcome, Lord Mika," Siegfried sneers. Hearing his smug, fake greeting makes a wave of toxic curse words instantly rise up in Mika's throat. But Mika forces himself to hold back, clenching his fists to keep his cool. He greets the Pope as the glorious representative of the Holy Kingdom and the wise eyes of Hekau. "I am honored to meet you," Mika says, "but mind telling me who this other guy is?" Pope Gregorius turns to him, explaining that this is the young prodigy of the Golden Lion Knights, Lord Siegfried. He is also a primary candidate for the hero's position. Both of you are currently candidates, and soon enough, one of you will have the great honor of claiming that legendary title. With that, Siegfried steps forward. He offers a fake, friendly handshake. They shake hands while Mika silently fumes inside. He immediately notices Siegfried trying to secretly channel holy power into his grip, testing to see how strong Mika actually is. "Oh, you want to play dirty? Fine." Mika is about to humble this smug punk. He activates his mana circulation, trapping Siegfried's energy so the guy literally cannot pull his hand back. Siegfried clenches his jaw, turning red as Set whispers in Mika's ear to let go before he accidentally kills the idiot. Only then does Mika release his grip. Siegfried is absolutely drenched in sweat, looking completely shell-shocked by Mika's terrifying level of power. "It seems you possess pure holy energy," Pope Gregorius observes. "In terms of purity, your power might actually surpass my own. Have you achieved enlightenment?" Mika just nods, lying right to his face without blinking. Siegfried loses his mind, yelling that it is impossible because God Hekau stopped giving enlightenment to humans after the prophecy war. "Even the Pope has not received enlightenment yet," Siegfried snaps. "A hero is supposed to be born special, untouchable. To a real hero, even the Pope's commands mean absolutely nothing, because God Hekau walks right beside them, which is exactly why the god is called wise. What a generic knight, like you said, is not just insulting to a hero, it is straight-up holy blasphemy. How dare you drag our supreme god down to compare him to trashy mortals?" Mika barks, shutting Siegfried down so hard that the knight immediately bows and begs for forgiveness. Mika was planning to use this drama to explain his fake enlightenment, but suddenly, a strange girl sitting in the corner of the room catches his eye. He knows for a fact that corner was completely empty a second ago. As she realizes Mika can actually see her, she smirks with pure, malicious amusement. She snaps her fingers to freeze time itself, then squeaks out a challenge for Mikhail to guess her identity. I mean, literally almost nobody has the kind of broken magic that can just stop time like this. Among those rare elites, only one person comes to mind. Mikhail gets a sudden bad feeling and blurts out the name Hao, and he is spot on. But her playful, mocking attitude does not feel godly at all. She acts more like Safade instead. "Seriously, Safade, you look absolutely nothing like your old self right now. I have every right to say that since I am the source of all magic and the other half of the Sama," Hisao arrogantly tells Safade. "Yeah, right, more like a random broken shard that fell off him. You were always trying to beat him, yet who was crying her eyes out yesterday." Before Safade can even finish, Hikau grabs her head and slams it into the dirt, nearly knocking her straight to heaven. Totally embarrassed, Hisao shifts her attention to Mikhail. "You have received a portion of Ace's power, and you will probably get even more in the future. That means you are his actual successor. Too bad, your eyes are looking at me with zero respect, so it seems you have no intention of serving me at all. The world tree is literally dying and the great demon is massing his army. You are just standing there, completely useless. Why would I worship you under these conditions?" Mikhail shoots back bluntly, and Hikau actually finds his attitude pretty amusing. She explains that she had her own private reasons for not answering Mikhail's summon, mostly because her response simply could not reach him. "People call me a god, an entity who is equal to him, but that does not mean I am automatically perfect. Basically, due to some annoying issues, my children cannot even hear my voice, which is exactly why they denied my previous oracle. To be perfectly honest, you are currently the only human I can actually communicate with, so I need you to show me a real reason to use you. If we settle this smoothly, it is a win-win for both of us." Hisao finishes talking and snaps her fingers, returning time back to normal. Back to reality, Mikhail is about to tell Sifan about the prophecy. Remembering Hisao's words, he tells himself he has to handle this mess as fast as possible. First, he needs to lay down a trap. To those begging for salvation, I have heard that the current state of this holy kingdom is absolutely rotten to the core. His blunt words instantly make Safade and Gregorius turn pale, sweating with pure rage. Mikhail quickly takes the upper hand using the prophecy, telling Gregorius that a long time ago, he knows Gregorius had 2 kids, and one was fully under his control. The other one is not, and that is why things are not going the way you planned. Rattled by Mikhail's threat, Gregorius turns ghost white and can barely breathe. Even though it sounds super vague, I am sure you will figure it out yourself. Besides, even if it is not true, it does not really matter. I just need to play my cards right to make the prophecy a reality, Mikhail thinks gleefully. Meanwhile, Gregorius is so incredibly stressed he begs to end their meeting right now. It will be fine, everything will happen exactly as predicted, Mikhail says mysteriously. He leaves a totally cryptic parting line before walking out, leaving the old man in absolute panic. Very soon, Mikhail is going to force everything to fall in line with his grand plan. As he exits the palace, a distinctive local tattoo is still visible on his hand. Safade feels that at this rate, his entire body is going to be covered in seals. Alright, time to head over to Cassandra, Mikhail says. Meanwhile, over with Rian's squad, a random knight pops out of nowhere to block their path. Where's the prophet? He demands. Now this is about to get messy. I want a meeting, he rudely demands, instantly ticking off Rian's entire group. Without even seeing who he came for, he loses patience again and draws his sword to threaten them. And looking past her mask, the knight suddenly realizes her face looks super familiar. A brutal look flashes in his eyes as he steps closer to her, but Rian suddenly rushes in, blocking him and telling him to back off. Blocked by Rian, Haben, the Holy Knight vice-captain, uses raw threats to intimidate him. Rian breaks into a cold sweat but refuses to abandon her, standing his ground firmly. Haben feels there is no choice but to get physical with this stubborn kid. Perfect, Ryan thinks. I was actually pretty curious to see how strong I've gotten by now anyway. Rian eagerly charges straight at Haben. They clash in midair, steel screeching against steel in a fierce duel until Cassandra finally steps in, unable to watch any longer. Haben and Cassandra lock eyes, temporarily speechless. Even if you are the vice captain, I cannot believe you actually have the guts to show up here out of nowhere like this, she snaps. Haben says, Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets everything that happened. Things are different now, so please just come with me. Hearing this, she instantly knows this guy is working for Archbishop Killian, a super strict old man who is obsessed with maintaining order. If she goes back now, her hope of ever escaping the Holy Kingdom is completely dead. Cassandra refuses, but Haben stubbornly insists on taking her anyway. Right then, Mikhail drops in amidst a burst of flame like an absolute boss, leaving Haben totally stunned. I already promised to protect Lady Cassandra, so you do not need to worry. Just go mind your own business, Mikhail says in a cold, sharp voice. The knight arrogantly snaps back that even a future hero has zero authority to stop the Holy Knights. Mikhail just smirks, firing right back with a threat about the Holy Kingdom's strict laws. This guy probably thinks I have no clue about the details of becoming a hero. Well, too bad for him, because the Empire's hero laws are kept pretty secret. Mikhail silently notes that while Lady Cassandra did leave without permission, she is currently staying with me, a recognized hero candidate, so her leaving cannot be labeled as a crime. My point is, you actually do not have a single valid reason to be standing here right now. Do you really want me to discuss this directly with Archbishop Killian? If not, get lost and do not try anything stupid. Mikhail glares, pointing his finger to chase Haben away. Once the knight is gone, Mikhail asks to speak with the group. Heading inside, he demands Helen take off her helmet so he can verify a few things. As more time passes, I am getting a pretty bad vibe. Seriously, this girl feels way too familiar to be a total stranger. Cassandra pleads with Mikhail to give Helen some space, but it is too late. Helen herself is tired of running, deciding everything ends right here. My real name is Ida Nybaran, a hero candidate of the Holy Kingdom and Sfrit's younger sister. Helen removes her helmet to reveal flowing blonde hair and shining gold eyes. Everything plays out exactly as Mikhail predicted. So spill it already, why did Cassandra actually ditch the Holy Empire, and what made you go along with it? Mika demands. Helen's voice cracks as she starts. My brother and I were just abandoned street rats, and our whole childhood was spent rotting away in dark, filthy back alleys. Everyone knows what happens to poor alley kids like us. We are nothing but tools for other people. This world is just way too brutal. Alley kids can pretty much never survive alone. We either get totally used up, or in the absolute worst cases, severely abused. That was just our daily reality. But then, out of nowhere, some guy actually dragged us out. It was Grand Bishop Killen. Honestly, looking back, it is pretty sketchy that we were not found way sooner. After that, our entire lives completely flipped. The temple became our new home, and we never had to scavenge for scraps in the trash again. But at the same time, things got pretty sketchy, especially when my brother was told he was going to be a trainee knight. He started acting insanely arrogant, like he was some god, that was when he totally stopped listening to anyone. And his very first move as a trainee, he literally sliced off the prophet's limbs. Turns out, Grand Bishop Killen was puppet mastering my brother the whole time. Since those prophecies kept coming true, Killen exploited them for his own sick agenda. He made it look like all the horrible things happening to them were just because the prophecies ruined their lives. Helen spills the story with pure bitterness. Mika knew Cassandra's disappearance had something to do with Grand Bishop Killen, but he never expected him to be directly pulling the strings. If this is legit, Mika now holds major leverage over Siegfried, that hypocritical trainee, and a Grand Bishop who trashes prophecies directly from Hekau herself. Honestly, I am dying to see how Hekau's words tie in. Guess we will find out pretty soon. Mika figures people already know Cassandra's nickname is the Doubtful Prophet. Even though she can see the future, literally nobody trusts her. If she leaks the truth, the Grand Bishop will scramble. It only helps Siegfried, but whatever, it is not going to be a problem for Mika. The only reason Siegfried gets so much hype is his squeaky clean image. Those fake masks? We just need to smash them to pieces, Mika says with a devious smirk. Meanwhile, Siegfried is brooding over when his own sister started looking at him with nothing but pure, burning rage. The warmth between them slowly died, leaving behind only icy coldness. Why is this happening? I did absolutely nothing wrong. So why is it that my own flesh and blood cannot just understand me? As he sulks, the Grand Bishop shows up. Hey, remember that young lord of the Wergis family who joined as a trainee? He is currently hanging out with the Prophet and his sister, Lady E. Hearing this, Siegfried feels his heart stop. He goes completely pale, shocked that the Pope already knows. You will find out soon enough. Do whatever it takes. God's will for us is pretty damn clear now. First of all, the Lord does not hand out favors to lazy bums. We have to show our real power. I do not buy that girl's prophecies anyway. The only one who matters is young Wergis. The Duke's role in this is huge, the Grand Bishop says coldly. Siegfried keeps quiet, wanting to show off his skills to crush Mig, and the Grand Bishop is his golden ticket. Suddenly, he spots someone lurking in the shadows, spying on him. A week flies by. Mika is still totally obsessed with who gets picked. Lately, a massive war of words has been raging in the church between priests and archbishops. They are fighting over which faction gets to be the face of society. And right now, Archbishop Killen, along with a few other high-ranking bishops, are backing Siegfried. He wants him in the Holy Knights, acting as the perfect golden boy for the Empire. Of course, they have to play their cards right. Rian is stressing out on Mika's behalf, since the rival camp already locked down over half the votes. The stats seem totally rigged, but they are technically pretty convincing because only the high-ranking bishops are allowed to touch the actual champion selection records. Sure, some church officials are still playing completely neutral, like Bishop Ali. Until we get a final official decision, those rigged stats do not mean a single thing. Siegfried is probably chilling, thinking he is a total shoo-in. But get this, he is dead wrong. First off, Mika's reasons for jumping into the champion selection now are pretty complicated. One major trigger was the Archbishop's murder, which has zero ties to demons for a change. Only after getting tangled in this massive web of secrets did Mika actually start prepping to claim that champion spot. To stop the assassination and hunt down the actual demon culprits, I had to master every detail. That is why I locked myself in the temple for an entire week straight. Thinking about Cassandra, Mika recalls her saying Siegfried completely rejected her plea. She figured he would agree, but he shut her down out of nowhere. No way he would just blow her off like that, especially since he was one of the very few who actually believed her. As Mika is scratching his head, a knock rattles the door. The Pope slips in, fully cloaked, and stares intensely at Cassandra. The two share a tearful, emotional embrace, not forgetting to thank Mika. Mika has got plenty to say to him, too. The Pope gasps upon spotting Hekau's holy mark on Mika's hand. Hekau said the church needs a major reboot, and we need your help to pull it off, Mika says with a smirk. The next day, the Grand Bishop is absolutely losing his mind, smashing furniture. Why? Because just hours ago, Mika officially won the selection, leaving the entire court completely stunned. Archbishop Naren is the Pope's absolute closest ally, so when Naren declared his support, it was basically like the Pope himself was backing Mika. He grits his teeth as the priests crowd around a table, whispering about Mika. There is no way that tiny upstart is building a real reputation here. No matter how many high demons he slays, it is still not a story that is going to win over the masses. We should honestly keep that news on absolute lock. Besides, if we are doing this for true justice, we have to be ready to get our hands pretty dirty anyway, do we not? The Grand Bishop flashes a sinister grin and boasts. It has been a week since Mika beat Siegfried, and everything is going exactly as planned. Archbishop Naren already made his move. With Cassandra and God's mark in play, the Pope has absolutely no choice but to support us. Right now, there is only one massive mess left to deal with, and that is the assassination of Archbishop Naren. Mika figures this chaotic event ruins the Pope's already trash reputation, dragging his remaining power straight into the gutter. Looking at who benefits the most from this murder, Archbishop Killian's faction is easily suspect number one, but it is way too early for Mika to call it. Suddenly, his butler sneaks up behind him, giving him a massive jump scare. The old guy has been on leave for a week and just got back. He mutters that his vacation was complete garbage, since the Holy Empire apparently harbors literal trash. Turns out that trash is the Holy Knights. And get this, there is another nasty rumor going around. The butler warns that this Archbishop Killian is radiating some seriously dark, creepy energy, like some terrifying monster is stalking his every move. Mika just nods, promising to investigate that mess later. Still, appreciating the old man's loyalty, Mika decides to hook him up with a reward. He offers to teach the butler a training method to boost his health, leaving the old guy incredibly grateful. Once this current chaos is settled, they will definitely dive into it. That same day, Mika tells Rian he is joining the Holy Knights. He wants Rian riding shotgun, especially since the kid missed his fight with the vice commander. Finishing his sentence, Mika tosses Rian a small dagger and tells him to channel his aura into it to see the magic happen. Rian does it, and some wild, blinding magic energy instantly explodes from the blade. Call it a spell sword or a magic tool, but this thing is way more than just a sharp blade. Mika tells him to let his aura flow completely through the tool. Rian obeys, feeling the crazy magic rush from the sword into his body, leaving him totally shocked. This sword style summons a training partner. Even if you cannot talk to it, the thing makes leveling up your skills way easier. Mika explains. Meanwhile, Rian feels the power from the sword as a dead ringer for the crazy stuff he sees in his dreams. Getting all this gear makes Rian feel pretty guilty since he has not done squat for Mika yet. Mika just shrugs, I am sure you will be useful later. If you want to pay me back, just get stronger. Mika chuckles and pats Rian on the shoulder. Moving to tears, Rian grips his sword, swearing to level up. Later, Mika and Rian head over to see Vice Commander Haben, but some annoying guards block them at the door. They refuse to let them in, probably hiding some shady reason for the lockdown. Screw that. Mika completely ignores their whining and walks straight past them like he owns the place. 2 steps inside, and Haben shows up looking absolutely miserable. He demands to know what Mika is doing here. Mika just smirks, why are we here? Simple, Rian wants to finish that fight you two started. Mika gives a cocky grin. Haben pauses, desperately racking his brain trying to remember if he ever crossed paths with Rian before. First off, sorry I could not welcome you properly after everything. But let me make one thing clear, just because we bump into each other does not mean we have to throw hands. Haben says coldly. Rian lets out a smug smirk and asks if he is scared, making the commander tick. Then Mika decides to pour fuel on the fire. So you did not set that up to start a fight? Should I take that as an insult? Even as a backup hero, I have a duty to crush corruption in this empire. This gets Haben absolutely boiling. He asks if they seriously have to settle this right now. Fine, follow me inside. Mika and Rian follow him into a massive courtyard where a bunch of holy soldiers are sweating it out, training hard. Haben boasts that they train 2-4-7 to keep from embarrassing their lord. Rian mutters that he used to look up to these knights, but seeing them now is just weird. Meanwhile, the magic book senses a heavy, dark presence from Hecker lingering around, giving her a really bad vibe that she cannot quite put into words. Those banners carrying the symbol of Hecker look incredibly sketchy, but somehow nobody else seems to notice. Since this holy empire is packed with the strongest, most loyal believers, demonic energy should be flat out impossible inside this capital. No, there is still a chance, because one specific demon was born with a very unique, sinister power. He uses dirty, underhanded tricks to slowly torture and kill his targets. Then, he copycats their looks and behavior in the most cunning way possible. But wait, here is his hilarious flaw. Once he mimics someone, he completely forgets he is even faking it, fully brainwashing himself to think and act exactly like them. Who could this imposter be? Mika racks his brain. When questioned, Haben insists that absolutely nothing weird is going on within the Holy Knight ranks. It looks like he is telling the truth. His eyes show zero lies. Guess I will just have to dig up the truth myself. Mika taps his forehead, casting a search spell to scan the entire area. He does not find anything notable in his memories at first. But wait, he suddenly catches a weird vibe. This sketchy feeling is definitely coming from the basement. Something is lurking right beneath him. Yet, no matter how many times he asks, Haben swears everything is totally fine. Mika just smiles and asks Haben if he minds them taking a quick trip downstairs. Hearing this, Haben freezes up like he just got struck by lightning. Mika immediately spots his shady reaction. There is absolutely no way this vice commander has zero clues about what is actually going on down there. But he cannot jump to conclusions just yet. Seeing Mika head for the basement, Haben offers to tag along, but Mika shuts him down. He is taking Rian instead. He is definitely going to make a move the second he senses danger. Mika smirks, watching Haben turn pale as a ghost while planning his next move. Right on cue, Seth shows up, and Mika points straight at him, saying he wants him to tag along. Seth just stands there, totally clueless and confused. Watching Mika march straight into the dark basement, Seth cannot comprehend what this guy is planning. Mika knows damn well something is being hidden down here, so he completely ignores him and keeps going. You once called me an arrogant jerk, so mind telling me why you think that? We barely even know each other, Seth asks. Mika pauses, letting out a heavy sigh. Do you seriously believe this holy empire is incapable of doing dirty deeds? It looks like all these bishops get a free pass because of their holy status, making them seem perfect. They always find a way to justify their trash actions. Have you ever actually thought about how your selfish actions screw over the people around you? This single sharp question makes Seth turn pale, as he stutters out that he always thinks carefully before acting. So that is your excuse for ditching the prophet? Shut up, you fake. The exact second you abandon her, you lost all right to speak of justice. You are literally just using justice as some cheap shield. Did that bishop actually convince you that her prophecies are a straight-up plague on normal people? Have you ever actually touched grass and looked at the world to see if his words are even real? Instead of just following the path that bishop shoved down your throat, have you ever thought about doing something of your own free will? Whatever, this talk is totally useless. You did not seriously expect a happy answer to that question, did you? Mika is spitting straight facts, and it is making Seth sweat bullets. Absolutely nothing changes if he refuses to change himself. Honestly, that is never going to happen. Unleashing his massive glowing energy, Mika literally lights up the entire dark basement. Seth smirks, thinking there is nothing here, but you are dead wrong, bro. Working together, Mika and Seth unleash a bright magic flash, revealing a massive, bloody brain. What did you just say? Nothing is here? This thing is just like the junk troubling Joe, but it is way weaker. Mika mutters as he draws his sword and chops those brains to pieces. These are leftover fragments of the demon god, but they are definitely not the only ones. Mika is sure there are hundreds of these things scattered across the Holy Kingdom. No, this is not enough. If Hakao asked me to handle this personally, the situation cannot be this simple. I cannot be careless, Mika warns himself. Seth is completely terrified by the sight, totally clueless about this freakish thing. What is he supposed to do now? What is actually right? Better think this through, Mika says, pointing right in Seth's face. Meanwhile, Han is sitting alone, lost in deep thought about Mika. Who knew he would hide out in the first temple for an entire week and then suddenly show up? Is there really something there? I have never seen anything sketchy in that place. But that look on his face, he definitely knows something I missed. Overthinking this, he completely forgets he is supposed to be sparring with Rian. Like I said, our past fights were never official matches. The title of Vice Commander of the Holy Knights is not something you get by being trash. I have definitely heard of your reputation, Rian, but honestly, facing me, your skills are nothing but pure trash. Hebo suddenly snaps, drawing his sword with pure hatred in his eyes. Rian just smirks, eager to see what Hebo is made of. Honestly, their first clash makes both of them feel a bit tense. Right, you probably think I am no real challenge for you. He is not quite a master yet, but his actual skills are pretty close to that tier. But compared to him, you are still way below tier. Let us test this out. Ryan grins slyly, charging forward like a rampaging beast with absolute beast energy. Hebo swings his sword to counter with insane speed. Every single strike is faster than Rian's, pushing the fight into the danger zone. They clash furiously, sending sparks flying. Hebo notices the other knights watching him from across the yard, making him feel pretty stressed out. If I cannot flex a massive, overwhelming skill gap in this fight, I will literally have no face left to show the Holy Knights ever again, he thinks to himself. But wait, look at this. Right in the middle of their fierce clash, a massive explosion rocks the area. Mika steps out of the thick smoke, casually walking forward to drop some news. The Holy Knights are officially on lockdown starting today. Hearing this, the knights freak out completely, looking like they just got struck by lightning. The reason Mika gives is pretty wild. Some demons are hiding right underneath their own headquarters. Seth already agreed to this, so until Mika's group finds the demon, absolutely nobody is allowed to leave the base. As he speaks, Mika waves his staff. Combining the World Tree's power, Hekao's energy, and Seth's storm, a massive holy barrier wraps around the entire castle. Reveal yourself right now. Who just coughed? Mika demands with a cold voice. A knight named Malone suddenly starts coughing violently, but he still tries to deny he is a demon. Cut the act. You are a top-tier actor, Mika says. Millen shudders, stubbornly denying everything with a straight face. He literally murdered a human, stole his skin, and smoothly blended into society. It is honestly so disgusting. But what can I do? I do not have time for details. The second his words land, Mika dashes forward and smashes Milan straight in the head. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Milan finally reveals his true face as dark magic erupts around him. He wasted years blending in, only for Mika to ruin it in a second, which totally triggers him. This magic and this whole setup, I remember now. The assassination of Bishop Naren. Yes, you are the only one who could pull that off. It was you. Mika glares at the demon, who has already fully morphed into a hideous beast. This demon, Dylos, is actually the commander of the 6th Corps and Mero's right-hand man. He only holds a tiny fraction of that woman's power. Ultimately, you are just a loyal little dog to her. Triggered by Mika's insults, the demon goes absolutely wild, waving his arms to unleash a massive storm of dark, choking smoke that terrifies everyone in the room. Now that his identity is exposed, his plot to assassinate the bishop is totally ruined. He has no choice left but to take out the biggest nuisance here. That means his target is probably one of the auxiliary heroes, Mika guesses. Dylos tries to sneak attack Mika from behind, but the second he touches Mika's shoulder, Seth's storm magic blasts the demon right to the ground. Mika grabs the demon's throat with one hand, lifting him into the air. "Marrow, I know you are watching me," he whispers. "I do not know what you were planning for this place, but I will crush every single one of your schemes. Just a little warning for her." Mika quickly drives his holy spear straight through Dylos' stomach, leaving everyone in pure awe. Watching Mika look so god-tier while purifying the monster back to dust, Seth feels a tiny bit annoyed. Even though he is an auxiliary hero, he never realized his own comrade sitting right next to him was actually a literal demon. Why did I even become an auxiliary hero? Is fate seriously this cruel to me? No, if I have any weaknesses, I just need to put in the work to fix them. The gods never abandon those who struggle. Just as he tries to stay positive, Mika's past words flash back in his mind, leaving Seth totally paralyzed with dread. He clenches his fists, shaking with pure rage. "Everyone, do you finally get it? Demons will do absolutely anything to hide right under our noses. Keep your guard up, or you guys are going to end up as their prey before you even realize it." Honestly, I'm pretty let down that not a single one of you figured out which colleague was actually a demon in disguise. Sure, it's hard for regular folks, but I seriously expected way more from you guys. I used to think you were all noble, powerful, holy knights, but lately, I've been hearing rumors that some of you are selling out to bishops just for a little personal clout. Mika is busy spitting facts when Haynes suddenly snaps and yells out that their Holy Knight Order serves Lord Hekau, so they always keep things strictly neutral. Oh, is that why you trashed the first temple? I mean, I'd totally get it if you were just doing your job and hunting down demons. But save your breath, because you don't even have the right to explain yourself anymore. Right, Siegfried? I'm sure you agree. Han and Siegfried get totally roasted, sweating absolute bullets under his lecture. But then, Siegfried steps up, acting like he's not scared at all, and shouts that while Mika is right, he wants to test his strength firsthand by challenging him to a duel. "If you're really going to challenge me, you better put something valuable on the line. People only get serious when there's actually some real skin in the game." Mika lays down his terms. He wants that holy pendant Siegfried is always wearing. Once the guy agrees to the bet, the match is officially on. Mika remembers he already used up his ultimate storm defense shield once before in a past fight. Sure, that could have been his ultimate trump card here, but he's not sweating it because he already knows Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Right now, Siegfried is totally drowning in desperate thoughts and self-loathing. It's all because the guy has completely lost faith in his own ability to become a legendary hero, which, honestly, just makes things way easier for Mika. Mika talks some mad trash, letting everyone know he absolutely hates Siegfried's guts, but his opponent is totally fired up and ready to throw down too. Check this out, both of them charge in, throwing absolutely massive blows. Siegfried goes all out from the start because he's terrified of losing, and his speed is just unreal. Mika drops a 5-layer shield spell to block Siegfried's attack, then hits him with a blinding flash that leaves him completely dazed. He doesn't stop there. Mika unleashes his 100 Swords technique, a modified version of an old mana spell. Since he actually used this spell to help Siegfried in the past, it won't kill him, but it's gonna hurt like hell. Siegfried desperately grips his sword, trying his best to hold his ground. After a massive explosion kicks up a thick cloud of smoke, the dude completely vanishes into thin air, but Mika is way too smart for that and already saw right through his move. He knew Siegfried would try a brainless head-on charge, so he instantly prepped another spell in the blink of an eye. Siegfried couldn't even break the mana swords, and now Mika hits him with another multi-spell that leaves him totally exhausted on the dirt. But Mika isn't done yet, he still has 10 swords on standby. Not even close. Mika acts all cool and whispers to Siegfried before landing the final blow that absolutely destroys him, leaving him knocked out cold and foaming at the mouth. The crowd starts whispering, thinking Mika went way too hard on him. Guess Siegfried is taking L's in both love and war today. Mika happily takes the holy pendant from his opponent, saying he'll make great use of it. This specific item has an artifact that boosts holy power and massively speeds up recovery. It also has a secret hidden function that almost nobody knows about, but Mika knows it's not the right time to show that off yet. Just using it to amplify his regular abilities is already more than enough for Mika. Meanwhile, Siegfried is totally depressed after losing, whining about being way too weak for a fair fight. A fair fight? Let me ask you this, if this wasn't a formal duel, would you have resorted to dirty tricks, like stabbing me in the back or using hidden weapons? Mika's question completely catches Siegfried off guard. Siegfried snaps back that he'd never do that because it's not what a hero does. But Mika replies, even if playing fair costs thousands of lives, what's the point of being a hero if you can't even protect your people? Mika asks coldly. Totally cornered by the question, Siegfried just stutters, completely speechless as he watches Mika walk away. Mika doesn't even want to hear his excuses, since he already knows exactly what he'd say. Rian runs after him, asking if he went a bit too far with Siegfried, since he's also a hero candidate. The guy doesn't seem like a bad dude, just a little slow. If he were anyone else, I wouldn't care, but carrying the title of hero candidate comes with way more weight than you think. As they're talking, wait, look at this. Mika suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Stepping out of the first temple is none other than Archbishop Killin himself. He must be here for Cassandra, Mika thinks. Rian is shocked too, asking what's the plan. Mika just says he's gonna go confront him. Mika does what he says and immediately walks straight up to Killin. Killin grabs Mika's hand, saying he didn't expect to run into him and that his luck must be pretty good. Mika just laughs, mocking him. I mean, you're not wrong, since the prophet was brought back safely. She didn't fall to the demons, so we really are all quite lucky. Hearing the word demons makes Killin flinch just a tiny bit, but Mika keeps pushing, saying he's sure they're demons, because there's no way anyone from the Holy Empire would do something that trashy. And even if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if lightning struck them down. A person of faith going against the prophecy, can you even believe that? Especially someone as smart as you, I'm absolutely sure you'd never be dumb enough to do something like that, right? Killin is totally seething inside, but he forces a fake smile anyway, acting like nothing's wrong and claiming he's got urgent business to attend to. Before leaving, he tries to bring up the list of hero candidates, but Mika totally cuts him off, saying he doesn't care since only our god chooses the hero, not some corrupt archbishop. That would be our wise Lord Hekau. Killin just laughs it off and coldly turns to leave, but a pretty nasty scent coming from him or his group makes Seth feel super uncomfortable. She suddenly realizes something, and it turns out Mika is thinking the exact same thing. That demon, Doze that Mika defeated, was actually a notorious killer back in the previous timeline before he regressed. But here's a crazy plot twist: that demon has an identical twin named Ludos. Heading back home, old Killin finally gets off his butt and sends someone to check on the Holy Knights. Once he hears they suspended all future operations over some random internal drama, he totally loses it, smashing chairs, kicking tables, and literally face-planting the poor messenger boy straight onto the floor. He is absolutely burning with mad rage right now, his mind totally hyper-focused on seeking vengeance against Walpurgis. And right on cue, High Priest Haran suddenly steps into the room. Haran hears the Holy Knights are shutting down indefinitely. His eyes pop out of his skull. No way. Are his ears playing tricks on him? This is all on Walpurgis. That trash demon mage literally dared to disrupt our holy kingdom's peace, and that is exactly why I dragged you in here. Killin asks Haran what his gut says this time. Haran just shrugs. Oh, you mean the prophecy? Talk about bad luck. Our supreme god has not dropped a single vision about this whole mess yet. Killin grunts, telling him that his predictions are always way more accurate anyway, especially when compared to that useless prophet woman. With the meeting over, Killin stares down and tells Haran to get lost. The second Haran turns around, his face flips completely faster than your toxic ex, changing their entire relationship status. He bitterly seethes, remembering he literally just signed a contract with them, and now this giant mess immediately goes down. But check this out: while the church falls apart, Mika is casually chillin' in the first temple, telling his butler there's another demon around. The old man just groans, complaining that keeping up with this kid is wrecking his ancient bones. I've already confirmed that old Archbishop Killin is totally working with the demons, Mika says. Making deals with demons is the ultimate heresy, a crime so massive that not even an archbishop can wiggle out of it. Hearing this, Cassandra worries that Mika won't be able to easily prove his guilt. You do not need to stress your pretty head over that. We already have the Pope backing us up anyway, Mika declares with absolute confidence. With the Holy Knights completely locked down, the heavens are basically handing Mika the perfect win. This gives him undeniable proof of the Archbishop's dark betrayal. Best of all, Mika now holds the seal of Heko in his hands. With this legendary item, the Pope's authority is about to skyrocket. Mika smirks, planning his next move. In 4 days, during the upcoming warrior evaluation where all the archbishops gather, he is going to set up the ultimate stage to completely expose Killin and send those disgusting demons straight back to hell. At the same time, Mika needs Cassandra's help. Her prophecies must be fully respected and shielded from any doubters. I cannot let Cassandra break down like she did in my past life, Mika thinks. But right now, she has almost zero confidence in her own gifts. Before this, the Archbishop refused to tell her anything, but Mika reassures her, pointing out most people cannot even guess the future, meaning her unique talent literally connects with the gods. Hearing this, Cassandra slowly starts believing in herself again. There is no way you can fail. I literally spoke with God, and it was some crazy high-level divine chat, you know? Mika flashes a smug smile. Meanwhile, on a beautiful morning, the fresh weather makes another bishop nostalgic for the good old days. Back when he first met that little prophet girl who had almost zero hobbies, he taught her all about tea, sharing various stories of famous tea leaves from totally different regions of the world. He taught her so much, yet in the end, he could not protect her at all. Not only did he fail, but he had to watch helplessly as they kicked her out of the city. As he lets out a heavy sigh, a voice suddenly speaks up behind him, making him jump. What do you think? Should we try every way to make things better? I have got some things to discuss with you, Mika says cheerfully. It is actually thanks to you that I can live so comfortably in the first temple. In 2 days, whether I have what it takes to be the hero will be put to the test. Exactly. The main goal is evaluating your power and confirming where each bishop stands, the man replies. But as Mika mentions that quite a few bishops are rooting for Svid, the man lowers his head in awkward silence, totally lost for words. He thinks about Mika, how everyone talks about the guy ruining his family honor, and those pretty desperate rumors of him clinging to his ex-fiancée. Even though the gossip paints Mika as some kind of villain, I do not see him that way at all. The old bishop quietly judges in his mind. In the very next second, swallowing his pride, he steps forward and begs Mika to take care of Cassandra, even if Mika does not end up chosen as the hero. How meaningless, the old man trembles, not even daring to look Mika in the eye. I basically just said you cannot be the hero, but I have to beg for that child's future. When Mika asks why he is pleading, the bishop reveals that if Svid gets chosen as the hero, Cassandra will lose her path entirely. Nobody believes her prophecies. If Svid wins, she will slowly waste away in agonizing despair. Honestly, if that poor girl could just leave this holy kingdom, I know she would be far happier. She has already suffered way too much. I cannot bear to watch her take any more pain, the bishop says with a heavy voice. Mika smirks. I can't promise that, because I am the one getting chosen anyway. His sheer confidence leaves the bishop totally stunned, stammering out that Archbishop Killen has crazy high influence here. Countless priests in this kingdom back him up, but we have got the Pope on our side. Plus, we also have you in our corner now. You have real power, and besides, God literally has my back, so I am betting on myself. Mika pats the bishop's shoulder, speaking with a heavy dose of pure arrogance. The bishop is totally stunned, staring at him. And brace yourself for a split second, he literally sees glowing holy wings wrapping around Mika. Tell me what I must do, my lord. Bishop Narun bows his head low, completely submitting to Mika. Honestly, it was bound to happen anyway. Winning Bishop Narun over was actually pretty easy. The old guy must have sensed Hekaw's divine presence lingering all over Mika. Even though Narun already supports him, Mika only approached him because the guy died in his past life. This time, Mika is eliminating any chance of that tragedy happening again. And that is when all my suspicions got confirmed. Walking outside with Zet, Mika holds a clump of blood from a ravaging demon. He somehow managed to break the seal binding Bishop Narun. This creepy blood clot is solid proof his assassination was a carefully planned setup. Once Mika crushes the demon piece with his bare hands, Zet whispers that the reason Mika cannot contact Hika is due to the demon god's right eye, which is actually a piece of that absolute bastard's actual physical body. It seems like the damn thing is hidden somewhere right beneath us, Zet mutters cryptically into Mika's ear. That must be the reason why these remnants can multiply infinitely without end. You did great, boss, so I guess we gotta go find it now. Lucky for you, I know exactly where it is. Mika casually throws her a compliment, suddenly standing straight with a totally blank face, and just walks away. Seeing Mika act this chillingly calm after hearing such insane news completely catches Boss off guard. Did this kid seriously know about this before she did? Yep, he totally did, making Boss feel super embarrassed for acting like a know-it-all when she was actually miles behind the curve. 2 days before the meeting, Mika leads Boss straight to the Demon King's eye, hidden inside the first hero's massive shrine within the Holy Empire. The scale of this place is just flat-out terrifying, leaving both of them completely stunned. Mika figures if he ever became a hero, he'd probably be the 8th one. But looking at this, things in this crazy world are starting to get way too complicated for him. If the first hero saw this, he'd lose his mind at the Holy Empire. Total madness. Stepping inside, Mika notes how spotless and dust-free the place is. Someone has been taking pretty good care of this shrine. We can't just ignore what the first hero represents, even if this spot is the actual source of the corruption. This feels super sketchy. Let's just hope we're not walking straight into the absolute worst-case scenario here. Whispering to himself, Mika climbs the stone steps until he stands right before the icy coffin of the first hero. He shatters the barrier with a quick flick, then takes a slow, heavy step forward. Boss's eyes practically pop out when Mika tells her the demons hid the Demon King's eye right there, literally inside the hero's coffin. But that makes zero sense. There's no way the Demon King's eye and the hero's body can coexist like that. Boss argues back, but Mika counters, what if the hero completely absorbed it right before he died? Get ready, because here is where things get real. Mika marches straight toward the coffin, absolute determination burning in his eyes. If my theory is wrong, the hero's body inside should still be perfectly intact. Man, please let me be wrong about this. Muttering his prayers, Mika slides the heavy stone lid open, only to find the coffin creepily, completely empty. Boss freezes in pure terror, totally clueless on what their next move should even be. Mika, though, just lets out a faint smirk. Well, this isn't the worst. At least we found out before it's too late. Now, let's go handle this mess, shall we? With that, Mika leaps off the edge, dropping straight down the steps below. Deep inside a dimly lit room with flickering candles, Heron sits in a dark corner, his dull gray eyes slowly glowing a fierce crimson. Heron grinds his teeth thinking about Mika. Using that old bishop was supposed to be a breeze, but ever since that young punk showed up, all his beautiful chaos has been shut down. It's so incredibly annoying. How do I get rid of this kid? Snapping, Haran punches the illusion floating in front of him, shattering it into pieces while spitting pure venom at Mika's name. But then, sensing a sudden surge of energy leaking from the tomb, he starts cackling like a total maniac. Well now, this might actually be a way easier fix than what I had planned. Meanwhile, showing his true, sinister face, Haran whispers his plots. Over on Mika's side, he and Boss finally find the first hero, who's been sitting casually on a throne, waiting for them all along. I've been waiting for you, Descendant. I was the hero, and I am sorry. What's about to happen isn't my choice. The Demon King's corruption has rotted me to the bone. Please, you have to kill me. He extends a trembling hand to cast a spell, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Mika. Demonic energy surges violently right toward Mika, but the kid just smirks, calmly calling him senior as the attack closes in. No time for a warm reunion, they immediately clash with everything they've got, trading heavy blows. Mika throws up a magic shield to block the massive wave of fire heading his way. Wait, with a body that withered, shouldn't his magic be way weaker? Most of his physical strength is completely gone, and he's basically got no muscle left on him. Honestly, the fact that he's even moving is a straight-up miracle. It looks like the Demon King's eye is fully hijacking the hero's dead body. Just when we are wondering why he is not using his aura, the possessed legend trembles and draws another massive, dark demonic magic circle spitting wild, fiery sparks. Backed into a corner, Mika conjures a fireball to counter that nasty dark magic. The two spells slam together, triggering an absolutely deafening explosion that shakes the entire room. Turns out, before he got corrupted, this hero was a top-tier mage. But what about his legendary holy sword? Mika asks. The hero rasps that they only called it a holy sword because of its fancy design. It's all show. If you want something that actually represents my true power, it's this holy cloak right here. This is a sacred relic packed with divine blessings, and since I'm already dead, I don't care who takes it. But wait, since you're the hero now, you still have one last job to do, right? The first hero whispers. It's clear he's running on fumes, finally hitting the absolute limit of his temporary life. Young kid, my descendant, I'm leaving this world in your hands, he thinks to himself, his body finally going limp as he collapses. Boss quietly prays for his soul to find eternal peace. Mika doesn't even know how long this legendary hero had to suffer through this absolute hell. Determined to give this legend the perfect, regret-free send-off he deserves, Mika gears up. Suddenly, the demonic entity inside the hero's corpse flares up, expanding its magic circle to seize total control. Its creepy, wire-covered brain mass shoots straight toward Mika. But wait, ever since unlocking his 6th magic circle, the kid's playing a whole different game. Sure, the ancient circle is standard for any 6th circle mage, but his setup is built different, especially when he goes all out and expands his magic circle. He can literally channel 8th circle magic, the Frozen Throne. Concentrating a single drop of high-density mana on his fingertip, Mika unleashes massive, razor-sharp glaciers of ice that fill the entire room. But this demon isn't some pushover. Its own 6th circle magic clashes violently against Mika's spell, throwing the entire space into an absolute, eye-popping storm of chaotic energy. Mika compresses his mana to strike back against that volcanic erupting dark force. Shifting and teleporting in the blink of an eye, he closes the distance right in front of the beast. But the demon's blood-red eyes lock onto him. It predicted his rush and hid a secret magic circle right behind its back. Boss watches anxiously through the smoke. That monster is trying to drag the fight out to charge up more mana. Oh please, this kid is always 10 steps ahead of his enemies. Mika already prepared a backup plan before moving in. Firing a sealing spell wrapped in heavy chains, Mika finally binds the demon completely. He knows basic magic won't cut it. Destroying a piece of the Demon King's soul takes something way more serious. Knowing this, I cooked up some special spells. It's a custom cheat code I made myself, letting me morph into that overpowered old martial artist who basically runs the world. Mika smirked, just like that. By borrowing a divine skill, he triggered a massive quake that absolutely shredded the Demon King's stomach, turning the room into a blank white void. The first hero sneaked up right behind Mika, appearing in his human form from before he died. He looked nothing like what Mika had imagined, way different from those goofy illustrations hanging on the walls. The two shared a warm, emotional hug, and after everything, the legendary hero finally found his peace. Endless agony. That was his life for so long. Hope faded until it totally vanished. Sure, he prided himself on being tough as nails, but deep down, his mind was slowly breaking. But just before he completely shattered, Mika showed up to save the day. Now he could rest easy knowing a reliable successor like Mika was taking over. Hey kid, I'm leaving this world to you, he says, and Mika answers, don't worry senior, I'll handle it. With the deal done, Hekao finally shows up to drop some compliments. Since she wants to reward him, Mika asks her to bless Kandra so she can actually see the divine prophecies. After all, Hekao is the reason Kandra suffered so much. The goddess sighs, fine, that's obviously the least I can do. But she says that doesn't count as a reward since it's just compensation for the poor girl. She asks Mika what he really wants, leaving our boy wondering what else to ask for. A holy stigmata, already got it. Thanks to his free circulation skill, mana isn't an issue anymore. so that leaves only one major thing left to settle. A crazy idea pops into Mika's head. Snapping his eyes open, he realizes he's back in the real world. The coffin is fully restored, proving this wasn't some weird illusion. Seth was waiting. Seeing Mika completely in one piece after meeting Hekau makes his jaw hit the floor. It's all because Hekau blocked Seth from tagging along, which ticked him off big time. She probably did it to petty revenge him for what he said earlier. Everyone knows she holds a serious grudge. Still salty, Seth asks what she told him, but wait, out of nowhere, a massive rock wrapped in a cloak drops right out of the sky. It comes with a nasty letter telling that girl to go drop dead. Picking up the divine cloak, Mika can't help but think this whole situation is absolutely wild. Throwing on the powerful cloak, Mika feels raw energy surging through his veins. A second holy brand from Hekau begins to glow on his skin, a mark she was more than happy to carve into him. Because his demigod essence is currently transitioning, Mika actually manages to hit the 10th magic circle level for a brief, glorious moment. Awakening this holy stigmata boosts his demigod traits. It might start off not that strong, but it's going to scale up and get insanely strong over time. The second her blood dripped onto his hand, Mika felt like he was being ripped apart by raw, burning power. Only those who smash their destiny win. Period. The name engraved says it all. It copies a specific spell so you can cast it instantly, acting as a 7th tier magic spell. But since this is the ultimate warrior symbol, Mika highly doubts it memorizes magic like any ordinary spell would. Seth worries this holy mark will completely strip Mika of his humanity, but our boy doesn't give a damn. He just needs to get the hell out of here first. Before escaping, Mika makes sure to grab a highly priceless relic from this place. Meanwhile, outside, Heron is hacking up blood like crazy, his broken body completely unable to feel the power of the demon god's eye anymore. The demonic energy scattered across the capital is completely fading. He begs Lord Marrow to forgive him if their grand plan falls through. Clutching his bloody face, Haran groans in misery. Since everything is already ruined, he decides he wants to take back something way bigger. The Grand Assembly of Archbishops is happening in exactly 2 days, which is perfect timing. But going after just one archbishop won't cut it. Once I get in there, I am going to slaughter the Pope too. Haran grins with pure, psycho bloodlust. Sitting high up in a tree, Mika watches him walk away, feeling pretty damn excited about how interesting this whole mess is starting to get. Killen is losing it, absolutely losing his mind, screaming at Mika while smashing furniture. He rages, Mika Unipurgus, that annoying brat, why is this happening to me? I'm definitely the chosen one, which is why God sent Haran to help me. Haran was the one who told him about the God of Words. If he just plays along with the kid's plan, he can easily fix this disaster. That's exactly why he couldn't accept Kandra's prophecy and kicked her out. He honestly thought everything was totally under control, but he never expected Mika to step in and completely ruin his entire plan. And then, just as he's losing it, Haran walks in with this incredibly bright smile. He gets a sneaky idea, realizing if he can get a divine revelation that even the Pope and archbishops can't deny, he can totally flip the script and win this game. Haran whispers sweet lies, claiming that Pope Gregorius is corrupt and doing terrible things, while mages with bloodlines like the One-Purgus house are totally defiling the Holy Empire. Killen absolutely loves hearing this. Haran smiles warmly, reaches out to touch Killen's face, and tells him that he needs to do absolutely everything he can to support their lord. He needs to prepare to get his hands dirty, and within just a few minutes, Haran's devilish soul completely takes over Killen's mind. An empty puppet. That is all he is now, mindlessly obeying whatever Haran commands. On the day of the evaluation, Mika is pretty satisfied that the neutral archbishops and even Sif supporters are leaning toward his side. Meanwhile, Sif hasn't been able to make any concrete moves at all. Maybe Mika beat him up a little too hard, because he's still in total shock, but honestly, the guy still deserves to be called a hero. With only 3 hours left before the hero is chosen, Mika decides to wait for Sif a bit longer. The bishop has total faith that Mika will get picked, believing there's no better choice. After a long wait, Sif finally shows up. He stayed up all night losing sleep over what Mika had told him. I'm not the only one. Sir Ha-Ben used to complain about how unfair everything was, but after thinking it through, he admitted he was totally wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the prophetess, but he can't leave his post. It's the same for the other knights who used to protest in anger. Even though not much time has passed, right and wrong are already crystal clear. Parading a demon like that in public wasn't just to blackmail the knights, that's for sure. Archbishop Killen, you are the one who dragged me into this mess. You always told me that my path as a hero was the only right way. He claimed it was God's will, so I trusted him completely. Everyone else backed him up, but the only guy who called it a complete lie was Mika. No, seriously, please tell me what I should do. Unbelievably, Siegfried actually swallows his pride and bows to Mika, his eyes shaking with total panic as he begs for advice. Now watch this. Siegfried flashes back to childhood holding that old book, realizing his mind has been completely trapped this entire time. He remembers finding a battered book in a trash pile. The cover had some cheesy hero posing under the sun, moon, and stars. Young Siegfried read it with stars in his eyes. A classic hero story. But that was the exact day he got locked into a magic storm, completely forcing him into this endless hero role. He hugs the memory of his younger self reading that book, with that glowing blue circle of magic sealing his fate forever. Siegfried looks totally miserable. He hates the thought of disappointing the archbishop who saved his life. That old man has already suffered way too much. But now, time to face reality. Two different perspectives, two completely different paths. The screen splits, showing a total contrast. Our golden-haired swordsman finally gets it. Mika does not act like a typical hero at all. Siegfried is dying inside, forced to admit that this mage is the real deal. A light-blessed magic user completely crushing a swordsman drowning in the dark. Swallowing his pride, Siegfried barely chokes out a desperate please. He stares right at Mika, begging him to tell him what he needs to do. Our main character eyes flare with pure killer intent. Completely speechless, Mika just sighs at the sky and asks, "This lost blonde guy, what exactly do you want me to say? If you want advice, I already gave it to you." Siegfried admits his blind, stupid faith made him throw away absolutely everything. Thinking back to him begging a girl who walked away without a second glance, he mutters that he has now officially lost his very last family member. Panic-stricken, he clutches his head and asks how to get it all back. He seriously has no clue what to do anymore. Talk about a tragic mess. Hearing this, Mika completely snaps, coldly telling him he is still out here digging his own grave. Siegfried is shocked, asking, "What the hell?" A true gentleman uses words instead of violence, but when dealing with an idiot, a hard punch is required. Mika channels 2 lifetimes of pure rage and delivers a devastating punch straight to his gut. That loud thud says it all. It is insanely heavy. Siegfried gasps, his eyes rolling back in absolute agony. He flies 10 meters back, crashing on the floor. Siegfried definitely did not see this brutal beatdown coming. His eyes go completely wide, unable to believe what just went down, as he stammers out, "Why would you do that?" The attacker just calmly rubs his knuckles and says, "You came to me because you wanted to change, right? You call that changing? Honestly, just watching this guy is making my blood boil." Our main character asks why people getting beaten never think to apologize to the guy hitting them. Siegfried feels his entire worldview shatter at this crazy logic. Then, Mika points at him. "If you really want to change," Mika flashes an insanely creepy grin, looking like a total psycho. Cracking his knuckles to threaten the swordsman, he tells him to go whine to someone else. In his past life, his body was utterly ruined all because of this useless teammate. Staring at the terrifying demon before him, Siegfried stutters, "Wait, please spare me." He is completely pale as a ghost. Suddenly, a loud, agonizing scream echoes through the entire holy cathedral. Outside, the warm sun peacefully shines down on the holy cathedral, completely ignoring the poor guy getting his face absolutely wrecked inside. Priests are casually walking around greeting each other, making the atmosphere feel super lively. One priest says he never expected to witness a hero selection ceremony. The other replies he is not sure if this is even good. They keep gossiping about a mage candidate named Mika. The other priest scoffs, mockingly asking a mage actually wants to be the hero? That is pure delusion right there. Totally ridiculous. Suddenly, a powerful, commanding voice asks them if a mage cannot become a hero. The 2 gossiping priests instantly freeze and shut their mouths. Seeing the smiling man, they ask in unison, "Is that Archbishop Ali? We did not expect to run into you here. Talk about a surprise." The Archbishop smiles, saying of course he had to show up for the hero selection. He then casually mentions hearing that their candidate, Mika, successfully defeated a major demon right in the capital. One priest agrees, calling it true. "I mean, the kid is an absolute powerhouse." The other priest asks if the capital really suffered barely any damage after taking down that high-tier demon. Archbishop Ali confirms it, saying that is exactly why he is here to support candidate Mika. Talk about a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Behind him, a voice speaks up, "Is that you, Ali?" He turns around to greet Grand Archbishop Killen. The creepy old man Killen flashes a friendly smile. As they shake hands, Ali says, "Yes, it is an honor to meet you." Smiling on the outside but dead serious inside, the Archbishop knows this old fossil is actively destroying the Holy Kingdom. His eyes narrow, wondering what kind of scheme he is plotting now. Killen squints with a fake grin, asking, "Do you honestly believe God is pleased with how things are going down right now?" The Archbishop wonders what this incredibly vague question even means. He simply replies that is not something for us to judge. Killen's grip on his hand suddenly tightens. The old man starts rambling, saying if the will of God was that easy to figure out, it could be changed at any moment. Then, he vanishes right in front of him. Ali gasps, "What?" He looks around in pure confusion, thinking what the hell just happened? Did he seriously just vanish? What the hell is going on here? Sensing something is terribly wrong, he mutters, "Please do not tell me we are completely screwed." Ali is internally screaming Mika's name. Meanwhile, the guy he is calling is dragging Siegfried along like a sack of potatoes, leaving him black and blue. Siegfried groans, asking if he really had to beat him so bad his own parents wouldn't recognize him. He got utterly destroyed. Mika remembers happily kicking him earlier before the prophet girl stopped him. He coldly replies that of course he had to, adding if Cassandra had not shown up, he would have beaten him half to death. What a useless hero. Siegfried calls out to Mika sadly, asking if he is really that lacking to become a hero. Mika tells him he lacks way too much. He regrets picking such a fake hero in his past life. Siegfried laughs bitterly, saying, "Man, you really do not hold back, do you?" They both fall into their own silent thoughts, with Mika glaring at the golden-haired punching bag in total disgust, thinking what an absolute embarrassment. Suddenly, someone comes running toward them in a complete panic. Shouting Mika's name, our main character turns and instantly recognizes who it is. Seeing him panting like crazy, he asks Archbishop Ali what is wrong and why he is so pale. Ali gasps out that they have a huge problem. Mika's face drops in utter shock as a shadowy figure emerges at the entrance. The face of Grand Archbishop Killen slowly comes into view. He mutters that he can finally hear the true enlightenment he chased his entire life, only realizing it now when he has one foot in the grave. His expression looks completely mind-controlled. Killen thinks to himself, "You were wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one." The veins on his hand bulge, looking ready to burst. This pissed-off old man thinks you're the one who needs to get punished, but a sharp voice suddenly cuts right through the corrupted Archbishop's thoughts, telling him to just stop. Archbishop Killen lets out a mocking laugh. "Well, look who we have here. Isn't this the prophetess?" But Cassandra stands right in front of him with total determination. She warns Killen to stop crossing the line before he ends up dead. The old man's face darkens as he slowly steps forward, asking what she means, but a sword points straight at him. Its owner warns him to freeze. The Archbishop stares at the blonde girl standing in his way, gritting his teeth and demanding to know why she is blocking his path. The blonde girl coldly asks if he really does not know why. Seeing Killen close his eyes in silence, Ida snaps, "Or maybe you're just playing dumb to get away with it." Ida remembers her recent talk with Mika, thinking to herself with total admiration that he was absolutely right. Mika had smiled confidently, warning her that Archbishop Killen would definitely cause trouble. Back then, her face was priceless. Ida literally wondered how he could predict the future so easily. Looking at this once mighty Archbishop who's now just a decaying wreck, she warns him to make a choice. Will you surrender quietly, or resist and get dragged away by force? The old man just laughs, looking at both girls like they are nothing but foolish believers. Killen claims he does not understand why so many fools dare to speak such blasphemy. He raises his hand to end the talking, calling them insolent little brats. His eyes go blank and start turning into spirals. Killen mumbles like he is completely high, saying, "God is with him." Ida panics, thinking this old creep has totally fried his brain. A blast of purple magic shoots straight at her. Cassandra cannot even react in time, and the prophetess just screams out in panic. The blonde girl gets blasted, sliding backwards across the floor. Seriously, did you see that? It is definitely not holy power. The old guy has gone totally corrupt. Seeing him surrounded by dark magic, she screams out, asking, "What the hell did you just do, Archbishop Killen?" But he just raises his hands and asks if he did not tell them already. Holy crap, a terrifying sight unfolds as thick hair starts growing rapidly all over his body. Two massive horns sprout right out of Killen's head, and a giant black goat with glowing red eyes appears. The beast repeats that God is walking right alongside him, probably some horned demon god. Ida panics, screaming about a black goat and how she is definitely not in the mood for goat soup. Purple magic starts swirling around the ugly beast. The horn-shaped magic immediately locks onto her and charges. Caught completely off guard, she can only let out a shocked gasp. Inside Ida's golden eyes, she can see the deadly magic closing in. She panics, thinking there is no way she is about to die when her pay is this cheap. Suddenly, a familiar staff appears in the air. With a quick reflection spell, a shield glowing with a stylized cross blocks the attack right in front of Ida. It completely shields her from Killen's attack. She turns around in shock to see who saved her, and a massive grin spreads across her face as she tells him he is late. Mage Mika, carrying Siegfried like a sack of potatoes, expressionlessly replies that he is not late. He glares at the traitor, slamming his staff hard onto the ground. The magic around Killen instantly vanishes, forcing him to his knees. He glares up, demanding to know how the hell he got here. Mika completely ignores the question, asking the old man how it feels to be slowly devoured by a demon. The Archbishop just stares blankly, asking what he means. His eyes are completely bloodshot like an artist pulling an all-nighter. Looking at his disciple still grabbed by Mika, Killen commands him to come over. Smiling like some sketchy guy, Killen reaches out to Siegfried, asking who was the one who saved him and guided him. He tells him to come hold his hand, muttering that this isn't where he belongs. Siegfried suddenly lifts his head as Killen says that place is not where he belongs. The blonde swordsman looks completely torn, muttering to himself about what he should do. Should he follow his heart or listen to reason? Mika refuses to make the choice for him, telling him he has to decide for himself and take full responsibility for his own actions. Siegfried's face goes completely blank. Killen keeps trying to tempt him, telling him to come back so they can renew their old bond. Suddenly, the old man gasps as a firm step lands on the floor. Seeing Siegfried pointing his sword right at him with a fierce look, the Archbishop freezes and asks what he is doing. Honestly, how embarrassing is that? His little manipulation trick failed completely. The blonde swordsman speaks up firmly, saying he is a holy knight who can never stand on the side of someone possessed by a demon. Killen's bald head bulges with angry veins. He goes fully dark, clenching his fists and yelling how even his own student could say that to him. He calls him a traitorous brat who bit the hand that fed him. The old man screams like a lunatic that God is by his side. As Siegfried calls out in worry, Mika steps in front of him, warning him to back off if he does not want to get killed. Killen raises his hands to the sky, shouting that he chased this enlightenment his entire life, and finally got it right before kicking the bucket. Mika mocks him, saying that is not enlightenment at all, but rather the sound of his own death sentence calling. The stubborn archbishop snaps back that they are the ones who are wrong, but his head suddenly snaps to the side, completely cutting off his voice. Mika stares at the creepy frozen old man and warns whoever is inside him that playtime is officially over. Right behind Killen, a massive dark shadow starts spreading out. Mika demands to know if it is time for them to finally show their face, looking deadly serious as he tells the entity to stop hiding in silence. He spits out the name Marrow. Suddenly, Killen transforms again with massive horns, blood-red eyes, and beastly ears growing right out of his head. To make an entrance, the demon puts on a confident smile. Archbishop Killen, now possessed by Marrow, asks Mika how long he has actually known the truth. Mika replies that he knew from the very beginning. After all, he has been through 2 whole lifetimes already. The curious demon asks if he is some kind of righteous mage. He says that is right, and tells the demon that he is next on his target list. Marrow just laughs like it is some hilarious joke, calling it pretty interesting. The demon claims he knows Mika has massive power, but boasts that he has existed for ages. Mika just closes his eyes, remaining completely silent. He thinks the demon is just talking in circles, basically telling him he is way too young to win. Mika just gives him a smug look, calling him an arrogant bastard. Mer figured that useless trash king, Bill Dapp, was totally done for. Honestly, the guy was just disposable garbage anyway, but if word gets out that he got wrecked, his brainwashed cult followers are going to absolutely lose their minds. Flexing those scary sharp claws he had not used in forever, he let out a nasty laugh and sneered, "Heh, I still got my own plans." Stroking his beard with one pointy claw, he bragged that this old geezer was not his only puppet. Mikhail just gave him a deadpan look. "Yeah, I knew that ages ago," Mikhail snapped, totally catching Mer off guard by pointing out that since Ludos was not here, he had to be over there. The demon completely lost his cool, stammering. "How did you know?" Mer stuttered, but Mikhail shut him down with a deadly glare, saying it is obvious and raising his staff, basically telling him he knows everything except how to show mercy. The green jewel on his staff flared up brightly. Mikhail muttered coldly that your dumb carelessness was completely expected, just like any other brainless demon. Right then, inside the cathedral, Rian was pacing around with a massive sigh, looking everywhere in a panic because he knew that creepy target had to be hiding somewhere close. He remembered Mikhail telling him to hunt down the possessed victim. A demon host, Rian muttered to himself, well, the guy's literally never wrong about this stuff. He kept scanning the crowd, sweating bullets over the pressure of screwing up. Looking at all the priests walking around, Rian knew that if he messed this up, every single person here was as good as dead. Pure stress. Gritting his teeth, his hands shook. This was way too much pressure for one guy. Grabbing his head, Ryan yelled out, "Why on earth did you dump this job on me?" Everyone stared like he was a total lunatic, but the pale swordsman just kept muttering about magic and holy power. Seriously, how can I detect both of those things at once? I am not some magic-sniffing hound, you know. He pictured Mikhail snapping his fingers, giving a cheeky wink, and saying direction is key. Ryan wanted to punch him so bad, grumbling that the guy always talks in riddles that make zero sense. "At least tell me how to deal with this," the swordsman grumbled in frustration. "But wait, look closely here." Suddenly, some guy brushed past him and a bright flash caught his eye, making Ryan gasp as crackling lightning energy began surging on his sword, sending a crazy shockwave through his blade. Right then, a wild thought hit him. He realized he could actually track whenever someone walked past. Could this really be it? The swordsman sprinted after the priest who just walked by, politely asking him to hold on for a second, but the guy just turned around with a cold grunt. Oh my god, once he saw it, he froze solid. Staring blankly, Rian spotted a creepy shadow monster clinging to the priest's shoulder, wrapping its dark, thread-like magic all over the poor guy's body. Staring at its glowing red eyes, twisted horns, and messy fur, he realized he was looking at a dark mountain goat demon. Sensing the dark energy, the crackling lightning on Rian's blade flared up like crazy. Seeing him suddenly draw his weapon, the terrified priest could only stammer in pure shock. "I am not getting killed today," Ryan muttered, landing some crazy accurate strikes. The priest shut his eyes, fully expecting to meet his ancestors. But when he finally opened them, he almost lost his mind. Right there, on the cold floor, lay a creepy black goat demon, tightly bound by holy magic and barely even breathing. "Was that thing attached to me?" the priest gasped. Looking down, Rian cursed, getting a seriously bad vibe about all of this. Sensing a massive wave of dark energy, Rian turned his head back. Piercing through the dim light, a a mysterious, silver-haired priest slowly stepped forward. With a wicked sneer, he mocked Rian for being too late. It was Heron, totally demonized with glowing crimson eyes and razor-sharp fangs. This had to be his true, terrifying form. Pure arrogance. He bragged that they were all just their prey, and absolutely nobody was escaping alive. Just then, a familiar set of horns sprouted on his shoulders. A massive black goat emerged, basically the sibling of the one Ryan had just utterly destroyed earlier. Dark magic exploded from the beast, choking every priest in the room. They gasped and screamed in absolute agony, begging for help because they could not breathe. Ryan raised his sword, totally panicked on what to do next. As Heron let out a manic laugh, the swordsman watched in horror as dark energy started consuming everyone in the room. And oh man, you can feel the dread here. A hand reached out, begging for help, slowly turning pitch black from the dark corruption as Ryan completely panicked. He knew they were being corrupted. Telling himself to stay sharp, he suddenly spotted a tiny spark of brilliant light beginning to glow right in the middle of the darkness. Rian kept telling himself he would not back down against these demons. No fear, no fear, no fear. Out of nowhere, massive spheres of pure holy light erupted around Rian, cleansing the entire room. The heavy darkness vanished instantly as a sacred, blinding energy took over the whole space. Rian stared wide-eyed as the cathedral filled with golden rays. "Is this holy light?" he muttered. The corrupted priests were instantly purified back to normal, their agonizing pain totally gone. One of them let out a gasp and fell to his knees amidst the glowing starlight. They all fell to their knees, bathing in the holy light and praising God. Even the black goats calmed down, completely silenced by the divine power. From the center of the blinding light, a booming divine voice echoed, "Listen to me, my children." Two massive hands reached out as the voice continued. "You have walked in darkness for too long, but now I have sent down a power to pierce the night and guide you back. Rise," the voice commanded, and Ryan suddenly felt his body moving on its own as if lifted by some invisible force. He freaked out completely, thinking, what on earth is happening? He was totally clueless until he remembered Mikhail's cheeky wink and his weird advice about how direction was the most important thing. It finally clicked. That crazy guy knew this would happen and sent me here on purpose. Did he seriously meet God privately? Well, if it is him, anything is possible. Deciding to trust the process, Ryan bowed respectfully, asking what he should do, and the voice from the glowing sphere simply commanded him to free them. The swordsman grinned, laughing that he got the message loud and clear. Gripping his glowing blue blade with absolute confidence, he boasted that this would be a total walk in the park. Out in the vast universe, a massive golden sphere of light and a pitch-black void were completely separated by a flowing river of pure energy. This gentle flow surged from the source, wrapping around the earth like twinkling Christmas lights. Since the dawn of time itself, both light and shadow have always coexisted in this world. Darkness is just kind of there, but light, it spreads out and grows into its own little world. That expansion created the rules, and the rules created heaven and earth, bro. And from that dirt, the first seeds sprouted into heavy golden crops packed with divine energy. Then we see hands reaching out to catch that blinding holy light. The rules say light has to be everywhere, no cap. Later on, humans started calling it God's blessing, or basically, divine power. Lion's sword hilt glows bright gold while the blade is wrapped in blue divine energy. He raises that sword high, looking like he's about to perform some holy purification ritual. Lion looks absolutely locked in. He's like, let's do this. After a tense silence, the Black Mountain goats suddenly start waking up. Check this out, they charge at crazy speed, kicking up dust everywhere. These giant beasts completely tower over our boy Lion. He stands still, letting his mana coat his entire body. A massive blue beam of light shoots straight into the sky as Lion jumps and stabs his sword right into the mad goat. Through that blinding light, his eyes show pure killer intent. The black goat slowly dissolves into nothingness under the glowing blast. A huge blue orb appears, flashing crazy light in every direction. Killen, who's currently hosting Marrow, is completely stunned silent by what he's seeing. He's losing his mind wondering how the divine realm got here so fast. Mika suddenly drops in out of nowhere, casually saying, well, it is because I work hard at this. He asks the old man if he seriously thought he had a chance, calling him a total clown. Raising his hand, Mika mockingly thanks him. Mika adds fuel to the fire, telling him that thanks to him, the Holy Kingdom is more dedicated than ever to wiping out the demon race. Boom! Killen is so triggered he starts cursing, unleashing his dark magic. A green light swirls around the main character like a mini tornado. It forms a shield, protecting Mika from Killen's devastating magic attack. Seth raises her hand, controlling the green energy. She asks what a low-tier demon can even do, acting all tough in front of your girl. Mika raises his staff and asks if she means the guy is zero threat. He jokes that is exactly what a villain would say to demons. Ouch, that has got to hurt. Mika's red eyes flash. He's like, a villain, huh? He literally imagines himself turning into some giant, terrifying monster right in front of Keelan. He darkly thinks that if he is a villain to them, he should be the absolute worst nightmare possible. Seth snaps him out of it, asking what he is planning with that evil face. Our main character honestly admits he is just thinking about beating those demons to absolute pulp. Seth is surprised by his answer, but she smirks and proudly flies right alongside him. Killen grinds his teeth, completely furious. Flying into the air, he starts summoning magic while screaming curses like a madman at these annoying brats. Mika blocks the attack with a divine shield, using holy light to completely stop the old demon. He asks if running away would have been the smarter move. Going up against me? The demon tilts his head, asking, "Run?" He raises his trembling hand and yells for them to shut up. "You lowlife trash, run?" A real warrior dies before taking this disrespect. Keelan goes completely wild, unleashing all his dark magic, screaming that he is going to drag them all to hell. Sharp claws on his hands start glowing. Mika looks serious, realizing the demon is boosting his power without even caring about the host's body. He knows only the holy light can clutch this, so he reaches out. But then, our main character gets totally confused and wonders where on earth they even are right now. And right on cue, a gorgeous figure touches Mika's arm from behind, giving him the exact answer he was looking for. Welcome to the Holy Kingdom, a sacred place where divine authority rules supreme, packed with pure faith. Hecate, goddess of wisdom, giggles and sighs that she is absolutely exhausted. Mika looks totally relieved and cracks a smile. He slams his staff hard onto the floor, casually asking if the guy is seriously trying him. Our great mage smirks triumphantly. He should have run when he had the chance, right? Powerful mana slowly starts radiating all around him. Blue light shoots into the sky, exploding into a massive pillar of energy. Our main character watches in silence as Mero screams in agony, her physical form dissolving into nothing. She furiously screams that she will remember his face and make sure he is finished for good. Mika finds it hilarious, laughing out loud before dropping a friendly reminder. Good luck with that, I will be waiting. Back in the Holy Kingdom, a giant light beam shoots from the cathedral to the sky, with white clouds swirling around it. It is an incredibly sacred, majestic sight. The Pope stares with wide eyes, completely awestruck by the divine spectacle unfolding in front of him. Every priest and cleric in the Holy Kingdom drops to their knees in deep prayer. Everyone can feel that their God, who seemed to have abandoned them, is finally back. The proof is right there, a towering, holy pillar of light connecting earth and sky, shining brilliantly through those glittering, mystical clouds. Inside a purple palace lit by floating white orbs, everything looks incredibly fancy, showing the owner is loaded. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes, completely shattering the quiet atmosphere. Red syrup splashes everywhere at the impact. A hot, horned demon lady rubs her chin, furiously muttering that it is happening all over again. Her newly claimed soul is gone, and she is so mad she can barely stutter his name. Her face becomes clear, glowing red eyes, sharp horns, a true horned queen. She grinds her teeth, cursing Mika, wondering what kind of monster he actually is. This is Mero, the sixth commander, who just caused total chaos in the Holy Kingdom. She had worked so hard to plant her chess pieces, and before she could even enjoy the game, they got ruined. She bitterly thinks about how he ruined everything and even sliced off a chunk of her puppet's body. Mero envisions a very familiar figure standing behind Mika, bathed in holy light, pulling all the strings. She reasons that even if he is some genius mage, tearing apart a demon's body should be totally impossible. Hecate is definitely behind this, no doubt about it. Ding ding! 10 out of 10, she guessed it. She resolves to dig deeper into this mystery. Suddenly, a black mountain goat comes rushing in. It barfs up a tiny red demon with a lizard tail. The little guy squeals and splats face first onto the floor. Mero calls out to Ludos, and her terrifying voice makes him jump in panic. He kneels and stammers her name, but she instantly cuts him off, yelling at him to shut his useless mouth. She tells him he should have died back during the Holy War. Terrified, he squeaks that he only survived thanks to her mercy. Mero coldly asks if he is dreaming. Ludos is shaking like crazy when she tells him his memories are too useful to waste on an execution, but out of nowhere, a massive horn impales him straight through the chest. Red syrup splatters everywhere. The demon's eyes pop out, completely clueless how he got logged out right after joining. Mero kindly breaks it down for him, your trash tier life literally does not matter. Ludos begs his demon commander for some mercy, crying out for him to please stop. But right after, he instantly crumbles into black smoke, leaving behind a single glowing red spirit stone. Mero shrugs, saying those pathetic pleas mean absolutely nothing. She tosses the red spirit stone into her mouth, chewing it down slowly before wiping her lips and muttering Mika Wanpurgis. Next time, she promises, he is getting a one-way ticket to the grave. A week later, the Supreme Pope stands in the place of honor, looking down at a massive crowd of gathered priests. He speaks up, thanking everyone for attending this grand assembly of heroes. Even the corrupt Lord Yan has made an appearance today. He stands there with a totally punchable face next to his butler Murden, listening to the announcement. A lot has happened, and those cursed bastards are starting to make their move again. Rian and his crew listen closely as the Pope warns that the world will never be the same. Endless disasters are about to go down, and pure chaos is heading our way. But God has not abandoned us to the tragedies striking our world. On the stage, a pure white cloak flutters dramatically in the wind. Mika stands tall with his scepter. The Pope announces that God has officially granted them his divine power through Mika Purgus. Watching this, the book, Ida, mutters that they put this together insanely fast. These event organizers are professional as hell. Mika replies that Siegfried told him a few days ago he was stepping down from the hero race. Seeing the swordsman look so depressed, Mika asked what was wrong and why he looked so dead inside. He just laughed dryly and replied that he had no other option. The main character is shocked as the guy pours his heart out, confessing he literally has no idea what he is supposed to do next. Siegfried pictures himself erasing everything he creates. It hurts, but to become a hero, he had to deny his entire past, the very thing that got him here. What about your comrades? Mika asks. Siegfried mutters that he cannot see them. No, he says, he just cannot. Our main character sits on the bed, leaning forward with his fingers locked together. He interrogates him. Why are you even here? To whine about useless stuff because you have too much free time? Siegfried's face drops instantly. Whine? Siegfried states the obvious. You do not like me. I get it. I was an idiot who talked trash about your faith, so of course you hate my guts. Mika looks up, listening seriously. He processes the complete train wreck inside this guy's head and clicks his tongue. For someone with his pride, dealing with all this in such a short time is way too much. Mika remembers his past life before regression, when he knelt pathetically before this weakling. Mika realizes he might be getting messed up by his pre-regression memories. Everyone in this current world is completely different from how they used to be in the past. Siegfried looks totally exhausted, while Cassandra has that confident grin. He knows everyone is changing, but Mika mutters that this is not fun at all. Siegfried continues, Archbishop Killen is getting life in prison for working with demons. That should have been my sentence too, but you stepped in and stopped it. Mika asks him coldly what he is getting at, making Siegfried jump up and slam his hand on his chest, saying, but you despise me. The main character just smiles, casually telling him that saving people is the whole point of being a hero. But get this, we are back at the ceremony under those beautiful white clouds. The Pope asks Mika if he will faithfully carry out his duties as a hero. Our main character solemnly replies, I swear, as a sparkling crown is placed on his head. The crown feels both familiar and incredibly strange. He remembers that before his regression, Siegfried was the one standing in this exact spot. Back then, he knelt to receive the crown from the Pope before the massive crowd. Mika was just a face in that crowd, clapping excitedly for the Holy Kingdom's new hero. Mika closes his eyes, ending the flashback. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light beams down and envelops him. The Pope declares it is the supreme blessing of God. Sitting nearby, Ida is totally jealous, muttering that the goddess really went all out for him. Mika just smiles gratefully, thinking this epic moment was worth all the struggle. Bathed in the glowing white light, our main character holds his scepter as his entire body radiates power. He smiles, knowing this is just the beginning, but he is finally one step closer to his goal. Rian leans against the door with his arms crossed, muttering, nice job. He gestures dramatically like an orator, saying, you are the official hero now, and we took down the demon hiding in the Holy Kingdom. We are freaking unstoppable. Mika just nods indifferently, replying, yeah, whatever. Rian feels his friend's reaction is completely off. Confused, he scratches his head and asks, dude, you are a hero now, a literal hero. Shouldn't you be hyped? The main character casually replies that he is happy, but in his head, Mika is only celebrating because they have successfully cleared the very first phase of his plan. He recalls the image of himself wearing the crown and taking the hero's oath during the ceremony. He reminds himself that he does not truly deserve the title of hero yet. Mika knows for a fact that the supreme archdemons are still lurking out there, and the world is still in absolute danger. He pictures himself standing in an empty wasteland. He imagines a starting line appearing right before his feet, quietly reflecting on what the demons had said. This is just the start. He's only at the starting line. Mika mutters to himself that his nomination as a hero basically guarantees that a massive disaster is coming, meaning he needs to start preparing for the worst immediately. He explains that only when everything is settled can he finally relax and feel happy. Hearing this, Ryan asks what the plan is, and if he has any ideas. The main character replies, yes. Since there is absolutely nothing holding him back anymore, he plans to set off tomorrow. His companion asks if he needs any help preparing for the journey. He flatly declines, saying he can handle himself, and that self-reliance is the way to go. Rian waves goodbye, saying that is cool, and that he is hitting the sack. He walks out and shuts the door with a loud bang. Ida gasps at how insanely fast that guy makes decisions, but Mika just shrugs and says that is just how he operates. He turns to look at her and asks what her plans are. Ida closes her eyes with a smile, replying that if he is asking whether she wants to tag along or stay in the Holy Kingdom, she chooses the latter. She bluntly adds that she has to keep a close eye on her idiot brother. Mika nods, completely agreeing with her decision. He even tells her to hit him up if that guy acts even a little shady, promising to beat him to a pulp. Sei happily agrees, saying she will call him right away. Suddenly, a hesitant voice asks what she should do. Mika looks up and calls out to Cassandra. She is standing by the stairs, hands politely folded like a perfect, proper noble lady. Our main guy smiles and tells her she should stay here too, since she already knows the deal. Cassandra sadly asks if it is because she is a prophet. She gloomily mumbles that her prophecies are always super negative, so she will not be of any actual help to anyone anyway. Sensing something is off, Mika denies that is the reason. Cassandra's eyes go wide when he straight up declares that he does not want a prophet to be looked down on by everyone. Oh my god, that is a direct strike to the heart. Absolute top-tier Riz right there. We see Cassandra praying, bound in glowing red chains, while Mika descends from above, bathed in holy light, reaching out to her. For the longest time, despite being hyped up as people who talk to gods, prophets have actually always been treated like total garbage. Mika honestly says that this cycle needs to stop, and he wants to change it. Clenching her dress, Cassandra nervously argues that prophecies are literally just destiny playing out. She flashes back to being totally shunned, which is honestly the main reason why people always instinctively avoid prophets and their words. She squeezes her dress so tight that if it could talk, it would literally scream at her to let go before she rips it into a million pieces. She stammers that prophecies are just what they are, but Mika looks at the trembling girl with super gentle eyes. He reassures her that it is not entirely like that. Our main guy asks what if a prophecy is simply just a clue. Cassandra snaps her head up, her eyes already swimming with tears. She cannot even believe her ears, asking what he actually means. He explains that she does not need to give people absolute, clear-cut declarations about their doom. Sei smiles as she hears Mika explain that she only needs to drop the clues. Figuring them out and preparing for the future is entirely up to the listeners. Gently patting her hair, he tells her that is all her responsibility really is. Cassandra's eyes tear up again as she wipes them, softly agreeing to give it a shot. A confident smile, the prophet promises she will try. By sunset, Mika and Sei are standing on the castle wall, with her calling his reason incredibly kind. He asks what is so kind about it. She says she knows he had the chance to make her completely dependent on him from day one, but he chose not to. Our guy replies that it just was not necessary for someone like her. Sei happily thanks him for trusting her, amazed that he did not even have to force anything on her, yet still guided her to make her own choice. Now she is free to choose her own path. Sei just stays quiet, a soft smile spreading across her face. From the bottom of her heart, she says she is really glad she met him. Realizing how that sounds, she suddenly blushes, pinches his cheek, and yells that she did not mean anything by it. Man, that is so embarrassing. Then out of nowhere, she vanishes, turning back into the crest on his neck. Mika just sighs, complaining that she got her feelings out and immediately dipped. Smiling, he looks up at the sky, spotting a bright full moon up high and thinking to himself that he and the moon have a pretty deep connection. Mika suddenly reminisces about those beautiful sunsets in that distant forest, thinking about how twilight always symbolized the magic lessons between him and his master. He remembers that before his rebirth, every twilight meant it was time to start learning magic from his master. Suddenly, a voice speaks up, asking what he is doing. Seeing Murden smiling like the perfect butler he is, Mika asks if he enjoyed his rest, and Murden replies that it was actually pretty interesting. Clenching his fist, Murden says he has seen and done a lot lately, and this break was just enough time to help him make a decision. Mika smiles, asking if that is so, while Murden closes his eyes. Laughing, Murden agrees. His silhouette seems to blend right into the sunset sky as he addresses the young master, sharing an old tale about an ancient magic cult that used the moon as their ultimate symbol. In a human silhouette, a faint light appears. Get this, they actually believe that humans are the ultimate vessel and the true source of all mana. But over centuries, extraordinary people started showing up. Think legendary figures like Superman or Spider-Man, and their names were permanently carved straight into history. Pages fly out from an old book to forever engrave the names of those gifted anomalies. The butler reminisces about those natural-born geniuses who could wield magic effortlessly, as if born for it. Mika stands opposite, listening closely as Murden explains that the cult wanted to artificially manufacture that exact kind of genius talent. Hearing how they repeatedly destroy their own physical bodies just to chase revenge over and over, Mika cannot help but call it out for being a totally messed up, cliché drama. Absolutely insane. Murden's face suddenly darkens as he painfully agrees, explaining that is exactly why their bloodlines slowly withered away to nothing. It seriously feels like he is the main character of his own story. Suddenly, his mood shifts like a chameleon, calling out to the young master. Pure killing intent covers his face. Murden asked Mika what would happen if the very last madman of that cult saw a true genius standing right before his eyes. Mika internally swears, thinking that with that creepy, haunted look, Murden looks exactly like the psycho he is describing. We flash back to the day the Walpurgis clan was completely wiped out. Mika kneels, trembling, inside a dark room. He remembers that day as the exact moment his entire family collapsed and countless lives were brutally lost. His hand shakes violently as he holds a sharp blade to his own neck. Sobbing in absolute, silent agony, he could only kneel there, weakly watching his loyal servants fall while being completely powerless to stop it. A man walks up, twisting the knife in Mika's chest by asking if he is finally satisfied now. He can only weep pathetically as the man asks how it feels to personally drag his own clan down into the abyss, coldly reminding Mika that every bit of this is entirely his fault. He says Mika was never fit to be the family head. The voice keeps mocking him, asking if he thinks taking his own life right now makes him brave. Brave? Yeah, right. Look at him instantly snap back in confusion as darkness swallows the room, his hand holding the blade trembling. The guy just keeps talking, his face covered in grime and looking totally exhausted after the fight. He concludes that his value is only worth this much, leaving the young master completely frozen, as if he just had a brutal realization. Back in the present, that devastated, goofy look is completely gone. Now, he is just a calm, composed teenager staring up at the twilight sky. Standing opposite him, Butler Murden asks how he would feel if something he had to completely ruin himself to obtain was just effortlessly handed to someone else, all because of simple luck and some God-given, natural talent. That is seriously unfair. He means those guys born with cheat code talents. Mikhail blankly replies, "Let me ask you one quick question." His voice drops cold and heavy, hitting the old man like a ton of bricks. "What if I told you I already have the perfect method right in my head to get that power? What then?" The butler bitterly groans that the kid knew everything from day one. Mikhail reaches out, claiming he does not know every tiny detail. "But hey, that is my natural cheat code. You could train for multiple lifetimes and still never pull this off." His red eyes gleam with pure mischief, thinking that lying like a boss is pretty cool. He points a finger up, pale hands stark against the purple sunset sky. "I am not just blessed with a pretty face and killer looks." Mikhail proudly brags that he has got this genius brain to match. Basically, he is the ultimate chick magnet. While Murden stands there frozen, our guy explains exactly why his body is ready to absorb mana. Sounding like some smug school teacher, he explains how he can control a massive pool of mana, something that is basically a nightmare for ordinary mages to pull off. The butler cuts him off, telling him to hold on for just a second. "Wait, did you already analyze that? Are you a monster?" Mikhail smirks, saying he already translated the whole damn thing. "Young master, you are only 20. The old butler points out he has not even studied magic for 3 whole years yet, so he should stop bluffing. Mikhail quick talks his way out of it. Crossing his arms, he claims he is just gifted, making the butler sigh about how unfair life is. Honestly, how unfair is that? Some guys are just born built different, easily reaching goals that normal people struggle years for. The old man's face crumples in absolute defeat. How does such a law-defying cheat code even exist in real life? Mikhail looks up, trying to find a nice way to say it. Yeah, the world is illogical, but that does not mean it has no meaning. What do you mean? Mikhail looks at the silver-haired butler in his suit, noting he looks incredibly pale. Seriously, you look like a junkie. Mikhail smirks, saying his eyes are sharp, just like how the butler sensed something crazy in him. And guess what? I feel something off about you too. Mikhail locks eyes with him, throwing out a wild guess that Murden is on par with the legendary monsters who died in the cult's final war. The butler freezes instantly. His eyes go completely blank as his mind drifts back to some dark, distant memory. Mikhail smiles, guessing the old man has clearly reached some legendary level, though only heaven knows what that actually is. Hands tucked behind his back, Murden laughs bitterly. Results? Yeah, right. Results my ass. Underneath a misty purple night sky, the moon hides behind some clouds but still glows bright. Murden's voice drops low. We were called the Twilight Mages. Once I unlocked my true potential, I absolutely crushed everyone who looked down on me. I even qualified as a tier 8 mage. But that rank is totally unstable. In his mind, a red ball of yarn appears tangled up in a complete mess. Mikhail asks if there are some nasty side effects, like going bald. Murden admits the price is steep. My internal organs are so trashed, no hospital would even take them for donation. A hooded figure in green appears, manipulating a glowing red ball of yarn floating in a beam of pure white light. To squeeze out every drop of talent, we pushed our bodies past their absolute limits. It is just bad luck, honestly. Mikhail dryly points out that the old man is still kicking, though. Murden hangs his head, admitting he quit halfway. He abandoned his dream of reaching tier 8, restricting his magic use to emergencies only to stay alive. Closing his eyes, the butler sighs that his body has basically turned stiff as a board instead of staying strong. Staring at the once mighty mage under the purple sky, the old man sighs that he is completely useless now, unable to do a thing. Mikhail casually shrugs and asks why they do not just heal him up then. Murden waves his hands, explaining that his body is literally rotting away from the inside. He is beyond saving. Mikhail fires back, asking who he thinks he is talking to. Do you think I randomly became the hero chosen by the gods? Just look at this old man panic. He thinks he is a total write-off, but our guy tells him to trust the gods. Murden's eyes widen in shock. Raising his hand under the golden sunset, Mikhail confidently declares that absolutely nothing is impossible. As his hand reaches toward the butler's head, Mikhail whispers for him to just close his eyes and rest. Murden stares, totally lost. What are you doing? Mikhail smirks, shut up and sleep. The moment that magic-charged hand touches his head, Murden realizes what is happening. His eyes roll back, desperately muttering one last curse at his crazy young master before blacking out. He drops Cole before he can even finish the insult. Catching him, Mikhail smiles, noting the old man is as cranky as ever. His red eyes lock onto his sleeping test subject. Flashing a wicked grin, he whispers that it is finally time to get to work. Inside a quiet bedroom, Murden is laid out on the bed, while Mikhail stands over him, ready to start the operation. Grabbing his right wrist, he raises his hand, nostalgically thinking how long it has been since he felt this heavy, chilling power. The butler is probably shivering in his sleep. Set, floating right next to him, rolls her eyes because she is totally sick of his endless flexing. She lets out a heavy sigh as she starts unbuttoning Murden's shirt, exposing a deeply scarred, absolutely shredded 8-pack. Talk about some crazy old-school power. Mikhail stares, his red eyes suddenly turning deeply nostalgic as his mind drifts off into some far-off memory. Mikhail remembers a lonely figure standing under a vast, gloomy sky. He used to think being born with the cheat-like ability to absorb mana was some ultimate privilege, but that man shook his head, saying he was not born with it. Back in reality, Mikhail stares down with heavy eyes, full of regret that the old man collapsed in his past life without ever breaking his limits. He kicked the bucket simply because fate left him with no other choice. Staring at the brutal scars carved across his old butler Murden's chest and stomach, Mikhail realizes that no matter how insane Murden's analytical skills or deep vision were, the real killer was always a lack of time. But everything is different now. Reaching out with a hand glowing with pure magic, Mikhail heals his butler. This new timeline is his chance to fix all the regrets from before he regressed. He silently thanks his lucky stars for this rewind and his overpowered main character cheat. Placing his hand on Murden's chest, he swears he will never let fate bury the old man again. Mikhail closes his eyes, focusing his mind to begin the spell. A soft green light erupts around him. Mikhail looks at his loyal butler and whispers that this is the end of his tragic Twilight era. Sparkling blue and white magic from the great mage Mikhail floods the entire room with brilliant energy. Soon, a brand new day begins as gentle morning sunlight starts streaming through the window. Murden snaps his eyes open, feeling like he just woke up from a century-long nap with his body completely intact. He sits up, rubbing his aching old spine and groaning, "Oh my poor back." Wait, his body feels totally different. Murden stares at his hands in shock. The pain is completely gone. This is absolutely insane. He flexes to check if his biceps are still there, then literally does a full headstand right on top of his bed. Hanging upside down in that bizarre pose, he mumbles, "What the hell? Why does my body feel so incredibly light all of a sudden?" Suddenly, his eyes widen. Wait, hold up a second. Sitting back down, he looks down to see his ripped 8-pack abs still perfectly intact. Sensing something wild is going on, he stares at his palms, wondering about his current mana flow. Just as he reaches to check his chest, a sharp, commanding voice cuts in and stops him cold. Staring at the blonde youth sitting with his back turned, Murden gasps, "Young master." He asks in total disbelief, "Do not tell me you did all of this." Mikhail smugly fires back, "Who else would it be?" Knowing how stubborn his butler is, he warns him to take it easy. "Do not push your luck since your body is not fully recovered yet." Murden buttons up his clean shirt while asking what he means. Right then, a sleek glass vial filled with pills that glow with a soft green light appears. He tosses the vial over, telling him to take 1 pill a day. He warns him to follow his training schedule exactly, because one wrong move and he is history. He warns that the schedule is key. Murden, acting like a clueless kid, looks at the vial and asks what the hell this is. Mikhail spins around with a smug smirk that basically screams trouble. He casually replies it is a purified fruit from the world tree, old man. Instantly, all the color drains right out of the butler's face. Scared out of his mind, Murden tosses the vial into the air and screams, "Wait, what? The world tree?" Mikhail just shrugs and confirms it is exactly that. The butler dives to catch the falling vial, nagging like a worried housewife, "Why are you being so crazy generous? Why give this to me when selling it would make an absolute fortune?" Mikhail pulls a total flex, saying money is nothing. If this rare fruit can help a tier 8 mage fully restore his lost power. Staring at Murden's completely frozen expression, he drops a truth bomb. It is still way more valuable than a pile of useless cash. With heavy eyes, the butler mutters that he simply lacks talent. He visualizes a shaking hand struggling to reach the top of a massive tower, just like a brutal game. By the time you reach the summit, you are completely wiped out, kneeling and gasping for air. Murden sighs that because he was born without real talent, he could never break through. That exhausted youth was actually Murden in his younger years, looking completely lost while everyone around him climbed with ease, looking like some ninja warrior contestants. Seeing another guy glide to the peak is a massive reality check. Murden realizes that no matter what kind of insane, high-level methods he tries to use, staring up at the towering, misty peak ahead, he sits in the dirt, fully accepting he will never actually make it to tier 8. The butler keeps whining, but get this, Mikhail is totally done with that self-pity and cuts him off. He stands firm, promising that once he fixes the flawed technique Murden uses, he will hand it right back to him. Mikhail plays the hurt pride card, asking if Murden cannot trust him just this once. Murden shuts his mouth instantly, bowing his head in shame while stuttering. His mind flashes back to all the impossible miracles Mikhail pulled off for Lindell, Rian, and Jiha. All of his stubborn doubts are starting to completely crumble. Let's be real, nothing in this life is set in stone anyway. Murden stays quiet, his thoughts spinning for what feels like an eternity. He finally breaks the heavy silence, asking if it is truly possible. Mikhail just grins and says of course it is. Once Murden recovers, they head deep into a quiet, ancient forest where no illegal loggers have ever touched the trees. Mikhail decides there is zero reason to drag his feet. He plans to immediately teach the butler the legendary self-governing circulation technique. The elderly Murden becomes a student, listening closely as Mikhail teaches him. Mikhail modifies the spell, knowing it cannot be identical to his own and needs adjustments to fit the old man's abilities. Staring at his glowing hands, Murden can barely believe his eyes, letting out a gasp as the mana flow begins looping continuously around his body. A gentle green light envelops the old butler. Totally shocked, he asks what the hell this incredibly pure energy is. And honestly, you have to love his confidence here as Mikhail just shrugs, saying he promised to develop it. When Murden asks how, Mikhail basically flexes his protagonist's cheat code. Then Mikhail gets serious, explaining he holds the near-final research from someone extremely close to him. It is a masterpiece refined over countless generations of absolute hard work. Murden is completely stunned. Mikhail acts mysterious, adding that although this method is still pretty raw and heavy to use, it is not half bad. The butler looks up, lost in thought or maybe just trying to look cool. He lets out a quiet grunt from his old mouth. He closes his eyes, inhaling the crisp forest air and sighing in relief everything is set, so he does not care about the rest. Outside the massive cathedral gates, a priest waves off two young guys on horseback. The four-pointed star on the armor of the kid is gleaming, matched by the cross on his gauntlets, and suddenly, a loud laugh echoes through the air. Ha ha. Mika looks at his brain-dead partner riding beside him and asks with total annoyance, is it really that hilarious? Rian, hyped up, replies, hell yeah it is. For a guy like me, this armor is literally life. Look at me, the girls are going to drool all over. Our main character suddenly gets dead serious, muttering that it is probably a good thing since he will have to use it soon anyway. Ryan is totally clueless. Remembering something, Rian asks, wait, speaking of which, I still have no clue where we are even heading. Mika just asks back, oh, you mean our destination? Facing the blank stare of Rian, Mika tells him it is Draculian town. Rian cannot believe his ears. He asks suspiciously, do not tell me that is the territory of those sleepless vampires from the reviews. Mika gives a blunt reply, yep, that is the one. Hearing this, Ryan sighs deeply, making a face like he is the most miserable guy on earth. Rian looks up at the sky and screams out, oh my god, why me? In the middle of this spooky forest, he acts like a graveyard statue, crying that the hero God chose is literally digging his own grave, begging for help. Mika sarcastically comments, wow, you are just bursting with energy. Even the brown horse Rian is riding gives him a totally fed-up look. Mika secretly thinks, though honestly, you cannot really blame him for freaking out like that. A majestic castle shrouded in thick fog flashes through his memory. Mika recalls that Draculian town actually used to be an incredibly bustling and wealthy territory. Then, terrifying visions of screaming souls being brutally ripped from their bodies in a dark void replace that beautiful, lively town. He remembers the exact reason is that the greedy Count Draco wanted to reach the legendary Fountain of Youth, and the horrific result was him personally devouring more than half of the entire population in his own territory. Because of that unforgivable, monstrous crime, the Holy Empire sealed this land away. Mika calmly guides his horse through the forest, firmly focusing on their goal. Their next stop is the very place where those sealed monsters dwell. Ryan complains loudly, is there seriously nowhere else to go? Why must we visit that nightmare hole? Mika jokingly replies that is a bit of a touchy question. He looks at his goofy partner and patiently explains that first, this place is packed with graveyard areas. And as we all know, extreme danger always comes with insane opportunities. Rian racks his brain for a second and then says, oh, so basically this is just a classic dungeon raid, right? Alright, got it, easy peasy. But wait, here comes a sudden plot twist, as Rian asks about the second reason. Mika replies, because very soon, an image of a heavy coffin sealed with a massive carved cross appears. Its outer iron shell is completely covered in wicked, sharp spikes. On top of that creepy sight, wild roses bloom around it, red as blood syrup. This is the seal keeping Count Draculian trapped, and it is about to be broken. After taking a nice, long nap on the shoulder of Mika, Seth stretches her arms and yawns. Ah, that was such a good sleep. She curiously asks him, how much longer till we get there? Mika answers, you slept so long we are practically there already. Seth goes, oh really? Wait, what on earth is that? Behind them, Butler Murden looks like a total zombie, with white vapor escaping his mouth like a ghost. Seth sees a totally bizarre sight. While her master walks ahead completely chill, the poor butler is trudging along with his head down, using his mana to carry a giant horse. What kind of crazy training technique is this? His face is absolutely strained. To make things worse, Rian is fast asleep, tied tightly to the back of the horse, totally raising the difficulty level. The face of Seth goes blank. She has absolutely no clue what the hell happened while she was asleep. Why did they all suddenly turn into weirdos? Unable to hold back, she speaks up and asks, what on earth is going on here? Rewinding to 2 days ago, their party of 3 was riding horses into a dense, overgrown forest. After hearing Mika explain the goal of this trip, Butler Murden was immediately scared half to death. Murden screams in panic, are we really about to unseal a literal vampire? He cannot believe his own ears, but then he remembers something and asks, wait, is not the sealed coffin of the monster completely impossible to open from the inside? Mika casually asks back, did some deity actually tell you that? Murden just stammers out a confused noise. Ryan, riding beside him, chimes in, and do you even know how to put him down for good? The swordsman warns him that his title as an immortal monster is not just for show. Hearing his brainless buddy ask such a stupid question, Mika snaps back, yeah, I get it, stop nagging me. I have thought this through carefully, okay? Rian closes his eyes smugly, saying, well, of course, knowing your enemy is the absolute key to winning every single battle. He looks at Mika and rambles on about how Mika would never do anything that does not benefit him, and if he could not win, he would not have come here. Both of his teammates give him a smug, annoying look. Murden chimes in, saying that the calculations of the young master are always absolutely flawless. Watching them whisper, Mika realizes they completely misunderstood his intentions. Now, pay close attention to this next part. Rian asks, come on, what is the plan? A smile suddenly creeps onto the face of Mika. He flashes a cheesy, salesman-like grin at them, and random flowers literally start blooming and floating all around him. Seeing that creepy grin, Ryan feels the temperature drop. A freezing chill runs down his spine as he shivers. Oh crap, that is terrifying. What is with that totally gross, fake smile? Mika, still surrounded by floating flowers, replies, I do have a plan, but we need a solid excuse to execute it. Shivering, Rian asks, a solid excuse? He freezes and says, wait, hold on a second, I do not know what this plan is, but we probably do not need to prepare right now. Instantly, the face of Mika twists into a creepy, evil grin just like the Joker. He sneers, what are you talking about? We have to get ready as early as possible. Seeing Mika look like a total psycho, Rian feels like he already has one foot in the grave. He stammers out, wait, what are you planning to do? Mika immediately casts a sleep spell, and his buddy groans before losing total consciousness and falling backward. Mika silently watches Rian, who is completely knocked out on his horse with a snot bubble expanding on his nose. Murden nervously asks, what in the world are you doing to him? Mika replies, if we tie him up and let him get lost in his dreams, he will actually grow a lot stronger. Sensing the truth, the butler calmly asks, so is this some kind of illusion magic? Yeah, but it is not that simple. You are also planting a pretty complex fake perception right into his subconscious mind. Nearby, Rian is totally zoned out, snoring like a chainsaw for extra drama. Mikhail hops off his horse with a smirk that says, you know way too much, old man. He says a mere butler should have struggled to notice that. Cursing 18 generations of Mikhail's ancestors in his head, Murden swallows his pride and fakes a laugh. Haha, you seriously underestimate me. The old guy makes excuses, claiming that no matter how complex the spell is, he will always find a way to analyze it. Even an 8th tier spell. Calling total BS in his head, Mikhail doesn't even look at him, dropping a cold challenge. So, you want to test that? He smirks, adding that things are way too boring without risk. Let's make a bet. Murden's eyes go wide, asking what he could possibly wager when he's basically down to his boxers. Mikhail laughs, nothing crazy, relax. Glancing at the horse standing peacefully, Mikhail decides that until they arrive, instead of riding the beast, the old butler is going to carry it. Smirking, our guy adds that if he loses, he will carry the horse himself. 2-day time limit. Staring at the completely shocked butler, Mikhail asks him how that sounds. Murden replies, I think that is way more than enough time, and just like that, the poor old guy officially digs his own grave. Now check this out, the butler is channeling mana to lift a horse, looking half dead. Murden groans, asking if Mikhail's spell is truly that impossible to decode. Mikhail closes his eyes, totally speechless at this stubborn old man. Of course, the guy can't analyze it. He visualizes the layers of purple magic circles forming tight chains, binding the fast-asleep Ryan directly onto that horse. Mikhail smugly recalls mixing in 9th tier magic theories, no way this guy is high-level enough to get it. Then, he casually turns to Seth to change the subject. He asks her about the next tomb. Seth turns around, warning him straight up, look, I'm completely neutral in this trial, so don't expect me to feed you tons of secrets. Mikhail tries bargaining, asking for just a tiny hint. Seth repeats a tiny hint, acting all deep and thoughtful. She notes that the rest of the tombs look completely different from any dungeons he has run before. Meanwhile, deep in a dark trial chamber, torches flicker against ancient stone walls. Seth warns that the Asa tomb has some seriously weird things hidden inside. Don't let its damp, ancient appearance fool you for a second. Thinking back to the very first tomb, she admits that Mikhail got pretty lucky when he cleared it. It was basically fool's luck because that first tomb was the easiest level. Otherwise, he would be pushing up daisies by now. Seth adds that other tombs ruthlessly punish any failure. Mikhail gives her a look like, yeah, obviously, I'm a regressor. Seth explains that the actual difficulty depends heavily on the specific guardian guarding it. Mikhail dwells on the word punishment. His mind flashes back to Draculian's tomb, covered in blood-red roses. The glowing cross on the coffin lid shines bright. Our guy remembers that before his regression, Draco went rogue solely out of fear of growing old and dying. At least, that's what he thinks. But here's the catch. What if everything he knew was just a giant trap? Lost in deep thought, Mikhail realizes he needs to verify the truth. Suddenly, Murden's shaky voice calls out, cutting him off. The poor butler is shaking like a leaf, legs barely holding up. Feeling completely numb, he tries to force a miserable smile. Hey, young master, shouldn't this horse actually act like a horse and, walk? I am not trying to star in some weird horse-carrying show here. Mikhail casually shrugs. True. Drop it. We are almost there. Getting an instant pardon, the poor old butler dumps the horse, collapses to the ground, and completely throws his dignified image out the window. Murden sprawls out on the grass, soaking up the warm sun with a heavy sigh. Man, this feels absolutely amazing. Mikhail sighs, completely speechless. Hey old man, you planning to hibernate there? The butler, playing dead, perks up his ears as Mikhail casually adds, if I were you, I would be figuring out how to carry that horse even longer. Realizing something is seriously off, Murden sits straight up like a zombie and gasps out, young master? Mikhail shoots back, what now? He is totally taken aback when the butler asks why he feels way older than him. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Sarcastic compliment, right? Murden scratches his head, acting confused. Of course not. I just meant you act like a total grumpy old bastard. He expects Mikhail to explode and throw hands, but the actual reaction catches him completely off guard. The young master just stands there, smiling coldly, sending a shiver right down his spine. Deep in the quiet woods, the butler stammers, young master, please stop smiling like a total creep. Just do not make me carry that horse again. It is seriously degrading, and honestly, you are stressing me out. Mikhail just scoffs, hey, I was not even going to say that. The butler instantly fires back, yes, you absolutely were. If you are the second most shameless bastard alive, literally nobody else can claim first place. Snapping his fingers, Mikhail plays the mature adult, warning Murden that lying is bad. Hey butler, new order, try circulating your mana through the sixth circle right now. Murden blinks, completely lost. Wait, what? Mikhail flashes a wild, Joker-like grin, throwing a thumbs up. Did you not boast about almost reaching the eighth circle? Suddenly, another loud argument erupts, with the butler screaming at him to hold on. Our shameless main character shrugs, did I say anything wrong? Frustrated, Murden snaps back, telling him that humans sometimes just need to accept defeat, for crying out loud. Mikhail repeats his order to do it now. Seth watches these two grown men bicker like toddlers, utterly speechless and thinking they are both completely beyond saving. Hearing the young master bark orders again, the little deity lets out a long sigh. She rolls her eyes, muttering, this guy is supposed to be a hero? He is just a childish brat. Soon, Mikhail's group arrives before a massive, imposing fortress wrapped in a heavy, ominous fog. A gigantic stone wall completely isolates the entire place from the outside world. Mikhail gasps, holy crap, this thing is absolutely humongous. Looking closer, he realizes this barrier seals off the plague zone from everyone else. Our guy mutters that the Holy Kingdom and the Empire clearly took this Draculian threat extremely seriously to build such a massive quarantine wall. Looking around, Rian scoffs, but weirdly, there is not a single guard watching this place. Murden guesses that with chaos erupting everywhere, they probably do not have the manpower to keep guards posted here 24/7. Mikhail walks up and touches the cold stone, sensing that the wall itself is still alive. Seeing the black rot creeping over every branch and crevice, he clenches his fist in frustration. How long can anyone survive in a hellhole like this? Not knowing the actual situation is pretty frustrating. After Thumbdu crossed the wall, Mikhail realized they genuinely believed that barrier could hold out for 100 years. Our main guy pictures a blurry human figure wrapped in blinding, radiant, holy light, an 8-pointed star barrier floating above with bright golden halos shining behind. He figures if the strongest knight of the Holy Kingdom made this seal, they would do absolutely anything to defend it. Mikhail looks around. He gives himself a pretty half-hearted answer. They probably believe this seal is literally impossible to break. Well, for now at least. Suddenly, Set beside him groans at the nasty, garbage smell. She covers her mouth, looking around in disgust, saying it is not just the infected zone, everything here is super weird. Set complains it smells like a filthy barnyard, which is pretty gross. Mikhail just chuckles and asks, is that so? While Ryan chimes in from behind, asking if he plans to go straight in. Our main guy raises his hand, acting all mysterious and saying nope, not yet. First, we do this. Ryan looks totally lost, following his finger and wondering what on earth he is pointing at. Mikhail is pointing southwest toward a village at the edge of the forest nearby. He casually tells them they should go clean that place up first. The sound of horse hooves clatters loudly on the empty road, sounding extra creepy since there is nobody else around. Soon, they enter the village and spot a woman busy brewing wine. Hold on, look at this. Locals are actually walking around, totally different from that spooky castle. Ryan is absolutely shocked, swearing that people actually live in this sketchy place. Mikhail acts all cryptic, saying, well, it is not like every single one of them kicked the bucket. He then flashes back to his past life before his rebirth. He remembers this place as a massive graveyard. A horrific tragedy once went down here, wiping out half the population. Our main guy vividly recalls a girl placing a white rose onto a grave. That hand belonged to a short-haired girl with tears streaming down her face, while a grieving crowd stood behind her. Mikhail figures the other half of the village somehow survived. Playing the smart guy, he explains that since they have no lord, they have to survive on their own. They must have gone through absolute hell. The swordsman looks skeptical. Is that so? But our guy, picturing those glowing red eyes hiding in the trees, just mutters that living here is not half bad. He recalls that creepy, demonic castle and the sky stained in a dark, bloody red haze. Mikhail finds it pretty bizarre that monsters do not even dare to come near this place. Meanwhile, Draculian sensed a bad omen from the stench of doom hanging in the air like rotting fish. Strolling down the street, Mikhail explains to his crew that there are 0 taxes here, and the Empire never sends any commanders. Other territories want absolutely nothing to do with this zone, which means this is their perfect chance. Hell yeah, long live tax-free self-governance. But despite his words, our guy's face suddenly darkens as a massive warning sign pops into his head. Remembering that coffin sealed with a cross in that blood-red room, Mikhail knows for a fact that Draculian is not going to be a walk in the park. He is ridiculously tough. Just because the coffin is quiet does not mean the guy inside is dead. Mikhail is sure the bastard already planned his next move before getting sealed. Murden leans in from behind, whispering like a total gossip, and asks if a god told him to break Draculian's seal. Mikhail replies with a cold smile, saying they have an accomplice. Murden immediately asks who, as the group rides on under a sky as dark as their uncertain future. Mikhail casually drops the bombshell that their helper is probably a demon. He admits he has no idea how high its rank is. Suddenly, a voice rings out, welcoming the travelers. Mikhail immediately whips his head toward the sound. A scruffy, pretty ugly old man with a wild beard appears. He chuckles warmly, saying it is a pleasant surprise to finally have guests after so long, and greets them. Mikhail asks who he is, and the old man politely replies that he is Davlos, the chief of this village. Showing off his missing teeth, Davlos brags that no nearby place is as prosperous as their village. Mikhail's group instantly thinks, well, duh, because the rest of this area is just wild jungle. Our guy hops off his horse, praising the chief's wise choice. His ruby-red eyes stare intensely at the old man, putting on the pressure, before he quietly cracks a smirk. Suddenly, the tension melts into a friendly, bright atmosphere. The two act like best buddies, with Mikhail shaking the old man's hand and laughing that it is great to meet him. He says he is looking for a place to crash for a while. Davlos grins widely, responding that it is perfect, making them look like old friends reuniting. The chief excitedly babbles that it has been forever since they had VIP guests, so he will personally guide them. Murden, who is used to Mikhail's crazy antics, just stands there speechless. Ryan feels a shiver down his spine, wondering what is up with that creepy smile. Meanwhile, the toothless chief happily tells them to follow him. Now check out this old guy's subtle move. He casually asks if they're on vacation, but Mikhail's eyes turn sharp as Davlos asks why they came to this godforsaken wasteland. He closes his eyes. Only one reason. He drops the name Draculian. The chief freezes, spinning around to ask if they came from the Holy Kingdom. Keeping a straight face, Mikhail completely denies it, laughing that the Holy Kingdom can go screw itself. He claims he is just a curious guy with a big interest in history. Davlos grunts skeptically, thinking, yeah right, if I trust your historical interest, I would be broke. Still, he keeps his cool and replies. He wishes them a good stay, leading them to a pretty decent house for the night. Inside their room, Mikhail stands directly in front of his two companions. Narrowing his eyes, he asks his butler for his take. Murden senses the air dark hexes are typically demon-made. He suddenly drops a wild comment that completely ruins his dignified image, making Ryan do a total double take, saying beasts tied up with ropes are pretty interesting. Ryan finds it super weird and objects to being called a beast. Mikhail closes his eyes and cuts him off, stating that frankly, the butler is not wrong. The swordsman looks totally baffled, asking what he means, but Mikhail says even if we do not think that way, the schemers definitely do. Ryan gets pretty freaked out, asking if there is a demon terrorizing this village. Mikhail raises 6 fingers, explaining it is not just this place. He seriously points out there are 6 surrounding villages, and 6 is always the ultimate number of sacrifice. Ryan gets a bad feeling, questioning if it is really 6. But wait, is not this place actually the 7th village? He is absolutely terrified. Our guy pictures the pink spirit stone on the stone steps, with the entire sky stained blood red. He patiently breaks down the facts the largest area becomes the central hub, with the other 6 villages surrounding it. Imagining the 7 spirit stones lighting up at once, the whole sky paints a bloody crimson. Mikhail adds that it forms a massive magic circle, making Ryan slam his hand on the table in pure rage. Rage flares. Ryan unleashes a wild blue-purple aura that suffocates the air. He grits his teeth, wondering what bastard is behind all this. Opposite to Ryan's boiling anger, Mika stays completely chill. Cool down, he says. Getting pissed off isn't going to fix anything here. Ryan knows he's right. He just spits a bitter curse, damn it. Butler Murden then chimes in, asking what their next move is. Looking up, Ryan scowls hard. Mika just shrugs, saying he already set the bait, but first, they need to go meet a certain someone. With their little chat over, the 3 of them set off together. It doesn't take long before they reach their destination and halt. Check this out. Mika stares ahead with total confidence, but the fortress they stand before is completely draped in this creepy, suffocating gloom, surrounded by bare, lifeless trees. Guarding the entrance is a lone knight in heavy, solid armor. He's just chilling with one knee propped up, hand resting on it, weapon leaning against his shoulder, radiating this insanely calm and carefree energy. Behind that heavy iron mask, glowing red eyes lock onto our group, watching their every single move. Butler Murden gets pretty nervous and warns Mika that the guy looks like a straight-up demon. Mika already noticed, seeing no difference at all. The knight slowly stands up, asking if they have finally arrived. Rian immediately zeroes in on the weapon in the guard's grip, wondering if that massive thing is a spear. Suddenly, the knight grips his weapon tight and leaps high into the air, aiming his sharp spear straight at the group. The spear erupts with wild, destructive energy as he lunges, but Butler Murden does not waste a single second. He snaps his fingers, instantly summoning a magic shield that completely blocks the incoming strike. Looking at the knight, Murden sighs, man, attacking us the very second we meet. As the butler lowers his hand, the knight leaps back to the ground. His eyes flare with anger as he grumbles that since that did not work, it is time for round 2. He immediately starts channeling dark magic, wrapping himself in a suffocating black aura that screams he is ready to kill. Right then, Mika speaks up, telling him to stop. Confused, the knight actually stops his dark magic. Mika then turns to his butler and tells him to stand down as well. Stepping in front of the armored knight, Mika listens as the guy asks who they are. Mika calmly replies that they only came here to talk. Reaching into his coat, he introduces himself as Mikawez. The knight silently listens as Mika explains that he is the one recognized by the gods themselves. He pulls out his official emblem, proving he is indeed the hero of this generation. Then, Mika asks if the knight can fill them in on what is actually happening around here. Hearing this, the knight suddenly bursts out laughing. He mockingly asks if he is really a hero, sneering that after everything got this bad, the gods finally decided to send help. Seeing the knight's deep distrust, Mika patiently explains that while he cannot clarify everything right now, he definitely has zero intention of abandoning this place to rot. Mika then asks why he keeps guarding these walls. The knight just rests his hand on his knee, bowing his head with a sad, bitter laugh as he repeats the question. The reason? He mutters, before bluntly stating it is because he is a half-breed. When Mika asks why, the knight starts stripping off his heavy chest armor to show him. He grabs his spear and, without flinching for a single second, drives it straight into his own chest, spraying blood everywhere. Rian cannot believe his eyes, shouting out in absolute shock. The spear is completely impaling the knight, blood pouring out rapidly. Rian screams for him to stop, his brow furrowed in panic, but the knight just pulls the weapon out, leaving a massive, gaping hole of shredded, bloody flesh. And get this, the horrific wound actually starts closing up on its own, knitting back together perfectly, as if a spear had never touched him. Rian finally puts 2 and 2 together, realizing the guy is immortal. Confirming that yes, he is immortal, the knight nods. Hearing this, Rian immediately swings his hand, conjuring a glowing blue magic circle around his body. Watching silently, Mika tells Rian to put his weapon down, but Rian refuses to listen, snapping back that if this guy is immortal, then he is basically no different from a vampire. Mika disagrees, completely shutting down Rian's logic. He steps directly in front of the knight, silently wondering if he actually recognizes this immortal warrior from somewhere. More precisely, he knows what lies ahead in this knight's future. The knight scoffingly tells them to stab away if they want, since he cannot die anyway. Refusing, Mika says he will not do that. As a hero, when he sees someone who desperately wants to be human, he can never treat them like some mindless monster. His words make the immortal knight freeze in place. Reaching out to grab the heavy iron mask, Mika quietly mutters that he already knows exactly who he is. Removing the mask, he finally reveals the handsome face hidden underneath. Teep Straculian, Mika says aloud, remembering how there is absolutely no way he could ever forget this man. Holding a blood-soaked spear, Teps was once known as the Blood Spear. But in the future that Mika remembers, he will become known as the legendary Immortal King. As Mika's thoughts drift, he remembers that during the horrific vampire calamity, Teps helplessly tried to stop his own father's cruel, bloodthirsty rampage. While the butler and Rian stand there completely lost, Mika turns to the knight, stating that he is simply someone sharing blood with the infamous vampire count. Teeps bows his head, asking how they plan to deal with him. Mika responds that he has no bad intentions, but he wants to offer a partnership, even if it sounds a bit harsh. Shocked, Teeps snaps his head up, unable to believe his ears as he stammers out the word partnership. Mika nods, explaining they must work together to finally lay his father, Dracula, to rest. Freezing, Teeps repeats the phrase, "rest in peace," before bursting into a bitter laugh. He grabs his spear and reluctantly asks if he even has a choice here. Standing up, he looks at the group, saying that in exchange, he will need a favor too, because there is somewhere they all need to go together. In the pitch-black night, only two men stand together. A voice echoes out, admitting he never knew this wall had a massive gap, which smugglers used to use as a secret hideout. Their voices echo through the quiet, dark night. Suddenly, Mika asks Rian's father if this is the corrupted area, earning himself a highly skeptical look from the older man. Walking forward, Mika points out that since he is the son of this territory's lord, he wonders if Ryan's father has even a single shred of doubt about him. Deep silence falls between them under the heavy weight of suspicion. But then, Rand's father gives a firm, clear answer, telling Mika that the guilty one is his father, not him. Either way, these two only showed up to clear out the corrupted zone, but they are still a team. Before they can even process it, a howling wind and biting cold snaps them out of their doubts. Sure, they have heard all the crazy stories about this cursed place, but seeing this nightmare firsthand still totally freaks them out. Father Lenong tells Min that this sight is just too hard to believe. He says his dad used to be a super kind lord, and the people absolutely loved him. Out of nowhere, Men shocks him by asking if that monster is really his dad. Father Lenong pales, admitting that back then, he actually wasn't a bad father at all. Lenong flashes back to his childhood as an only kid. He was totally spoiled and showered with love by his old man. Especially after his mom passed away, his dad went completely overprotective and pampered him even more. But remembering those good times just makes Lenong grit his teeth in frustration. But yeah, that was then. He turns away and signals the squad to move forward, telling them to follow his lead. Surrounded by dark, twisted trees and eerie moonlight, Father Lenong explains that his dad completely changed after a mysterious dungeon was discovered. He tried to conquer it but failed miserably, destroying everything. Men's question freezes Lenong right in his tracks, like some unspoken pain is eating him up inside. Is it family trauma making him hurt this bad? Lenong sighs, saying the failure wasn't even the worst part. Something else went down, something that birthed a bloodthirsty monster. Something else? Men asks, completely caught off guard. Lenong spills the rest of the dark truth. After entering that dungeon, his dad completely lost his mind, turning totally unstable. Everyone gasps. What? Turns out that dungeon is where all this madness started. My dad never let anyone inside, Lenong says. Not even me, his own son, he adds. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the area, a single sound waking up the entire creepy forest. We're here, Lenong mutters. But the squad is losing their minds. What on earth is this place? They stare in horror, asking if this scary ruin is really the dungeon. Men whispers to himself that he finally gets the picture. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is stunned, wondering if literally nobody has ever set foot here. Is that why the Lord went totally psycho? Suddenly, a divine voice rings in Men's head, warning him to watch his step. I told you, I can't spoil the details. Is this place actually that terrifying? Look at the dungeon, it's weirdly well decorated. Honestly, no matter how bad the owner was, the guy definitely had some serious style. Suddenly, the goddess panics. Wait, are we lost? Hold on, look at this. Did some crazy spell just completely hijack her mind? An eerie noise echoes through the air, signaling that a major fight is about to go down. What are you doing? Men barks out, but the only reply is a lightning-fast strike. Fists collide and weapons clash in the dark. It is an all-out brawl now. Lights flash and sounds crash together in total chaos. Boom! A huge explosion rips through, followed by a voice thanking Mikhailo. Heron collapses onto the dirt, groaning, when the hell did I pass out? Haran gasps, completely shocked by his new surroundings. He stares at the sky. The pitch-black darkness has vanished, replaced by a beautiful, bright blue paradise that blows his mind. Even the gross corruption on the ground has vanished completely. It's just gone. The squad looks at each other, asking if they actually pulled this off. Lenong looks around, whispering if they really succeeded. He watches the beautiful landscape as the warm faces of his people slowly fade into view. It is finally over, the goddess tells Men. He just sits there in quiet disbelief. She smiles, admitting that without Men, she never could have saved her sister or defeated those powerful enemies. Seriously, thank you, Men, she adds. He quietly nods, agreeing that the sky looks beautiful, before standing up and tightening his voice. But alright, enough with the sweet talk, he grunts. The goddess looks shocked, desperately asking where he is going. He walks away without looking back, saying he needs to head home. The camera pans to Men and the goddess, both smiling in relief. She says he worked hard, but Men just stays completely silent. And boom, Men completely shatters the fake peace. Cut the crap, he yells. If you've had your fun, you need to stop this right now. The girl purrs in a creepy, hypnotic voice, telling him he can relax a bit longer. Hard pass. Men snaps back coldly, staring at her suspicious face. He knew it was her. A seductive voice echoes through the tomb, declaring she is the guardian of the sacred treasure hidden inside. The goddess reveals her true self as Nefti. But what crazy twist is coming next? Is this reality, or just a sick illusion? With her eyes closed, she repeats that she is Nefti, the guardian of this tomb. Men is totally stunned, freezing in silence. She calmly continues, saying she didn't want that kid seeing his dream. What a pity, she sighs. You could have rested here forever if you wanted. Nefti steps down, walking right up to him. Men quickly regains his composure and asks if she already knows the exact reason why he came here. She whispers, asking if it is for the artifact. He nods, but says he needs to verify one thing first. Does she know Dracularian? Hearing that name, Nefti frowns, explaining that he was the very last challenger to enter this tomb. Men presses further, asking if he also saw the exact same illusion. The guy who sacrificed everything for his people has ended up becoming a total monster. You already knew that was going to happen, didn't you? She sighs deeply, admitting she knew. Men stays silent for a second before saying he did a lot of thinking before coming here, calling her surprisingly kind. This crazy illusion literally just shows people their deepest, most desperate desires. That kindness of yours isn't half bad, but only if you don't start crossing the line. Let me be totally straight with you. This tomb has actually been conquered already, hasn't it, Nefti? He watches her face closely, adding that she's been doing some pretty shady things that a tomb guardian shouldn't be doing. Which means the powerful artifact Nefti was guarding already found its real owner, proving that Dracularian failed. He has absolutely zero right to raid this tomb anymore, yet he kept attacking it anyway. Nefti stays completely silent for a moment before finally giving her answer. You are a pretty smart kid, she whispers. I didn't expect you to connect the dots, but Men doesn't stop, telling her she should have known the price of her actions. Even if nothing went wrong in here, do you have any idea what your misplaced pity caused out in the real world? That monster devoured tens of thousands of innocent lives, and there is only one real trigger for this horror. Nefti hangs her head, whispering that she is truly sorry, while Men realizes Dracularian must have raided this dungeon countless times. At first, this was just some basic challenge, but as time went on, it kind of turned into a total obsession. Obsessed with the wild idea that everything he lost could actually be restored. Look at it like that, and the whole meaning of his immortality completely shifts. Immortality was never his ultimate goal, he just wanted to make those visions a reality. Hearing this, Nefti quietly asks if he is actually planning to punish her now. Mikhail Pegas shrugs, that is not what he means, but since he successfully cleared this dream world, he reaches his hand out to Nefti, demanding some loot to take home. She whispers that what he wants must be, and check this out. Before Nefti can even finish, he cuts her off. Yeah, she guessed right. He wants this entire tomb. Suddenly, the space warps, and Mikhail Pegas feels someone aggressively shaking his arm. He slowly opens his eyes to an armored guy kneeling beside him, asking if he is okay. Mikhail just mutters that he is fine, so stop shaking him. Teep says he thought it would be a brutal trial, but Mikhail sits up, murmuring that it was indeed pretty brutal. Leaning in, he asks if Mikhail got anything else. As for any legendary artifacts, there were none, but Mikhail replies he grabbed something much better instead. Seeing him hesitate, the butler Murden curiously asks his young master what it is. Mikhail answers that from now on, this dungeon belongs to him. Murden looks up at the sparkling air, getting super hyped about how useful this is going to be. In other words, he basically just hijacked Dracularian territory. Mikhail stands up, nodding his head in complete agreement. Teep stands right behind him, quietly asking what was actually hidden inside that deep dungeon. Mikhail flat out tells him it was his own father's dark past. Dracularian must have locked himself inside his own memories all this time. Hearing this, Teep softly mutters, his past, so that is how it was. Mikhail adds that whatever the reason, a crime is still a crime. Teep grits his teeth, declaring that as his son, he will be the one to punish his father. That is the best thing he can do for him. Suddenly, Mikhail turns around with a massive grin, saying he has a huge favor to ask. Teps is completely stunned. What kind of favor? Mikhail answers bluntly eventually. Teps needs to become a true vampire. Teps just stands there, totally frozen, with a completely blank stare on his face. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Meanwhile, inside his sealed room, a creepy brick-red glow flickers eerily from an open fire. A white-robed elder sits on a high throne, his eyes covered by a bizarre cloth painted with a single eye. Below him, a messenger is kneeling flat on the ground. The elder softly asks, "A suspicious guy?" The kneeling man looks up, confirming that some traveler visiting the village looks extremely sketchy and might be from the Holy Temple. Next, the elder asks if he was nosy about Dracularian. The messenger confirms it, and the old man starts tapping his fingers. The messenger worries that if the guy is truly from the Holy Temple, something bad must have happened out there. The elder stands up, stroking his long beard, and laughs. Relax, it is nothing major. If the villagers start getting paranoid, just reassure them and make sure they know we are not the bad guys here. Nodding and saying he gets it, the guy instantly vanishes through the door in a split second. The elder mutters that this is annoying. Did the holy temple sniff something out? The twins seem safe for now, but if they are caught, he will have to eliminate them. He chuckles, his hands suddenly transforming into sharp, razor-like claws. Suddenly, the door flies open, and the mayor rushes in like a maniac, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Hey, old man." The elder spins around, reminding him that he literally told him to knock before entering. The mayor does not even care about that, panicking that they have got a massive problem because Dracularian has appeared. The elder gasps, "Dracularian?" Apparently, a Dracularian has been running wild through the village lately, sending people running for their lives. That demon is actually back. Where on earth are the guards? Seriously, where are they? But the guards are completely useless against him. With just a wave of his hand, he stops a whole squad. Before leaving, he threatens them. "Enjoy the peace, because I will be back soon." The terrified guards just hold their heads, not daring to fight back, while Dracularian dashes straight into the woods. Waiting right there is Mikhail. He smirks, thanking him for the hard work, while Teps flops onto the ground, asking if that was finally enough. Teps takes off his helmet, noting that while the villagers are terrified, it probably won't last long. Mikhail reassures him, asking where he thinks human courage actually comes from. Willpower, Teps guesses. But Mikhail shakes his head, nope, it actually comes from heavily fabricated rumors. So the most crucial step is convincing these people, even if they have to use force. Looking lost, Tepes asks if they are really hyping up Dracularian being reborn. Mikhail explains they need to make the villagers realize this place is no longer safe. Once they panic, the real puppet master pulling the strings will be forced to show their face. The next day, the villagers start packing up and leaving in droves. The mayor runs over, trying to stop them, desperately asking what they are doing. Are they really abandoning the village? The terrified locals scream that they heard the demon Dracularian is back, and some folks even saw him in the next town over. Watching the absolute chaos from behind a wall, Mikhail is totally smirking. No wonder they are losing their minds. Dracularian is literally their worst nightmare. This works out perfectly. Mikhail realizes the mayor has lost all control, meaning this is the absolute best time for him to make his move. Suddenly, the elder steps up to the panicked crowd, telling them not to worry in a calm voice. Someone gasps. The elder is here. Mikhail frowns, wondering if that is him. He flashes a friendly smile, assuring everyone that the monster who attacked the village yesterday was not the real Dracularian. But that beast looked exactly like Dracularian, the villagers argue. The elder asks if they felt any demonic corruption, then kneels to touch the ground as they stare blankly. If that monster was actually Dracularian, this entire area would be drowning in the energy of death. But yesterday's beast did not have that vibe, did it? Realizing he has a pretty solid point, the villagers nod. The elder continues, explaining that while their town has been peaceful, things cannot stay perfect forever. Yesterday was likely just some random stray demons. They might be targeting this sacred land now. Mikhail laughs quietly, absolutely amazed at how easily this old man can make up lies on the spot. The sage raises his hand and yells out, "This isn't the time for chaos. We must unite to punish evil." Underneath his blindfold, the creepy eye in the center slightly twitches. Villagers suddenly look completely hypnotized, eyes blank. Merton suddenly cries out, "Young master, that's," and Mikhail immediately replies, "It's a foreign entity using mind control. Honestly, if I had to pick the absolute most annoying demonic power in existence, this would easily be it." He pictures a creepy, demonic hand pulling the thin strings of a wooden puppet. This kind of mental manipulation completely steals the victim's free will, turning them into nothing but brainless, literal puppets. Disgusted, he gives this trash ability a 1-star rating because it is just so incredibly vile. Merton then asks, "Do you want to make a move right now?" He replies, "Of course. No delays." Right then, Mikhail starts clapping loudly, completely interrupting the old sage who is still rambling away. Our main guy sarcastically praises the tea, calling the whole thing a super interesting story. He mocks the sage, saying he actually learned quite a bit. Mikhail totally roasts the old man, joking that despite being ancient, he can still make up lies so ridiculous that even a dog would nod along. Guess learning really is important. Amazingly, the old guy doesn't even snap, just asking if he's the stranger who recently arrived. Our boy says, "Yep, that's me," and the sage shoots back coldly. "An outsider like you has absolutely no right to interfere." Shoving his hand into his pocket, Mikhail fires back, "Actually, I do have the right." The village chief is completely stunned when our boy announces he is here for Draculian. The villagers' jaws literally hit the floor, right as Mikhail taps his staff against the ground. Shimmering blue mana swirls around Mikhail as he holds his glowing crystal staff high in the air, proudly declaring himself to be the hero of this story. Behind him, a massive blue crest of 4 overlapping moon rings appears, making him look so incredibly cool that every girl in the room instantly swoons. Our main character thinks about the brainwashed victims with their hollow, miserable faces. Mental manipulation is definitely not an easy thing to solve, and one tiny slip-up can ruin everything. Even a split second of hesitation can get countless people killed. Seriously, dealing with this garbage is an absolute nightmare, no matter what. But luckily, your boy has lived 2 whole lives. Clenching his fist, Mikhail knows there's no time to waste and he has to fix this fast. And his master plan? He just charges straight ahead without a word, delivering a gold-powered, earth-shattering punch right to the old sage's face. The old guy immediately spits up blood while our hero smirks like a total thug. Right in front of the horrified villagers, he unloads a brutal combo of dozens of heavy punches. The villagers lose their minds, screaming, "Wait, you're supposed to be a hero. What on earth are you doing to him? He must be a total fake. That guy's a boxing champ, not a hero." Mikhail just flashes a wicked smirk. He already predicted this exact reaction. Still pounding the old guy, he sounds like a total demon. "Get out of his body already. If you don't leave right now, I'll make this sage sacrifice himself for the greater good." Mikhail pictures the massive demonic shadow extending a hand to control a tiny, helpless human puppet. He figures that mind control always requires a physical host to work. Staring intensely at one spot, he visualizes a creepy black orb with a twisted, laughing face hiding deep inside the old man's body. "So you completely hijacked this sage's body, huh?" Thanks to our hero's brutal beating, the old guy is now just lying on the dirt, gasping for air. Raising his fist with a terrifying smile, he warns the beast to get out of the body. Honestly, the demon thinks our boy looks way more evil than any actual devil. A demon? Wait, what's going on here? The old man wheezes that he isn't, but Mikhail immediately punches him in the face, telling him to shut up. Seeing the old guy on the verge of death, a villager tries to stop him, yelling that even if he's a demon, this beating will literally kill him. Stomping on his face again, our main guy smiles warmly and reassures them that he's being super gentle, so there's no way he will die. The villager just dumbfoundedly asks, "Oh, really?" Losing his temper, the sage screams out, "Hey, are you blind, you stupid peasants?" He instantly gets a boot slammed right into his mouth along with a cold warning to shut up. Mikhail instantly switches to his hero persona, seriously warning them that he has bad news, and Draculian's terrifying resurrection is actually right around the corner. The villagers panic, as he reveals that the demon possessing this sage is the true puppet master behind the scenes. Terrified, they ask, "But what about you?" Our main guy casually lies, saying if this host dies, Draculian will instantly resurrect. "We need to leave this land immediately," while the beaten-up sage lies completely unconscious on the ground. Raising a finger while keeping the threat in mind, he warns the villagers to get moving. Believe me, they need to evacuate to the next village immediately. A long time passes. Finally, the old sage starts to wake up, groaning in complete confusion. Tied to a wooden post in an unfamiliar room, he panics, asking where he is, right before a very familiar foot appears. Mikhail cheerfully asks, "Oh, you're finally awake?" The sage wonders how a hero was chosen without his knowledge, and Mikhail shoots back. "Mare can barely protect itself. Why would it bother telling you?" When asked why he was spared, our main guy just grins, staring at the disgusting face of the demon who tempted Draculian in the first place. An image of the sage whispering to the red-haired count appears. Mikhail explains you definitely targeted him when he was grieving his dead wife, offering a twisted way out. The old sage looks absolutely panicked as Mikhail points out that the demon couldn't conquer the tomb alone, so Mare used Draculian as a puppet. Gritting his teeth, the demon asks how he knows. Before laughing, "Even if you do, nothing you try is going to work on me anyway." Draculian has already absorbed way too many sacrifices, the demon sneers. Mikhail stays silent, but the demon gloats that it's too late to change anything. Reaching out his hand, he agrees that he can't do a thing. But then, wearing a terrifyingly twisted smile, our boy points out that the demon can. Horrified, the demon stammers out, "What the hell? How?" Mikhail simply explains that since he created this mess, he's the only one who can untie the knot. The demon laughs, thinking how incredibly naive this kid is, telling him it is not that simple. But then, a hand slowly reaches out, though his blindfolded face hides his panic. Secretly laughing, the demon is confident that the theory behind mental manipulation is 10,000 times more complex than this hero thinks. Using that power is basically impossible for you. Bam! A freezing hand slams onto his face. Pure white energy floods his brain, making the old geezer scream bloody murder. The shocked old man screams that he is a monster, literally a freaking monster. Mikhail just grins like a villain, showing off his bright teeth while sparkling blue energy flares up around him. Red eyes glowing, our boy looks epic as his cloak flutters. He uses his energy to read the guy's mind in this eerie atmosphere. He drops a creepy question straight from hell. "Shall we begin?" Suddenly, the house they are staying in echoes with some seriously messed up screams of absolute torture. The old saint cannot take the torture. He screams for Mikhail to get away. Mikhail's face hardens, flashing back to his pre-regression days. Pain flashes in his eyes. He remembers when those demons descended on Earth, bringing cheat-level power that humans could not even touch. Tiny humans stood helpless, surrounded by a horde of monsters. That was the brutal price of hundreds of years of human arrogance. He vividly remembers his old squad, the AGO Expeditionary Force. Legends. They paid in blood just to narrow the power gap. He remembers staying up all night studying books like a maniac. To close that gap, he literally pushed past his limits, sacrificing sleep to stay alive. Our boy had massive dark circles like a gamer on a 3-day bender. But hey, he cooked up so many crazy solutions. Back to reality. Mikhail is currently using one of those wild methods on the old saint. See this? He is literally hacking the guy's brain to extract the spell. Glowing energy threads link Mikhail's mind directly to the old man. As the spell wraps up, Mikhail mutters that this is the curse used on Draculian. Oh, so that is how it works. It is a reverse curse. He admits Mero made a pretty annoying spell, but Seth asks if it is really that bad. Mikhail says it is basically like forging a divine relic. Without knowing the original formula, breaking this curse is going to be a nightmare. Seth nods with a pretty thoughtful look on his face. Meanwhile, Mikhail remembers a long-haired girl closing her eyes to cast a spell as a blinding light erupts right in front of her. He realizes that even in this timeline, sacrifice is unavoidable. With a sad look, our boy knows the cost to break this curse is way too high. Arian literally had to give up half of her remaining lifespan. Seth asks if knowing about the curse even matters anymore at this point. Mikhail's hand is still clamped on the old saint, who looks completely drained of life. Mikhail just coldly agrees that yeah, it does not matter. Mikhail lets go, saying he cannot use the spell anyway, meaning this old geezer is officially useless. The old man groans, totally protesting this brutal treatment. A swirling vortex of energy sparks in his palm. He coldly whispers goodbye, trash. A flash of light obliterates the old man into dust. Outside, Rian's squad hears the noise and turns around. Rian looks at Mikhail's chill expression and guesses the job is officially done. Mikhail keeps a straight face and says the biggest problem is still out there, and it is only a matter of time. He is absolutely sure of it. Wait, Draculian is strong enough to break his own seal right now? Hearing this sends a massive wave of panic straight through Teeps. Teeps is in total denial, yelling out how his dad could possibly break the seal on his own. He thinks it is totally impossible. The Grandmaster of the Holy Knights sealed his dad personally, so how is he resurrecting? Mikhail calmly tells him he knows he was sealed, but what if that was his plan from day one? Mikhail adds. Teep stammers, a plan? Mikhail nods, yep, the guy was never actually sealed. He is just biding his time and farming power. Hearing this, our red-haired bro is completely shook, totally frozen in shock. Seeing his totally clueless and shocked face, Mikhail just turns away and waves it off. He tells him not to sweat it, because the four of them can easily crush him. But then, Mikhail suddenly pauses. He drops a quick warning as his eyes grow serious, clearly plotting something big in his head. He looks back at Tepes and tells him straight if this is too heavy, he does not have to tag along. He totally gets his situation. If Teeps just gives them the info, they can handle it solo. But Teeps insists he is fine, saying he needs to be the one to end this. His face says it all, he is locked in. The red-haired guy says this is family business, and Mikhail just nods, asking if that is so. Respecting his choice, Mikhail agrees they are riding together. Now, keep watching as they walk down a dark stone road, their footsteps echoing in the quiet night. Creepy. Draculian's massive mansion sits in the dark, looking straight up like a giant, terrifying tomb. Teep stares at his old home, bitterly recalling how his parents kicked the bucket and he got exiled. This is the exact place where he was turned into an immortal monster. The red-haired guy flashes back to his childhood, remembering when his dad forced him to drink some sketchy-looking potion. He remembers squirming in pure agony while his dad just watched. Teeps's red eyes show a memory of that demonic father laughing, asking if he was satisfied yet. Back in reality, Teeps says the funniest part was his dad had no bad intentions. Mikhail just sighs, calling it the ultimate example of twisted parental love. Classic coping parents pretending their little angel did absolutely nothing wrong. Seeing Teeps losing his cool, Mikhail asks if he can actually handle this. Can he really point his sword at his own dad? Teeps grips his hilt tight, his back looking resolved as he says he will regret it forever if he backs down. Teeps steps up and pushes the castle gates open, muttering that being a shameful son is way better than the alternative. He glares at the entrance, preferring this over tolerating his dad's corruption. The massive doors slowly creak open after decades of gathering dust. Mikhail's squad gossips about how the inside is surprisingly clean. Someone whispers that it is because the master wanted it kept pristine. They walk into a room covered in roses, with a creepy coffin sitting at the far end. Nobody waters these flowers, yet they are bloody red. Heavy chains are wrapped all over the coffin, like they are utterly terrified the guy inside is going to break out. Murden leans in, totally doubting Mika, and whispers if he can really solo all of this crazy stuff. Closing his eyes, Mika just says, yeah, and I'm going to do it right now. Scanning the room, our boy figures Draculian won't leave his coffin willingly, so there is only one way to do this. He channels his mana, making his staff glow bright, and calls out to Teps. He politely announces that they need to trash this mansion a little bit, leaving Teps completely shocked. The red-haired guy looks down, totally resolved, and gives him the green light to go wild. Mika steps up to the coffin, says he gets it, and points his glowing staff straight at it. His staff crystal flares with light. He casts an earthquake spell, and those heavy chains shatter instantly. Now we are in trouble. The cross on the coffin glows, a furious voice yells, "How dare you," and the lid flies off. Dust flies everywhere as pale, clawed hands reach out from the dark, eyes glowing blood red. The monster growls, asking how they dare to bring filth into his home. Our crazy main character doesn't even flinch, he just smirks like a total villain. He looks insanely hyped up as he says, "Well, looks like you finally showed your face, Draculian." Mika calls his name, glad the vampire is finally showing up, as a pale, sunscreen-deprived hand slides into view. This ancient dude literally crawls out of his grave, sporting long red hair and pointy ears. Mika stares him down, calling him out by his name, Draculian. His fierce face is revealed, complete with tiny, glowing red pupils. Draculian peers through the crowd and spots a familiar figure in the back. He calls out to Teps. Hearing his name makes the red-haired swordsman look up, instantly triggering some deep childhood memories. Reaching out with a demonic hand, the old man tells his son to come back and join him, saying he doesn't belong with those absolute losers. He angrily claims this mansion holds his mother's most precious memories. But the kid immediately shuts him down, throwing a verbal rock right at his face by telling him that is ancient history. Draculian tries to keep his cool, claiming they can bring her back. He says he found a way, a method he learned from some mysterious figure. "If only we had her back," he starts, but Mika straight up cuts him off, saying that devil is out of commission. Draculian freezes, totally shocked, as our boy steps forward. He confidently states that he already took that guy down. Charging up his mana, Mika warns the old vampire that whatever trash plan he has got cooking up will never happen. Mana forms a staff in his hands, and the crystal glows to show he is fully locked and loaded. Mika tells him to shut up and take his purification like a champ. The old man goes absolutely berserk, screaming that this is a joke, as his eyes turn blank and dark magic explodes. Screaming like a maniac, he yells that it is not funny at all. He did all this to build his ideal reality, so how could it fail? Teebs grits his teeth and charges straight at his old man with a crazed face. Talk about like father, like son, for real. The swordsman raises his blade to strike his raging dad, but his sword ends up shaking mid-air, unable to finish the job. Staring at his monster father, he panics, thinking how this is possible. He remembers his dying mother crying out his name. Her frail hands hold his, begging him to do something. Back in reality, his sword hand is still shaking like crazy, his face completely frozen in absolute, raw agony. Mika gently taps his shoulder and calls his name. Snapping back to his senses, the swordsman stammers Mika's name, but the hero tells him it is all good now. He did a great job. Mika steps forward light as a feather, his majestic back making Teps feel totally safe and protected. He just stares blankly, feeling like he is finally free. Teeps turns his head in shame, whispering that he hesitated to face his own father. Teeps adds that a demon shouldn't be forgiven, and Mika agrees with him. Flashing a rare, highly understanding smile, our main character asks him if that monster is still his family, after all. He explains how hard it is to point a weapon at family, while knowing you'll have to carry the heavy burden of a traitor forever. Teeps listens closely. Mika tells him it is fine, looking at him seriously. There is no reason for him to carry that guilt for the rest of his life. He'll be the one to purify him. Teeps asks why, but Mika just says it is the natural thing to do. The crystal on his staff shines with brilliant light as Mika declares that this is exactly why a hero exists, while glowing green mana circles erupt heavily all around him. The whole room gets swallowed by darkness. Across from them, Draculian curses Mika, screaming in denial. He unleashes his dark magic, summoning a massive army of creepy skulls. Blood magic surges toward our hero, as the old vampire angrily claims Teeps is his son. Mika easily dodges the blast, immediately chanting another spell. But check this out. Holy Pillar. Beams of light smash the skeleton army, but Mika is suddenly caught totally off guard. Blood-red light condenses in Draculian's hand, forming a dark crimson spear. He chucks it with all of his might, looking just like some professional Olympic javelin thrower. The spear flies straight at Mika, but Rian jumps in like a bodyguard, blocking the blood spear with his sword while screaming out in utter shock. What on earth is this? The force behind that throw is so insane that Ryan has to use every bit of his strength just to deflect it. Exhausted, he stares at his shaking hand, wondering how much power was packed into that throw. If the vampire fully absorbs everything, he'll be an absolute nightmare to fight. Ryan grits his teeth, calling it pure madness. Murden asks what they should do about this monster, and Mika replies he has to take him down. But it is going to take a bit of time. Staring at the skulls floating around, the doubtful butler asks if he actually has a real plan. He confidently states he is sure this will work. Mika raises his hand and chants the firewall spell. Massive flames erupt from the ground, burning furiously. Rian raises his sword, and alongside Murden, they step right in front of Mika, readying their battle stances. Rian tells them they just need to buy some time. From behind, Teps chimes in, saying he'll help too. His red eyes look completely heartbroken as he begs. He begs him to look at his demonic father standing in the flames. Inside, he is screaming for Mika to put his father to rest, while a white graveyard scene appears. Draculian remembers when his heart was just pure rage. Back then, the Count was young and full of life, staring down with unreadable eyes, realizing how incredibly cold this harsh reality actually was. No lie, he was totally ready to throw it all away until that person spoke. Right then, a silent footstep slowly crept up right next to him. The old sage whom Mika had already sent to the afterlife stood right before Draculian, whispering sweet lies about resetting everything. Grasping at this desperate lifeline, the Count snapped his head up to face the creep. Seeing the shady figure glowing like some holy savior, Draculian stuttered, asking if it was actually true. The creep grinned with disgusting teeth and told him of course it is. Then this fake saint held out his hand and said, "We just need a few sacrifices." Hearing those heavy words, Draculian suddenly started shaking like crazy. But the old fraud quickly reassured him, saying if they succeed, those sacrifices will totally revive anyway. The Count suddenly remembered his son, Teps, hugging him tight while crying his eyes out. The kid asked if he would ever see his mom again. Back then, the Count steeled his resolve and declared, "Yes, this is my final choice." Under the eerie green glow of the dungeon, he raised his hands to the sky, fully aware he was abandoning his humanity. Right there, a glowing holy magic circle burst into life. His dead wife floated down from that very pool. Man, talk about being totally down bad to the point of literal self-destruction. Staring at the red crystal, a dark reward from the dungeon, he brainwashed himself into believing that every single sacrifice would breathe again once their plan succeeded. Draculian was straight up huffing massive copium back then. Yeah, that was more than enough. But let's get back to the present, because here's where things get absolutely brutal for him. Reality is about to slap this guy straight in the face. Draculian totally loses his mind, screaming, "Why are you fighting me? Soon, we will live in our dream world." He glares at his quiet, head-down son and asks, "Did you not say you wanted to bring your mom back?" Draculian keeps pushing, yelling that it is totally possible. "We already got half the lives we need, so we just gotta harvest the rest." But while the old man is ranting, Tepes is already tight-gripping his spear. Absolutely sick of his dad's pure madness, he screams, "Why? Why can't you just see the truth, Dad? Your broken body is blind and completely brainwashed." He shrieks in absolute pain, "You are just being used. That monster only wants a brainless pet to obey him." Draculian freezes as if 1,000 arrows just pierced his chest. Teep snaps that from day one, that creep never cared about your stupid wish. "Seriously, Dad, you got totally scammed and even helped him count the cash." The old man stands speechless, trying to deny it. He reaches out toward Mika's squad, horrified that all his brutal sacrifices and endless suffering might have been for absolutely nothing. Then, he remembers that creepy old fake saint, who was actually a demon, warning him that fake illusions would always hunt him down. Draculian looks at the tense kids and laughs maniacally. "Ha, you think you can trick me?" He immediately fires off 2 massive red fireballs at them, muttering that is right, "You are not my son, you are just an illusion." The Count, completely tweaking out, screams, "You are just another trial I have to destroy." But then, someone steps forward, green magic energy flaring all around him. Covered in that bright green aura, Mika flies straight in front of his face and says that is enough. The two stand face to face in a silent standoff. Mika glares at Draculian, while the Count stares right back with empty, lifeless eyes, muttering about this mage dressed in pure, clean white. He remembers an old friend, thinking this kid looks so much like them, yet totally different. Then Mika chants his holy light spell, blinding the entire room in pure white energy. Draculian suddenly feels his own body cracking, so he instantly taps into his dark magic, summoning a swarm of bloody daggers and roaring, "This is my domain." A terrifying scene unfolds as the room turns into a crimson nightmare. Dark magic spreads beneath Draculian's feet, and he raises his hands high, controlling a swarm of red blood arrows. Mika is sweating, counting down. Only 3 minutes left before the immortality curse, which he dug out from that demon's mind, completely deactivates. He knows in exactly 3 minutes, the reversal spell will kick in, and those blue magical chains will lock Draculian up for good. Our main character summons his lightning spirit, who pops onto his shoulder asking what the plan is. He orders her to leave 0 gaps, just as Draculian's blood arrows start raining down on them. Look at this madness. A massive green tornado erupts behind him, filling the entire room and pressing down on the demon Count. He stutters this power, could it really be? Mika coldly replies, "You are not the only one with a holy relic, Draculian." Desperately trying to break free from the green magic, he thrusts out a bloody hand and snaps back, but time is on my side. A sharp blood dagger forms in his grip. Draculian screams, "I will live forever while your life is fleeting. How long do you think you can survive?" Mika calmly says 1 minute. The Count gasps in confusion, "What?" Raising a single finger, Mika repeats, "Only 1 minute left." Draculian waves his hand, firing off another barrage of red blood blades straight at the mage. Murden, Rian, and Tepes jump in, instantly smashing Draculian's attack aside. But you can see Murden's old face starting to show some serious exhaustion. Teep's eyes widen at his dad's insane power. Ryan screams, "Damn it, are we not done yet?" Mika yells back, 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Draculian drops to his knees. He hears Mikha's cold voice count down 20 seconds. The Count's sharp-clawed hand forms another blood arrow. The countdown hits 10 seconds, and Tepes charges forward like a total hurricane. Mikha raises his hands as bright white magic threads swirl around him. Ranking mana rings light up, and he chants the ultimate undead reversal spell. The blood arrows crumble to dust, and Mikha flings a barrage of glowing talisman ropes straight at Draculian. The magic seals instantly wrap around the Count, doing their job. He stutters out, "What? Why is my immortal body?" Terrified out of his mind, he thinks, "No, this is impossible." Staring at the young mage, Draculian curses under his breath, "Damn it, he actually nullified my immortality." Trapped in the talismans, he screams, "Why is my immortal body crumbling?" Mikha is slightly shocked by the sight. The Count's body is slowly dissolving into ash under the sheer force of the reversal spell. Draculian refuses to accept reality, crying out, "How is this possible? To destroy my immortal body, you would need infinite magic energy." Mikha watches him collapse and decides to play nice, explaining, "Yeah, pulling this off was definitely no walk in the park." He thinks back to the rainbow-glowing holy relic. He adds, "Just like how you found that relic, I managed to snatch full control over this tomb." Draculian snaps back, "No, I am the true master of that artifact." He claims with absolute certainty it came straight from the dungeon master. Mikhail instantly fires back the holy relic is useless to him anyway, since he only got it out of pure luck. Mikhail reminds him that Asa never let him in on that little secret. Draculian's face goes completely pale as his body slowly crumbles to dust. He collapses like a pathetic old man, letting out a bitter laugh. Haha. The Count struggles to lie flat on his back, gasping for air while letting out another hollow laugh. Staring at the blue sky through a shattered square in the ceiling, he mutters, "It is all pretty meaningless, isn't it?" Fatigue clouds his ancient eyes as Draculian sighs, admitting he has spent his whole life running away. But then, a hand gently reaches out to cradle his head. Tepes kneels down, lifting his pitiful, dying father. As his limbs turn to ash, the Count weakly whispers his son's name, begging Tepes not to leave him. Tepes asks what he even did. The old man rasps he only wanted her to come back. Screaming with decades of bottled-up agony, the red-haired youth explodes, "That person who got trapped in this mess just because of your selfishness. What did they ever do wrong?" He demands to know what about him, the one left behind to suffer for their mistakes. Right then, rain starts to drizzle, pouring down as if the sky itself is weeping for the pain Tepes carried. Cold rain drenches his miserable face, crying the tears he cannot. Sniffling, the boy whispers, "If you actually cared about our family before letting out a dry, bitter laugh, you would have told me about it at least once." Mikhail watches this heartbreaking scene unfold, sighing at how tragic it all is. It is honestly pretty hard to watch this. Mikhail stares at Tepes' back, visualizing the lonely kid abandoned for so long. Picturing their happy family portrait, our main character realizes Draculian might have actually been a decent dad once. At least, he was a good dad before his wife died and that perfect family portrait shattered into a million pieces. Tepes reaches out to catch the raindrops, admitting with pure agony that he hates immortality. Burying his face in his hands, he declares, "From this moment on, I curse the blessing you gave me." Weariness and defeat fill Draculian's fading eyes. He wonders to himself, "Is regret really the only thing I have left now?" Draculian slowly closes his eyes, ready to pass on without ever being forgiven. But then, Tepes speaks up again, "Even so, I will keep living." The dying old man's eyes snap wide open. For the first time in years, Tepes looks straight at his father, telling him that immortality is nothing but a curse to him. "But unlike you, I will find a way to fix everything." Stunned, Draculian weakly croaks out his son's name. Suddenly, something catches his fading sight, the ancient family painting hanging right across from him. Back when they were actually a happy family. Draculian struggles to squeeze out his very last words, a genuine, peaceful smile spreading across his face. "Unlike me, huh, I get it now," he whispers. The Count turns to Mikhail, "Hey magician, or wait, should I call you a warrior instead?" He suddenly plunges his hand straight into his own chest. He pulls out a glowing pink artifact, handing it over to Mikhail. "Take this," he gasps as embers drift across his face. "I do not have any use for it anymore." Our main character asks if he is dying. The Count looks at his crumbling fingertips and nods. "Yeah, I am. Honestly, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again, and I will soon," he whispers sadly, glancing at the sky. "But first, I guess I have to go to hell and take my punishment." Draculian reaches out with a half-crumbled hand to touch his son's face one last time. Tepes quickly grabs his hand. The Count smiles peacefully. "I am so sorry, my boy." And just like that, he is gone. Tepes sits in the empty silence, watching his father completely disintegrate into nothing but dust. He whispers "Father," his hand dropping lifelessly to the cold floor. Mikhail walks over, his sharp eyes locked on Tepes. He can see the red-haired boy's fists clenching tight. Inside the glowing, colorful, secret chamber of the tomb, Mikhail breaks the silence. It is finally over. Nephthys sighs, murmuring that it is incredibly unfortunate. Mikhail calls her out. "If you had just done what you were supposed to from the start, things would never have gotten this bad. Honestly, I had to hold myself back." She asks if the only reason he came back was for this thing. A crimson crystal appears. Mikhail nods. Yeah, this is the holy relic Draculian gave me. Our main character gets straight to the point, asking how to awaken it. Nephthys replies that she will do it, since he proved himself worthy by passing the trial. As she speaks, a glowing golden vine suddenly sprouts from the deep red crystal, wrapping itself tightly around Mikhail's arm. The golden vine slowly fades away, leaving a mysterious glowing crest on his palm. Staring at his palm, he realizes so it is the right hand this time. Now that he got his loot, our main character casually turns around and leaves. Nephthys asks if he is leaving already. Mikhail tells her it is time for him to go, since his work here is done. But then, he pauses, asking her what she really thinks about everything that went down. She sadly admits it was all her fault, because that child promised to use the relic only for good. Mikhail just shrugs honestly. I am not so sure about that. I think you just handed it over without overthinking it. He adds that she has plenty of time to reflect now, since he has no plans of sealing this tomb shut. He figures others will eventually show up, and he will be back too. Glaring at Nephthys, Mikhail warns her that he will be keeping a very close eye on her next move. A few days later, Mikhail performs a purification ritual in front of the whole village. He turns to Danvos, telling him it is done, and now the villagers will not be blinded anymore. The village chief stammers his endless thanks, wondering how on earth a simple guy like him can ever repay a true hero like Mikhail. Mikhail bluntly refuses, telling him it is unnecessary. Instantly, the chief drops his head to the ground, screaming that he is not actually the real chief. Danvos desperately yells that he is just a fake puppet created by a demon. Mikhail is honestly speechless. Where did this ridiculously honest guy even come from? He just closes his eyes and sighs. Mikhail plays the nice guy, reassuring him that keeping the village together and managing everyone is a real talent in itself. Danvos looks up in utter shock. It is his first time ever being praised. Crouching down, our main character flashes a friendly smile, saying he does not underestimate that skill at all. The fake chief is deeply touched, tearing up instantly. Mikhail continues, explaining that they cannot stay like this forever, and they need a capable leader to guide everyone forward. Danvos gasps, asking if he means a new lord. Our main character nods. You could put it that way. Danvos looks around nervously, muttering that all of them were severely exploited by their previous lord. He worries if the people will ever accept that. Mikhail agrees he has a point, but then drops a massive bombshell. The monsters are bound to return to this land. Danvos's eyes widen in sheer panic. Our main character explains that the toxic mist is currently keeping monsters away, meaning once it fades, they will completely overrun this place. The village chief is shaking in his boots, stuttering to ask if there is any way out. Mika just stares at him dead serious and says, "Look, this is not exactly a solution. It is just me taking responsibility." He goes on, "I cannot give you the details yet, but you just gotta trust me." Danvos struggles to get a single complete sentence out, asking why on earth he would go this far for them. Looking at the villagers staring at him, practically begging for an answer, Mika just lets out a soft sigh. Mika asks him, "Do you really need a reason?" Cut to another spot in the nearby forest, where Mika is busy focusing, channeling pure spirit energy straight into the ground. Shouting out a purification spell, the ground beneath our main character suddenly explodes in a bright, glowing light. Mika looks up, taking a deep breath, and says he is pretty satisfied for now. All right, the holy power will cleanse this soil soon. Seth chimes in with her own analysis, guessing the pollution will be totally gone within a year. Our boy says she is spot on. She frowns and asks, "But the real issue is you cannot stay here forever, and this is not something you should be carrying alone." Mika just chuckles, adding besides, "I am just the heir of some random house, right?" Our main character looks right at her and asks, "So what if I am the official heir of the Walpurgis family?" Families only really give you money and muscle anyway. Just connections and cash, no cap. Seth just gives him a dry sigh. But when he mentions handling the rest once a variable pops up, she immediately asks, "What kind of variable?" Suddenly, someone yells Mika's name, completely cutting off their talk. He looks at Rian, who is literally panting like a tired dog, and asks what is going on. The swordsman frantically panics, shouting that some super high-ranking, insanely powerful big shot just arrived. Mika looks hyped, asking a big deal showed up? Who could it be? Rian asks completely cluelessly, "Wait, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me and smiling?" Mika just smirks. "Nope, look behind you. Watch this." Rian's spine instantly goes ice cold. Oh crap, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Duke Lin is standing right behind Rian like a dark shadow, wearing a creepy smile. The almost father-in-law sighs, "Young Rian, you have really grown up. Just make yourself at home." Ryan slowly turns his head around, his eyes completely wide with terror as he stutters out, "Wait, since when did you?" The Duke just thinks back to how he casually strolled behind this terrified, runaway kid. He friendly announces, "Oh, I have been following you from the very start." Rian screams in absolute terror, "Why are you still acting like a creepy ghost in broad daylight?" Back in the study, the Duke is casually sipping his tea. Silence hangs heavy between the almost father-in-law and his almost son-in-law, until Mika finally decides to break the ice. "What brings you all the way out to this remote place?" The Duke replies, I am pretty sure you already guessed, the king sent me. Normally, a mere Viscount would handle this. The Duke chuckles, saying it actually seemed pretty fun. Mika is totally speechless, thinking so you only came because you were bored. Classic. The Duke then sighs, times have really changed. You are literally a holy hero recognized by the gods now. Our main character bluntly shoots back, what does that fancy, formal recognition even mean? The Duke nods, admitting he has a point. Putting down his teacup, the Duke's tone instantly turns dead serious. Enough small talk, let's get down to business. He speaks frankly, if you want to make a demand, just say the word. Mika asks, is this the king's idea? The Duke explains you literally saved the kingdom from a massive threat, so getting a proper reward is only fair. Mika says he does not want to disappoint the king, but the Duke immediately warns him exactly, you are a hero, but if you decline, the king is going to be pretty upset. Privately, the Duke thinks even if you do not accept, you are still a pretty useful pawn. Mika imagines a crowned hero, plotting his very first major achievement as a certified hero. He asks the Duke, what do you think? The Duke assesses, in my eyes, you look pretty promising. As for what the king thinks, who knows? If I could read his mind, I would be sitting on the freaking throne myself. Mika agrees, remembering how the king was always hunting for raw talent, as a crown of royal authority flashes in his mind. He thinks back to how the royal court looked before his rebirth. Truth is, before the Demon King showed up, the whole kingdom was totally peaceful. Mika gives a short answer, all right. The Duke is totally caught off guard. Oh, you decided already? That was fast. Mika clenches his fist, thinking of course it was. He says, no point in acting fake in front of you. Since I am a hero, my condition is that I need a holy territory. The Duke is stunned. A holy territory? Just like that? Mika nods yes. This land? The Duke stammers, don't tell me you. Mika gives a highly confident smile. I want to rule it myself. I want complete autonomy. Boom! A hand slams down hard on the desk. The Duke covers his face in sheer disbelief, looking at Mika like he is some kind of monster, asking, do you even realize what you just said? As he speaks, he unleashes a wave of raw pressure to intimidate him, but our main character does not flinch for a second, immediately resisting the aura. Mika just grins, of course. The Duke thinks to himself, wait, he is not even shaken by my pressure? How is this kid so freaking tough? He warns him, and you still make this demand, knowing the risks? Mika smiles confidently. If it was just some ordinary land, I wouldn't have asked. Then he questions him, let me ask you, how many soldiers do you think we need to guard this place? The Duke confidently raises one finger. An army about the size of a baron's force should be plenty. Mika flat out rejects it. No, my lord, not if we don't prepare beforehand. A menacing look flashes in his eyes. We are going to need a massive army, equivalent to what a duke or even a marquis would deploy. The Duke is totally traumatized now. He leaps to his feet, shouting that is impossible, no matter how dangerous those demons are. Mika immediately cuts in to correct him. It is not about no matter what, it is because they are demons. He delivers the threat with a terrifyingly chilling expression because they are demons. Staring at a bloodthirsty demon in his mind, he knows they are fundamentally different from humans, beyond just mana. Mika remembers the horrific past before his rebirth, where he actually fell to the demon lord. Our boy knows their sheer ruthlessness is way beyond anything you could imagine. Everyone else completely overlooks this. But trust me, we cannot fight these monsters the same way we fight ordinary humans. After getting his brain thoroughly rewired, the Duke finally nods. All right, I get it, but I still do not see how this relates to you wanting autonomy. Mika points straight at the desk. I plan to build an army here to fight the demons. An army made of people who are no longer human, who were shattered by dark magic and monsters. He confidently declares demon hunters. Our main character continues explaining it is not a bad idea. If the Empire grants me autonomy, we can build a perfect wall to keep those monsters out. The Duke goes completely quiet, clearing his throat with a dry cough. Squinting, he admits he does not think it is a bad plan either, but warns him that everything ultimately depends on the Emperor. Mika just grins. Oh, I know. I pretty much know everything, except how to back down. He stands up, thinking, but I am confident. Knowing the Emperor, he will absolutely agree to my terms. Determination burns in our main character's eyes as he tells him to just wait and see. Cut to the cemetery, where Tapes is kneeling before his parents' graves. Tapes folds his hands, whispering some prayer only God could understand. Suddenly, he catches some familiar footsteps behind him. He turns and asks Mikhail if that is him. Mikhail asks if he is doing any better. Tapes sighs a little, but there is still too much crap to deal with. He tells him to relax about his old man's body. It turned to ash anyway. Sure, that immortality curse is messy, but they can totally find a way to break it. Tapes whispers he will keep an eye on it. You won't believe what Mikhail asks next. He gets straight to the point, wanting to know if Tapes wants to be freed from that awful immortality curse. The red-haired swordsman looks down, admitting he wants out more than anything. But staring up at the sky, Tapes worries that breaking it means he will just be a normal human again. Mikhail reads him like a book. You want to become a hunter, do you not? Talk about playing hard to get. Tapes nods, admitting that if it lets him hunt down demons for payback, he wants in. Mikhail thinks that this kind of hatred is actually totally fine. Looking at the guy, Mikhail figures that as long as this rage does not eat you alive, it can actually give someone a reason to keep going. His red eyes burn with sheer resolve, just never cross your own moral lines. Mikhail grins, dropping a massive bombshell by telling Teeps that he's going to help him get his revenge. Teeps is completely shocked, asking if Mikhail really wants to help him. Mikhail nods absolutely, telling him to take charge of protecting the world. So Mikhail lays out his master plan. Standing right in front of Tep's parents' graves, he talks about transforming this whole territory into a hunter base to prep for the next demon invasion. They chat like absolute day ones, and Mikhail mentions he is already working on getting the Emperor's green light for the whole plan. The red-haired warrior cannot believe his ears, asking if Mikhail seriously trusts him to lead the hunters. Mikhail replies without a second thought, if anyone can do it, it is him. Teeps looks down, hesitating as he glances at his parents' graves, whispering that he is a Draculian, the son of the monster who started all this. Staring at his father's resting place, he laments the disaster his family caused. Mikhail steps closer, pulling a white chrysanthemum from the vase and saying that is not a problem for him at all. Kneeling down respectfully, Mikhail explains that he judges people by what he sees with his own eyes, like how Tepes held his dying father in his arms at the very end. To Mikhail, that sheer courage and determination proved his worth. After paying his respects, he slowly stands back up, looked Tepes dead in the eye, and told him he trusted him completely. Tepes looks totally mind-blown. Mikhail just turns around with a smirk, telling him to stand tall because he is seriously kinder than anyone else. Making up his mind, Tepes drops to one knee, swearing to accept this massive duty. Mikhail flashes back to his past life, remembering how this exact warrior led the hunters on the front lines. Mikhail raises his scepter, his heart aching as he remembers how horrifying Teep's final moments were in his previous timeline. A warm, glowing light erupts from the scepter, wrapping around the swordsman like a sacred blessing. Mikhail whispers a quiet vow he will watch over Teeps, swearing that this man will survive to the very end and prove his true purpose in this life. Meanwhile, inside a gorgeous, sprawling palace, a man sits deep in thought on his throne. This powerful figure is none other than King Alexandro. The king groans about how annoying this situation is. Grabbing a chess piece, he mutters that he easily could have split those two up and handled them separately. Look at this twist, they actually joined forces. King Alexandro groans that even he did not see this coming. Staring down at the knight piece, he admits predicting this rogue player's next move is going to be near impossible. If he could guess their moves, he would be a freaking prophet by now. Staring coldly, the king demands to know what the man kneeling before him thinks about all this. He directs his cold gaze at Duke Count Walpurgis, who is kneeling right below the throne. The Duke keeps his eyes closed, calmly stating that is just a minor issue. The king shifts gears, asking if that troublemaker is actually his son. Duke Count Walpurgis does not sugarcoat it, admitting the boy is just a stubborn brat who never listens to a word. He sighs with that classic parental dread, joking that all kids these days are exactly the same, are they not? Count Walpurgis quickly steers the conversation away, arguing that who becomes the hero is not the real issue. He warns that the second a new hero is chosen, this fragile, boring piece of theirs is going to crash and burn. The king repeats that phrase, fragile piece. He asks if Count Walpurgis has lost his mind, pointing out his previous warning about a massive demon growing stronger right inside the imperial capital. King Alexandro scowls, finding the whole thing incredibly irritating. But the Duke just keeps pushing, stating that trying to predict what the hero does next is a complete waste of time anyway. Tapping his fingers on the armrest, the king notes that heroes cannot be controlled. He chuckles, telling the Duke that he is definitely not that stupid. He warns that he knows damn well no one can tame a true hero, but if he cannot control him, then nobody else on this earth is going to either. Count Walpurgis nods, completely understanding. The king stands up, explaining that he already marked the territory to stop any random idiot from interfering with their hero's business. Count Walpurgis frowns, asking if His Majesty is talking about the autonomous zone. Standing tall with absolute authority, the king confirms it, asking if he finally gets it now. He reminds Duke Walpurgis that his role as a father is crucial right now, especially since he owes him. He asks if the Duke can step aside, leaving Count Walpurgis looking pretty annoyed. He tells the king to just say it, what does he want? The Duke remains kneeling, silent and deep in thought. King Alexandro turns, his crown glittering in the light, and only heaven knows what he whispers next. Cut to Tepes, standing in a daze outside his sunlit family mansion. He is taking one last look at his childhood home before leaving for good. Mikhail walks up, calling out that he knew he would find him here, and holds up a scroll he knows Tepes is waiting for. Mikhail explains that the king just issued a decree, giving this entire territory directly to him. This place is now officially a sacred autonomous zone. Just like he promised before, Mikhail is going to transform this whole region into a sanctuary and training ground for monster hunters. Mikhail drops a beautiful necklace with a glowing blue stone right into Tepes' hand, officially asking him to step up and become the leader of the hunters. And not just that, he wants him to be the lord of this land. Mikhail proudly explains he custom-made this magical artifact specifically to mask Teep's true identity. Once he puts it on, Nobody will ever figure out he's actually a vampire. Talk about a handy cheat item. Teep stares intensely at the necklace. He grips it tight, softly asking if Mikhail crafted this incredible gear himself. Mikhail just gives a quiet nod, adding that the king has fully handed the region over. Honestly, I have absolutely zero interest in claiming this place or poking my nose into anyone else's business. Mika tells him he wants this ruins to be a home, a base for the hunters. Teps is skeptical and asks if he's actually sure about that. Our main guy does not say a word, just slamming his hand on the dirt. To turn this entire wasteland into a legit base for the hunters, he plans to stick around for a while. He is going to personally manage the whole setup. Then he drops a favor: he wants Teps to track down all the rogue hunters who have been hiding out in the shadows. Teps is shocked, finding them is basically like hunting for a needle in a haystack, but Mika just grins. And check this out, back at the dorm, Rian is already throwing a huge fit. No freaking way. Rian complains that is way too long, but Mika shut him down, saying he needs to set up a few outposts. A few months is basically nothing. Plus, our devious main character looks at Rian and Murden with a sneaky smile. This is actually a hardcore training camp for both of you. Putting on a dead serious face, Mika tells them they need some real time to process all the crazy loot and power they just got. Rian stares at his hands, deep in thought. Leaning on the table, Mika looks at him and points out how much the kid has leveled up since day one. You are strong enough to boss around this whole block now, but let me guess, you still feel like you are weak, do not you? That hit Rian right in the feels, and he nods immediately. Mika tells him he's not going to preach patience. If Rian can get stronger, he absolutely should. So Ryan figures the boss wants him to push himself to the absolute limit. Our main guy shrugs. He is not going to waste time worrying about people who can protect themselves. He tells the kid to just grow wild and strong like weeds. Rian smirks, his hand instantly tightening around his sword. The swordsman asks if there is a plan. Mika just laughs. This place is crawling with monsters, so just treat them like free target practice. Rian throws his blade over his shoulder, telling the boss to not sweat it because he is going to get insanely strong. As the door slams shut, Mika smiles to himself. Feels like his adoptive kid is finally growing up. Now, turning his gaze to the other person in the room, it is time for Murden. The old butler closes his eyes respectfully, asking to listen like a humble student. This catch-off-guard moment cracks Mika up, and he immediately starts teasing Murden. Why did you agree so fast? That is crazy. The old guy admits that technically, his magic rank is higher, but he notes Mika already hit the 8th tier. Since the young master is not trying to hide his massive power, Mika stands up and grins that makes things way easier. He walks over to the door, swings it wide open, and flashes a smile as bright as the sun, telling him it is time to start running. Murden is completely speechless. Mika laughs, saying a healthy body leads to a sharp mind, so he tells the old guy to get moving and start putting some miles on those legs. Our main guy brings up that time Murden carried a whole horse, telling the butler he definitely saw some crazy potential when he used magic. Throwing his hand on Murden's shoulder, Mika reminds him he ran like a beast with a massive horse on his back. The butler's face completely pales, and he screams in absolute despair. Murden protests that he only did it because the master ordered him to, but Mika just drags him out anyway. He tells the old man he highly respects his absolute obedience. So, with a devious grin, Mika asks if he will run again if ordered. Cue a long, agonizing scream echoing through the forest just as twilight falls over the land. Teeps looks incredibly lonely standing in that dead, withered forest. He mutters a quiet goodbye, promising to see our hero again in a few months. He pulls his hat down and walks off into the wild, leaving Mika smiling and waving goodbye to the red-haired warrior. Mika recalls offering him extra support just to be safe, but since Teeps rejected it, there's really nothing to worry about. Looking at the firm grip Teps has on his spear, Mika remembers that in his past life, this man was a legendary demon slayer who decapitated every single monster in his path. Staring at the warrior fading into the bright sunlight, Mika respects his sheer hatred and raw talent. The guy has got everything to be an elite hunter. Now, looking down at the barren dirt under his feet, Mika has one last chore. He mutters the word agriculture because if you do not put in the work, you are basically just eating dirt. Seth sits on his shoulder, completely skeptical, asking if this is even possible. Mika just hits her with his usual annoying smirk, calling it a dumb question. She is totally used to his annoying attitude, assuming he has some grand master plan. But honestly, you will love his reaction here. He casually admits he has absolutely nothing prepped. Seth is completely speechless. She flies right in front of him, asking what his actual plan is. Mika says first he needs to secure a safe living space for the villagers. Looking out at the abandoned village, he explains that once they thin out the local monster population, things will get easier. Staring at the pathetic, broken fences around the village, he decides he is going to set up a massive defensive magic barrier around the perimeter. Seth nods like a boss approving a big project, but then she asks why the sudden change of heart when he originally wanted to abandon this area entirely. She notes she could easily restore this place to its original state. Mika scoffs, asking who said anything about throwing it away, as a green light glows in his palm. Seth gasps in shock as the light fades away, leaving a pile of glowing, magical seeds resting in Mika's hand. She screams, asking if those are actually seeds from the world tree. The real world tree is doing just fine, so how on earth did he get his hands on these? Calm down, he tells her. They are not the real deal, just cheap, mass-produced knockoffs. Basically, they are some high-quality fakes with reduced power. Admitting they are pretty weak, he scatters the knockoff seeds onto the dirt. The seeds hit the soil, ready to start their magic work. With a sharp, determined look in his eyes, he promises they still grow insanely fast and spread out. Right on cue, the seeds explode into massive, towering trees. In the blink of an eye, a whole forest sprouts around them. Seth is completely stunned, yelling about how this is faster than using plant steroids. Mika just shrugs, claiming he did some research on the world tree while silently laughing because he totally made that up. Honestly, I actually made this thing before I regressed. He continues, explaining that this is all he has left because his supply is totally capped out. Staring at the fully grown tree, Mikhail admits he can't plant any more since they only last for a year. Still, he figures it's enough to cover the entire territory and keep those nasty demons away for 12 whole months. Sech wonders how he's going to pull this off, so he tells her Neptys is helping out. She crosses her arms like some bossy kid and says, well, Neptys will definitely crush it. Suddenly, she asks if he's named these trees yet. Mikhail completely blanks out. And name? Yeah, he has absolutely zero clue. He literally blurts out, how about dream trees? Cringe, right? He is totally picturing a sparkly star backdrop popping up behind him. Sech totally regrets asking him, calling his idea straight up garbage. Fast forward a few days, Mikhail is chilling in his bedroom, staring hard at a glowing blue crystal ball. He says, Father, it's time, but the other side of the sphere just stays dead silent. Finally, Duke Count Walpurgis sighs through the ball, telling him he's begging pretty arrogantly. Hey hero, studying is super important. Duke Count Walpurgis sits in his library, clutching something in his hand. Still holding his trusty mace to teach his kid a lesson, the Duke glares through the communication orb. He warns that if Mika wasn't his actual son, he'd have snapped his legs by now. On the other side, Mika just grins and tells him to chill out, since his old man promised full support anyway. The orb barks back a super blunt of course. Suddenly, Count Walpurgis's face twists. Pure demon mode. He warns that if Mika plans on building his own territory, he needs to talk to him first. You little brat, Count Walpurgis warns, don't go making big moves alone just because you think you're better than me. Mika casually fires back that his dad should really be used to this by now. The Duke sighs. He'd totally beat him up if they weren't so far apart. He then mentions getting a message from the king, making Mika ask what the ruler wanted. Count Walpurgis's voice echoes from the orb, explaining the Empire won't pressure him anymore because the king finally realizes how crucial a hero actually is. But then the Duke's face tightens, adding that the king wants him back at the capital, which absolutely catches Mika off guard. He instantly knows the king wants a face-to-face chat, making things pretty serious. Face-to-face? Man, what a total headache. Damn it. But eventually, Mika just sucks it up and decides going there is fine. Meanwhile, someone is grinding hard in the yard, sweating bullets over his massive muscles. It's Merton, doing heavy push-ups with a giant boulder on his back just to build some serious mass. Mika walks over. Merton looks up, asking what wind blew him in, or if he's just bored and wants to torture him again. Still grinding out push-ups, the butler listens as Mika announces he's taking a quick trip to the capital, so he needs Merton to handle a few things while he's gone. Gasping for air, Merton gasps out why the hell he's heading to the capital when he's already dead tired. Mika casually drops that the king wants a chat, leaving the old man utterly stunned. Wait, Merton suddenly realizes something is way off. He asks, what about the king, as the Duke's carriage rolls pretty smoothly down the road. Set curiously asks if they're really taking a carriage all the way, thrilled to have a comfy trip. She silently grumbles that Mika never actually travels on his own anyway. He just shrugs, no point in that. Sensing his bad mood, she huffs, but then remembers some major news and claps her hands. Set tells him that since his holy power spiked, she actually got a little upgrade too. Mika asks what she means, and she just grins. With an eager face, she asks if he wants to see it, while internally screaming that if he says no, she'll end him. Set happily tells Mika to just watch and learn. A soft green glow gently wraps around her body, and guys, look at this, she's starting to grow way bigger. Once she's fully human-sized, Set smiles and asks what he thinks of her new epic look. Meanwhile, Mika's face is completely blank, looking like he's known this for ages. She happily asks if she looks like a real human now, and Mika just deadpans that, yeah, he's totally surprised. Set waves her hand, explaining that when he channels holy power, it actually helps her recover quite a bit too. Mika immediately asks how long she can keep up this human form. Set starts counting on her fingers before answering that it's around 30 minutes a day, so she's not totally useless yet. Mika asks if she can do anything else besides embiggening her body. Instead of answering, she just raises her hand and blasts a shockwave outside, completely catching Mika off guard. He can literally feel all the nearby monsters losing half their strength. Seeing birds scatter wildly over the trees, Mika demands to know what the hell she just did. Set casually replies she just tried using her storm force. She wanted to blast the nearby monsters. Holding her wrist, she sighs that it's only half as strong as it used to be. Quite a massive drop from her glory days. Man, she really misses her prime. Mika notes that she's never actually talked about those epic glory days of hers. Set looks away, whispering about her prime before snapping that she literally just told him about it. It was back when she had zero problems, basically living her peak legendary life during the literal era of gods, or whatever epic age you want to call it. She sighs with deep regret, admitting she isn't calling herself a god, but compared to modern humans, she was definitely on a whole different level of power back then. Mika suddenly thinks about being godlike. It really reminds him of his pre-regression days with Siegfried as level 9 masters. Back then, they were absolutely nothing compared to real gods like Hao, NFT, Jay, and Set. They were just fighting like crazy to collect divine artifacts. As Mika's thoughts drift from darkness into a pure white void, a wild idea hits him. What if the raw power of these artifacts could actually elevate humans to godhood? He flashes back to the final boss before his rebirth. The armored, skull-faced demon king standing under a bloody red sky covered in floating ash. They probably believe that power could wipe out the demon king. Mika just mumbles that he doesn't get it. How could an entire ancient civilization just completely collapse like that? He glances over at Set, suddenly picturing her looking incredibly lonely and isolated all by herself. Mika figures a traitor probably caused it all. But then, a literal hole pops open on Set's head, and air leaks out. Even the super calm Mika completely loses his cool. Honestly, wouldn't you react the exact same way seeing your companion deflate right next to you like a popped balloon? A tiny, totally embarrassed Set pops back, looking incredibly awkward. Mika immediately grills her, asking if she didn't literally just promise 30 full minutes. Set tries to smile it off. She got excited and wasted her energy on random stuff, cutting her time short. He rolls his eyes, classic case of trying way too hard when you can't back it up. Staring out the window as the carriage rolls on, he notes they still have a bit of time before reaching the capital. So, he decides to check everything he's achieved. Looking at Hecate's mark on his palm, he sighs at his bad luck. Everything he's unlocked lately has been pure holy power. It's common knowledge that holy power and mages absolutely do not mix, making it completely useless for him. But looking at Hecate's glowing mark surrounded by raw mana, Mika knows he's different. In his unique case, mana and holy power don't clash at all. Wait, a wild realization hits him. It's not just a blend, they might actually be forming an entirely new, third type of energy. Mika closes his eyes, sensing these subtle shifts happening inside his body. Placing a hand over his chest, he wonders if he should test it out right now. Inside his head, this wild purple universe flashes, showing a human form totally merging with divine blessings and glowing mana. The boundary between holy power and mana, the world tree's divine energy, the raging storm power, and Hekao's holy mark. Mika thinks there is no way I could even feel this insane power if I didn't lock in and focus. This mana is mixing with 3 other holy powers. He realizes the world tree and storm powers are about to fuse. After a quick double check, Mika sees they've clearly blended together. Our guy's like, why the hell not? That is literally just how their true nature works. On screen, a glowing grassy field with firefly sparks and thick vines wrapped around a stone pillar pops up. Mika snaps his eyes open, feeling this insane, super refreshing wave of energy wrapping all around his body. Seth, standing right there, immediately asks what's wrong. Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? The crazy scene unfolding before her completely shatters her sanity, making her curse how utterly insane this is. She feels like their surroundings have literally turned into a forest glowing with tiny, sparkling beams of light. Right next to her, Mika is literally merging with a tree trunk, and Seth gasps that he's basically become a druid now. In that forest, tiny spirits are playing around among the blooming, colorful flowers. Mika is totally stunned and says, "Oh, a druid." He pictures a druid standing in the woods holding a wooden staff, since there is a massive difference between a druid and a regular mage. Druids don't use normal mana, they channel the power of nature. Honestly, it's like borrowing power and never paying it back, getting free help from every plant and animal around. Talk about an innate cheat code. Inside the carriage, now bursting with flowers, vines, and glowing lights. Mika thinks to himself, yeah, there's absolutely no way I have some special bond with nature. But then, our boy grins as it hits him. Wait, maybe I do now? Just because you were single before doesn't mean you gotta stay forever alone, right? Pretty interesting. Seth is in total disbelief, demanding to know how this is even possible. How can the world tree and the storm actually fuse together? It's way too overpowered. How can a mere human pull off something this insane? He just gives a smug smirk and replies, but it's totally working, isn't it? That's what makes it so badass, and Seth can't even deny it. Sure, it's happening, but it makes zero freaking sense. Seth explains that divine energy isn't some basic power humans can just easily manipulate on a whim. Mika doesn't buy it and talks back, but Hekao's holy power is literally used by priests everywhere. An annoyed Seth snaps back, saying that her holy power is basic, modified specifically so weak humans could actually use it. Deep in the glowing, magical forest, her voice echoes, calmly explaining that even the holy maidens, seriously, even the top-tier maidens can't handle true holy power. But look at this, our guy is literally fusing both of them right now. Mika argues that it's just hard, not completely impossible. Seth immediately screams back, that's exactly why it makes no damn sense. She sassily snaps that it completely defies all common logic. Mika instantly catches the weird detail, muttering to himself, defying common logic. Huh, man, I've got a bad feeling about this. He recalls meeting Hekau back in the first hero's tomb. She once called him a demigod. He figures everything is connected to that crazy title. Suddenly, a strange figure pops up, grabbing their attention. It is a super tiny, chubby spirit that is incredibly adorable, with stubby little legs, 2 microscopic horns on its head, and hair made of tiny green leaves. It even has a sassy pink flower styled right on top. Its big green eyes stare at them, looking completely clueless. No cap, it is cute enough to make any girl scream. Mika finally speaks up, asking, "Who are you?" The little spirit blinks, pointing a tiny finger at itself. "Me? I don't really know." Then it reaches its tiny hand out toward Mika, "But you feel super friendly, let's be friends." Mika just stares blankly as the little creature starts desperately digging for something right in front of him, looking like it's struggling hard. Seth is totally baffled, asking seriously, "What are you doing?" Then the spirit floats up to Mika's eye level. He gasps, "Wait, is that the holy herb of Tessus in its tiny hands? That is the ultimate legendary ingredient that every single alchemist in the entire world would kill for, just to brew a god-tier elixir." Mika holds the glittering gold leaf, completely shocked that this creature is just giving it to him. He asks why. But the spirit plays it cool, "Don't be shy. It is just a little welcoming gift." Exactly. It is totally not a bribe or anything. Mika casually shrugs and asks, "What if I say no?" Hearing that, the poor spirit looks like its entire world is crashing down in a storm. Seth grabs Mika by the head, complaining, "Stop messing around. Do you even realize this thing was literally created because of your awakening? You totally have to accept his bribe." Mika sighs, "Fine, I wasn't really gonna refuse anyway. Believe me, seeing this tiny spirit look so devastated is just gold. I'm gonna need spirit's help if I want to become a high-level druid." Mika speaks up, "Alright, I'll take it." Hearing this, the spirit's face immediately lights up like a flower. Mika asks what its name is, but the little guy says it doesn't have one. "Since you're nameless, how about I give you a name?" The spirit excitedly nods, "Yes, name me." Mika strokes his chin, brainstorming for a cool name. Thinking back to how hard the little guy dug around just to gift him that holy herb, Mika suddenly gets an idea. Seth is utterly dumbfounded, staring at him. "Wait, you're naming it Mon like a mole?" Mika deadpans, "Yeah, obviously. You gotta put some real thought into names." While Seth is complaining, the spirit just blinks blankly at its new name. "Mon? Wait, so my name is Mon?" Its face instantly glows with pure joy. Mika points, telling Seth, "See? She loves it." Shortly after, they hop back in the carriage and head to the capital. The moment they stop, Seth stretches out comfortably, peaceful as always. She turns to Mika, "You heading to see the king right now?" "No, I don't think so," Mika grins. "I can't just go show up to see him empty-handed." Standing outside the majestic royal palace, a cheerful priest happily welcomes Mika back, calling him a true hero. Mika casually asks, "You seem in a great mood today?" The priest scratches his head, thanking him for solving all their troubles. The priest asks why he is even here. Mika says, "Oh, I am here to see his majesty." At that, the priest's happy mood completely tanks, and he goes dead silent. "I can only wish you luck," the priest sighs. But Mika smirks, "Actually, there is something you can help me with, Archbishop. I heard you have some extremely valuable intel." The bishop is stunned, "What do you mean?" Mika laughs, whispering the king's dark past. The Archbishop's eyes almost pop out of his head, and he starts stuttering, "Wait, why are you suddenly bringing that up?" Mika replies, "Look, I am a warrior. Instead of getting outplayed by others, I would much rather strike first." Meanwhile, inside the palace, a messenger is on his knees reporting the latest news. That 1FG kid is already back in the city. Damn it, who would have thought that useless idiot would actually become a warrior? Marquis Kellyboss looks out at the sunset, scoffing at how ridiculous this is. He asks his subordinate, "What do you think?" The man replies, "I don't think we can just ignore this." He agrees. For that idiot who got rejected by Lindo to gain this much power in just 1 year is completely impossible. The Holy Empire is sketchy as hell. This vassal asks Kellyboss what he should do, but he just snaps back, "What do you even mean? Just get to the capital first." There is only one reason he is suddenly heading back to the capital. The king ordered it. Exactly. If the king favors the Walpurgis family, the balance of power collapses. No, wait, maybe that is just an excuse. I just straight up hate the Walpurgis clan. I have hated both the mages and the lord of that trash family for a long time. Suddenly, a girl flashes in his memory. Her face is blurry, but she is the one who rejected him. "Screw the Walpurgis clan. I will never let you guys win. Humans live while constantly facing the unknown." Mika looks up, closing his eyes to feel the wind. "Yeah, that is just life. If this madness happens again, it is not going to be fun. It is brutal." But the light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest. Right. Mika opens his eyes, but did it have to happen right now? Out of nowhere, Aiden lifts Mika straight off the ground. What the hell just happened? Rewind a few minutes. Mika is wandering around the palace. He sighs, noting the first floor is cleared. Set floats around, asking what is on his mind, and if he should stroll around the capital. While he is debating his options, a loud voice suddenly calls out his name. Our boy completely freezes. Mika looks left and spots Aiden Pegas, his own dad, carrying a massive spiked mace on his shoulder with eyes shooting fire. Back to the present, Mika desperately begs him, Dad, can we put the mace down and talk? This is how we talk. Why should I drop it? Aiden laughs. Besides, no archmage in the world would ever beat their kid with a mace. I am super proud of taking your territory, his dad says. Mika fake laughs, asking if he came all this way just to say that. Come to think of it, I haven't talked to you in a long time. Aiden slowly sets Mika back down, admitting he is right. Suddenly, both of them fall into a super awkward silence, standing face to face with nothing to say. Mika stares at his father, realizing that before his regression, he was always his dad's only exception, yet he never once tried to understand him. I constantly ran away from him. This legendary 8-circle archmage felt completely out of reach, probably because his status was just way too massive for me. I figured he would never get me, but deep down, I was probably just feeling inferior. After dodging his dad for so long, standing face to face with him now actually makes Mika realize something deep. But now, I finally get it. My dad was just really clumsy at playing the father role. Gathering his courage, Mika shakily holds out a fist to his dad, saying he has so many things he needs to tell him. A bit later, the two were sitting face to face inside the palace. Aiden asks how he is staying so chill after meeting the emperor. Mika just shrugs, saying staying calm is the only option since panicking changes nothing anyway. He chuckles, saying it feels like yesterday when Mika was clinging to Lady Lyndall, but now he is all grown up. There is no time to be naive. Then Aiden asks if he is talking about demons. Mika sips his tea. Yeah, we share an enemy, but humanity refuses to unite. To be honest, I am not even stressed about facing the emperor. His dad immediately asks what is actually bugging him then. Mika answers the 4 great families, those high-tier noble houses that basically act like independent kingdoms. The big 4 are the McApple house, the Lyndall family, Kelly Boss, and Walpurgis. Mika says that Lyndall is currently the only trustworthy group, but looking at this messy situation, his dad gets that the other clans are the real issue here. The shadiest one of all is the Kelly Boss family. Aiden ponders, Kelly Boss? Yeah, those guys are incredibly tough. But what are you going to do? His dad asks. Mika says he has a plan, but first, he needs some serious help. What kind? He has a solid trick to shut Kelly Boss down. After talking to his dad, Mika wanders around again with Set. She buzzes near his ear, questioning him about their super weird father-son dynamic. Do you guys share some bizarre genes? She asks. He says it is normal, though his dad is definitely a bit odd, but she sighs, saying that is not what she meant. The capital was definitely not like this before my regression. Set asks where he is heading next. Mika lowers his head, saying he needs to meet the emperor, but wonders what else he should plan. Before Mika can even finish, he senses something is totally off. Set gets anxious, warning him they are being tailed. Mika just keeps walking calmly through the city streets. He easily spots the tails 2 guys on his right and another on his left. He wonders if they belong to some dark guild. I totally expected some fools to follow me around, but this crew is way smaller than I thought. Looks like they are seriously underestimating my power. A sudden chill runs right down Mika's spine. There's another stalker lurking way more stealthily than those other 3. Got it, that must be their leader. Set asks what his next move is, leaving Mika totally undecided. I have no clue, man. You know he could easily lose them, but this whole situation is just bugging him because purifying that sewer rat shouldn't even happen yet. But now that the sewer rat is gone, what is going to happen to the Dark Guild? I bet someone on the sewer rat's level took over, meaning a high-ranking demon like Beelzebub might show up again. I need to go double-check this. Watching from a distance, one of the stalkers keeps her eyes glued to Mika. She figures keeping this much space guarantees she won't get caught, wondering if this guy is actually some epic hero. There is plenty of gossip about Mika Walpurgis, but absolutely nothing about him being a hero. The tiny rumors floating around sound so ridiculous, they are not even worth believing. She peeks out again, whispering to herself. So did he really purify a high-ranking demon and a vampire right inside the capital? Maybe he is just born with some crazy natural talent, but everyone already recognizes him as a guy who carries the actual traits of a true hero. While she is totally lost in thought, Mika suddenly vanishes from her sight. Wait, what? She looks around, completely stunned. It was literally a second, just a single blink of an eye. How did I lose track of him? She stands frozen in the middle of the street, cursing under her breath. Crap, how could I make such a rookie mistake? She rushes into the crowd, desperately needing to find him right away. In the middle of the panic, a firm hand suddenly grabs her shoulder, and a freezing voice speaks. What are you looking for? The stalker completely freezes. Seriously, Look at his face change. He goes from smiling to absolute predator mode in a split second. Shaking with fear, she doesn't say a word. Seizing her chance, she uses her magic to bolt away at insane speed. Panicking, her mind goes into absolute overdrive as she runs. What should I do now? This is bad. But wait, I actually found what I was looking for. He is unbelievably skilled. He literally saw through my invisibility spell instantly. Even top-tier masters can't pull this off. No way, I seriously gotta report this back to the guild right now. She took a massive detour back to her guild just to throw him off. Whew, made it. But before she can even wipe her sweat, Mika is literally right there waiting. So this is where you guys hide out. Our stalker girl completely loses it. Oh crap, she is toast. She is so shaken up she literally stutters. How did you? But get this, Mika just casually smirks, calling her out as a dark elf. She instantly panics, wondering how he already knows she's with the Talia guild. Being a dark elf in a dark guild and getting caught is pretty embarrassing. He tells her to lead the way. Since he already found their base, there is no hiding. He asks if she really thinks she can hide anything anymore. Surprisingly, she totally folds. Calling him Master Hero, she does this cute finger-tapping gesture, asking to go privately. Turns out she actually gets embarrassed pretty easily. She explains she's a manager at the base. It would look awful if the other members saw her getting dragged around. Mika stays quiet. He just sighs and totally rejects her. Instead, he raises his hand and casts a quick sleep spell on her. Before she can even react to this absolute jerk, she is fast asleep. Mika just slings her over his shoulder. Set complains, saying she's cute and he should treat girls better. Mikhail literally does not care. He does not need to be nice to Dark Guild thugs. Plus, once he drops her back at her base, they will probably look after her. Set wonders how he even knew she was the guild leader's adoptive daughter. Meanwhile, back at the Dark Guild base, everyone is drinking and partying hard. Mika kicks the door open. The girl is still slung over his shoulder. He asks if this is Talia. A thug yells back, "Who is this punk?" proving he found the spot. He literally dumps the girl onto the floor. "Sign for your delivery," he tells them. Spotting their leader's adopted daughter, Mia, the whole crowd loses their minds in rage. Mika just raises his hand. "Do you finally recognize me now?" Dozens of furious guys rush forward to teach this kid a lesson, but he does not even flinch. "Check this out," he smirks, tells them to chill, and snaps his fingers. Instantly, magic circles freeze every single thug in their tracks. Mika asks if anyone got dragged into this mess for no reason. Silence. No one did. Set mentally facepalms, pointing out they literally cannot speak right now. Mika casually remarks that the boss must be totally speechless right now. He pulls up a chair. He rests his chin, calling out the big boss to stop hiding from him. Waiting is boring. Mika decides to stir things up. He unleashes a wave of energy, shaking the entire tavern until a mysterious figure finally appears and tells him to stop. Mika glances over, smirking that he finally decided to show up. He asks if he is the guild leader. The man pulls off his mask, introducing himself as Hedos. Hedos apologizes, saying his daughter must have caused some trouble. Mika just glares down at Mia. "I know you're awake," he says, "so get up off the floor." Busted, Mia jumps up, completely embarrassed. She whines about how he could have at least let her play along, calling him a total jerk for ruining her act. Mika fires back, saying stalking people is way worse. Mia throws a minor tantrum. If he was a real hero, he would be totally fine sharing some basic info. Hedos cuts in, telling Mia to drop it. She pouts reluctantly. Hedos explains it was actually his call to send her out to gather info on this mysterious hero. Hedos bows, offering a formal apology. Mia quickly runs over. "Do whatever you want to me," she begs. "Just leave my dad alone," because he blames himself easily. This guy is the boss of Talia and a legendary master assassin. In the original timeline, those bastards killed him. But the future Mika knows is already shifting. So, what is the play here? Talia Guild is at a massive turning point. Mika needs to make sure these changes stay low-key and completely under his control. Mika breaks the silence. "I didn't come to punish you," he admits. Hedos looks up, completely surprised. He points out Sewer Rat was a rogue monster who sold his soul. They just took over his territory. Mia snaps back, asking if he thinks they are also evil outcasts. Mika stands up, reminding them his only job was getting rid of Sewer Rat. A nervous Mia tries to defend herself. People occupy unclaimed territory all the time. He reaches down, grabbing one of the unconscious thugs. He pulls back his collar to reveal a rogue mark. "That's true, unless you guys started recruiting the monster's old crew." Hedos frowns, asking if he plans on wiping them out too. Heavy pressure suddenly fills the room. It is suffocating. Mika just casually asks if he is done speaking. The boss backs down, surprised to meet someone who can read an assassin so easily. Mika smiles. He notices a ton of small details, including how his heart is beating. Mika locks eyes with him, pointing out a weird curse that should have killed him already. Hedos freezes in pure shock, wondering how he knows. He just grins, saying a hero gets tips from above. A worried Mia steps in. "If you know about the curse, can you actually break it?" Mika shrugs, saying of course. Mia is completely blown away. She runs over, shaking him and begging for the cure. She promises to get him absolutely anything if he just saves her dad. Mika notes how desperate they are. He tells Mia he does not do charity work. Smirking, he asks her how much she actually knows about him. After a quick negotiation, Mika hands Hedos a stack of contracts, telling him to sign here and here. Hedos just mutters that he gets it, stamping away. They finalize the contract immediately. Honestly, this deal was a total no-brainer. Since they are on the same page, there is zero reason to drag things out anymore. First up, lifting Hedos' deadly curse. Thanks to Mika, the master assassin will not have to suffer any more physical toll. Having a legendary assassin back at full strength is a massive deal for Talia's future. Mika warns them. The limits of this guild are pretty obvious. Even if they push past those limits, they cannot simply break the heavy shackles binding them to the dark guild life. Hedos agrees there are hard truths they cannot deny, but Mika just cuts him off. Yes, he promised to help. In return, Talia Guild needs to gather intel for him. If anyone breaks the rules, Hedos finishes, they pay with their life. That is the main clause of their contract, right? Plus, Talia Guild must keep their hands completely clean. Hedos nods, understanding they need to secretly wipe out Sewer Rat's remaining crew, even though it will not be easy. Mika turns to leave, saying that is enough for today. Behind him, Hedos sighs. Even with this sweet deal, stepping out of the dark seems almost impossible for them. Mick asks him cold as ice, "Did you forget what family I am from?" "Yeah, the Walpurgis house, and my dad is still in the Imperial capital, so you better listen to him." Hedos goes quiet for a second before hesitating. "But is his personality as nice as yours?" Mick thinks of his old man. The dude is a total demon, so that is pretty hard to say. He shrugs. "My dad is on a whole different level, don't sweat it. Even if he's got a bad temper, he's not going to do anything crazy to you." Hedos looks up and mutters that everything needs to go smoothly. Oh man. Mick silently leaves Hedos' bar, while Mia tightly grabs her dad's arm. "Dad, what's up, daughter? Can we really trust him? I have a pretty good feeling about this, kiddo. That's just how I've survived all this time. Back when I first met you, every single choice I made was based on that exact survival instinct of mine. Breaking this curse would be awesome, but what really matters is that the hero actually made a promise to us. A promise to drag us straight out of the dark. The guy has absolutely zero prejudice in his eyes, meaning he's totally sincere and thinks things through. He actually respected us enough to sit down and make a real deal with us. Seriously. Getting help from a hero is no joke. Because if we team up while everything's still messy, we won't lose a single thing." Mia sighs, saying she gets it. Meanwhile, Mick activates his secret skill again. 1 second, Mia saw him standing right there, and the next, he completely vanished. She thinks that for a hyped-up hero, he acts way too casual. Her dad totally agrees with that. Inside the gorgeous royal palace, Mick looks around and thinks looking at this place feels so unreal. But this is exactly what I'm supposed to protect. Talking to His Majesty with others listening is pretty uncomfortable, but at least I'll be safe. So why the hell do I still feel so anxious? Mick looks up, thinking that around this time, a royal knight like Mayan should already be inside the palace. Suddenly, 2 swords block his path. Halt, beyond this point lies the Emperor's chambers. Mick just scoffs, asking if they seriously haven't heard of him, a royal hero. "I'm a hero." The guards stare at Mick's shiny badge, jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" They panic, saying they need to double-check this right away. "We got a message about this, so please cooperate while we verify your identity." "Fine, go ahead and verify, but I already checked and your escort knight will be here super soon." "Alright, I get it. Of course, I know exactly who's coming. If the escort is one of the new recruits, there's only one person it could be." "Greetings, hero. I am Mayan." Smiling, Mick asks, "You're Mayan, right?" The escort is shocked, asking how he knows him. "Aren't we both from noble families? I'm from the Walpurgis house, and you're from the Kelly Boss family. Absolute pleasure to meet you." Mick reaches out, and they shake hands. "Yeah, this is Mian Kelly Boss, the second son of Marquis Kelly Boss. And before my regression, this dude was completely useless to me. He was known either as a sinner who murdered his own father, Marquis Kelly Boss, or a legendary hero who stopped a fallen, raging clan. Later on, he gets labeled with 2 completely opposite titles, the Ruined Hero. Check this out." Mick turns and shakes Mayan's hand with a giant smile, totally throwing him off. Standing there, frozen for a second, Mayan finally snaps out of it, smiles bright, and says he never expected a famous hero to know his name. He then happily leads Mick to the Grand Hall. Mick stares at Mayan's completely innocent smile and thinks, yeah, that is just who he is, a future sinner, and a totally ruined hero. That's what people called him, but right now, the guy looks pretty carefree and genuinely kind. Suddenly, Mick asks him if he was just recently appointed as a royal knight. Mayan quickly replies that yes, he was, but becoming a royal knight makes him feel super proud. Then, Mayan scratches his cheek with a sheepish grin, adding that of course, compared to Mick, it's nothing. Mick immediately counters, saying that achieving this at his age is seriously impressive. Hearing that makes Mayan smile even wider, saying those words really cheer him up. Seeing him like this, Mick secretly feels glad inside. Exactly, that smile is still pure because Mayan still has no clue about the dark truth of his own father, which eventually ruins him. When Mick discussed this with his dad, they agree there's only one way to take down the Marquis in a single blow, and Mick needs Mian for it. Suddenly, Mick looks at Mayan, asking what he thinks of Marquis Kelly Boss. Hearing that, Mayan asks in surprise if he means his father. Then, Mayan says with a serious face that he deeply respects him. We're one of the 4 great families in the kingdom, and he's the head of it. Sure, I know my dad isn't fond of Walpurgis, but that was just some young, stupid grudge from his past. He's mature. No way, he holds a grudge forever. At this, Mick almost bursts out laughing, mocking him in his head. Mature? What a joke. Before my regression, even when my family was falling apart, the Marquis kept crushing us. The Marquis went way too far, and Mayan eventually found out. That's what triggered the clash and turned everything into a total disaster, so there's a lot to consider. But now is the perfect time to drop a hint. Walking forward, Mick asks casually, "Oh, by the way, Mayan, have you heard about the big rumor going around the capital lately?" Mayan steps closer, asking what it is, and Mick suddenly drops those 3 words, the Dark Clan. This makes Mayan frown, clearly hating this topic. He quickly replies that it's a pretty major headache, and it's definitely not something they can solve overnight. Before Mayan can even finish his sentence, Mick cuts him off, asking if the royal knights aren't involved at all. Mayan nods with a sad smile, saying he gets the point, but his duty is protecting the king. Someone else is already handling that mess. Mick looks at his hesitation and drops a hint. True, but things would be totally different if the king gave his permission. This instantly triggers a reaction, leaving Mayan completely frozen on the spot. Mick knows exactly what Mayan secretly craves. Sure, he's a royal knight now, but the guy absolutely hates being locked down. He only took this mismatch of a job because the Marquis wanted him to. So with just a tiny push from Mick, Mayan will easily slide right into place. Now watch, this hidden truth is the exact trump card Mick planned to use all along. Watching Mayan react to the offer, Mick continues, saying if he wants, he can put in a good word for him when meeting the king. Then, Mick looks straight into Mayan's eyes, telling him that he doesn't just look at people. God is always by his side, and sometimes, he whispers things to him. Mikhail just smiles at Myron and speaks quite calmly, telling him he has his own mission to follow. Myron stands there completely dazed, unable to hide the raw emotion buried deep inside his chest. Myron knows this is his chance to break free from these chains. After hesitating for a bit, he finally asks if Mikhail can speak up for him. Our main character is pretty glad the bait worked, so he nods and agrees easily. Myron then leads him to the main hall, saying it is his absolute honor to escort the hero here. Then Mikhail pushes the heavy doors open and steps inside alone. He waits. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes. King Jersu notes his long journey, and Mikhail replies with a fake smile, calling it an honor to meet him. The king walks down to size him up with cold eyes. You do not look very honored, the king says. His mocking eyes scan Mikhail, up and down. He calls him his ruler, but his voice has zero respect. Jersu sneers, finding it quite amusing. Mikhail just closes his eyes calmly and thanks him for the compliment. King Jersu slowly brushes past him, saying he never expected a legendary hero to come from a place like Walpurgis. Since he is the one who decides who becomes a hero, he did some deep digging. Holding Mikhail's records, King Jersu glares back with a highly judgmental look, pointing out that Mikhail of Walpurgis used to be a total lunatic. Seeing absolutely no reaction from Mikhail, the king mockingly asks if he was too rude, claiming he used the past tense as a compliment. Our hero keeps his eyes shut, no denial. He replies softly that he will not run from the truth. He knows Jersu is not just testing him as a hero, but trying to figure out what makes Mikhail of Walpurgis tick. Is he some rebellious kid, a total fool, or maybe someone completely blinded by fame and hidden ambition? The king's final judgment depends entirely on how Mikhail behaves right now, so Mikhail flashes a sly smile, looking Jersu dead in the eyes with a provoking grin. He has already made up his mind, and he is definitely not going to give King Jersu the easy answers he wants. He is a whole different breed of crazy. This is King Jersu, the absolute ruler of this great empire and easily the most powerful man alive. He understands the raw truth. He knows chaos erupts when power lacks limits, so he uses these psychological boundaries to judge what kind of person he is dealing with. But wait, watch this. Our main character is about to completely play this king. Jersu is left wondering what is wrong with this guy. He cannot read Mikhail at all, something that has literally never happened before. Things just got pretty interesting. Mikhail's gaze shifts. He bows slightly with fake humility, apologizing if his tone sounded a bit disrespectful. The king immediately scolds him, saying if he were Mikhail's father, he would be absolutely furious. Hearing this, Mikhail laughs, looking straight at the king and asking him to be a bit more generous since he is not his dad. He agrees. Speak up, hero. What is this supposed threat you mentioned? Is the world really ending? Mikhail replies that if they prepare right now, nothing bad will actually happen. He is totally sure a massive disaster is coming, but the damage depends on how they prepare. Jersu catches the hint, realizing Mikhail means there is absolutely no way to stop the crisis from happening. The king stares at Mikhail, asking if his empire cannot handle it, mentioning a historically powerful archdemon that was extremely difficult to deal with in the past. But Mikhail cuts him off. Wrong. It is not just some archdemon in the shadows. The demon king is coming. Jerzu grows quiet, murmuring that a demon lord is bad news. His mind is racing, finding Mikhail's claim about such an impossible threat completely absurd. Did Mikhail not just say an archdemon was already hiding right in the capital? Jerzu looks down at him, demanding to know what he wants from the crown. No way, you came all this way just to see me. You have a real motive. Speak. Confronted with these sharp questions, Mikhail rubs his chin, acting quite thoughtful before looking up at Jerzu and speaking slowly about what he really wants to say. Suddenly, Mikhail bursts into wild laughter, looking at the king with borderline crazy eyes as he says he wants absolutely nothing at all. Jersu's face darkens instantly, his brow furrowing in pure anger as he growls out a tense reply. Mikhail smirked. The bait worked and the king reacted. He remembers his past talk with Bishop Ali, who had mentioned a very specific weakness of the ruler. I am not sure if this helps, but the current king is usually quite indifferent about everything. Yet he gets incredibly defensive whenever anyone mentions him stepping down. Mikhail realized that the usually indifferent ruler only loses his cool and gets irritated when his abdication is brought up. Once, the previous king sincerely asked the young Jerzu if there was anything he wanted. Jerzu had smiled back then, his young face showing zero interest as he replied he wanted nothing at all. That stupid answer got him scolded by the queen for 2 whole days. Yep, the king is just that stubborn. Feeling a major headache coming, Jerzu rubs his temples. You seriously want nothing? No way, that is impossible. I know you want something, Jerzu snaps. Do you want to rule, or do you want my help? Our main character looks at him coldly, saying he can handle his own business, and since the empire is ruled by King Jerzu, he has zero desire to be the center of attention. With a devious smirk, Mikhail asks why the king does not just offer something much more fitting for him. Jerzu frowns, his voice growing extremely annoyed. In other words, you will not ask directly, but you expect me to guess and hand you some reward, Jerzu asks. Seeing the king march over with complete impatience, Mikhail waves his hands, saying his request is not as bad as Jerzu makes it sound, but he can interpret it however he wants. Think of it my way, Your Majesty, Mikhail says. I honestly wish I could be the perfect legendary hero you want, but unfortunately, I still have some pretty big shortcomings that hold me back. Jerzu scoffs, saying Mikhail does not look like a hero at all, before turning his back and deciding he will just handle this situation his own way. Honestly, I have zero plans to change my mind on this, the king says. Mikhail simply replies with a polite nod. Inside, he is celebrating, hoping the king stays this stubborn. Jerzu then makes his move, declaring he will form a special night order to fight the demons. I will dispatch official decrees to all the lords. King Josu tosses the royal seal straight into Mikhail's palm while giving a firm warning. Just hit me up whenever you need backup, and seriously, stop boasting about how much the Holy Kingdom does for you. I can easily do way more for you than they ever could. This royal seal is yours now. As long as you are on my turf, literally everyone will back you up. Mikhail bows respectfully, then lets out a dry laugh. Damn, you are handing over way too much power here. King Josu shrugs and asks if there is anything else. Mikhail eyes him warily before muttering that he is totally good. But after talking a bit, the king gasps, wait, you mean Mayan from the Kelly boss family? Mikhail answers casually, hey, just throwing ideas out, but losing one palace knight for a bit won't hurt anyone. The king ponders for a second. Our palace knights are getting pretty clueless about the real world, so somebody needs to go out and touch some grass. Tell that Kelly boss kid to go gain some real-world experience and bring back actual results. You are dismissed. I am sure you are pretty stoked with this outcome. Mikhail nods, yes, absolutely. Mikhail turns to leave, but barely takes 5 steps before stopping in his tracks to add, oh, wait, one more thing, Your Majesty. With a sly grin and a low chuckle, Mikhail mentions he also wants to chat with the dude hiding behind that red pillar. King Josu is completely caught off guard. Whoa, look at the sunlight hitting the gem on his crown, making it gleam as King Josu sighs, alright, fine, go ahead. The heavy palace doors slam shut. King Josu stares into empty space for a solid minute, then leans back and says with a heavy sigh, yep, he totally spotted you. Looks like our hero was tracking you from the start. That is when Knight Commander Hector Liam steps out from behind the pillar, completely baffled. No way, some mage just sniffed me out like that. The king thinks it over and chuckles, well, things are officially spinning out of my control, which makes this pretty damn interesting. Seriously, what is even the point of living if everything is just boring? But deep down, the king is already calculating if this looming disaster is completely unavoidable, we better start preparing for the absolute worst. And just like that, we are back with Mikhail stepping outside when Mayon's voice suddenly cuts in, calling him a hero. Mayon panics while staring at Mikhail's straight face, stuttering out, wait, did something go wrong? But Mikhail just smirks. The king gave us the green light. Seeing Mayon instantly grin like a happy puppy, Mikhail can't help but tease him, man, was being a royal guard really wearing you down that much? Mayon's grin goes wide as he chuckles, ha ha, Am I really that obvious? But then his smile fades, and he sighs. I love being a knight, but honestly, it is absolutely nothing like what I originally expected. I mean, keeping the king safe is a pretty massive honor, but it is just not enough. But Mikhail cuts him off. Wasn't your actual dream to save as many people as possible? Then he adds, but of course, I'm not doing this for free. I need you to do a little favor for me. Mayan blinks, totally surprised, and asks what the job is. With a sly grin, Mikhail explains it is about the sewer rat. To purify that archdemon right away, I can't waste my time hunting down the sewer rat and his minions. Mayan pieces it together, so you want me to track them? Mikhail nods exactly. To be completely honest, Mikhail is playing chess here, knowing this is a crucial step to bring Mayan closer to the ugly truth. But Mayan just flashes that innocent, pure grin. Say no more, I am on it. But Mikhail raises a finger to stop him. One more thing, once you track them down, get your butt back here immediately. 0 solo actions, got it? Mayan tilts his head. So you want me to report back to you the second I find anything? Then he flashes another goofy smile and yells, I will do exactly what you say. Later, Mikhail is walking out when his little companion pops out, asking why on earth he is letting that knight handle the investigation. Is there a reason? Mikhail just smirks, yep, and you will find out pretty soon. But wait till you see the utter chaos waiting for him back home. Mikhail shouts, Dad, what in the world are you doing? Count Walpurgis glares at his troublemaker, son, and roars, you little brat. You are the one who sent them to me, so what are you complaining about? Count Walpurgis sits tall, hammer in hand, and mutters coldly, just look at them. I can already tell they are wrapped up in deep trouble, so why did you dump them on me? Hito slowly raises his hand, whispering, actually, I am a professional assassin. But Count Walpurgis immediately snaps, shut up. Watching his dad rage like a tiger, Mikhail sees Hitos and Mia sitting there behaving like two grounded puppies. Mikhail explains, look, they are from Talia, the Dark Guild, and I am planning to settle them right into our family territory. I know my legendary dad can pull off literally anything, so I am trusting you to handle this for me. Hearing his precious son talk like that, Count Walpurgis roars, so you are just dumping your trash on me while you run around playing hero and doing whatever you want? Mikhail sighs, come on, if I actually make it big as a hero, it helps our family too, right? The logic actually starts working on Count Walpurgis, so he strokes his chin thoughtfully. I guess that makes sense. A dark elf master assassin could actually be pretty useful. Meanwhile, Hitos and his daughter Mia are completely slumped on the floor, and Mia whispers to her dad, hey, Dad, are you actually doing okay? Hitos sighs heavily, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Suddenly, Mikhail speaks up honestly. We don't have many options, so I'm turning the Talia Guild into our family's private spy network. Count Walpurgis instantly perks up. Wait, you never told me that. Well, if they're going to be our spies, then keeping them around isn't bad at all. Hearing that, Hitos and Mia look like they just won the lottery, grinning from ear to ear. Mikhail tells Count Walpurgis, cool, I will send you the full details later. The assassin duo practically cry happy tears as they stammer out their thanks and leave. Once they are alone, Count Walpurgis looks at Mikhail. Look, I have a million questions, but just tell me one thing. How did the meeting with the king actually go? Mikhail shrugs, nothing crazy happened, honestly. He threw a couple of pretty tough questions my way, but I saw them all coming. The only thing I didn't expect was this. Mikhail pulls out the royal seal from King Josu. I got this wild, unexpected gift. Count Walpurgis raises an eyebrow in total surprise. Wait. The royal seal. This isn't some cheap trinket, son. Mikhail agrees completely. Yeah, I am pretty sure this thing is going to be incredibly useful when I am out performing my knightly duties. But Count Walpurgis just looks at him and calmly gives him a serious reminder. Nobody in this empire can just turn their back on the king anyway, so I gotta bounce now. Mika tucks the seal into his pocket with a cheeky grin. I still got a ton of stuff to handle, Mika says. Count Walpurgis raises an eyebrow, asking if he means that annoying Kelebos clan. Mika nods, making his dad sigh and ask if he knows why they hate their guts. Mika just shrugs and replies that he heard it is because some old dude fought his dad over his mom. Count Walpurgis hangs his head and counts the years on his fingers, admitting that even after Sign and him got married, that creep never stopped trying to hit on his wife. Mika cannot help but swear, calling the guy a total scumbag. Count Walpurgis just chuckles and agrees, even if their own good times did not last very long. Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Mika tries to comfort him, saying that does not mean he lost or anything. Count Walpurgis hesitates before admitting that this messy drama between the two families made him hesitate a lot. Mika looks at his dad, thinking to himself that this drama feels suspiciously similar to Nostra's situation. Count Walpurgis lets out a heavy sigh and gives his kid a serious warning, telling him it would be great if he could be this brutally honest with others too. He adds that the Kelebos family is going to target them for their entire lives. Mika just blanks him and says he already knows. Then he asks Count Walpurgis about the little favor he requested earlier. Count Walpurgis tells him he already took care of it, though he is not sure what the Kelebos clan is expecting from their second son, Mayan. Mika smirks in satisfaction. That is perfect, Mika says. Count Walpurgis frowns, totally annoyed that his own kid is keeping secrets from him, and demands to know what he is planning. Mika just flashes a sly, wicked grin, pointing out that since their family is basically a powerhouse, outsiders would never dare to come and mess with them. If we want to expose this, we have to tear it open from the inside out. But check this out, Mayan is already hunting down that absolute rat who is currently polluting the entire capital. A dude gets thrown straight into a pile of smashed furniture. He looks up at Mayan in pure panic, wondering how a holy knight even ended up here. Mayan's eyes flare with absolute rage and madness as he coldly asks if Jack is the big boss of the Hina Dark Guild. Jack completely dodges the question, crying out in terror that he would never challenge the king's authority, asking how a lowlife like him could ever do something so insane. Mayan snaps, telling him to shut up. Then, he freezes. Right there, Mayan sees a dark dungeon cell packed with hundreds of dirty, terrified kids with completely lifeless eyes. They are clinging to the cold bars, crying out and begging for freedom. Unable to take it anymore, Mayan grabs Jack by the collar, yanks him up, and roars, asking if he is the sick bastard running that filthy rat's human trafficking business. Then he slams the trash onto the ground, making him scream in pain, crying out who even cares about that kind of stuff anyway. Totally consumed by absolute rage, Mayan tells him to shut his mouth, screaming at him if he seriously thinks selling innocent little kids is just a normal business. Who is pulling your strings? Jack is about to pass out from pure fear, stammering to ask what he means. Well, guess he chose to do this the hard way. Mayan snaps Jack's arm, making him scream in agony. Mayan glares down with cold, killer eyes, telling him to spill it. Terrified out of his mind, Jack babbles that he does not know, crying that there is no way he could know when that bastard completely hid his identity from him. Hearing this, Mayan lets go, realizing there really is a mastermind behind all of this, and he needs to find out who they are. But wait, look closely at the table. Mayan's eyes go wide in total shock. He just spotted a scarf carrying his very own family's crest. He is completely lost, wondering why this thing is even here. Clutching the fabric, Mayan tries to convince himself it is just a coincidence. There is no way his family is tied to these monsters. No way. He shakes his head, denying it repeatedly before tossing the scarf aside. His subconscious keeps screaming that his family would never be involved in something this filthy, but the moment he gets back to his room, he immediately calls his father. His voice is incredibly tense, asking his dad what is going on. On the other end, his father, Marquis, sounds totally disappointed, telling his son to drop this useless investigation. I only want you to bring glory to our family, he says, so just do your job as a holy knight like I told you. Highly frustrated, Mayan argues back, pointing out that this is a direct mission from the king himself, and what he is doing will bring even more glory to their household. Marquis cuts him off before he can say another word, commanding him to stop because he will be arriving at the capital very soon. Until he gets there, he warns him to stop digging around, demanding he just focus on his duties as a holy knight because it is a direct order from his father. Mayan is completely stunned by his father's words, unable to believe what he is hearing, stammering out a quiet, "What do you mean?" Hanging up, his mind is in absolute chaos. He just does not get it. Did his dad not teach him to live with honor? So why is he acting like this? Panicking, Mayan cannot stop picturing that branded family scarf. Meanwhile, Hedos is watching his shocked face from outside the window, muttering that the seed of doubt has now been planted in the young knight's mind. Meanwhile, Mika is chilling, just casually chatting with his old butler. Butler Murden gives Mika a warm smile, reporting that everything is going fine. Mika just blinks blankly, noting that the tree has grown quite a lot. Murden chuckles, agreeing that its vitality is incredibly strong. Mika calmly explains that it will keep growing, and if they just leave it alone, it will purify all the toxins by itself anyway. No need to baby it, but have you been doing those muscle workouts I told you to? You gotta stay in shape if you want to reach higher tiers. Hearing that, Murden's face goes totally dark as he complains to his young master, pointing out that muscles do not just grow overnight, especially for a retired old guy like him. Seeing Mika's completely blank stare, the old butler completely snaps and lets all his frustration loose. A senior citizen mage like me should not be going through this kind of brutal physical training. Mage or not, you are still human, Mika says, looking away with total indifference. He mutters a quiet, whatever, leaving poor old Murden absolutely screaming in emotional pain. Are you seriously ignoring me? Mika suddenly gets real, looking at Murden to ask how Rian is doing. The butler replies instantly. Young Master Rian is growing at a totally insane speed. Honestly, looking at his current progress, I bet he is going to become a master-level fighter in just 1 year. Hearing that, Mika falls deep into thought. It makes sense, maybe even before his reincarnation, Rian was already a genius master-level beast. Mika then tells the butler that if the kid needs absolutely anything, give him full support because he is totally worth the investment. Butler Murden bows deeply, saying yes, I understand. After finishing his talk with Murden, Mika stands up to stretch his tired body. He looks up at the vast sky and mutters that he needs to get ready. He is probably showing up pretty soon, but as Mika takes a walk outside, Hito suddenly speaks up out of nowhere. Hero, the Marquis just arrived at the capital. The guard bows deeply, welcoming the master back. He says this right after Mika steps out of the carriage. The Marquis just arrived, so what should we do now? Hidos asks him. Hearing this, Mika just smiles and questions him back, what do you mean? Before casually telling him to do absolutely nothing. Hidos looks up, totally surprised. Mika adds that they do not need to interrupt a nice, peaceful chat between a father and his son. Hidos cuts in suddenly. Hiro, do you really think the second son of the Kelly boss family would dare to go against his own clan? Mika looks serious. If he is determined, keep a close eye on him, a gloomy blonde guy mutters. And hey, get ready, because some crazy drama is about to go down. Inside the massive castle, Myron gasps in shock when he sees them. He sees the visitor. He asks him why on earth he suddenly showed up there. The visitor replies that he is just there to check if Myron is actually listening to him. But of course, that is definitely not his only reason. Myron frowns, feeling a wave of anxiety. He tries to guess why his father is visiting the capital. There is only one reason he can think of the hero. His dad came secretly, but there is no way he has not heard about the hero. Suddenly, the man asks if Myron is upset about being stopped from investigating. As the clock ticks to 7:10, Myron musters up all his courage. He says that doing this would bring way more glory to their family. Before he can even finish, his father cuts him off. But that is not what I want, the old man says, leaving Myron feeling totally frustrated. If that is the case, Myron complains, then you should not have told me to become a holy knight. His father just sits down, looking completely unbothered. I do not need to get involved in this just to get you a higher rank, his dad replies. But Myron stands his ground, saying, glory is not the only thing that matters. His father immediately shuts him down with some heavy words. Do you seriously think the glory from this title belongs only to you? Your glory represents our entire family name. Myron stays quiet for a second, but then snaps, raising his voice to say that their family is already disgraced. Hearing this, the man's eyes go cold and vacant. He quietly asks himself what he is even supposed to do now. The kid sacrificed everything, acting like a loyal puppet of the family just to become a holy knight. Myron speaks up again, arguing that a noble family needs royal backing to keep their high status. But the king literally gave this task to me, Myron insists. Looking at his son's stubborn and determined face, the father can only judge him silently in his mind. This naive kid actually thinks our family reached the top just by chasing some silly glory? What a joke. He is definitely not going to listen to me. Just like he predicted, Myron says, Dad, I truly believe it is a holy knight's honor to help people and fight for real justice. This is the path I have chosen, of course. This statement completely triggers his father, making him so insanely angry that he slams his hand hard against the table. He loses it and yells, Myron, I told you already. Stop looking into that stuff. This is an order from the head of the family. The stubborn kid immediately asks why. Seeing his hostile look, the dad starts sweating bullets and stutters out, Son. A weird wave of fear washes over him. The kid used to shake whenever his dad got mad, but now, the old man cannot even find his words. He has royal orders and his knight title to back him up. Back in reality, Myron quickly starts to explain. Because of your strict orders, I did not continue investigating that dark guild. Instead, it got me thinking, why did you want to stop me in the first place? He remembers that old scarf and looks at his empty hands. Talk about a tense moment here. He continues calmly, saying that during the probe, he found a scarf with their family crest on it. This makes his father widen his eyes in shock, muttering, what? He mumbles to himself that Myron probably got set up because they knew he would fall for it. Myron replies with deep disappointment, even if you did it, there is still one thing you must do. I know my own weak points, and that is exactly why I need to team up with someone I can actually trust. Myron fearlessly admits that he asked the hero for help. His father is totally confused, asking if he seriously begged the Walpurgis clan for assistance. Myron quickly shuts that down, saying he did not ask anyone from the Walpurgis clan. Standing in the golden sunlight, he declares with pure determination, I asked the hero. Hearing this, his father feels everything spinning out of control. He thinks to himself how absolutely disgusting this whole situation is. That annoying Mika must be plotting something. He realizes this is about to become a major pain in the neck. He silently stares into Myron's eyes for a long time, making the kid gasp out, did you really just? But the old man ignores him, keeping his creepy gaze locked on him. He frowns, and with some weird magic, Myron suddenly vanishes out of thin air. Meanwhile, the hero smiles, looking pretty pleased with how things are going. He chuckles to himself, satisfied that everything is going exactly to plan. He gets so hyped that his face literally twists into a wicked grin. Under the creepy night sky, screams of battle echo everywhere. Dead bodies cover the streets, and among them is Bot, the leader of the giant snake guild. Crying, he gasps out, why? We did not do anything. We did not do what you said we did. The cold-faced masked guy snaps that they still have all the intel. Then, he grabs the other guy by the throat and sneers, a threat, do not worry. When you guys vanish, absolutely nobody is going to even notice. A few minutes later, Butt's body goes completely limp. He just collapses onto the dirty ground, totally giving up. Seeing this, the masked dude whips out a sketchy-looking vial. He acts like he's done this a million times before, but suddenly, a voice creeps up from behind him that's a corrosive liquid they used to use back in the day. Seeing it here, honestly, it's making me feel pretty nostalgic. The masked guy panics, realizing he's completely cornered, and his heart starts racing because he has no clue who this stranger is. Hitos just keeps going, do you even know who I am? What if I told you I'm the leader of Talia? He drops a pretty tempting offer. I've got plenty of questions for you, so it'd be awesome if you came with me quietly. The masked guy tries to bargain, asking if he'll be let go if he cooperates. Hitos puts his own pride on the line, yeah, I promise you that. But deep down, the masked guy's instincts are screaming he can feel this insane, crushing aura and knows this dude is way stronger than him. He figures the stranger is acting so relaxed because he knows there's a massive gap between them. He isn't on guard at all. Believing this is his only chance, the masked guy wastes no time and immediately draws his sword. He plans to end him in a split second. Just as he's celebrating, thinking he actually stabbed the guy, his sword suddenly stops dead in its tracks. Watching the dude shake like a leaf, completely too terrified to strike, Hitos casually mocks his pathetic state. Wow, with a power gap this huge, you really thought you could fight me, how embarrassing. Seeing the dark energy swarming around him, the masked guy can't believe his eyes. Don't tell me this is dark magic. Hitos gently toys with the sword, completely unbothered, and tells him, hey mister, since you rejected my nice offer, and then he pulls down his mask, you don't get to speak ever again. With that, he pulls his hand back and cleanly obliterates the guy. Before being swallowed by the endless darkness, the masked dude only manages one final, painful scream. Silence. Hitos just stands there, looking over the wreckage he made. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice echoes. Father. The man turns to encourage her, saying she did a great job. Mia is carrying someone on her back and urgently tells him 2 of them drank poison right on the spot, so I couldn't bring them here. Hitos shrugs it off and says it's fine, 3 of them are enough to squeeze out the info we need. Honestly, pushing these guys to such extremes only proves one thing: the Kelly boss family is getting pretty desperate. After putting all the pieces together, Hitos has to admit it, just like he said, this shady business is far too brutal and reckless for any noble family to be messing around with. If this scandal gets leaked, the Kelly boss family is going to take a devastating hit. With that, Hitos turns to leave, muttering that this is getting seriously interesting. Who knows what our hero is going to do with these guys? Back in a quiet room, 2 guys are negotiating. Myron steps up and says, I really need your help. He pours his heart out. He isn't sure, but he can't ignore any possibility. Mika asks, so, what have you decided? The young noble hesitates, confessing there are dark secrets in his family that he has no clue about, and they might even be. Look at how our boy cuts him off, straight up guessing they are getting help from the Empire's secret guilds. Am I right? Hearing his dark secrets laid bare, Myron's face goes totally pale. He quietly asks if Mika already knew. Mika immediately reassures the kid, saying that if a hero like me didn't know about this, how could I ever save the world? Even if it's something destined for the future, I still need to be aware and fully prepared for it. Hearing this, his spirit companion can't help but sigh at how easily he lies with a straight face. Myron then asks, completely confused, so did you help me get permission to investigate outside the palace a few days ago? The hero replies that he's definitely not denying it. Hearing this, the young man just looks down in absolute defeat. He starts blaming himself, feeling completely useless despite being the second son of a powerful noble family. Mika looks at him with pity, knowing Myron hasn't entirely given up yet. I low-key feel bad for him, but I have to crush whatever little shred of hope he has left, until there's absolutely nothing left. Right after, the guy mutters that he just doesn't know. Our boy thinks to himself, yeah, nothing is set in stone. If everything keeps hitting them all at once, Myron might actually become the turning point that reshapes the entire Kelly boss family. Thinking about this, the hero signals him and says excitedly, hey, I've got something to show you. He knows that to pull this off, he needs Hitos, and he's about to present some rock-solid proof. And get ready, because right then, Hitos and Mia suddenly appear in front of Myron, making him gasp in pure shock. Whoa, hero, who are these people? Mika quickly stands up to explain that they just caught these assassins. They were somehow launching surprise attacks on secret guild territories trying to take someone out. Pretty weird, right? Watching the kids stand there utterly speechless, Mika gets even more hyped up. Calling out to Sir Myron, the hero walks over to the masked guy and rips the mask right off. Myron goes completely rigid, his face unable to hide his absolute disbelief. Myron's jaw drops as he hears that voice. Pretty strange, isn't it, Sir Myron? He is shook to his core when he finally recognizes the man. As the mask comes off, it reveals a face covered in nasty, stitched-up scars. Myron's eyes go wide as he mutters the man's exact identity. Click the butcher. Completely lost, he asks why on earth a notorious criminal is even here. Mika calmly tells him to take a good look at the rest of them. Dark souls slowly seep out of the masks, taking full, physical shape right before their eyes. Every single one of these masked guys is a highly wanted, notorious criminal. Myron gulps hard, sweat dripping down his face because he knows exactly who they are. These are the very criminals executed by his own Kelly boss family. Mika looks pretty bored and says their talents were totally wasted anyway. It doesn't really matter how badly you treated them since their crimes were so heavy they fully deserved the death penalty. Myron is shaking in pure terror, unable to squeeze out a single word. The heavy, suffocating tension completely fills the entire room. Somewhere else, the head of the Kelly boss family turns his back to his subordinate, asking him to repeat that because he thinks his ears are playing tricks on him. What did you just say? The lackey reports that the hitters they sent to wipe out the Dark Guild got completely wrecked instead. But Kelly boss is still totally in denial about the whole thing. There is no way anyone in that Dark Guild is actually that strong, he snarls. The shivering lackey sweats, bullets, squeaking out that the entire squad literally just vaporized into thin air. Leaning hard on his cane, Kelly boss wonders if he actually lost. He cannot shake the memory of his son's intense eyes, bragging about asking some hero for help. He curses that absolute trash. Trust me, you can practically feel his blood boil as he pictures Mick Walpurgis and those terrifying, murderous red eyes. Now, he demands to know where Mick Walpurgis is hiding. The lackey stammers that he is at the central temple. Kelly boss just nods coldly, muttering that it is time to pay him a visit. Cut to a fancy old-school room, where Mick Walpurgis is literally cracking up. But his laugh cuts short when he notices the uninvited guests standing in the doorway. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Mick mocks. Kelly boss mumbles a stiff greeting, while Mick asks what wind blew the big boss of a high and mighty noble house here. He keeps spitting sarcasm, guessing the great noble must have some grand, holy reason for dropping by. Kelly boss keeps a total poker face, simply telling him to take this conversation elsewhere. They head into a temple chapel and sit face to face. No more games. Kelly boss skips the small talk and goes straight for the throat. We are not friends, so I'm skipping the pleasantries, the old man spits out. He drops a sudden, heavy question they both understand. Was it you? Mick plays dumb with a lazy smirk, claiming he has absolutely no clue what is going on. Kelly boss cuts through the crap, stating his son only started acting this crazy because of Mick. The hero calmly shrugs, saying exposing the trash behind the Dark Guild is not really impulsive, but the Marquise is not having it, and drops a heavy threat. I am warning you one last time to stay away from my son, the old man growls. Mick just chuckles, demanding a pretty solid reason before he even considers caring. Mick locks eyes with Kelly boss, asking why he should back off. The Marquis stares right back, refusing to flinch. After a pretty long silence, the old man asks if Mick has ever heard of a necessary evil. He claims evil is just a basic label, and that without some control, the empire would rot anyway. So someone has to keep a leash on the dark side, and his family is the perfect example. Mick Walpurgis just stares back with a totally blank, bored face. What absolute nonsense are you trying to spit right now? Mick asks. Kelly boss darkens, claiming he is the one keeping the Empire's shadow under control. You really think the king is clueless about this? He sneers. Mick just rests his chin on his hand, completely bored while the old man keeps rambling about the world needing darkness. Your view of reality is pretty naive, the noble says, but Mick just gestures mockingly, asking if the king also gave him permission to sell his own son into slavery. That one line completely freezes Kelly boss. Mick stands up, leaning on the table to tell him that he highly doubts the king ever approved of that. And even if he did, it is pretty clear his son is ready to throw those family ties away anyway. Mick smiles confidently, adding that the old man might get scolded, but nothing worse. You think you have it all figured out, Kelly boss snarls. Mick places a hand on the noble's shoulder, flashing a savage, mocking grin while saying he does not care. Did you honestly think I came here acting as some loyal family puppet? Mick whispers. Once again, terror washes over the old man's face. He is taking way too many hits tonight. Welcome to the Central Temple, Mick says coldly, keeping his words incredibly sharp and direct. I am a legendary hero, and I am in a spot where your pathetic necessary evil does not mean garbage to me. Kelly boss just stares back, his eyes practically exploding with silent, furious rage. All he can do is swallow the insult, as Mick tells him to drop the trash excuses. The hero adds one final jab. Catching scumbags is never a bad thing, right? Why are you crying about it so much anyway? Mick asks, holding up 2 fingers. Right now, you only have 2 choices left to make, so pay close attention. Either completely cut ties with that trash Dark Guild, or try keeping up your pathetic little necessary evil. You have to make your pick right now, right here. Mick locks a freezing cold stare onto Marquis Kelly boss, looking ready to rip him apart. As the temple bells echo, the old noble loses his cool and storms out. Mick just smirked, watching him throw a silent tantrum. Crossing his arms, Mick spins around, casually speaking into the empty air. Did you hear everything? Suddenly, space cracks open as black lightning rips through the room, revealing Mayon Kelly boss stepping out of the shadows. The poor kid looks completely drained, disappointed, and totally crushed. Mick flashes a knowing smile as Mayon Kelly boss looks up with fierce determination. The kid clenches his fists, muttering that he is officially turning against his own corrupt family. On screen, we see a man literally crumbling into ash as his eyes go wide with absolute terror. Mick watches, knowing the kid has finally witnessed the brutal truth. He saw the whole dirty secret, and now the hidden truth is finally coming to light. Mayon flashes back to a blonde dude laughing and talking like everything was a game. Alongside some shady guy with green hair covering his face, it is pretty clear that a massive, dark conspiracy has been rotting the Kelly Boss family from the inside out. The shadow of the past drags Mayan back to when he was just a little kid. Mick realizes they intentionally hid all their dirty, illegal operations to keep Mayan innocent. His jaw drops in pure shock as he witnesses the shady backroom deals and wicked schemes of his own family. His eyes are wide with disbelief before everything fades into a dark, endless void. Standing amidst the swirling ash, the kid is frozen in shock. Get ready, because his destiny was actually rigged the very second he took his first breath. A single footstep approaches from the bright light, completely shattering the darkness. In the end, he was always meant to be the golden boy, a proud, holy knight saving his family name. Suddenly, a giant hand grabs his tiny, childhood wrist and drags him away. Little Mayan can only stumble along, totally dazed and terrified by what is happening. Watching the shadowy figures talk, Mian realizes the truth. The tiny shred of goodness left in his corrupt family is slowly getting completely swallowed up by the blinding light. While the shadows wildly swirl around him, his eyes are wide with pure, shattered disbelief. The reality of his family is just too much to handle. Back in reality, the dark fog finally fades away. Mayan bites his lip, staring blankly ahead as he processes the horror. Mick watches him, knowing the kid's conscience has finally woken up. Now that he knows the ugly truth, Mayan breaks the heavy silence with a quiet whisper. "I made my choice," he says. Mick just smiles, already knowing what is coming next. Clenching his trembling fists, his face twists with a mix of pure agony and determination. Looking straight at the hero, he drops his final choice. "I'm turning in my own family." With that, Myron drops his hand to his chest and bows slightly, his face blank but totally locked in with determination for Mikhail. "I have to change my family and trash that whole necessary evil garbage," Myron says, pausing before adding his actual thoughts. It is just a cheap excuse to justify all the messed up stuff his old man did. Myron declares his resolve. Then, he turns back to read Mikhail's reaction. "You told me the truth, so I believe you have your own reasons." Hearing this, Mikhail rolls his eyes, smirking inwardly. The kid caught on insanely fast, and he is honestly pretty impressed. No more hesitating, Mikhail slowly walks over to the kid. Myron looks right back, waiting to see what he does next. "So let us set up a plan now," Mikhail thinks. Even though this project is not getting done in a year or two, he is still totally down for it. Mikhail smirks, hyped up as he looks at him. Myron stares back, frowning with pure determination as he asks what he needs to do. Standing right in front of him, Mikhail is practically screaming in his own head. Myron is the one who has to rebuild his own family, not me. Hearing him ask, Mikhail keeps his voice low and tells him to just keep doing exactly what he is already doing. Hearing that, Myron just stares blankly, his face scrunched up in total confusion. Seeing his reaction, Mikhail quickly speaks up to explain what he means. "This might get pretty rough, but you just gotta keep doing the right thing." Myron's face instantly darkens as he stares back in total confusion, stammering that he just does not know. The kid trails off, completely flustered. Mikhail quickly reaches out, cupping his face to drop a serious reality check. But remember this one thing. Myron Kelly Boss is caught totally off guard by the touch, staring blankly. Mikhail looks him dead in the eye, smirking as he tells him to never waver. He lets go. Then, he drops another reminder to never forget exactly how he is feeling right now. Mikhail warns him not to get swallowed by hatred or become a useless bystander. After giving his advice, he looks at Myron with serious pride, smirking to himself. This kid is growing up incredibly well, Mikhail thinks with pure pride. Myron quietly listens, while Mikhail realizes he is going to be the ultimate leash to keep the Kelly clan in check. Then he pats Myron's shoulder before pulling away. Mikhail steps back with a calm smile, while the kid bows and softly promises to keep him updated on everything. "I will report everything to you once the Dark Guild investigation wraps up." Hearing this, Mikhail gives him a pretty chill nod in response. "If you need backup, you can always hit up the temple or my family," Mikhail confirms. He looks up at the kid with a smirk, thinking about true honor. He pauses. Then he remembers that blue-haired old geezer, adding to his thoughts about the necessary evil. That old man is currently sitting in his study right now. Then he asks himself, totally hyped, who is actually going to win this? He throws his hands on his hips, looks up, and smirks as he makes his decision. Let the games begin then. Behind him, Myron just watches in total confusion. But look at this in another room. Something gets absolutely trashed. Duke Kelly Boss slams his hands down, knocking everything off the table as he screams in pure rage. That miserable brat. He looks down, lost in his furious thoughts, trying to calm his raging nerves. Calm down, he cannot actually pull anything off. Then he pictures Mikhail standing right in front of the guilds, making his big speeches. There is no way he can investigate every single dark guild across the entire empire by himself. That warning is literally just a load of garbage. The Duke scowls in total annoyance as he thinks. However, for now, he still has to back down just a little bit. Duke Kelly Boss imagines a knight reporting the whole situation to the king, realizing that if His Majesty finds out, it is going to end horribly. He cuts his thoughts short, desperately trying to plan his next move. First, Myron. Thinking about the kid, the Duke scowls and clutches his head, glaring as he grits his teeth and mutters that he has to call the boy over immediately. Then he remembers those heavy chains and screams in his mind. Instead of letting Myron run wild, destroying dark guilds for his hilarious sense of justice, he cuts off his thoughts. Lock him up. He decides it is probably best to shut the boy inside the family estate. The Duke imagines trapping Myron in a golden cage while the kid struggles to break free. Then he calculates his next step. The great demon is already fully purified anyway. Duke Kelly Boss recalls that dark waterfall shattering in the town, realizing the Holy Empire can no longer accuse him or link him to that great demon anymore. Smug as hell, the Duke covers his mouth and chuckles to himself. The Holy Empire is basically a beast with its claws ripped out. Laughing at his own thoughts, he sneers that the brat still has absolutely no clue how the real world actually works. A sudden shout. It completely snaps him out of his train of thought. My lord. Catching his breath, he turns around with his hands still on the table, demanding why this servant is barging in. The servant kneels, shaking as he bows. The servant stammers in fear, reporting that Chief Warden Ali has just made a massive official announcement inside the temple. Hearing this, Duke Kelly Boss feels his last nerve snap. And trust me, it gets worse. The servant adds they are going to crush the dark guilds. The servant pauses. Hearing this, the Duke completely freezes, his eyes popping out in pure shock. The servant then adds that Myron himself is going to lead the entire crusade. He gasps in total disbelief, demanding to know what he just said. In his mind, that golden cage crumbles as the heavy chains vanish into a brilliant, holy light. Back at the temple, the Grand Bishop is grinning, his entire body practically glowing with divine light. He spreads his arms wide, acting all holy as he laughs that they have a real hero. Pointing his finger at the two standing before him, he adds that Mikhail has never once let him down. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Myron Kelly Boss just watch him in dead silence. The Grand Bishop laughs with pride, absolutely thrilled that they managed to make such a massive decision in literally no time at all. Is this possible? Mikhail speaks up, asking him if this crazy plan is actually going to work. Hearing that, the Grand Bishop quickly pulls out the holy hammer hanging around his neck, holding it high as divine light shines through. He tells Mikhail that even though the Holy Empire does not hold as much power as before, it is still the Holy Empire. He reminds him, then squints his eyes with a laugh, swinging that massive hammer around in the air. Do we not just need to smash those demons' heads in? Hearing that, Mikhail replies that if there really are demons hiding out there, then that is exactly what they will do. Mikhail watches the smiling Archbishop swinging his massive hammer and makes a mental note. Sure, he looks like some harmless grandpa now, but the dude was an absolute terror back in the day. Watching him grin like a maniac while casually swinging that heavy hammer completely confirms that this old guy is a straight-up demon-crushing machine. To Mikhail, this old priest is actually a blood-soaked demon slayer who used to smash monster heads with a super creepy smile. The guy literally shattered monster skulls as a legendary heretic inquisitor who single-handedly turned the tide of battle back then. Next, Mikhail points a finger right at Myron. Bowing nearby, Myron is introduced by Mikhail, who says that with this guy's help, they'll wrap this up in no time. The tired knight just looks up. Mikhail keeps hyping him up as the second son of the powerful Kelly Boss family, adding some extra context. Just because Myron belongs to the Kelly Boss clan doesn't mean he's trash like the rest of them. Mikhail promises that the priest can fully trust him. Finally, Mikhail flashes a smile and asks the Archbishop to completely wipe out the capital's Dark Guild. Right next to him, Myron stays dead silent. Then Mikhail turns and whispers to the guy that an epic chance like this rarely ever falls into the hands of ordinary knights. Hearing that, the Archbishop grips his hammer and gives a firm nod of approval. Mikhail immediately spins around to tell Myron that he's leaving the rest of the job in his hands, so he better not forget their little talk. Myron gives him a dead serious look, nods, and promises that he will be extremely careful. Out of nowhere, a furious scream cuts right through their conversation. Mikhail doesn't even flinch, calmly looking over to see who's yelling. It's the angry Duke of Kelly Boss charging right at them. He's totally losing his mind, screaming and demanding to know what the hell they think they're doing. He barks at Mikhail that an outsider has absolutely zero right to get in their way, but his voice suddenly dies down when both boys stare him dead in the eyes. Mikhail just laughs right in his face. What on earth are you even talking about? Meanwhile, the Archbishop is enjoying the free drama, smiling like a kid. Then, Mikhail casually gestures toward Myron and proudly introduces his buddy to the angry crowd. He explains that Myron is a holy knight officially authorized by the king to investigate the Dark Guild. Myron just glares at his dad, making the Duke lose his absolute mind, screaming and asking Myron what the hell he thinks he's doing. The old man rants about protecting their family honor and what Myron should be doing, but Myron doesn't want to hear it. He ruthlessly cuts his father off mid-sentence. Myron calmly says he doesn't know anymore, which completely stuns the Duke. He stares back with wide eyes, sputtering out a confused what. Without flinching, Myron casually whips out an official royal decree right in front of his face. He tells his dad that the king himself gave him the green light, meaning he's got full, official authority to investigate this shady business. The Duke is totally speechless. Myron just cold shoulders him, walking right past his dad while saying he has to do what he knows is right. The old Duke just stands there, totally paralyzed by his son's sudden rebellion. Myron adds that if his father actually understood what real honor meant, he wouldn't be trying to stop him right now. Hearing this absolute burn, the Duke grinds his teeth in pure rage, his face twisting into something genuinely hideous. He screams out a desperate threat, asking Myron if he wants to get disowned. Myron pauses for a split second, but then shrugs it off and tells his dad to go ahead and do it. As he keeps walking, he says that no matter what threats his father throws, he is never giving up on this mission. So he advises his dad to just pack it up and give up. The Duke is practically vibrating with rage, staring after his son while grinding his teeth. But Mikhail makes it worse by standing behind him with hands behind his head, casually mocking him, saying that the kid has spoken. The Duke glares back at Mikhail, his eyes burning with absolute hatred. Trying to keep his cool, he growls, asking Mikhail if he is the puppet master behind this entire circus. Mikhail just tilts his head back with a cocky grin, slowly turning around to face the furious Duke. With his hands behind his head, Mikhail casually says he is just doing what any good hero would do. He stretches his arms out, letting out a satisfied yawn. Standing outside and looking up at the stormy sky, Mikhail smiles at the lightning crackling above and happily signs off, saying all that planning was totally worth it. She asks if he was being way too aggressive back there, since they are a major noble family, but Mikhail softly cuts her off, saying it is totally fine. He confidently adds that Myron has got this covered. And trust me guys, the capital is about to experience a really crazy storm tonight. 4 entire days have already flown by since Archbishop Ali made the official declaration. Myron slowly unsheathes his shining knight sword, his eyes locked onto the target with absolute, serious, cold-blooded focus. Next, the Archbishop raises his terrifying spiked hammer high to give the attack signal. At that exact moment, a thunderous war cry of purification echoes through the air. Led by the Archbishop and Myron, the holy forces completely surround the Dark Guild's hideout. Brutal sword strikes slash through the cultists, sending blood spraying everywhere in the dark. Mikhail mentally celebrates this massive raid, especially since they just uncovered mountains of incriminating evidence against the Dark Guild. The chaotic Dark Guild is quickly wiped off the map, with fresh blood dripping slowly off their blades. But over those 4 days, Myron's face is left splattered with blood, his eyes filled with absolute horror and deep guilt. He tries to keep his composure looking at the piles of bodies, realizing the Dark Empire his own family built is completely ruined. It's totally wiped out. Myron stands in a literal sea of corpses, clutching his sword with an unreadable look. Later, when a royal servant whispers the news of the raid to the king, the old ruler bursts into hysterical laughter. The king's eyes turn dark as he smiles, totally thrilled by the outcome. Back in reality, Mikhail tilts his head and looks out the window, smirking as he mutters that he didn't even have to lift a finger. He notes that even though Myron is hurting inside, the guy still pushed through to do the right thing. He says this before turning around, opening the carriage door, and hopping inside. He adds that whenever Myron gets stuck, he only needs to give him a tiny nudge. Behind him, she just stares, completely baffled by his logic. She can't help but sigh and tell him that his personality is seriously twisted. Mikhail just leans against the carriage window, playing with his hair while smiling at the scenery outside. After leaving the imperial capital, Mikhail heads straight for Draculian, and just like that, a whole year and a half flies by. Now, a gentle breeze carries flower petals drifting through a quiet, beautiful forest valley. Stepping out from the edge of the woods onto the lush grass, Mikhail Walpurgis looks down at the view. He walks forward with a casual smirk on his face, totally pleased with what he sees. Teep stands right beside him, pointing out that this beautiful place is finally bursting with life, and it's all thanks to Mikhail's hard work. Mikhail just smiles and listens as his friend continues, explaining how everything would have been left in total ruins. Teeps then places a hand over his chest and bows deeply, quietly saying that this is all thanks to him. No big deal. Mikhail keeps it totally humble, replying that he only did what absolutely needed to be done. In his head, Mikhail recalls how just a week ago, Teps brought around 30 other monster hunters back to Draculian. Teep smiles as the cool wind blows, and suddenly, the sharp clashing of wooden swords echoes through the trees. Mikhail watches all these hunters training hard right in front of them, noting that he recognizes some faces, but others are total strangers. A hulking, hairy man with razor-sharp claws and fangs charges forward during the drill, making Mikhail think about how strong he would be if he were not cursed as a werewolf. Mikhail looks over to a girl with 2 different colored eyes, training with absolute focus. He instantly realizes that just like the others, she is also bearing the mark of the demon eyes. Teeps looks gloomy. He watches them and speaks up with a worried question. He asks if some of these people are not exactly welcome here, but Mikhail looks in their direction and says he was the one who ordered them to be gathered. While the crowd of hunters laughs and chats happily among themselves, a massive werewolf begins walking over to the 2 of them, prompting Mikhail to confirm that he wants them all here. As the werewolf approaches, Mikhail immediately recognizes him as Ansbach, a hunter who carries the heavy curse of a werewolf, even as the beast tries to thank them. Standing with his arms crossed as Ansbach smiles warmly at them, Mikhail looks straight at the cursed hunter and directly asks if those brutal, bloody nightmares are still haunting him lately. He sighs deeply. The werewolf looks down, asking if there is even any way to make these terrible nightmares stop. Staring down at his own trembling hands, Ansbach bitterly curses those evil bastards, shaking uncontrollably as he confesses the horrible truth that his own claws were the ones that slaughtered his family. Before he can even finish, a young girl with demon eyes pokes her head out from nearby, asking with total doubt if they can truly kill those vicious demons. Mikhail looks right at the girl and tells them that constant training is key, but the absolute most important thing is building an unbreakable will so that hatred never blinds their judgment. Hearing this deep advice, both of the troubled hunters stand completely stunned, staring at him in absolute silence as the heavy weight of his words really sinks in. But get this, Mikhail isn't about to give them some soft, cheesy speech. He smiles, knowing that holding onto a little dark rage might be exactly what they need. It makes sense. There is absolutely nothing wrong with them hating those disgusting, bloodthirsty demons, so he is totally fine with their rage. However, his main job is to stop those demons from going on wild rampages and mercilessly slaughtering innocent humans who have nothing to do with this war. Watching the hunter's eyes flash with a dangerous red light of pure vengeance and bloodlust, Mikhail knows that if this hatred completely blinds their sense of reason, some of these very hunters might easily end up slaughtering innocent, helpless civilians in their blind rage. Exactly. Luckily, he has already put a solid, detailed plan into motion to keep things under control. Mikhail turns to Teps, asking how the preparation for the matter he mentioned earlier is going, and Teps looks back to confirm that everything has been set up exactly as planned. But then, Teps looks down with a deeply worried expression, admitting that he honestly still feels a bit uneasy about this, though he quickly adds that he completely trusts Mikhail's judgment. Mikhail stands there quietly, listening to his loyal friend pour his heart out like that. Teep still looks incredibly hesitant, asking if they really have to go through with this, but Mikhail just crosses his arms with a confident smile, confirming that they absolutely must. You're not ready for this next part, because cut to another corner of the world, a brutal fight is popping off with someone getting kicked so hard he shatters a brick wall into pure rubble. The victor mocks him, laughing that he is still as pathetic and weak as ever, while the beaten guy slumped on the ground gasps for air, blood dripping heavily from his mouth. Tough luck. Struggling to catch his breath, he looks up at his opponent and angrily spits out a curse. As he drags himself back up onto his feet, the other man approaches slowly, mocking him for always being so stubborn, even back when they were much younger. Ryan Parslot forces himself to stand straight, spitting out blood as he tells the attacker that he is nothing but a delusional, rambling old fool. Scanning his opponent, Ryan Parslot realizes that while he still cannot find a single opening, he is doing much better than before. At first, he did not even realize there were no gaps in the enemy defense, but now, Ryan Parslot summons his sword with eyes full of determination as a massive aura erupts from his body. Urged by a voice in his head to find a blind spot, he stares at the terrifying figure shrouded in thick black fog, unable to see his opponent's face or expressions. No luck. He admits to himself that there are absolutely no openings, and escaping is going to take time. Calming his racing heart, he raises his glowing sword, bracing himself to strike first as he resolves to make the opening himself, moving into action immediately. Ryan Parslot quickly pulls his blade back and swings it forward with all his might, launching his blade of retribution as he watches the holy sword strike with wide, shocked eyes. The absolute best part about this retribution technique is that it places no limits whatsoever on his aura usage. Staring down at his constantly glowing blade, Ryan Parslot knows there is still a strict limit based on his current rank, but the absolutely crazy part is that besides standard aura, this weapon can actually absorb and utilize entirely different types of external energy. He quickly closes the distance, eyes wide with intensity as he swings his sword with everything he has got. The dark figure standing enveloped in black fog does not even bother to dodge, but as the strange blade approaches, his eyes widen, sensing something unusual about the strike. His dark opponent immediately realizes this is holy power, though the kid clearly has no idea he is even channeling it, while Ryan Parslot continues to stare him down with thick, glowing aura radiating wildly across his entire body in this desperate clash. Blocking the heavy strike, the enemy wonders if the boy is just using this holy energy purely by instinct because he is fighting a formidable opponent like him. Ryan Pasilov stands there with his eyes wide in total shock, realizing he pretty much pushed his aura and speed way past their actual limits. His body starts losing its aura as he screams inside his own head in total frustration, wondering if his holy power was seriously wasted just to heal up his torn muscles. That shadowy dark figure looks at him in pure surprise while Ryan Pasilov secretly decides right then and there to push his power a whole tier past his normal limit. He swings his sword back and narrows his eyes. Different. This time, things are going to be totally different. Hearing those words, the dark figure smiles and clears his throat, saying that the kid has actually grown up quite a bit. Ryan Pasilov swings his sword to the side, aura still flaring as he stares at the pitch-black opponent in front of him, his eyes locking in with absolute resolve. Then he unleashes a sudden forward slash, making the opponent smile in amusement as he gets ready to drop another casual comment. He remarks on how mature the kid has gotten, while Rian Pasilov is pretty sure he landed a clean hit until the space around them literally shatters into a million pieces. Wait, is our boy seriously getting mocked right now? Because the guy casually asks if speed is literally all he has. Boom! A brutal blow hits Rian Pasilov right in the ribs, forcing him to drop his sword in pure agony as he realizes his massive mistake. Down he goes. The impact sends him rolling onto the dirt where he grits his teeth in pure rage, screaming inside his head, "How on earth did I even get hit?" Zero clues. Totally panicked and confused, he scrambles to get back on his feet while the dark figure casually strolls over to mock him again. He asks if Rian is still wondering when the hit landed, making him glare in rage while the shadow guy casually runs a hand through his hair to explain. "It is not that you missed it," he says, looking down with a cold stare. "The truth is, you literally do not have the power to see it." Rian Pasilov just stares in absolute shock, but the guy keeps his eyes locked on him, playing with his hair while explaining that Rian was simply too careless. Then he talks about what Rian can actually use versus what he can actually handle, leaving Rian Pasilov completely dazed as he stammers out, "Wait, what?" Still playing with his hair, the guy asks who Miller is, and Rian Pasilov honestly replies from his knees that Miller is supposed to be a legendary sword master. Hearing that, the guy just waves his hand to dismiss it, saying that is nothing but a silly rumor people whisper to each other on the streets. He explains that the true king of all beasts is a red-haired man holding a brilliant, glowing sword hilt planted right into the ground, wearing a cloak with heavily bandaged hands. Wait, what? Rian Pasilov is completely baffled and asks what he even means, but the guy just smiles and keeps explaining. Cutting him off, the guy reveals that Miller is actually just a fake name used by the king of all beasts. As a brilliant sword glows in the man's hand, the shadow guy adds that the mask of the sword saint is actually his most famous alias of all. He brings up an image of a super fancy, feathered half mask, explaining that the whole concept actually comes from master theater actors who were known for playing their roles with total perfection. A whole crowd of masked people dressed up in high-class, noble outfits pops into his head. Rian Pasilov just stares up at him completely clueless, asking what that even means, which makes the guy sigh in absolute annoyance, calling him an idiot who should definitely know this. Then the guy taps a single finger right onto his forehead, kneeling down to look him in the eyes as he starts explaining things in much simpler terms. He warns him that he is totally stuck on the path to becoming a sword saint because he completely ignored the actual roots of his training. Idiot. Scolding him again, the guy talks while Rian Pasilov realizes, in other words, it is not like it is impossible. Watch this, because this is where the real truth finally drops. Rian's eyes widen as the guy, keeping his finger on his forehead, reminds him that he has literally done this before and is now just refusing to try. On the other side, Teeps asks in total confusion if they seriously have to go through with this. No doubt. Mikhail Purgis just closes his eyes with a casual smile, folding his arms as he confirms that this is something they absolutely must do. He declares his goal is to rebuild the tomb, but then he thinks of Neptys holding those blue crystals, feeling pretty guilty about using the very guardian of this land for his own plans. Brushing off the guilt, he tells himself that it is not that crazy since everything depends on how they actually use the tomb. Teeps stands there with his head bowed down in guilt, admitting that he knows her power is the only thing that can really help them. But he tightly clenches his fists, muttering that he still cannot bring himself to look at this whole situation in a positive light. Seeing Teeps looking so completely miserable makes Mikhail Purgis feel pretty guilty inside, knowing how cruel it is to ask him to do this, leaving both of them standing there in an awkward, heavy silence. Mikhail Purgis screams inside his own head, knowing that this exact place is where the horrible tragedy of the vampire clan actually started. He pictures Neptys in his mind, reluctantly using her magic to cover the eyes of an old man as if she had no other choice. Reaching out to put his hand on his shoulder, he thinks about how much the guy has already survived, before tilting his head to softly tell him that if anyone can actually get through this nightmare, he knows Tepes can. Teeps is completely stunned by those words, looking up with a face that is almost ready to cry before bowing his head and giving a quiet, sad reply. He thanks Mikhail Purgis for believing in him, as Mikhail Purgis lets go of his shoulder to look at the crowd of people training right in front of them, with Tepes watching too. To erase all of their hatred, he plans on starting a brand new method, making the training crowd turn around and ask in unison what kind of method. Mikhail Purgis casually explains that it is just a simple illusion, smiling as he adds that this particular illusion is going to be incredibly sweet. He narrows his eyes and drops his voice, saying it might actually be the most brutal way, flashing back to when only he and Neptys stood facing each other. Clasping both hands tightly over her chest, she calmly confirms that she is finally ready to begin while he watches her look up with a soft, desperate expression. "Please let me handle this," she begs again, swearing she won't mess up this time. He just watches her close her eyes and make that desperate promise. Neptys begged me for this with total desperation in her voice. And honestly, it is not like I was thinking the worst of her or anything. Mikhail Purgis figured if she could just fix that annoying, overly soft heart of hers, she would actually be a beast. He cut in, saying she could definitely use her powers for good. Back in reality. He looks off, takes a step, and grins, guess I might as well go check it out myself. Teeps bows to him, and he just waves back, leaving the rest of the job to Neptus and Tez. But as he's walking and thinking, this sudden loud shout completely ruins his vibe and makes him spin around. Mick Walpurgis turns around to say something, but he completely freezes mid-sentence. His face instantly twists into pure confusion, eyes narrowing as he tries to process the absolute stupidity in front of him. He stares at Rian Pasilov, who was covered in head-to-toe bandages and limping on crutches, grinning like a total village idiot. Completely baffled, he asks what the absolute hell he did to wreck himself. But Rian Pasilov just laughs like a proud dummy, yeets his crutches, and starts hyping himself up. Honestly, look at this guy, he's laughing like a maniac and claiming this wreck is just the first epic step to his next level. He screams at the top of his lungs, taking a step with his broken, heavily bandaged leg while yelling that he is about to become a god. The second his foot hits the dirt, his shattered bones make a sickening crack that echoes through the night. The instant agony hits, and he screams bloody murder. Mick Walpurgis just stares down at him, totally deadpan, like he is watching a complete clown. Rian Pasilov instantly collapses, clutching his crippled leg, screeching about his leg. Meeting the gods? At this rate, yeah. Mick Walpurgis sighs, unable to believe how much of a dumbass his friend really is. Meanwhile, the guy is crying snot and tears, wailing like a literal baby. "My leg," he screams, echoing everywhere. After hearing the whole ridiculous story, Mick Walpurgis just crosses his arms, completely dumbfounded. So he cuts in. "You finally figured out how to tap into holy power?" He drops his arms, watching this idiot crawl around on the dirt, and calls him out. "You literally almost died trying to prove this back then, you know?" But Rian Pasilov just drags himself over, grinning like a brainless puppy. "Yep," he happily confirms. Mick Walpurgis narrows his eyes, thinking there is absolutely no way this is real. But then, a sudden realization hits his brain. It looks like he finally gets how the Millie energy training works. Meanwhile, the idiot is trying to pop his dislocated jaw back in, babbling total nonsense. He mumbles something about his jaw being totally broken. Mick Walpurgis just crosses his arms, glaring down at the crawling dummy. "So you finally get it now? Well, that is a start." Rian Pasilov looks up at Mick Walpurgis and asks a sudden, serious question, "Do you actually know who that guy is?" Mick Walpurgis just looks away, acting totally chill, and says he only knows who M is and how he vanished, nothing else. Rian Pasilov sits up, crossing his legs while glaring at him. He complains that literally nobody has ever told him anything about it. Mick Walpurgis puts his hands on his hips, narrowing his eyes, and tells him to go find out himself. He praises him. But hey, you actually managed to reach that level all on your own. Rian Pasilov stares up in pure shock, totally speechless. Then he blinks, looking like a lost puppy, and asks if he doesn't feel even a little bit sorry for him. Mick Walpurgis just closes his eyes, listening to the whining. Then he smirks and gives him a totally flat, sarcastic answer. "Nope, I totally agree with you. You are worse than pitiful. Honestly, you are downright pathetic." Rian Pasilov immediately scowls, knowing he is being roasted. Ignoring his whining, Mick Walpurgis strokes his chin and remembers that before his regression, Rian Pasilov had never reached master rank. The two of them stand on a mountain peak under the glowing orange sunset. He flashes back to seeing his friend covered in blood, looking totally lifeless. It wasn't because he lacked the raw talent, he realizes, but simply because he ran out of time back then. Back in the present, he keeps thinking. That Millie energy training might be exactly what he needs to buy himself more time. Meanwhile, Rian Pasilov is down there gritting his teeth, uselessly trying to stomp on his foot. Suddenly, Mick Walpurgis snaps out of it, dropping his hand, but not this time. Everything is going to go down differently. He advises him to tap into his inner power. Rian Pasilov leans back on his hands, looking totally lost. Then he sits up straight and tries to clarify with him. "So getting beat up makes me stronger?" Mick Walpurgis proudly points to himself and nods. "Yeah, that is actually not wrong at all." Then he opens his eyes slightly and adds, "But normal people do not use such a brain-dead method." Honestly, the real reason running through his head is incredibly simple. He knows everyone is terrified of pain. He glances at the bandages wrapped around Rian Pasilov's chin, then looks down at his heavily wrapped arm. Plus, that method is incredibly painful. Nobody actively chooses to walk on a path covered in sharp, bloody thorns unless they are completely out of their mind. No way. As he looks over, his dummy friend is just grinning like crazy. Rian Pasilov starts unwrapping the bandages from his hand. Then he grabs his own wrist, smirking like a madman, and says, "Then I will just keep getting trashed." He realizes this guy literally does not care about pain at all. Suddenly, Rian Pasilov pulls out a random sack, swinging it over his head like an idiot, yelling that he has got healing potions so everything will be fine. So crazy. Watching this absolute madman makes Mick Walpurgis smirk, suddenly flashing back to an old memory. They used to stand shoulder to shoulder, walking into the sunset as ride-or-die brothers who would literally take a bullet for each other. Back in the real world, he suddenly grins and offers to help him train. Hearing this, Ryan Pasilov flinches, backing away with a horrible, highly suspicious feeling. Ryan Pasilov forces a shaky laugh, his face twisting as he stammers that he is totally fine on his own. Meanwhile, Mick Walpurgis's grin stretches from ear to ear. Magic erupts. He gives a chillingly bright smile, claiming he is actually super excited. Strange purple energy spheres start crackling in his hands. Terrified by that creepy smile, Ryan Pasilov panics and instantly turns around. He grips his crutches and books it as fast as his broken body can carry him, sweating bullets in pure terror. Mikhail just stands there with a pretty affectionate smile, his hand already glowing with wicked purple magic. Ryan is panicking big time, his survival instincts screaming at him to get moving as he bolts away, desperately telling himself he needs to escape right now. Mikhail speaks up in this totally chill, calm voice, and then bam, Ryan faceplants hard onto the dirt. Standing over him like some kind of creepy, smiling angel of death, Mikhail holds up 2 glowing power stones to finish the job. If you are not literally risking your life to train, how is this even supposed to work? Ryan looks back at him, his face completely pale and freaked out as he stutters, "Look, I'm literally injured here, I need to be in bed resting." But Mikhail just gives him this super bright, totally innocent smile, acting like he is completely harmless. "That is exactly why I'm here to save your butt," Mikhail says. He points right at Ryan, who is currently crawling around like a worm, casually reminding him that people on the verge of death do not get to make demands. Ryan goes totally pale, looks up, and completely freezes in pure shock for a solid few seconds. Mikhail urges him on, sounding way too excited. "You can get so much stronger than this." Meanwhile, a massive swarm of glowing magic arrows starts forming right above their heads. Seeing the deadly threat, Ryan screams out, desperate to negotiate, "Can we please just do this the normal way?" He is white as a sheet, screaming until his throat is dry. But Mikhail, being the absolute sociopath he is, just flashes that harmless smile and says, "Run." Then, he points his finger down, sending the magic arrows raining right at him. Instantly, a hail of lightning arrows rains down, and Ryan screams Mikhail's name in pure, terrified rage. To Mikhail, those deafening explosions sound just like pretty festive fireworks. He lets out a satisfied sigh, spreading his arms wide to fully soak in the massive, chaotic blast right next to him. He thinks that sound is pure music. Fast forward, another month flies by, and Tep shows up, placing a hand over his chest to give a respectful report. "Master, I think your crazy training method actually works." Mikhail looks over with a smug, extremely proud smile. Meanwhile, the broken souls of the monster hunters sent to Neptese are finally finding some peace. Floating in the air, she effortlessly channels her glowing magic, raining down pure, soothing, healing energy on the crowd below. Mikhail gives her some serious props. Neptese is clearly not going to screw up like she did in the past. Walking across the green grass, Mikhail silently reflects on how this was the precious second chance he chose to give her. And luckily, she is not wasting a single second of it. "You see this?" He steps straight toward a massive, mystical vine gate, crossing over into a whole different dimension where beautiful, glowing colors ripple around him like water as he casually walks right through. He steps up the dry stone steps, entering the temple hall where Neptese sits calmly sipping tea at her table. "So you finally made it," she says. Mikhail stays quiet, just looking at her before asking, "I heard you have been successfully healing all the broken guests coming to this place?" She flashes a soft smile and says, "Well, I cannot exactly make the same mistake twice now, can I?" Then, she glances over and calls out, "Right, Set." Suddenly, Set materializes with a quiet look. Mikhail glances over as she softly agrees. Seeing her, Neptese starts probing. "Looking like this, does it mean you finally got your old powers back?" Set just puts her hands on her hips with a proud smirk and says, "Sadly, not quite yet." Neptese leans in, asking, "You say not yet, so that means you can still get them back, right?" She closes her eyes and whispers, "Honestly, that is pretty amazing. At least you escaped your past." Set's face goes dark. She flatly denies it, leaving Neptese completely stunned and confused. Mikhail shifts his gaze, waiting for her words. Standing tall as her cloak blows, she declares, "I never planned on that." Bathed in the warm sunlight, Set's back looks incredibly intense and determined. She clenches her fist hard, holding back deep anger as she repeats, "Not now, not ever." Mikhail looks at her, totally stunned. Neptese starts to stutter out of pure worry, but Set cuts her off instantly with a cold enough. "You know this is why I avoided you." Neptese immediately shuts up. Set casually nods towards Mikhail, reminding her that they have got an uninvited guest listening to every single word. Mikhail just rolls his eyes and looks away, totally disappointed. "You guys are stopping the drama already?" He quickly changes the subject, asking with a curious smirk, "So, how exactly did you cure those guys anyway?" Neptese does not even hesitate to answer, "I showed them the future." Once people accept that they cannot change their dark past, these magical memory bubbles start appearing. And just like that, their whole outlook on life completely changes. Their loved one's sweet dream is finally going to happen. You see, each bubble shows a totally different life. A peaceful life with a loving wife, or finally keeping a promise to a younger sibling while hands gently cradle those dreams. Neptus's tone shifts as she says, I just made them remember the dreams they had completely abandoned. Obviously, deep trauma does not heal overnight. Neptus explains these warriors are still fighting brutal, terrifying nightmares every single day. Mikhail stops her right there. He flashes a warm smile, reassuring her that they will slowly heal on their own. She just smiles back, silently agreeing with him. Then she compliments him, you really have wise eyes. Your clear amber pupils look totally pure. They are the kind of eyes that make the right choices, unlike my own. Mikhail raises his hands, let's get down to business. He steps closer, adding, I know you already know. Mikhail drops a massive bomb. The Demon King is about to wake up. Neptus listens closely as he admits he has zero clue what went down back in the Age of Myths. Looking pretty excited, he stands right in front of her and demands to know everything. He needs the full details to understand exactly what kind of absolute monster he is about to go up against. Mikhail points out, illusions and dreams are totally different. Surely, you can let me peek inside your actual memories. Neptus frowns, asking if this crazy request is really his main business. Mikhail just raises his hand and says, absolutely, I need to see it with my own eyes. He drops that terrifying name with a pretty wild look of excitement, the Demon King. In his mind, Mikhail remembers that pitch-black eye with its glowing orange-red pupil. Before his regression, he actually faced the Demon King. Back then, he was absolutely terrified, cold sweat pouring down in pure, helpless shock. No, scratch that, actually. He did not really see the guy. Standing frozen on the spot, he realizes that while he definitely saw the giant shadow of the Demon King, he never actually saw his true, terrifying form. Mikhail's pupils shrink, completely losing his mind. So what if I regressed and got godlike powers? It means nothing now. Through the thick haze of dust on the battlefield, the massive silhouette of a colossal monster looms in the distance, its giant wings still folded tightly against its back. Sharp horns stab straight into the sky, and its glowing red eyes radiate pure, unadulterated danger. The squad standing before it looks like tiny ants. Mikhail grits his teeth. He is totally clueless about any of this. He still has not faced the real Demon King yet. Back in reality, Neptus stays quiet. Her face gets incredibly serious as she warns him this illusion is no joke, and it can fry your brain for a really long time. Suddenly, Set speaks up, drawing their attention. She knows damn well that talking won't change anything. She understands his stubborn personality way too well. When Mikhail sets his mind on something, he does it. Set looks at him and asks one more time if he is sure. Mikhail just smiles, letting out a simple shrug of a sound. Neptus slams her hands on the table, her face darkening as she processes this. Finally, she tells him to close his eyes. He complies immediately as a brilliant golden light erupts around him. She reaches out to unleash her power, promising to show him what happened on that fateful day. Neptus warns him, though these are only shattered fragments of a broken memory. Mikhail does not really care about the risks. He agrees, but suddenly, his eyes shoot wide open. His entire body convulses under some sort of insane, invisible pressure. He drops to his knees, screaming in absolute agony. Damn, this feeling is downright sickening. He feels like throwing up, as if his skull is being violently split in two. Mikhail clutches his head, his mouth wide open in a silent, horrified scream of pure despair. Absolute darkness and terrifying thoughts are starting to take complete control of his mind. His pupils shrink as the hallucinations kick in. He sees a scorching volcanic wasteland where nothing can survive, with molten lava completely swallowing the dead ground. Countless beasts have lost their lives, with dragons and demons lying dead everywhere. Mikhail watches in absolute shock. This is the actual Age of Myth. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes, and a heavy rain of blood pours from the sky. He holds out his hand in confusion, only to realize with a jolt that his own palm is completely stained bright red. Tense, he spins around, trying to figure out what is behind him. Through a sudden, violent storm of dust obscuring his vision, the massive, blurry outline of a giant beast appears. The Demon King. He stands jaw-dropped, completely speechless. The Demon King lets out an earth-shattering roar, his eyes flashing a menacing crimson light. Mikhail is frozen solid, unable to take a step. An overwhelming gravity crashes down on him, forcing him to his knees. He desperately fights back. His instincts scream at him to stop, forcing his hands to brace against the dirt. Do not turn around, and do not look at it. He clenches his fists, fighting to stay conscious. But Mikhail just scoffs at the warning. He pushes himself up, completely ignoring the Demon King's crushing pressure, and cracks a hyped smile. Instinct? What a joke. Inside his head, everything is clearer than ever before. If his natural instincts are going to cower out in front of a world-ending monster, then he will gladly throw those useless feelings away. His face goes completely blank. His eyes fly open, his pupils glowing with a sharp violet light. I'm about to see it. Through the blinding wall of dust, the Demon King's form remains hazy. I need to burn his face into my mind. And check this out suddenly. Those giant eyes focus, locking directly onto him. Mikhail forgets the most crucial detail. He freezes, staring straight back as the air turns dead silent. He thinks, no way. This is just an illusion created by Neptus. but he hesitates. Can this monster actually feel his presence? Set frowns with deep worry, grabbing Neptus's arm. The girl's hands are shaking violently, looking completely drained from overusing her power. Mikhail goes unconscious, wrapped in a heavy shroud of dark energy. Set snaps. What the hell did you do? Neptus is equally terrified, cold sweat dripping down her face as she stammers a denial. No, this is not my doing. She insists that this illusion has been completely hijacked by him, while Mikhail just lies there, totally motionless. Inside the illusion, Mikhail looks up in absolute disbelief. Can he seriously see me? The Demon King suddenly bares his massive fangs in a terrifying grin. It rumbles in a bizarre, ancient tongue. Instantly, the fabric of space warps, shattering the ground as debris floats up, shaking the entire area. This foreign tongue is literally tearing the space apart, and Mikhail's eyes roll back. This is different. This is no longer a simple illusion. Someone has actually hacked into this mental space, crushing his body with immense pressure. He racks his brain, trying to think of anyone with her specific power. Someone who can break into this illusion and drop this much insane pressure on him. There is only one person capable of this. His face darkens, but he speaks up anyway. This is the first time we are meeting face to face. He musters his courage, throwing out a mocking, defiant tone. Got a problem with that, Demon King? He calls him out. Outside the illusion, Neptus is utterly confused. The Demon King? But why? How is this possible? How could he bypass my barrier to invade this vision? Suddenly, Set speaks up, suggesting that the archdemons might be behind this. She narrows her eyes, trying to piece it together. Those bastards might be hiding somewhere, carving tiny holes in the barrier. She places a hand over her heart in panic. If this really is the Demon King's doing, then even Mikhail is in danger. Suddenly, Neptus calls out, I have to shut this illusion down right now. Set's eyes widen in pure shock as Neptus adds that even if she wants to stop it, the connection won't break. She hesitates for a split second, realizing that sacrificing herself might be the only way. Neptus summons a blazing, golden sphere of raw magical energy. If I, the creator of this space, disappear, we can stop the absolute worst-case scenario from happening. She grits her teeth in sheer determination. This is way better than letting him take control. Set screams at her to stop, pointing in sheer panic. Neptus, wait, look over there. Neptus turns to look, totally confused. But get this, Mikhail's body, which was swallowed by pitch-black energy, is now sparking with bright golden light. Both of them watch closely. Set whispers to wait just a bit longer, sensing that something is shifting. Meanwhile, his face remains completely calm and peaceful. Inside the illusion, Mikhail cracks a wild grin that does not fit the situation at all. He stands tall and straight against the crushing aura. I have never underestimated the Demon King. He thinks to himself, which is exactly why I knew a crazy scenario like this could happen at any moment. He declares with supreme confidence, Did you really think I wouldn't prepare for this? Do you even know why you came here? The monster's massive silhouette slowly sharpens. Even though the beast ignores his words, Mikhail stands alone and declares he came here to finish his goal. Resisting the immense pressure, he stands firm as the creature opens its giant mouth. Smug Demon Lord is totally laughing at me, probably thinking it is hilarious that a basic human actually dares to stand against his crazy power. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a weird blue energy, but you are dead wrong. Demon Lord Mikhail is sticking to his original plan. My real goal is just to catch a glimpse of your true form, and that is more than enough for me. His pupils shift, reflecting a whole trippy, magical dimension in his eyes. Now watch this. The exact second I spot him, I funnel every single drop of my holy energy straight into my eyes. The Demon Lord is actually shaking, though I never plan on taking him down. But as he backs off, I reach out, sending glowing, thin threads into the air so he stops crushing me with his aura. He watches closely, knowing he is betting his entire life on this one shot. Suddenly, Mikhail's fingertips touch something that feels like an invisible barrier. His pupils shrink as he realizes he actually broke through. Memories start swirling like old film. Wait, is this it? Mikhail stares in shock at what he has been chasing. I really hope you can understand. He floats right in the middle of the chaos, totally confused. Wait, are these the Demon Lord's memories? We see someone's back under attack, and it is definitely not over yet. The figure slowly turns around, and then Mikhail snaps awake, looking completely dazed. The Demon Lord roars in absolute fury, shaking Mikhail's body as he tries to stand. He just smiles, saying he was so close to touching it, and stopping him like that is totally uncool. The beast immediately lunges at him, but Mikhail just casually shrugs, asking what is the point of even trying that. He places his hand over his chest as a blinding shield of light erupts around him, showing crazy magic circles bound by heavy chains of total ruin, extinction, and absolute terror. This insane skill actually blends all of those destructive powers into one. He smirks, telling the demon he already peeped his memories. Then he calmly taps into his power, the seventh circle. And this tier is definitely no joke. Ancient runes and crazy golden patterns flare to life. The magic circle senses the Demon Lord's dark energy and literally smashes right through the level barrier. Mikhail clenches his fist, loading up on raw power. Wake up, this is just a stupid illusion. Even if the Demon Lord hijacks this mind space, it does not change the facts. It is still fake. The Demon Lord's eyes glow with bloodthirsty rage. He knows for a fact this is not the demon's home turf. There is no way the guy has enough juice to drag this illusion into the real world from out here. He slams his fist straight into the ground, sending shockwaves ripping through the entire area. And just like that, the whole illusion starts breaking apart. Massive cracks spiderweb across the ruined sky, shattering the space. Mikhail's chill voice echoes, saying it is a real bummer, but he already got exactly what he came for. He tosses out a casual peace out, as the entire space explodes into razor-sharp glass shards. The Demon Lord's eyes go completely wide. Honestly, he wished he could have pissed the guy off even more. He coolly strolls toward the exit light. He still does not fully get the clues from those memories, but he still flashes the monster a super friendly smile. See you around? Yeah, right. His middle finger says it all, leaving the furious Demon Lord absolutely powerless to stop him. Mikhail smugly calls out the Demon Lord's name, marking this whole crazy clash as a massive win for himself. But then, a frantic voice starts calling out to him. Mikhail, Mikhail. His vision is super blurry at first, but slowly, things come into focus. He sees Sei desperately calling his name. He blinks his eyes open, still looking completely out of it. He groans out her name, and Sei instantly bites her lip, eyes filling with tears. But before he can even ask what happened, she grabs his collar and shakes him like crazy. She yells that she was worried sick, even though she knew he would break out eventually. Mikhail's face softens a bit as she cries that she is just glad he is safe. Neff walks over and drops a bomb. He has been passed out for 4 whole days. He cannot believe it. 4 days? It is wild that he has been out of the illusion that long. He thinks back to his face-off with the Demon Lord. There was zero chance things would go smoothly once that monster meddled with his mind. C is still totally shaken up, terrified that the Demon Lord actually hijacked the illusion. Neff can't hold back her curiosity, asking what the hell the monster actually showed him. Mikhail stares at his palm, feeling an endless void mixed with pure, burning hatred. It is like a sudden spark of realization hits him. Check this out, guys. Something in him completely shifts as he admits he finally gets why people call that monster a god. And what he gained from this is a crazy golden magic circle bound by chains. Glowing sparks drift down onto his hand. Everyone looks up, completely transfixed as the particles glitter like stars. Neff hesitates, totally speechless. Sei stares at it, completely blown away. Is that 7th tier holy magic? She stammers in shock, pointing out that he is only 20 and already unlocked the 7th circle. Mikhail just shrugs, saying it was a bit fast. C snaps back, what do you mean a bit fast? He just calmly picks up a random stone. He smirks, muttering that if things keep going like this, he is in for a fun ride. Then he drops a major bombshell. He did not just unlock the 7th tier. Closing his eyes, he guesses it has to do with that raw power of destruction. Right now, it is super complicated and not very efficient, but if he can store enough mana, he will slowly track down the truth. In Mikhail's head, he pictures the demon's hand, resonating directly with him through the stone. By copying the weird traits he saw on the Demon Lord, he can actually recreate a similar power. Mysterious energy begins wrapping around the stone as the center. Glow lines weave together like a circuit board. If he can map out the exact molecular structure of this rock, he can reverse engineer it to analyze the whole thing. He focuses deep, feeling the flow. He whispers a single command, manifest. The second the word leaves his lips, the stone crumbles into absolute dust. Mikhail explains that he tried to recreate what he saw inside the illusion first. He pauses, looking pretty disappointed since it did not work out. He just stands there, holding his hand out. He lost a chunk of his 7th tier mana back then. He clenches his fist, realizing he basically burned through high-level magic just to smash a stupid little rock. There is no way he can pull that off in a real fight. Suddenly, he hears a noise and looks over. Neft and C are clinging to each other, looking totally terrified. He asks what is wrong with them and why they are staring like he is a freak. Sei hesitantly points at him, leaving him completely clueless. She screams so loud his hair literally flies back, telling him he has got no right to be so chill. Neff chimed in with a shaky voice, warning him about the power of demise. That is the Demon Lord's signature ability. A terrifying power that literally deletes whatever it touches right out of existence. Mikhail rubs his head, totally lost. Wait, based on what you just said, then a tense voice cuts in, yeah, right now. Dropping a total bombshell, he actually used magic to restore one of the Demon King's powers. Meanwhile, a purple orb resting on a pedestal suddenly starts shaking. Myr completely loses it, screaming and cursing that damn trash hero. Visions of Cassandra looking way too happy and Draculian pop up, that absolute parasite of a hero. She grinds her teeth in pure rage. Both of the master plans she had to pull off just went down in flames. The air grows heavy as she keeps throwing blame. The hero. It is all because of that worthless bastard. Myr scowls, plotting her next move in the dark. If he does not die, she can never get anything done. Myr frantically bites her nails, desperate for a single opening, but then she immediately shuts the thought down. No way. She has tried too many times and flopped every single time. Her mind flashes back to Mikhail easily casting that insane purification spell. Next time would be the exact same story. With that deadpan face, he just shoots lightning from his fingertips, incinerating beasts midair. Even when they try to hide, he sniffs them out and purifies them instantly. Mare clutches her head, going totally out of her mind. Damn it all. If she could just find his weak spot, or if her plan actually worked. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the room, stopping her cold. Looks like you are in deep trouble. Mer tenses up, demanding to know when they got in. A tiny, horned figure steps out with a wicked smirk. Mer glares at Bigu, completely annoyed, asking if they did not agree that the sovereign would keep their hands out of their business. She casually shrugs. Yeah, that was the deal, but Bilbap is dead. Then her voice drops to a chilling whisper, reminding her that another massive plan of hers just tanked. Bigu gives a chilling warning. I get it, but do not think this is just some empty, arrogant threat from the king. She opens her mouth to show off her razor-sharp fangs, slowly licking her lips. She whispers that if someone were to suddenly vanish, nobody would even blink, asking if she gets the point. Mer just freezes. Mer starts shaking violently, looking at a literal monster. I am going to die. She stammers out a desperate excuse, promising that she can still do this because she has another backup plan. Bigu just watches silently. First, we target the tomb of Asa, Mer explains. His goal is clearly to hoard all of Asa's ancient power, and we absolutely cannot let him lay hands on any more sacred relics. Candles flicker as her voice echoes through the dark chamber. Since he ruined my plans, I will ruin, but Bigu cuts her off, totally skeptical of her grand promises. None of our people have even located that hidden tomb yet, so how did you find it? Mer grinds her teeth, giving a dead serious nod. Yes, I actually found it. Bigu's tone suddenly shifts, offering a cold compliment. Fine, but we cannot let this leak out just yet. I suppose I can throw you one final bone here. She flashes a creepy, wicked smile, putting a finger to her lips. Just remember, this is your absolute last chance to make things right. And look at this detail. Her right eye snaps open, crimson against pitch black, delivering a quiet threat. You know what happens if you screw this up again, right? Mer gulps hard, cold sweat dripping down her face. Knowing this is her one and only shot to survive, she swears she will not fail this time. Somewhere else, majestic buildings tower over high cliffs under a warm, heavenly glow. Kun raises his voice in absolute disbelief, straight up asking the elder what on earth he is talking about. He glares at the man on the high platform, completely against sending her in there, especially since they plan on bringing her straight to the Holy Kingdom. The frail, bony elder cuts him off, stating it is absolutely necessary. His eyes are dead white, completely lifeless, speaking in a flat, chillingly calm tone. No way, he is totally brainwashed. Kun grinds his teeth. There is zero doubt left that some shady figure brainwashed the elder. He flashes back to that mysterious woman wearing some weird beast skull. She showed up out of nowhere a few months back, sporting the most terrifying smile ever. He tries to talk sense into them, arguing that letting an unsworn outsider into the Holy Kingdom is completely unprecedented. He's being blunt, almost to the point of rudeness. The elder simply replies that she wants it this way. Kun scowls, barely holding back his rising anger, while the old man keeps envisioning some angelic figure bathed in bright, holy light. I have tried over and over, constantly searching for a way to construct a gate, a clear path forward. Yet we never managed to push past the borders of these minor kingdoms, his voice flat. A loyal follower bows down respectfully before the white-haired elder in total submission. Everyone thinks I am some genius leader, but I am not even close to matching our enemies. Yet, that mysterious woman finally threw us a real ray of hope. Kun quickly tries to talk back. That hope is not the future they actually want. The chief snaps, yelling that Kun is being way too disrespectful now. How could a true follower of Ludos be so cowardly? Kun desperately explains that their god Ludos never wanted to rule over or stand above anyone else. Furious, the old man slams his fist down, roaring at him to shut up. Kun freezes as the chief warns that if he keeps spouting trash, he will lose his rank as a veteran guide. Kun falls silent, head bowed, unable to fight back. Later on, he is seen walking through a dense, lush forest. He shields his eyes from the blinding sun, whispering under his breath that the elder just does not get it. Kun stares off sadly toward a massive palace in the distance. He remembers being drilled on the sacred weight of the Holy Kingdom since he was a kid, sitting on a log, listening to every single lesson with pure awe. He trained endless hours just to become a legendary guide, helping travelers navigate through their sacred lands. Now, he clutches his head in despair, wondering what on earth he is supposed to do. An image of a royal figure flashes in his mind. If only he could team up with a real hero chosen by the temple. And out of nowhere, things take a massive turn. Kun spots 3 figures walking right toward him, leaving him totally shocked. He can't believe his eyes. No way. It is the hero, Mikai, leading Ryan and Murden. Exactly 1 week back, in a dark room, a voice declared their next destination is Guten. Murden and Rian look completely baffled, repeating the name. Rian quickly turns to Mikhail, throwing out a massive warning. Hold on, Guten is a lawless minor kingdom completely outside their jurisdiction. The place has a horrible reputation because absolutely everything there is completely backwards. Even the central temple treats them like dirty heretics, all because they worship a completely different god. Yet, Mikhail does not look bothered at all. I know what I am getting into, Mikhail calmly replies. Rian reminds him that he is still going to be totally unwelcome. Besides, what is his plan once he actually gets there? Mikhail just grins, casually dropping a bomb. I am going there for my missionary work. Absolute, dead silence instantly hits the room. The butler is totally speechless at his delusion. Murden, Rian, and the floating tiny fairy facepalm in perfect sync. God, dude, just stop talking already. He shrugs, trying to comfort them with insane confidence. Everything's fine, trust me. Rian frowns, worried. It's too dangerous. Murden nods along. So you think things will go south, right? Mikhail turns away, totally ignoring them. Seriously, do you guys think I'm some plague bringing trouble everywhere? They both snap back instantly. Well, obviously, I was thinking the exact same thing. Mikhail just sighs, completely defeated. What is wrong with you three? But then it hits him. Okay, they are not entirely wrong. Back in Gudan, there was that skull-wearing woman. If my guess is right, Mur has definitely shown her face. That brainwashed chief that is Ace's tomb, the only known burial site. Rian looks suspicious. Why Guten? That cult is packed with literal lunatics. Mikhail nods, and that is exactly why we must go. This makes zero sense to Rian. But Mikhail remains cool, saying they cannot let those crazies preach such wild nonsense. Worshipping a god that cannot exist is insane. Rian is lost. Huh? Murden rubs his chin, noting those priests actually gain real power. So, are they not serving a real god? Mikhail looks up, surprising the butler. Well, it makes sense if they chose that path. A winged, angel-like figure flashes in his mind. The butler asks if his next goal is to expose the truth of that path. Mikhail does not even look back, just asking, hey, butler, tell me this. If their centuries-old god is just some cheap fake of another deity, would they ever accept that? Murden hesitates, admitting he highly doubts they would. Exactly, Mikhail adds. That is why we are going to preach. If their path is actually righteous, we have no reason to judge them. Murden is stunned by this logic. What if they are actually wrong? Mikhail shrugs. Well, that is simple. Mur looms over the soulless, slumped chief, putting a hand on his back. Back in the present, Kun looks up in total shock. And here comes the cold-blooded mic drop. We will just tear them all down, not leaving a single survivor. Locals beg for business, shouting about 5 gold coins. 3 days of island guiding for just 5 cheap gold coins. Over here for 4. We do not do night tours, but we will take 3. The trio just walks past the chaos. Houses cling to the cliffs, dominated by a massive, towering structure right in the center as an introduction voice plays. Lately, Gon has become a hotspot, making tourism the main source of cash around here. Ryan looks around, totally skeptical. A literal maze drawing in tourists. Wooden rope bridges stretch across cliffs as a thick mist rolls in. The guide continues, describing Guston as a windswept city where tourists explore the majestic highlands. It is not just wild paths and mystic waters, every turn brings something fresh, including lush jungles packed with greenery. Rian seems intrigued by the hype, a local waves to grab attention. He reminds the boss, hey Mikhail, we need a guide first. Mikhail shrugs. Sure, normal people do. He closes his eyes, explaining calmly. These paths shift instantly, there is no way we can memorize them. That is exactly why we need a pro who knows the ropes through this blessed pathway. Rian rubs his chin. Well, guess we gotta hire someone, even if they cost a fortune. But Mikhail just smirks. Wait, why? Why hire one? Rian is lost. Wait, did you not say we needed one? He smiles, only for normal folks. Yeah. Mikhail looks back, reminding him, but I am no ordinary guy. Then he notices Rian giving him a seriously weird look. What is this idiot planning now? Rian scratches his head, completely fed up. Let us just go already. If you know the way, stop wasting our time. Mikhail grabs his collar, casually denying it. No, that is not what I meant. Ryan snaps, then what do you mean? He says they just need to wait for a guide. Ryan frowns, pissed. No way, what are we even doing? Mikhail sits on a roadside rock, confidently declaring just wait, they will be here soon. Rian just stares and sighs. So they sit, and wait, until a random voice cuts through hello. Boom, right on cue, just like Mikhail predicted. Kun stands there, offering his services. Need a guide? I am Kun, a veteran guide around Gon. Ryan is shocked, a guide actually showed up. Kun bows, saying it is an honor. The little book fairy is equally stunned, whispering in Mikhail's ear. Mikhail, this guy. Kun bows deeply. He is actually one of the main reasons I came to Gon in the first place. Even among the absolute best guides, this guy stands out as someone truly special. Mikhail replies, glad to meet you, Kun. Kun looks dead serious, carrying a heavy burden. He is our ticket into the catacombs. He apologizes politely for keeping them waiting. No worries, Mikhail reassures him. You actually found us pretty fast, and we were hiding well. The fairy looks deadpan but speaks with absolute confidence. My intuition is usually spot on. Mikhail studies him closely. A veteran guide's instinct? No, he quickly corrects himself. His instinct for catacombs is insanely accurate. Kun still looks hesitant but finally decides to speak up. Can I ask you something? Why did you come to Gon? Mikhail rubs his chin, a pretty touchy question. Then, a wicked grin spreads across his face. Wait, what do I even say to that? She freezes, totally busted because he read her mind. Like, has anything weird been going down here lately? Word on the street is you're stressing over some uninvited crasher. Standing right across from them, he spills the tea. A shady lady rolled in here a few months ago. We see Marrow's back looks chill at first, but then she grabs the chief's face in her hands, whispering in his ear while the old guy's still totally torn. She clenches her fist so hard it shakes, trying to keep it together. And yeah, that's how this mess started. But wait, this is just the warm-up. Mikhail just listens. Here is the real catch. Two shadows stand in the palace. She's eyeing our sacred land. The chief chokes up, but Marrow just smirks and signals him to keep talking. The old man's practically begging for approval, whining that he worked harder than anyone, right? Marrow feeds his delusion with a fake nod, so he keeps bragging about his deeds. He's like, I brought people to Gon, got them rich, gave the guides jobs. He starts wavering, but Marrow shushes him, pressing a finger right against his old lips. Shh, you did absolutely nothing wrong. He's totally lost. She's straight up brainwashing him, blaming the shrine priests while gently stroking his wrinkly cheek. She says those priests bullied him and insulted the gods. Then she whispers the ultimate poison in his ear. If that isn't heresy, what is? And the chief totally buys it. Boom. A face pops into his head as he decides this entire path is just a heretical cult all along. Kin's face blurs as the chief snaps, calling them unfair heretics. Meanwhile, Marrow's dark hair literally and figuratively starts spilling over the sacred ground of Guten. She cups his face, looking dead into his eyes to promise she'll never forget him letting her in. The old man just nods like a brain-dead zombie. The sacred land is compromised. She hugs him tight, playing him like a fiddle. The chief's inner voice screams that the ancestors strictly banned anyone from ever stepping foot in there, but his resolve is completely trashed. Why even bother resisting? A fake tear rolls down as he convinces himself that nothing he does will ever change things anyway. Marrow flashes a wicked smirk behind his back. The completely deluded chief actually thinks she's just a super sweet lady, and that her idea might be great. She tosses her skull mask to the dirt, showing her smug face. Look at that grin, so incredibly easy. High on the palace walls, she throws her hands up and laughs like a total lunatic. Haha. The sky above completely blackouts, and pure dark energy starts swirling like a massive, terrifying hurricane. Siegfried and his crew look up from below as she screams down insults, calling them brainless humans. They're all making different faces, but they're all absolutely terrified. Dark, dried blood covers her entire body. She smugly gloats that they're all completely powerless to stop her now. Mikhail grits his teeth, muttering curse words at that absolute snake of a woman. Suddenly, someone drops hard to their knees with a sickening thud. He stares, completely caught off guard. She hangs her head in total despair, crying out that she should have told them from the start. He just groans in a low, broken voice. He admits he never should have brought them here. Mikhail kneels beside him, tossing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Hey Kun, it's okay. He just silently looks up. The blood splattered all over his clothes shows they just survived absolute hell. With a completely hollow face, he mumbles about the garden needing guests, before breaking down into uncontrollable tears. Mikhail's eyes widen in pure shock as he watches him. He admits that back then, he had absolutely no clue what this garden stuff actually meant. Flashback to a bit earlier, our guy is calmly putting the pieces together. If a veteran guy like Kun is saying this, then Marrow definitely brainwashed the chief. She's moving too fast. Marrow is moving way faster than expected, flashing a creepy, victorious smirk. Rian just scowls, scratching his messy bird's nest of hair and complaining like he's totally done with this. Seriously, does this chick ever sleep? No matter how many times I beat her down, she just keeps coming back for more. Mikhail speaks up, not even looking back. Maybe this is her final stand. Ryan glances over, asking what the actual game plan is. Mikhail shuts his eyes, thinks for a second, and then casually says they are doing absolutely nothing. Rian is totally blanking, a giant question mark practically floating over his head. Murden raises his hand, super stressed, asking if they're literally just gonna sit around and watch. Who even knows what crazy math Mikhail is doing, but he just tells them they're gonna spectate and see what her next move is. It's literally that simple. Looking at a tiny object by his boots, he knows Marrow has designed a plan specifically to end him. He envisions a brutal, spiked iron trap lying in wait, loaded with tempting bait. She probably figured he'd show up and laid out this deadly trap just for him. Standing nearby, he stays completely chill, refusing to play right into her hands like a fool. Check this out, his eyes go dark with pure determination. No way, never. He promises that even if she doesn't know it yet, her master plan is getting delayed. Murden looks totally confused, asking what he means, as Mikhail lightly pats his back. There is absolutely no way Marrow is cracking those insanely complex ancient runes anytime soon. Even if she's a total genius, it'll take days. He casually shoves Murden and Rian ahead while grinning. so we're just gonna play tourists. I mean, look around, this place is absolutely gorgeous, right? The two just exchange totally helpless looks before Kun suddenly hesitates. Sightseeing, he frowns, majorly stressed out. No way can he relax right now. Boss, you literally just said a high demon invaded Guten. Mikhail shrugs, saying he knows literally zero about Guten anyway. This whole labyrinth city is completely wrapped in thick, creepy fog, masking a place that actually holds massive potential for travelers. Still, he remains totally unfazed. Since he doesn't know the layout, hunting down a hiding demon is basically suicide, so this is way more of an investigation than a fun vacation. Kun realizes he can't win this argument. If that's what you want. Mikhail just grins. Guten is famous for insane views, but there are a few legendary spots that completely blow the rest away. Deep in the silent woods lies a dark, tragic mystery. Sadly, your average tourist never gets to lay eyes on this place. The reason is simple, only specific. Secret paths lead there. Hyped up, he calls out to Kun and orders him to lead the group straight to Guten's highest peak. Bare feet march forward against the howling wind. Mikhail follows right behind, completely unfazed by the storm. Where they're heading is definitely not some basic tourist trap. Emerging from the heavy fog is an ancient, legendary pavilion right in the heart of the garden. They both stay dead silent right in Guten's heart when suddenly the wind whips up like crazy. He blocks the glare with his hand, but his eyes stay glued to the scene. Suddenly, a voice calls out, snapping his attention back. She keeps walking, asking out of curiosity if he knows anything about where they are going. He stares at her back, drops his hand, and says it is the hardest place to find in all of Guten's mazes. Well, if you look at it that way, that is one answer. The Holy Land. Hearing that name makes her stop dead in her tracks. He doesn't even turn around. You know about it, Mikhail flexes his massive ego. I am the hero here, remember? Slowly, repeating the word hero, he reminds him that this is definitely not the Holy Land the world thinks it is. Mikhail already knows this better than anyone else. Absolutely. She calmly explains the history of this place, the real Holy Land. To be exact, it is the ultimate destination that every single witch has been dying to reach. It totally clicks for him now. With a confident smirk, he raises his hand, gathering a soft green energy. Basically, the Holy Land she is trying to break into is the exact place he spent his entire past life chasing down before his regression. In other words, that place is a total fake. She suddenly drops a massive bomb, announcing she does not buy that he represents the temple anymore. He stops dead in his tracks. If you actually represented them, you would be totally shocked to find another saint here besides Hekau. Turning back with major suspicion in his eyes, he asks if his entire mission actually comes from the gods. Zet whispers in Mikai's ear, calling it a pretty straightforward question. The young hero stands there in his armor, shoulders squared, facing the bright light ahead. This question actually takes some heavy thinking. Right now, he is carrying the hero title he always dreamed of. Staring down at his palm, he realizes he never really thought this through before. Suddenly, the memories of his past life start rushing back. Honestly, his reason for choosing to be a hero in this life is dead simple. But look at this, his hand is gripping another guy's collar in a different timeline entirely. Before regression, a furious Mikai glared at Siegfried with absolute determination. His only goal was to take down Jafel. He scowled, sheer rage burning in his eyes to stop that guy from ever becoming the hero. Since Siegfried absolutely refused to back down, Mikai had no choice but to take the hero spot himself with total resolve. Hekau appears behind him, wrapping his arms around his neck. Traditionally, heroes are always chosen by the gods themselves. Gods choose them, and they carry out their divine will. But Mikai shifts his hand, at least for now. He confidently declares that he represents all of humanity on this world. He promises with a smirk that he is not bound to Hekau alone. He can be the temple's hero, but he will also save Guten. Russ listens in silence. Cut to the temple, where a guy and a girl stand out front as Mikai's voice echoes, swearing to protect humanity. Cassandra smiles happily while Jafel looks forward in anticipation, and Draculin gazes up at the sky with a grin. Basically, his whole relationship with the temple is just a handy tool to protect everyone. Roos remains completely expressionless as Mikai boldly vows to turn against Hekau if that god ever decides to harm humanity. Whatever got through to him, it actually works, and he lets out a quiet chuckle. Mikai casually asks if that answer still is not enough for him. Angel wings spread wide under a brilliant holy light as Roos turns back to remind him that is more than enough. Bright blue skies, sunlight breaking through the clouds. The town below is packed, buzzing with a chaotic and super noisy crowd. Everyone is wearing a tiny red flag on their back. Nearby, Murden sits straight on a rock, while Ryan slumps next to him, totally bored out of his mind. With zero to do, he just watches and judges. Gotan's citizens have no clue they are doomed, and the vibe here is pretty weird. Closing his eyes, he calmly points out that they are powerless. If even the guy does not get how bad things are, what can they even do? Yeah, things are getting seriously dangerous. Rian's expression shifts as he grips his sword, completely agreeing with the gravity of the situation. Seriously, if Mikai were not here right now, Mare's plans would have definitely succeeded by now. Images of that creepy smiling sage and the threat of Mer flash in his head. It is definitely not because she's weak, he thinks, scowling. It is because Mikai is just an insanely sharp and rare genius. A hand drops onto his shoulder, asking Rian for a quick favor. Mikai figures Mer definitely set up traps in Gauten. Rian sits in silence, hearing the hero's final orders ring in his ears. He and the butler have to find them. After a quiet moment, he is absolutely sure some nasty trap is lurking out there. On screen, a terrified crowd gets completely swallowed up by dark, swirling energy. Just like back in the Republic, Mer's cultists are probably hiding in plain sight, but he cups his hands over his mouth and shakes his head. No, a brainwashed chief sits like a puppet controlled by golden threads. Unlike back then, that witch has a pretty rock-solid grip on Gauten now. Rian's eyes go completely dark, figuring she must have used some insanely extreme methods to climb up this high. He closes his eyes to chill out, then shares his thoughts with Mikai, muttering that he is starting to think exactly like that bastard now. Murden looks up. Hey, butler, what kind of messed up stuff would a monster like her do to completely take over Gauten? He strokes his chin, wondering what a devil like her is truly capable of. He calmly looks at the happy crowd chatting away, when his eyes suddenly go wide. Rian is confused as the butler warns him that this is a massive problem. He whips his head around to check. Look closely at the crowd. Everyone has this creepy matching mark on their foreheads or hands. Their eyes are glowing blood red like literal demons, grinning like absolute psychopaths. This is getting crazy. Connected by a pulsing purple energy, their minds are completely hijacked. A voice chimes in, praising him for being pretty interesting. Mikai keeps a straight face. Roos asks when he first realized it, and he does not bother hiding the truth. He figured it out a while ago. Flashback to when the wind suddenly went crazy. Did not everything change the second that fog rolled in? He raises a hand to block his face just in case. Mikhail asks where Hekau actually went. Roos explains that she went back to the entrance. That is literally all that little brat is capable of doing. Warm sunlight hits Russ's face. He asks how long she plans to stay quiet. Set, who was crouched down hiding behind his back, flinches in surprise. He greets her politely. Long time no see, Set. She pops her head out, snap cursing at him. Stupid Russ. He admits he is impressed. Regardless, welcome back. The challenger who exposed the secrets of this tomb has arrived. Mikhail announces he found some pretty useful records. As Mikhail studies the notes, he confidently nods. But inside he knows it is a total lie. Russ just laughs it off. Ha, well, that seems like a rare slip-up for you, unlike your usual flawless self. Closing his eyes, he casually drops a reminder. Even if you memorize those records, it does not mean you can actually conquer this tomb. Just like that. He has officially obtained 2 holy relics now. Looking up, he notices the mark on the back of Mikhail's hand. It is not just the world tree in Hekau. He did not just get some holy relics. Stroking his chin in deep thought, he guesses Mikhail has extra hidden conditions. But realistically, those conditions have absolutely nothing to do with this upcoming trial. He gives him a silent glance. No surprise there. Since things have turned out this way, Russ still stares with intense curiosity while Mikhail keeps quiet. In the end, Roos is just a hardcore rule follower. Even if his precious relic was about to get crushed, he still wouldn't break his own damn principles. Finally, Mikhail plays along and asks if the trial rules are set yet. Roos replies that they were decided right from the very beginning. He is confused from the start. Roos holds out his hand, explaining that the original plan was just to solve the maze and reach the holy relic. But the problem is that damn demon went and broke the whole trial system. A strange cube floats in the air, shifting its pieces around. Each side has different symbols carved on it, meaning they had to change the rules. Mikhail repeats a holy relic. Roos nods, confirming it is indeed his relic. Staring at the labyrinth, he explains that the main goal is to run a trial, so a test is absolutely mandatory. His voice is totally flat as he says they should change the trial rules since that demon crashed the party. The floating cube glides directly in front of Mikhail. Catching the object with both hands, he is told that this is the actual power of the labyrinth's holy relic. That demon Marrow is currently trying to crack my labyrinth and force her way through. Honestly, I hate that. Mikhail lets out a quiet, mocking chuckle. You can see the determination in his eyes. Mikhail already knows exactly what kind of crazy plan Russ is about to suggest next. If some idiot is trying to break into the labyrinth, you obviously need someone strong enough to stop them. Roos laughs. Wow, we are totally on the exact same page. Pointing directly at him, Russ lays out his tempting terms. I will give you full control of the labyrinth. If you successfully block that demon, then this epic relic belongs to you. Set frowns, wanting to double-check. So basically, this whole trial boils down to a classic battle between an unstoppable spear and an unbreakable shield. Right. Exactly, he confirms. Roos looks at him provokingly, asking if the challenger is actually confident enough to become a shield that can never be broken. Placing his hand on his chest, he feels it. Unbreakable. The room goes totally silent, but a simple shield is just not enough for him. No, that is not enough. He confidently declares he will personally shatter that spear. Meanwhile, smoke drifts from an incense burner, and a sudden call shatters the quiet room. Mer lounges back on a soft couch, cradling the chief's head in her lap. Yes, chief, go ahead and speak. The old man is still hesitating about his decision. What we are doing is not wrong, right? Just like you said, if we break the seals of the sanctuary and the source. Before he can finish, Marrow presses a finger to his lips. She whispers reassuringly that everything they have done up until now is totally fine, and he did nothing wrong. Her hand slowly covers his face as she tells him to remember. The irritating image of Qin flashes in his mind. We humans have suffered so much because of that old temple bastard. The chief had to kneel before him like a dog, and he still hates it. Yes, I will never forget. His eyes fill with dark resolve as he vows to prove once and for all who the real god is and who is right. Mare laughs smugly. That was too easy. She sneers at how foolish humans are. Suddenly, a dark, horned subordinate steps up from behind to report that there is some serious trouble. With incense smoke still swirling around her, Mare asks what is going on. Once she hears the news, she snaps in fury. How could the labyrinth I already cracked suddenly change like this? He suggests that the enemies probably guessed they solved it and are now manually manipulating the labyrinth from the inside. She thinks of Rus. Ridiculous. She shuts down that thought in an instant. Rus is an absolute stickler for the rules. Standing up, she declares he would never manually mess with the labyrinth himself unless he lent his powers to someone else. Suddenly, Mer freezes, completely blanking out as a scary thought hits her. She mutters that it has to be him. The only name that comes to her mind is the hero. Meanwhile, Mikhail is already busy manipulating the relic. Glowing golden scriptures swirl all around him. He gently brushes his fingers against the text, and one of the characters suddenly shifts. Mikhail's eyes widen in shock. Nearby, Set and Ruse sit on the grass watching his progress. Completely baffled, Ruse asks her if the guy is seriously only 22 years old. He feels a hint of respect, admitting he never underestimates humans since they have crazy potential. Watching him closely, Rus gives a serious, glowing review. But cracking a holy relic on his very first try is definitely not something an ordinary guy can do. Rus insists that he has completely transcended the limits of a human soul. He is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Mikhail is still staring blankly at the glowing text. The letters reflect clearly in his eyes. Set points out that heroes are never normal anyway. Rus chuckles, well, I have met quite a few of them in my time. If this was just basic hero stuff, I wouldn't even be bringing it up. He casually adds that Mikhail operates far beyond any normal human level. Then he glares at the brainwashed girl. How did she even get in here anyway? He calls it her literal punishment. Hearing that, Sei gets insanely anxious, constantly twisting her hands together and looking totally stressed. She stays quiet, dead silent. She just wants to redeem her own mistakes by herself. But seriously, is she daydreaming? Rian turns to clarify things, though he still looks pretty skeptical. Well, he guesses so. Either way, they claim that day was for repentance, but she ended up getting dragged right into the mess. She panics and tries to explain, but he stands up, cutting her off, admitting he was pretty angry back then too. His face looks totally chill now, and he says he has cooled down over time. But as the bright sun beats down, it is not like she did not get how bad the consequences would be. Silence fills the air as Rian slowly looks up. Meanwhile, Mikai is laser-focused on sensing the power from the sacred relic. That whole accident back then was actually just part of his master plan. He reaches out to touch it, totally hyped. Just look at that glowing relic. It is sitting inside an insanely complex, changing labyrinth. This maze shifts every single second, constantly changing its layout. Outside, a massive green grassland stretches as far as the eye can see, completely dead with not a single creature in sight. So solving this maze is not about hunting for some exit. The wind blows, parting the grass to slowly reveal a hidden path. Since the layout shifts every second, solving it means forcing your own path to the goal. The moment his finger touches it, the space ripples like water. Mikai basically saw this coming. Found it. A thin purple light snakes through the dark, guiding him. Is this really the path Marrow is trying to take? Suddenly, it hits a roadblock and stops. Halfway there, he smiles, wondering what his next move should be with this little issue. Since he butt in, everything else is probably useless now. Reaching toward the broken path, he thinks he won't go destroying it all at once. Showing his hand too early might make the enemy give up, and he is not about to let that happen. Marrow is absolutely seething, while Mikai is just chilling, having a blast. Marrow has to pay closer attention to this. His silhouette fades into the shadows, eyes glowing red like a straight-up demon staring down at her. She is going to realize pretty soon that he is just messing with her. His hand glows, channeling energy to the guide light, getting ready to wrap this game up. He thinks of Ryan and Murden, deciding to leave a clue so they know he was here. Looking up, he calculates his next moves, letting them figure it out on their own. Elsewhere, Rian tells his butler that things have felt super sketchy lately. Annoyed as hell, he is totally convinced that their master Mikai is a literal madman. Thinking he has his master's intentions all figured out, Ryan grabs his head and yells that there is no way Mikai does not know about this. He definitely dumped this garbage on us to handle ourselves because he is such a lone wolf. The butler just sighs, asking Prince Rian what he is even rambling about. How can he call the young master crazy? Rian feels a bit guilty. Did he really go too far this time? It is pretty bad to insult the young master they are literally serving. Merton glares with wide eyes, telling him to go apologize to actual crazy people instead, then looks away. Is it over there? Either way, this situation is not normal. The butler calmly points out that her mind control spell has already spread. If her mind control is already this strong, they might even start using the local townspeople as literal human shields to protect themselves. They would choke themselves out or jump off a cliff the second they get the order. The tiny scattered rocks on the ground represent the victims. To that crazy demon, human lives are basically worth less than dirt. Merton starts analyzing the situation, guessing that since she is an archdemon, she probably does not even notice minor pests like them. Rian realizes it is probably because of their master, and the butler nods, agreeing that Mikai probably flexed his power on purpose. Looking determined, the butler says this is a real chance their master handed them, so it is not completely hopeless. Rian just scratches his head, groaning in pure annoyance. Man, can we not just go around slicing off monster heads? Merton gently reminds him that, well, slicing heads is literally all they have to do. Wait, what is that? The wood spirit is suddenly sitting on his shoulder, smiling innocently. It crosses its tiny arms, staring at him. Rian freezes, his face twisting. What is this? Glaring at the spirit on his shoulder, Rian is like, what the hell is this? Suddenly, a magic circle glows, and a very familiar voice rings out. What do you think it is? It is just the wood spirit I am controlling remotely. Mikai casually reminds him from the other side, saying he literally explained this before they split. Rian and Merton both freeze, cold sweat dripping as Mikai casually mentions he heard every single piece of trash talk they just spewed. Luckily, he lets it slide, asking if the butler agrees that Goton is basically the perfect setup for a sneaky ambush. The butler nervously glances back, admitting that is true, while Mikai drops another major question on them. Right, so here is the catch. Even for an archdemon, do you really think they can brainwash an entire town with only half their power? The butler gasps, suddenly realizing that if the hypnosis is weak, there must be a totem nearby. Mikai smiles, glad the old man got the hint. The totem is a pretty creepy tribal-looking carving used for dark rituals. Since those things are always used in shaman rituals, Mikai tells his butler that tracking down their locations should be a total breeze for him. Merton is still lost, pointing out that Mare's annoying henchmen are crawling all over Goton. The wood spirit just looks totally chill, matching Mikai's smug face. Mikai asks where they are. The butler answers instinctively, Labyrinth City. Then, he suddenly gasps, realizing the trick. Merton remembers the thick, heavy fog blanketing the entire area, limiting their vision to just a few feet ahead. It is a crazy maze where nobody gets through without a guide, but if they already know the path. Merton innocently responds as they both watch the spirit fly up. Meanwhile, Mikai's voice keeps ringing in their ears. From now on, your mission is to smash every hidden totem in Goton and break the brainwash spell. Ryan draws his sword, totally ready. Merton moves out right behind him. Charged with raw determination, they both rush forward into battle. At the same time, Mero is sweating bullets, looking absolutely terrified. She stares at the massive map on the table, totally losing her mind. Like, what the hell is even happening here? Her lackey frantically rushes in to report the chaos. My queen, the totems we planted in Goton are getting completely trashed one by one. They are literally turning to dust. Mero screams in pure rage, ah. Her hands shake as she tries to think. Where did I screw up? I should have a massive advantage. Suddenly, she covers her left eye. Wait, did I really? How many times has she been totally outplayed by that trash hero anyway? It is like she is always catching L's, forever stuck in Mikai's shadow. No matter how insane her planning is, it always comes down to one thing, an information gap. On screen, we see two figures back to back, filled with high-tech circuits. Only now does Mero realize the brutal truth. That jerk has way more intel, and he actually knows how to use it. Furious, she slams her fist on the table to vent her rage. He must have sneaked into the tomb through some secret route she did not know about. She glares upward, totally stressed. Now what? What is the play here? The totems are gone, leaving nothing but empty bases. Mer refuses to accept this. Is it really game over? Suddenly, Bigu's terrifying, monstrous face flashes in her mind. Is she reaching to grab her? To fail constantly, only to get eaten by some demon king? No way. Backed into a corner, she locks in. No, she will not let that happen. There is only one move left. She quietly calls out for Tarkin. Always waiting in the shadows, he kneels respectfully and says he awaits her command, my queen. She barks out the order, go stir up everyone in Goton who is still under my hypnosis. His face is completely veiled in mist as he asks about her own plans. Queen Mero coldly declares she is going to personally slaughter that hero. Then she takes a step forward. She commands the tribe leader elder, you need to lure her away. Hearing this, the old man hesitates. Mero raises her hand, claws sharp as glass, and rips straight through his stomach. He coughs up blood, completely blindsided. Still in shock, the elder stammers out, Mero, what are you doing? She casually replies that while it might seem confusing, a proper vessel is needed right now. Using his last bit of strength, the elder reaches his hand out. But you promised me that Ruth would make it through, he gasps, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Mer just laughs in his face. Oh, that? She sneers. How should I know? I do not care about that at all. Her cold words completely crush his last hope, and suddenly, a horn sprouts from his head. I have totally forgotten my true identity, she thinks, as his feet touch the ground. That is the heavy price for forcing yourself to reincarnate over and over. Mer walks past as the elder completely mutates, but she knows if she pushes her limits just a little bit more, she can uncover her lost ancient identity and reclaim her primeval form from the dawn of time. Obviously, everything comes with a steep price tag. She raises her blood-drenched hand straight toward the sky. This is going to be my final lifetime, she laughs, completely high on human sin. The left side of her face mutates into a demonic beast of pure lust and deceit. The entire palace shakes violently, scaring flocks of birds in the woods into flying away to escape the incoming danger. Look at this, the ground literally splits open as dark energy erupts. Mare mutates into a four-legged goat monster with glowing red eyes. Is that Amodius? Gazing down on everything, she charges. The red jewel on her forehead glows brightly as she slams headfirst into the barrier. Right where her horns impact, the shield starts shattering. On the other side, Ruth suddenly senses something totally off. He looks out into the distance and warns that the entire labyrinth has just shattered. The holy relic lies lifeless on the ground near his feet. That crazy demon literally used raw, brute force to tear the maze apart. Someone picks it up, almost feeling bad for her. She must be desperate. Ruth casually nods. Yep, Meryl probably figured out her true identity. But the price is insane. This life is absolutely going to be her last one on this earth. Mikhail turns his back and says, but you already know that, do you not, my dear Ruth? The second she tried to rip this labyrinth apart, she stopped being a challenger. Now she is just an intruder trying to break into the sacred tomb. His gaze turns sharp and calculating as he weighs his options. He looks back with a smug smile, saying he believes anyone who rejects the trial deserves to be punished. Ruth wonders, is that actually what she's planning? Mikhail cryptically replies that he is not entirely sure. Hearing this, Ruth stays quiet for a second before letting out an amused smirk. The two lock eyes, and Ruth points out that if she were still a regular challenger, he would have no reason to interfere. But since she crossed that line, the game has changed. He lightly taps Mikhail's chest, deciding to back him up. Alright, count me in. C, however, still looks deeply troubled. After all, they are dealing with a demon who just reclaimed her ancient identity. She asks anxiously if he's absolutely sure he can pull off a win. Mikhail is briefly stunned by her words as she frowns with genuine concern. He asks if she still does not know him by now. Ruth looks totally confident in him. Mikhail boastfully declares that if he was not sure, he would not have rigged this game. Now fully mutated into a beast with blood-red eyes, Meryl proudly announces that the great Amadeus has finally arrived. Heavy footsteps echo everywhere. Modin and Rian team up, absolutely shredding the monsters in their path with clean, lethal slashes that chop them into pieces. A bloody head rolls onto the grass. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Rian curses. Crap, there are too many. I thought we cleared this whole zone, but they just keep coming. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching scream echoes, catching their attention. Ah, Rian looks up, his eyes wide in absolute shock. What kind of hideous, crying sound is that? Murden looks serious, guessing that they have already started pushing their main offensive over on that side as well. Seeing Rian worry, the elder reassures him don't sweat it. His skills are top tier and he definitely has a plan. Just watch how calm his eyes are here. Out of nowhere, a spinning red orb drops from the sky at insane speeds. Murden immediately triggers a protective barrier to shield them both. Before Rian can even react, the object slams into the shield, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The air goes completely silent. The elder calmly says they should just keep doing their job. In the distance, a massive beast is controlling the townspeople, marching them forward. They stumble around like mindless puppets who had their souls ripped out. A massive, hairy foot stomps forward, as a hand reaches out toward it. Meryl closes in on the barrier, the ruby on her forehead glowing with ominous energy. She slams into the shield with everything she has, cracking the barrier. Ruth keeps the wall up while checking on Mikhail, asking what the plan is. Do we really need some grand plan? His eyes turn cold and ruthless. We just need to crush them with pure, overwhelming power. A furious roar echoes. Meryl screams like a psycho, her face completely twisted. I will slaughter you and stand proudly before him once again. No matter who you are, you stand no chance against a demon king who has reclaimed her true identity. Mikhail completely ignores her trash talk, looking utterly annoyed. You talk way too much. Chain magic circles materialize out of nowhere. He calmly chants his holy spell. An 8th tier supernatural holy spell. Meryl gasps in shock as the circle locks onto her head, her dark energy desperately trying to resist. You think cheap tricks can stop me? She sneers. Her dark forces materialize and charge forward. Mikhail calmly activates his holy wrath, dead focused. Guard up. Her dark power stretches out like a shadow. Past life memories flash back. Amadeus's lightning was absolutely insane. It turned hundreds of elite knights to dust in a split second. Meanwhile, Meryl frantically attacks the barrier to destroy it. But watch closely, her dark power suddenly shoots straight up, unleashing a terrifying, dangerous energy. Mikhail steps up, casually exposing her flaw. You only have half your strength left, but Marrow fights the barrier anyway, as Ruth warns it's still dangerous. Out of her mind, furious, she screeches that a mere hero can never stand against her. No human can stop us once we remember our true self, she proudly claims. Mikhail just looks down. I don't know about others, but for me, this is easy. Mare is stunned. Angry veins pop on her face as she gathers her power, creating a massive, growing ball of dark energy. He steps lightly, summoning a magic shield. You just don't get it. Her attack charges with terrifying force, but Mikhail easily slips through the gaps. She keeps spamming her violent attacks, but his eyes turn razor sharp. He activates his barrier, choosing to clash with her force head-on. How many times have I failed? He sinks into his thoughts. Endless graves of fallen allies stretch across his mind. Countless people died here. Mikhail grits his teeth, holding back a wave of anger and grief as a tear rolls down. A single droplet falls, sending ripples through the quiet water. I have bottled up so much pure rage because of you. Now, I'm going to return every bit of it. Mer controls the dark energy, compressing it into a sphere to strike. His face darkens as he whispers, including my past life memories. Instant teleportation. He vanishes and reappears elsewhere. She screams in fury, asking how a weak human dares to challenge a demon king. Mikhail raises his staff, looking down on her. Did I ever tell you? He coldly mutters, you talk way too much. No hesitation. He brutally smacks Marrow on the head. She screams in pain and collapses, dust blasting outward from the impact. Mikhail lands lightly as she groans, completely unable to fight back. He points his staff right at her head, but she is still totally clueless, spitting out one last desperate provocation. Haha, is that pathetic little magic of yours all you've got? She confidently brags that she's a demon king, one of the closest beings to magic itself. That power you use is nothing but a trashy, watered-down copy of our own. Mikhail looks at her like a dead thing. Who said I was using magic to fight you? Holy light starts glowing from his staff. Marrow sneers. Holy power is still just a branch of magic, a half-baked copy that can never kill me. He just smiles, mocking her absolute stupidity as golden, divine energy begins to envelop his entire body. Then let's find out. His power spreads through the air as Mikhail smiles. Will this time be different? Golden light flashes through the dark forest as metal clashes. Slamming his foot down to leap, Ryan brutally slashes the monster's arm, then retreats quickly into a solid defensive stance. He spots its wrist. Check this out, he raises his sword, but suddenly, the beast's hand expands as chains shoot out. Ryan's eyes widen in shock. Brainwashed citizens rush forward. He quickly backs off, trying not to hurt them as they desperately reach out to grab him. Merton suddenly appears behind the beast. Calmly pointing a finger, he fires a beam of energy straight at its head. But the mind-controlled citizens jump in to shield the beast. Merton immediately halts, clicking his tongue in annoyance as his blast veers away, causing someone to skid back on the dirt. He lands beside Rian. How cocky are these demons to show up like this? Rian grumbles, as Merton frowns, guessing their move, which means they are getting desperate. The situation is not looking good right now, and this is definitely turning into a massive pain. Merton analyzes the beast. Those demons are using hypnosis to turn innocent people into human shields. They know we won't hurt our own. Worst case, we might have to sacrifice them. Rian's heart sinks as he silently grips his hilt. We have to get through them to catch those demons, Merton says. Ryan speaks up, asking if there's any other way. I feel like I can tear those demons to shreds. Merton stares, stunned. Rian looks dead serious, a quiet rage burning in his eyes. Seeing his insane focus, Merton decides to trust him, asking if he has a plan. Rian silently reaches for his sword. No. Ryan plants his foot, shifting into a combat stance. The air completely shifts. It's just a gut feeling, he says. The shadow reflects in his eyes. He laser focuses, raising his blade, channeling memories of endless sparring sessions with him. A figure wrapped in massive power flashes before his mind, looking down coldly. An eerie energy ignites within Rian's eyes. He spots a path to bypass the crowd and heads straight for the monster, claiming they can absolutely pull this off. Moving like the wind on his directions, the beast reacts and swings its hand to attack, but Ryan coldly tells it too late. Gripping his sword tight, he delivers a brutal, decisive slash that sends the beast's head flying, spraying blood like a geyser while its forehead gem flashes. Merton watches the whole thing in pure shock, noticing Rian's magical blades slowly dissolve until only the hilt remains. Standing proud with his broad back turned, he says they have finally wrapped up what they came here to do. He casually adds that he'll leave the rest to him. Meanwhile, the image of Mikhail, that eccentric hero, flashes in his mind as he silently recalls the clean eulogy. Floating in the magic circle is the cloak representing my status, handed down directly by the Holy Kingdom's very first hero. This holy spell was crafted by that first holy hero. Light gathers at the staff's tip before my regression. I couldn't even cast this. But things are different now. Mikhail coldly delivers his final words. Farewell, Marrow. Stunned and clueless, the demon is suddenly blinded by a blinding holy light. She freezes up, completely unable to react to the spectacle. A blood-curdling shriek echoes through the trees as she screams in agony. Squeezing her eyes shut, she trembles in absolute terror, but when nothing happens, she looks up in confusion as the holy spell shoots from the staff. Myrrh is stunned to find a gaping hole blasted right through her forehead by his spell, but sensing her own state, she bursts out laughing. She mocks him with a smug laugh. "Your little light is weak, hero. You set up this massive stage, and this pathetic move is all you've got?" Mikhail just stares at her like she's a total idiot. Myrrh blocks the spell with her hand, her red eyes glaring as she sneers that she feels absolutely zero power. "Did you say weak?" he asks. The beam of light remains steady, suddenly shifting from a bright gold to a deep orange. The holy magic ignites, scorching her hand. She shrieks in agony, clutching her burning limb. Mikhail calmly asks if the time has finally come. He focuses on controlling his spell. Asmodeus is different from Bilb. Even if she hasn't recovered all her memories, she already knows her true identity, meaning a normal clean eulogy won't bind her. Keeping a completely straight face, he recalls customizing a special eulogy just for her. Meanwhile, she struggles desperately with her flaming arm, totally unable to put out the blazing fire. That weak little beam she brushed off? It's about to turn her entire world upside down. The bright light suddenly shifts, splitting into two parallel streams that crawl up her body. A massive magic circle forms, using the decapitated head of Marrow's monster form as the center, which serves as the key to trigger his pre-prepared magic. Raising his staff, Mikhail watches as the three beams of light merge into one. He slams the staff down, linking it to the eulogy to turn this entire zone into a one-way grave for Asmodeus. The glowing patterns unleash a holy light, shooting straight into another magic circle in the sky. What started as a small spark on Mare's arm has now completely engulfed her in blistering heat. Screaming through the pain, she stubbornly yells that this magic cannot possibly last much longer. Reaching out, she warns him that unless he kills her completely, victory will be hers. Mikhail looks down at her with cold eyes, asking if she really thinks he'll just watch. He chants for the holy spear. In an instant, a magical lance impales Marrow's chest, leaving her completely helpless as she burns to a crisp. Lying flat on her back, she despairs over her lost future. Mikhail ruthlessly steps on Marrow's face because she deserved it. He smiles with smug pride, declaring victory over this piece of trash. It seems she still cannot accept reality. The sky returns to a peaceful blue as the monster slowly turns to dust, and Rut walks up, amazed that he actually destroyed it. "You kept your word and passed my test," he says, as the unconscious chief's body is finally revealed. With the old man lying face down on the ground, he happily notes how easy it was to beat a demon lord. "Thanks to you, this heavy burden has finally been lifted, and I'm deeply grateful." Mikhail calmly shrugs it off, telling him not to worry, but adds that things aren't over yet. Hearing this, Rut looks at him in complete confusion. Turning back with a serious look, he says there's still a lot of stuff left to collect. A quiet moment like this is exactly what he has been craving. Soft sunlight filters through the lush green forest as two figures travel across the massive, open landscape. Walking ahead without looking back, Rut asks if he hasn't already secured those two relics, the Tempest and the Wind Bird. He glances back with a hint of suspicion, mentioning how they offer both defense and recovery. "You've secured such an incredibly safe combo, almost as if you knew exactly how they worked before even laying hands on them." Sharing his thoughts, Rut admits he's still completely blown away by his entire existence. "Your intellect and way of thinking are way beyond what any normal human can achieve." Mikhail is left speechless by the comparison, asking if he's calling him some kind of freak. Getting a bit curious, Rut asks if Hey Cow gave him something special. He calmly denies it with a simple no. As Hey Cow's image flashes in his mind, he knows his regression had absolutely nothing to do with her. She doesn't even suspect he returned. His brief answer leaves Rut baffled. So everything just fell into place naturally, she wonders. Having been quiet this whole time, she quickly chimes in, telling him not to get her wrong, because she's not saying it's bad. She clarifies that when people can't predict what's coming, they naturally get anxious. Mikhail closes his eyes, completely agreeing with her point. "I get it," he thinks. If this were all some unexpected accident, he would probably be acting the exact same way. He imagines someone sitting on the ground, desperately reaching out and begging ZCK to listen to them. Suddenly, his footsteps halt as they arrive right at the entrance of the labyrinth, and get a load of this. Towering right in front of them is a colossal, glowing blue-purple flower bud covered in sharp, wicked thorns with mystical light sparkling all around it. Rut explains that this is the labyrinth's true form that everyone has been looking for. Mikhail looks up, studying it closely, asking if that's really true. His gaze intensifies, realizing this is completely different from any relic he's ever encountered before. The purple bud leaks a mysterious energy, standing as a massive, tangible presence right before his eyes. "Obviously, I can totally feel the insane amount of holy power buzzing inside this thing." Mikhail asks how to actually use it, leaving Ruth looking completely lost. "Wait, you literally just wielded it like an absolute boss, so why are you asking now?" Mikhail just shrugs. "Look, Everything was super chaotic earlier, so you only gave me the basic spark notes. Just give me actual, real instructions. He is totally serious, but did not I explain everything? Mikai just stands there completely blanking out. The kid looks totally clueless. He tells him that what he did back there is literally all anyone can do with it. Mikai is stunned. If that is not true, why would I call you a total freak of nature? You are telling me that was my absolute limit? Mikai flashes back to the fight and shakes his head. No, there is no way that is true. Back then, I could have handled it way better, but in Ruth's eyes, that was peak performance. Meanwhile, the kid's face does not even twitch. He goes completely silent, locked in his thoughts. Honestly, even Hekaw would have a tough time reading my current state. Then, he looks up towards the horizon. If that is really the case, Mikai gently touches the tree trunk and feels his theory getting proven right. It feels like a brand new path is opening up. Only by standing before the labyrinth's true form do I finally get it. Mikai recalls the shapes of both relics. What he used against Asmodeus was just a cheap copy of the storm he unleashed before his regression. Lost in his own world, he stares at the massive, unblinking bud of a flower that has yet to bloom. According to Ruth, that flower has never bloomed even once. Mikai turns the thought over in his head. A flower that does not bloom? Or is it a flower that cannot bloom? He closes his eyes, but deep down, he knows this bud is bound to burst open eventually, revealing its deepest, rawest nature. Feeling every single pulse of energy through the glowing vines, brilliant lines light up, connecting the bud to the roaring holy power inside the labyrinth. But some parts are completely disconnected, raising Mikai's suspicion about where the flow is totally blocked. Wait, is this it? But look closely here, the labyrinth's true nature is a legendary relic that even the guardian angel does not fully get. Focusing his energy, the glowing veins flare up. It is impossible not to be intrigued. Suddenly, the bud that was frozen in time for years starts to shift. A blinding light flickers right at the center. Ruth shields his face, screaming about his eyes, his pupils shrinking in pure terror. Driven by Mikai's overwhelming energy, the bud explodes into full bloom, leaving the kid stuttering at the impossible sight. What on earth is going on here? His cool mask totally shatters in an instant, replaced by pure shock as a weird voice suddenly echoes. Everything around them gets swallowed by pitch-black darkness. In the middle of this creepy void, a brilliant ray of light from above shines like crazy. Mikai stands frozen, wondering if this voice got swallowed by the labyrinth's holy light. He literally cannot see a single thing ahead of him. All that remains is an endless abyss of darkness. Then, a creepy whisper echoes right in Mikai's ear, asking if they should really go through with this. Startled, he spins around to find the source, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Staring back at Mikai are a pair of glowing red eyes, the rest of the figure completely swallowed by dark, swirling energy. Those eyes are packed with a toxic mix of hatred, pain, regret, and pure malice. Yeah, definitely nothing friendly about this vibe. Black mist swirls around the figure, making Mikai look pretty uneasy. He thinks the entity is staring right at him, but then he realizes this is not the present, it is just a vision from the past. Mikai and the mysterious figure stand in silent tension before he quickly shifts his focus. This red-eyed stranger is not actually looking at him. On the other side, there is only pure darkness, and he cannot even make out what the guy is saying. Suddenly, the dark silhouette speaks up, asking why they even bother existing. Who else can do this besides us? There is absolutely nobody else but us. How much longer are you going to be this stubborn? The agonizing voice leaves Mikai completely stunned. He has no clue what is happening, with endless questions racing through his head. Why is the labyrinth showing me these memories of all things? He takes a step forward, but suddenly his foot slips and he goes plunging down. Mikai feels completely weightless, floating in the endless dark. That voice echoes again, protesting that they are wrong, because absolutely nothing can replace them. His vision gets fuzzy as he slowly starts losing consciousness. He desperately reaches his hand out, but there is absolutely nothing to grab onto. What am I even supposed to learn from this mess? The shadow suddenly screams in rage, "You're wrong." That noise snaps Mikai awake, finally uncovering a piece of the puzzle. So that is how it works. Outside, Ruth is totally baffled. I mean, he literally thought the labyrinth was just a flawed design. Set casually chills on his shoulder. Well, I bet they purposely kept you in the dark about how the labyrinth really works. The kid gets even more confused. Wait, do you see where she's going with this? She smirks, pointing out that some things can only be seen by the relic owner. Ruth suddenly realizes, wait, he already has 3 relics. It is honestly no surprise if the relics went through a massive upgrade that an apostle like me would not know about. Light keeps flooding into Mikai's body, wrapping around him like a warm blanket. Right then, a savage smirk slowly creeps onto his face. 2 days later, even though Asmodeus looks like a total absolute train wreck, luckily, not a single citizen in Guten got hurt. Peace has finally returned to this place. Since the citizens were just hypnotized, the butler and Rian easily hunted down the hidden demons. Their memories of that brutal monster clash play out on screen. It is probably thanks to Ruth blocking all those wild lightning bolts during the showdown with Asmodeus. That was an absolute bloodbath of a fight. Still, this whole mess took a massive toll on Guten's reputation as a resort city. The bridge leading into town is completely deserted, but the elder is not disappointed at all. Back in the present, he bursts out laughing, totally satisfied. No big deal, we gained way more than we lost, so there is zero reason to be down. He goes on to say he never cared about becoming some overpowered boss anyway. Now that Asmodeus is completely defeated, the elder has finally snapped out of it. But because of the crushing guilt over his past actions, he actually wanted to end his own life. Back then, the elder did not have a single reason to keep living. Mikhail told Ruth to go check on him, and that visit brought a glimmer of hope to the old man. Ruth gave him some much-needed encouragement, a moment the elder will remember forever. Even when Ruth played the role of a god, he looked pretty awkward, so Mikhail had to do some serious convincing. He smirks, totally down with the results. Hey, if the elder got a fresh burst of life out of it, that is a win, right? The old man clasps his hands in gratitude. Since you are the hero Lord Ru actually trusts, we are putting our faith in you too. Right after, everyone bows down in deep respect. Those guides are already scattering across the globe, fully ready to back him up. Mikhail is feeling pretty good about this as heavy footsteps start echoing nearby. Set floats around him, buzzing. The Gon situation is officially wrapped up and you snag the holy relic. This is literally the best outcome ever, right? He nods. Exactly. Mikhail stares at his wrist, checking out the flower crest representing the labyrinth. Looks like the damn labyrinth just fused straight into his body. Mikhail holds out his hand, thinking maybe he should give this bad boy a test drive. He mutters, summon and bam, Rian instantly pops up, looking completely lost. The guy is butt naked, only wearing a tiny towel, right in the middle of washing his hair. The vibe gets incredibly awkward as Ryan blinks in confusion. What is this? Rian asks, while Mikhail plays it cool, praising the epic relic. Let's keep going, he says. Rian is completely freaked out. What the hell? Before he can even finish his sentence, Mikhail sends him right back. Talk about overpowered. This labyrinth relic can summon literally anyone without wasting a single drop of energy, even if it only works on targets he has already marked. Back in his shower, Rian is still standing there completely dazed out. Mikhail clenches his fist, already planning how to abuse this skill. He needs total control for it to be useful. But then, his mind shifts to something bigger. The actual prize he snatched from that maze is something else entirely. Mikhail gets dead serious, sorting through a flood of chaotic past memories that started out as pure, pitch-black darkness. But now, he finally gets what they are. These are the ancient memories of the Demon Lord and Asa. Two mismatched eyes, one red, one blue, glow in the dark as Mikhail processes this god-level intel. He calls out to Set. You said if we grab more relics, we can unlock secrets about the ancient times, right? Set snaps out of her daydream, completely hooked, and nods like it is obvious. Exactly. These relics hold crucial intel meant for those who can handle it. I mean, how are you going to fight the Demon Lord without knowing your history? Mikhail's tone goes quiet. So if that is true, can I actually peek into Ace's memories too? Set's eyes go wide, completely thrown off. Set immediately grills him. Did you actually see some of Ace's memories just now? Her face goes dead serious as she explains that he did absorb a piece of Ace's relic. Theoretically, it is possible, but regular humans would normally reject that kind of insane mental load without even realizing it. She is positive a human mind would just snap under his memory weight. Mikhail just shrugs, saying he feels completely fine. Set frowns, deep in thought. A wild idea pops into her head. Has your family ever mentioned that your ancestors might not have been human? He thinks back. Yeah, there were rumors, but that bloodline faded so long ago there is probably zero trace of it left now. Her face turns dead serious. If he can survive those memories, his ancestor must have been someone insanely special. Her sudden silence makes Mikhail ask why she stopped walking. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a fiery spark flashes in his pupils. A wild theory hits Set, and she is losing her mind. No way. That is completely impossible, right? Watching the tribe celebrate, he realizes the massive problem with Gotan is finally, officially solved. Their high leader got his mind back, letting Gotan rebuild. But honestly, the real big news is that Asmodeus is completely turned to ash. That is the second archdemon put down after Beelzebub. This guy was a master schemer, and if his plot succeeded, it would have been a total apocalypse. Stopping him is a massive win. At this moment, his hand gently rests on the model globe sitting on his desk. Look closely at his expression though. Mikhail whispers that killing those two archdemons is good news, but he looks pretty stressed out. The bad news is this is just the warm-up. Beelzebub was basically the idiot of the group, and while Asmodeus had brains, he was physically pretty weak. Compared to the rest, those two were total lightweight pushovers. There are still 5 elite demon kings out there, waiting alongside their supreme queen. He gives the globe a casual spin. Those remaining 5 are absolute monsters you cannot sleep on. An image of a dangerous foe flashes in his mind, especially Bigo, who actually discovered the true name. Mikhail's eyebrows relax as he tells himself Hecate is likely keeping him from making a move. Since the queen cannot descend to this world, drawing Hecate's attention would be a major mistake for them. But they won't stay quiet forever. Now that Asmodeus is dead, they are guaranteed to make a move. He shifts his feet, getting ready to roll. He turns around and starts walking. Mikhail steps forward, wondering who their very first target is going to be. His eyes turn deep and thoughtful. Remembering his allies, he whispers it out the High Mages. Why Dan flashes in his mind. As humanity's trump card against the demon lords, they will definitely target the most legendary figure among them. His boots scrape against the stone floor. The first person that comes to mind is that insanely powerful, imposing warrior Ariaren. Back in the present, he grabs his cloak from the hanger. In that case, his next destination is the lawless zone, he mutters. Hearing the plan, Root asks him blankly if he is really going to leave. He looks back and says yeah, he is just here to say goodbye. Seeing his absolute resolve, Root can only close his eyes and accept it. Root speaks up, saying he knows stopping the Demon Queen's descent is impossible, but Mikhail immediately cuts him off. He knows, if they could have stopped it entirely, they wouldn't have built the tomb or split up her physical remains. Look, all I know is if we grab all those divine relics, we can actually stand a chance against the Demon Queen when she drops. Russ speaks up, spilling the tea on why she is rushing her descent. Right now, tons of so-called heroes are running around, and literally none of them know the tomb exists. You get what that means, right? Hearing this, Mick stares at the sky, totally lost in thought. Before he regressed, he only had rumors about the tomb but never actually got to see it in person. He remembers a glowing magic orb floating in the sky, with dozens of greedy hands reaching up, desperate to snatch its power. In his past life, Mick stared at his gear and realized everything they got, even Sifit, was just cheap knockoffs. Basically, info is useless unless you are actually chosen by the system. Right then, Roos turns to him with a serious look. Once I took that relic, there was no turning back. He gives Mick a meaningful look, calling him the actual, legit hero here. Set pops out of his pocket, looking totally stressed, saying it is all on Mick. Mick just stays calm, picturing massive, terrifying hands wrapping around him. Yeah, the Demon Queen is going to target me. It is pretty obvious, but he just laughs it off. Even with those big-shot Demon Kings plotting in the shadows, it is fine because he still has his own secret weapon. He points right at Russ and Set, declaring his plan to free the Apostles. As the three Apostles show up on screen, he whispers that he got way more than just relics. Mick remembers casting that massive spell in the woods. I basically revived a holy sanctuary to seal away the demons. Collect more marks, and this holy zone grows. He gets serious, knowing the ancient round table is finally coming back to life. It is just the wisdom of thought, but that is why I'm gathering these seals. And get this, once everyone is freed, the legendary round table will appear to save the world. While Mick is totally lost in his own thoughts, Russ sneaky glances at him before looking away, saying that since Mick was chosen by AA, he will definitely make the right choices anyway. Mick steps closer and asks him to look after Duke Gotten of Lut. Russ scoots over to give him space, promising he has got it totally covered. Looking up, he hypes Mick up. More seals means we get insanely stronger. So go break some limits and guard those seals, because we always have your back. Hearing this, Mick smirked, totally confident in his next move. I will put everything back in its place, he says. The three just stand there, dreaming of a future that seemed completely impossible back then. Next up, we see three guys chatting as they sneak through a thick forest. A totally lawless land, Ran is practically screaming with hype, saying it is the best spot to level up his combat skills. Mick just stares at this laughing idiot, thinking of him as their proud but utterly useless buddy who is getting way too hyped up. He raises an eyebrow. What on earth happened to make this dude act so weirdly? Right then, a voice calls out to him, Master. It is Min, and he is suddenly grabbing onto something. He flexes his hands, showing off some pretty crazy muscles under his butler suit, asking Mick if he notices his new power. The two share a pretty awkward silence before Min laughs, asking if Mick thinks he is still just a regular weakling. Wow, you caught on fast, butler. Min proudly slaps his beefy arms, reminding him how Mick told him to bulk up 2 years ago. He strikes a full-on bodybuilder pose and growls, ripping his butler's suit right open as his muscles expand. Then, with a massive shout, Min shreds the rest of his uniform, exposing his insane, shredded physique. Mick is totally speechless. But wait, check this out. He senses a terrifying power surging from the old man that he never saw in his past life. Min bows, claiming he figured some things out. Mick immediately asks him what he realized. Clenching his fists, he explains that since he cannot become a normal mage, he refuses to just be a weak, average one. Mick backs away, asking if he is seriously trying to change his character class to a caveman. Min strikes another wild pose, opening his palm, explaining that everyone's magic circulation system works differently. Suddenly, a massive fire erupts from his hand. He says that while Mick has divine magic, his own power as well. Mick just stares at the giant fireball in absolute shock. What on earth is that? Mick is completely stunned as Min shrinks the flame, which was literally 3 times bigger than normal. Min explains that his magical output is directly tied to how shredded his muscles are. He winks, explaining that he treats his physical strength as armor under his magic, so he calls this technique under the armor. Stuck between these two weirdos, Mick just sighs, realizing he has officially added another eccentric idiot to his squad. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, a powerful nobleman is questioning his guards. This is Count Yan, the sixth knight and protector of the West. He asks one more time who exactly arrived, and the terrified guard quickly repeats the name. It is the arbitrator, Lady Milam. He sighs, rubbing his temples, realizing she is finally back, the infamous judge of the lawless land. Looking out the window, he mumbles that she disappeared for 2 years while trying to find her own path. He stares at the barren wasteland, wondering if she is back to start executing and judging local criminals again. But the Count immediately frowns, doubting himself. No way. Milliam never asked him to play judge. Let's be real. This lawless wasteland isn't even his territory anyway. With that, the Count looks out at Milliam. Like, why the hell did she even come back? Behind that heavy iron mask, her eyes are freezing cold, absolutely dripping with pure death. Finally, the Count makes up his mind. He has to talk to her face to face. After all, a judge isn't exactly someone who's completely impossible to reason with. Seeing him get ready to leave, the guard mutters that he just hopes things don't get too messy, while the Count grabs his trusty sword and slides it into his sheath. Count Yan brushes past the guard and coldly mutters to hope so. His polished iron boots slowly start crunching against the dry, cracked dirt. He stands tall and imposing right in front of Milliam, the tension between them feeling totally thick before she bows respectfully and greets him, saying it has been a while, Count. She apologizes for dropping in unannounced, but the Count calmly cuts her off, telling her they can just skip all that useless small talk. With zero chilling, the Count gets straight to the point, demanding to know the real reason she's here. Milliam stands up straight, immediately dropping some super cryptic words on him. She notes that he's also a parent with some seriously genius kids. Hearing that, he rubs his chin in deep thought and admits that's true, even if they never actually listen to their dad. Milliam nods, agreeing that all kids are pretty much the same. But her words only end up making him even more confused. What does she mean by that? Suddenly, her gaze shifts, locking onto him with pure, murderous intent. Feeling the chill of her bloodlust, Count Yan flinches in total shock. Milliam immediately makes her move, stating she has a request for the Count. The heavy air between them grows even more suffocating as his expression turns dead serious. Her voice slow drips through the iron mask, saying her child has run away. Hearing her finish the sentence, the Count finally lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He mutters about understanding how kids can be, but then he totally freezes as the actual meaning hits him, completely dumbfounded as he asks her to repeat that again. Wait, what did she just say? Milliam hesitates before repeating that the kids ran away, leaving him to blurt out in absolute disbelief, ran away? Meanwhile, in another part of town, Mikhail's crew is inside, and his butler Murden is already busy filling him in. Murden warns that if a great demon king really wanted to, leveling this entire fortress wouldn't be hard. Mikhail calmly replies that if a real beast like that targeted this place, it would crumble instantly. Of course, trying to jump them right now would be a total suicide mission. Rand quickly chimed in, saying sure, the defense could be broken, but they would definitely die trying. As those words leave Rand's mouth, Mikhail immediately flashes back to a defeated demon king. If their leader Asmodeus had actually pulled it off, those monsters would be way more aggressive. Pushing the thoughts aside, Mikhail starts plotting, saying they need to meet the Count first to prep. And here is where things get wild. Some random blur streaks right past him, cutting him off mid-sentence, while Mikhail doesn't even flinch at the massive crash. Where the sound came from, there's now a huge, gaping hole in the wall, with some guy sitting flat on his butt right opposite it. The kid jumps up, screaming a furious curse, damn it. Suddenly, a pair of leather boots steps through the shattered wall, a cold voice complaining they should have wiped them out. Hearing that voice, Mikhail can't help but smirk with amusement as she asks why the guy did that without any solid info. And it's not just him, Ran and Murden recognize the voice instantly. Wait, the kid who was just eating dirt scrambles up and starts yelling back. He screams that he has no clue who she is, but she must know the name Hiran. It's totally impossible not to know it here. He stands by the broken wall, gripping his sword. Hiran? Island steps onto the rubble with a look of pure disgust, calling them a complete trash guild. Hearing her trash talk his crew only makes him lose his mind more. Trash? You really think you can just disrespect our entire mercenary group like that and just walk away? Before he can even finish, an insanely powerful sword slash rips through the air. The strike carves a tiny, terrifying cut right across the Hydra mercenary's face, completely breaking his spirit. Terrified, he immediately turns tail and bolts, screaming that she better watch her back, while Island just yells a savage reply right back at him. Fine by me. Make sure you return so I can grind your stupid face into the dirt. Having chased the trash away, she happily rests her massive blade on her shoulder, feeling super satisfied. Only then does she realize she isn't alone. Now, it is 4 people, 8 eyes, locking on each other as the entire alley falls into dead silence. Mikhail is the first to break the awkward quiet, stuttering a bit. He looks at her, letting out a bright laugh, noting it has been 2 whole years. Cut to a cozy local tavern. Mikhail and Murden are now sitting right across from her. Mikhail is the one to kick off the conversation, tossing her a surprisingly sweet compliment. "You look pretty good," he says. Island blushes, turning her face away, asking if he is trying to tease her. He rests his chin on his hand with a teasing smirk, basically saying she's always managed to survive well enough, but she's not truly satisfied. She calms down, nodding, admitting she feels way more alive now. No more games, Mikhail gets straight to the point, asking if her being here means Milliam is also around. Bullseye. Island looks down, quietly listening to him. Mikhail guesses Milliam came all this way looking for her kid, so she's probably hanging around with that shady vulture gang. The moment he finishes, Island slowly lets slip that Milliam did meet her kid at the vulture gang. But honestly, family drama that has been cold for years is never that easy to fix. Hearing that, Mikhail pushes for details, asking if things are still bad. Instantly, Island's face drops, looking incredibly heavy. It's messy. If it was just some regular family fight, it wouldn't be a big deal. But my master's kid ran away again. Hearing that, Mikhail's eyes go totally wide. Wait, what? Mikhail falls deep into thought, completely puzzled. It makes no sense. No matter how clueless Milliam is as a mom, would the kid really bolt again? Which means, Mikhail mumbles, putting the pieces together. He tells her he has a solid idea of what's going down. Milliam traveled all this way for her kid, and Island tagged along. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he points out that Island forgot one massive detail, the real reason Korea ran away. Mikhail immediately fires a direct question that pierces straight into the secret they're desperately hiding, asking what actually went down at the vulture gang. Island hesitates, her lips completely tight with guilt. She hesitates, parting her lips to finally speak about how Karya managed to escape. That is when Mikhail Walpurgis demands to know exactly what went down within the vulture mercenary group. Island sighs and says, "Fine, I will tell you everything." Then, her mind drifts back to the days she spent traveling alongside Lady Milliam. According to her detailed report, after leaving the capital, her master reunited with her son right there in the vulture camp. She vividly remembers the absolute panic in Milliam's eyes. Back then, Milliam rushed right over to Karya and desperately grabbed his hands. Just thinking about it gets Island super choked up. Tears start spilling as she forces the story out, but Mikhail gets this feeling she is drifting into totally useless details. He cuts her off enough, get to the point. Island nods and resumes her story, explaining how Milliam watched Karya adapt to the group. After finding his mom, Karya actually adjusted pretty well to the squad. From what she knows, the guy was a total stickler for the rules, taking them way too seriously. She then reveals the real deal behind his choice, explaining that his obsession with rules was exactly why he joined the vultures in the first place. Mikhail nods, saying he gets it. Then he sighs. But the issue is these vultures are way too rigid with their protocols. After that, complete silence. Now, Mikhail replays Island's words in his head. He starts picturing that past mission, reconstructing the brutal sequence of events she had just laid out. Here's where things get wild. During a basic scouting run, the vultures tracked a demon to a village, and everything went sideways. The vile demon infected the entire village. Everyone was screaming in agony as their bodies began to mutate. They turned into monsters so tragic. But Island continues her story. Those poor villagers had absolutely no idea they were transforming. Amidst the infected crowd stood a young girl with completely lifeless eyes. Even with a sharp blade pressed right against her throat, she did not even flinch. Then, the mercenary swung his sword. You can guess her end. Pretty brutal. Island hesitates, her voice shaking as she describes what the vultures did. Red blood splattered everywhere, painting Karya's face as he watched in utter horror and shock. Island whispers the grim truth: they slaughtered every single soul in that village. She tells Mikhail the squad probably thought there was zero hope of saving them. But here is the kicker: not every single villager had actually turned into a monster yet. Going on with her story, she explains that they later discovered something wild in young children. Pure innocence actually slowed down the corruption. Mikhail agrees that it is a pretty obscure fact. Hearing this, Island looks up and asks him what he thinks. Hearing her question, Mikhail stays quiet for a moment, secretly wondering if the vultures actually made the wrong call back then. But he quickly answers his own doubt: no, they made the best choice. In the absolute worst-case scenario, they might have let the demon escape, triggering an even bigger, more devastating disaster. Once his thoughts clear, Mikhail tells Island they acted way too fast, which is pretty unlike the vultures. She nods, admitting she felt the exact same way. He continues, "Look, there is no absolute right answer in this world, and if you ask me, neither side was completely in the wrong." Mikhail leans on the table, stands up, and points out that to know the real truth, they need to hear it straight from the source. Island sighs, "That is true, but even if I wanted to ask, I have no clue where to find them right now." But wait till you hear Mikhail's reply. It completely catches her off guard when he drops a bombshell about tracking them down. Her face twists in pure confusion. "What did you just say?" Island blurts out, raising her voice so loud it practically echoes through the room. Mikhail remains dead calm, asking if that medicine he gave Lady Milliam was passed on to Karya. Island nods, confirming that is exactly what she heard. She mentions it supposedly cured one of his chronic conditions, asking if he messed with the formula. Mikai just smirks, mockingly asking why on earth would he do something like that. Who do you think I am? Mikai sneers, giving her a pretty devious look before admitting he did. Karia was basically a ghost before. Since the kid is the most vital person to Milliam, Mikai secretly added a little tracking feature to the medicine just as a handy safety precaution. Summing up his thoughts, Mikai conjures a glowing blue orb of energy, declaring there is no time to waste and they need to pinpoint Karia right now. He spins the magic into glowing circles but suddenly freezes. Panicked, Island immediately asks him what is wrong and why he stopped. Meanwhile, Ren sits nearby, totally clueless about the crazy stuff happening around him. Mikai ignores her question, telling Island to stay here and chat with Ren and the butler. Just make something up if you run out of things to say, he tells her. Hearing this, both Ren and Island shout what in complete shock. Island tries to block him, demanding to know what is actually going on first, but Mikai completely ignores her, vanishing into thin air. He calls out that he will explain later, leaving Island completely unable to stop him. Once Mikai is gone, the remaining three just stare at each other in dead silence. Ren and Island slump back into their seats. To break the awkward tension, Ren hesitantly suggests they discuss their MBTI. Meanwhile, Mikai touches down in a new area. He finds himself in a pretty worn-down, empty district with not a single soul in sight. Mikai wonders if this is some abandoned sector of the borderlands. Walking along, he mutters to himself that finding anyone in a massive ghost town like this is going to be pretty tough. Stopping by a dark alleyway, Mikai scopes it out and realizes this was not just some simple, regular escape. Staring at what lies ahead, Mikai murmurs that when a person's shadow refuses to move on its own, it only means one thing. Hidden in the deep darkness of the alley is indeed Karia, curled up as if clutching himself, with both of his hands already mutated into a pitch-black color. Sensing someone nearby, Karia slowly looks up at Mikai. Pure mutation, Mikai mutters. Karia glares with dark eyes at the figure approaching him, letting out a confused groan. Sek frowns, asking Mikai in a tense whisper what he plans to do. Mikai carefully inspects Karia's condition. The boy's hands are blackened and pulsing with terrifying veins, forcing Mikai to admit that if they leave him like this, the kid is absolutely going to turn into a monster. Sek follows his gaze to inspect the damage, noting it looks like Karia was completely abandoned and left without any treatment. Mikai casually answers her. This monster transformation doesn't even matter. We can easily purify it. Hearing that, Se can't help but ask out of pure curiosity. Then why are you just standing there? Se asks. Mikai stays quiet, his voice dropping as he mutters, Master Manipulator. He thinks about how blessed this kid is with talent. From what he knows, the kid is a high-level master. Just seeing Karia reach that crazy tier proves he's definitely got Milliam's bloodline running through his veins. Looking closer at Karia's state, Mikai freezes for a second. For a talented guy like him to literally rot away like this, it can't be some run-of-the-mill demon's work. Karia is shaking like crazy. This dark, creepy smoke is swirling all over his body, getting thicker and thicker by the second until it completely swallows him up. Karia hugs himself tight, his eyes going totally dark. Suddenly, the pitch-black aura explodes outward, swallowing up the entire space around him. Mikai watches this unfold and wonders if the kid is holding some hostage inside him. Seeing things get critical, he stops hesitating. He immediately whips out his staff, unleashing a brilliant, blinding golden light. Are you trying to flex on me? Mikai mutters. He fires that terrifying beam of light straight at Karia, making him scream in agony as the dark smoke starts to fade. Mikai smiles, pretty satisfied with how that strike landed. Just as he figured, a solid staff always gets the job done when you need to smack some sense into someone. Se stretches, totally speechless at his moves. Is using a priceless magic staff like a basic baseball bat some kind of family tradition? Mikai completely misses her sarcasm and says, Relax, this magic only hurts the demon inside him. Se sighs, shaking her head. That is not what I meant at all. Meanwhile, Karia is clutching his head, struggling like crazy to keep control of his mind. His groans catch Mikai's attention. Wait, looks like he realized something big. He suddenly laughs. Ah, now I get it. Karia grits his teeth. Bloodshot veins spiderweb his face as his body starts mutating. Mikai can't help but wonder who the actual mastermind behind this cursed monster is. Meanwhile, way back at that rundown old castle, a group of three sits around a table, completely silent as they face some really tough dilemma. Ran is sweating buckets, totally awkward because he completely ran out of things to talk about. Beside him, Island quickly grabs her teacup and takes a nervous sip. She speaks up to break the awkward silence, mentioning some curse. Island forces a pretty painful-looking smile, thinking to herself about how bad this situation is. Thinking back, Island has no right to complain about his rudeness, but why does it still bother her this much? She can't help but feel conflicted, especially since she was the one who started it. But somehow, things just feel off. Merton smiles, cutting off her train of thought with a chuckle. Lady Island? She snaps out of it and quickly answers him. Oh, yes, butler. Did you say something? Merton lets out a soft sigh and replies, Just accept it, miss. Trying to understand the young master is useless. Humans can't stop a natural disaster. His words leave Island completely stunned. A natural disaster? She wonders in shock how on earth the old butler managed to read her mind so easily. Island looks over at Murden, noticing something a bit off. Sensing a weird shift in his vibe, she speaks up. Wait, did you get slightly bigger or something? This gets Murden hyped up. He jumps out of his seat. You can actually tell? He walks over, flexing his massive muscles, saying she can definitely feel the difference if she touches them. Island quickly blocks her face, totally rejecting his weird enthusiasm. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, cutting their awkward conversation short. Murden, why are you here? Milliam walks in, scanning the entire room with a confused look. Even the young sword saint is here? What is actually going on? Island quickly responds. Hey, Lady Milliam, long time no see. I'm just tagging along with the young master. Milliam gasps. You mean my savior actually came all the way here? Island rushes over, sounding deeply apologetic. I'm so sorry, master. I still haven't located his place. I contacted an informant, but it looks like that guy gave me a fake name. Milliam doesn't blame her. Don't worry, that's not your fault. But still, we absolutely need to track him down as fast as we can. Murden speaks up, catching both their attention, telling them everything will be fine. Unhappy with his relaxed attitude, Milliam instantly questions him. Fine? How can you say that when we don't even know his condition? But then, boom! A massive explosion rips behind her, and we are right back to the action. Out of the thick, swirling smoke, a super casual voice mutters, Oops, looks like I used the wrong teleport spell. Mikai appears carrying Karya, looking slightly surprised to see the new guests. Oh, Lady Milliam, you're here too? While Milliam and Island just stare in absolute shock, he adds, Perfect. This is going to make things move way faster. Milliam finally snaps out of it, whispering, Benefactor. Then she suddenly notices the battered person right next to him, and her jaw completely drops. Karya? Milliam stammers, unable to believe her eyes. How? How did you manage to find my son, and how did you know his exact location? Mikai ignores her question, his face dead serious. I get how you feel, but there's something I need to hear first. His voice drops low as he pauses, looking right down at Karya's absolutely pathetic, messed up state. Milliam winces, completely horrified at her son's terrible condition. Mikai frowns, pressing her for direct answers. Tell me, what exactly went down with his mercenary group? Milliam reaches out with a shaking hand, stuttering. Well, this is. Mikai looks away, totally understanding her hesitation to speak about it. I get it, this isn't easy to talk about. Noticing a crowd gathering around them to gossip, he suggests, let's take this conversation somewhere else. This spot isn't safe to talk, so let's move out. Plus, there's someone else who needs to hear this story. Meanwhile, inside a magnificent, glowing castle, a mysterious light fills a quiet room. A man walks over to the window, staring silently into the distance. Demons, Eon mutters, thinking of the past. Just a couple of years ago, guarding the border from demons felt like a joke. Eon frowns, speaking seriously. We need to prepare, but I've barely dealt with low-tier demons before. He thinks of a legendary, overpoweringly strong hero, wishing he could somehow get some solid advice from that rumored powerhouse to make this whole demon-fighting mess a little bit easier on them. With that, Eon turns to leave, major tension written all over his face. Suddenly, he whips his head back, hearing some really weird, dry rustling sound. Instantly, his grip tightens on his sword hilt, ready to throw down and fight. Eon creeps toward the strange noise. Guards are supposed to be patrolling this villa, so why is it empty? His heart races as a dark thought hits him. Is it a demon? Out of nowhere, someone appears right behind Eon, smiling as they casually greet him. Hello there. Shocked, he spins around, ready to see who sneaked up on him. Eon's eyes go wide, thinking he just drew his sword purely on instinct. He doesn't feel any sketchy vibe from this guy, but it's way too late to pull back a swing that's already in motion. A deafening clang rings out. This insanely solid magic shield blocks Eon's sword, leaving the old man completely frozen in shock. Magic. Eon gets even more suspicious and demands some answers. Who the hell are you? Speak up. But the intruder just stands there smiling like nothing happened, totally ignoring Eon's aggressive move. First off, my bad for dropping in on you like this, Earl of the Frontier. Turns out, this uninvited guest is none other than Mikai. He introduces himself with a huge grin. I am Mikai, the hero of this generation. Eon just stares, slowly repeating his words. I see. The hero, Mikai. Then it suddenly clicks, and Eon's face completely twists with confusion. Wait, Eon looks at Mikai, totally losing his mind. Hold on, did you say hero? Mikai just gives him a calm nod. Yep, exactly. Eon is struggling to process this. Why would a legendary hero sneak in and knock out all his guards without anyone even noticing? They are all laid out cold. Eon scowls at the sight, but Mikai just waves his hand and brings Karya over to explain. I came because you need to know what is going down. Eon looks at Karya, stuttering, but he gets cut off instantly. Mikai cuts him off, his voice suddenly turning cold. It's the demons. He looks down at Karya, who is still agonizingly fighting the corruption. He answers Eon's unvoiced question. Lucky for him, the decay isn't that bad yet. We can totally purify this right now. Milliam panics and begs him to hurry up. Please, do it now. If you save my boy, I'll pay you back however you want. Mikai stays totally unfazed and drops a condition. First, tell me about those vulture mercenaries you ran into. Milliam looks at him, totally confused. Do you think those vultures have something to do with my boy's condition? Mikai casually shrugs, saying it's definitely a solid possibility. That makes Milliam pretty tense. She frowns, hesitating for a second, but she quickly decides to spill all the details. There are definitely some sketchy things going on. Honestly, we all knew something was up when she remembered those vultures acting insanely guarded. Mikai carefully weighs her words. That's not really surprising. After all, Milliam and Island were just guests to those mercenaries. But he keeps pressing her. That guard wasn't normal, was it? Eon gets super anxious, bringing up a scary theory. Are these vultures working with demons? He thinks about Milas, analyzing the situation. Milas is supposed to be a highly honorable knight. If he's the one who started this mercenary band, then surely Milliam cuts in, her brow furrowed in confusion. My lord, I was with them for over a year, she says, but I never saw my Luce even once. That bombshell drops, leaving the whole room dead silent. She walks over to her miserable son, adding that she just assumed Milas was a busy guy. She gently strokes Karya's agonizing face, heartbroken. Milliam's voice fills with rage until my son ended up like this. She tries to calm down and turns to Mikai with a question. Did you know the vultures give members new names? They say it's just to establish their identity as mercenaries. Mikai nods, confirming he knows. He starts piecing the rumors together. Since their leader Milas was a knight, the vulture mercenaries were basically known as a disguised order of holy knights. Their missions always had some righteous justification, but whatever Milliam is describing right now doesn't sound holy at all. Milliam scowls, saying those new names felt totally off. Was it always like that, or did it start with my boy? I'm not sure. Mikai is still suspicious and keeps probing. Miss Milliam, do you know what name they gave your son? Milliam thinks for a second before answering. Mayo. That name literally freezes Mikai. Trust me. His reaction here is wild. He goes wide-eyed, then bursts into this crazy, sarcastic laugh. Haha, this is straight up ridiculous. He covers his face, thinking to himself how insane this coincidence actually is. Mikai's voice drops. Names given by demons to their underlings usually contain the term M. Eon is completely horrified. What do you mean? Mikai explains it slowly. This M term works even if you jumble the letters up. He looks at Karya as the word Mayo flashes in red across his mind. Mikai adds that scrambling those letters into Mio doesn't really change the spell's core nature. He reaches out, using his magic to yank the dark energy straight out of Karya. It's a classic, trashy, demonic trick. The formless demon screeches in rage as it gets ripped from his body. Mikai acts fast, casting a golden vortex that swirls around his fingers. The parasite probably latched onto him the exact second he got that name. But because the name was slightly scrambled, it slowed down the decay. Suddenly, a blinding golden beam shoots out, piercing the shadowy beast. The demon gets easily wrecked and plummets out of the air. Everyone in the room is left utterly speechless by the sight. Eon stammers in shock. A massive fox lies defeated on the floor, oozing a creepy black mist. He can't believe the monster's true form. A giant fox. Mikai walks over, leaning down to inspect the beast, which is covered in demonic symbols. Those brands have rankings too, he adds, and this fox is just a lower-tier crest of the demon Enoch. Murden looks up, trying to remember that name. Enoch. I think I've seen it in history books, a creature that rots warriors from within by feeding on their insecurities. Mikai stares quietly at the vicious beast. Before his rebirth, the demon Enoch rarely caused this kind of massive chaos directly. He stands up, warning them that the master demon can track this crest. In other words, Eon realizes, and immediately cuts in. Are you saying that demon is going to target my territory next? Mikai gives him a grim, silent nod. Rian speaks up, suggesting they move out to the vulture mercenaries right now. My lord, you also need to prepare for a sudden attack. Out of nowhere, a panicked voice from outside cuts their conversation right in half. Lord Eason, it is Jackson. Can I come in? Eason nods and gives the okay, get in here. A guard steps in, dropping to one knee to respectfully deliver some really urgent news. Jackson quickly reports that the troops guarding the west wall spotted something highly suspicious. According to the report, they saw some creepy black thing squirming around. Hearing this, Count Eason freezes up. Some black squirming thing? Count Eason gets pretty tense and looks over at Mikai. If that is all, I am checking the wall. Mikai reads the room instantly. Understood, it definitely looks like they are going to need your help. Right after that, everyone clears out. Mikai and Milliam walk slowly down the long corridors of the massive castle. Mikai walks in silence, lost in thought. Milliam catches up to his side quickly and speaks up. Savior, something still feels totally off. Do you not think the timing of this whole report is super sketchy? Mikai processes her doubts in silence, not rushing to answer, before a sly grin creeps onto his face. So you think so too? He silently agrees Milliam is onto something. Her theory is probably spot on. At the end of the hall, a sinister black mist erupts right in front of them. Mikai calmly summons his staff to deal with it. Man, these guys are dedicated. He cannot help but sigh at how often he runs into these demons. Why are they so hardworking anyway? Mikai keeps his eyes glued to the dark mist as a bony hand reaches out. Mikai warns Milliam beside him, get ready. One by one, the demons step out, their dark eyes locking onto them. They flash creepy, twisted smiles, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. Seeing them march out of the black smoke so aggressively actually makes Mikai a little tense. Here they come. The demons stroll up without a shred of fear. Then, out of nowhere, they give a friendly greeting, hey there. That creepy greeting makes Island scream in absolute terror, a demon. Milliam glares at them with pure hatred, pointing her sharp sword right at their faces. Show yourselves, she demands. But the demon does not care about her threats at all, just laughing mockingly, what if I actually reveal who I am to the great master of the world? Suddenly, he gets dead serious, raising a single finger. Our goal is simple, he continues, laying out their plan. Did they seriously come here just to take back their kin? But then, he notices something weird and freezes. The demon is totally stunned to see Karya standing there completely fine, with none of that dark, corrupt energy surrounding her anymore. He gasps in disbelief, wait a second, I do not feel any of our divine energy in her at all. Mikai just smiles calmly and replies, of course you do not, because I wiped it out. Just like that, the smug smiles vanish, and the demons flare up in absolute rage. Are you seriously bragging right now? The blessings granted by our Lord can never be erased by some pathetic, ordinary human. Mikai just shrugs to mock them, acting like their precious power is nothing. The demons go absolutely wild at his utter disrespect, gnashing their teeth in pure fury. Do not get cocky, human, one demon roars. He raises his hand to summon something, and a creepy, vibrating aura starts echoing through the entire room. He tries to summon the demon inside Karya, but absolutely nothing happens. Honestly, you've got to love his confidence. Mikai just smirks at this hilarious, total failure. Let us be real here, he teases the demon. You tried to make this massive, epic entrance, and now it completely blew up in your face. How embarrassing. The demon has zero comebacks for that, sweat dripping down his face in pure shock. Furious beyond belief, he lets loose a massive surge of dark energy all around him. You bastard. Dark mist swallows him up. He is panicking. A traitor. Traitors like Karya are super rare, but this is a whole new level. Mikai watches this and continues to mock him. You are totally rotten to the core. Are you seriously not going to go down quietly? His words make the demon boil with rage. Arrogance, from a basic mortal. Wait, Mikai asks, acting confused, aren't you a human too? The demon loses his absolute mind, blasting a massive wave of black mist straight at him. Shut up. Dark energy surges through the hallway, incredibly bleak. Within seconds, it swallows up every single bit of light. Soon, they are trapped in absolute, pitch-black silence without a single ray of light. Mikai stays incredibly chill, silently looking around. Looks like darkness burying everything. Huh. But then, he shakes his head. No, this is definitely not just normal darkness. Mikai feels countless malicious eyes locking right onto him, along with some absolutely disgusting, foul stench. The demon loves every second of his little dark zone and mocks him. What is the matter? Are you completely terrified now? Mikai does not even argue, just keeping his head down in silence. Seeing him look so lost, the demon laughs even harder, just as expected from a weak mortal. He is totally sick of all this annoying, non-stop trash talk, so he snaps, shut up already. And watch this, he instantly shatters that endless pitch-black darkness like glass. The demon falls back like a loser. Unbelievable. A blinding golden light erupts, wrapping completely around Mikai. Do not tell me you still have no idea who I am? The demon finally puts two and two together. Drenched in sweat, he stammers in sheer terror. Could it actually be? He stares at Mikai and yells, a hero. Mikai raises a hand with a mocking grin. Took you long enough to realize. But the demon suddenly laughs. Twisted, he summons a razor-sharp sword right into his hand. He charges forward, unleashing a storm of savage sword strikes right at Mikai. The sudden attack catches Mikai off guard for a second, but he keeps his cool. Suddenly, a protective barrier of lightning appears in front of him, with a powerful green aura swirling around a girl. She fires a massive gust that forms a giant tornado, blasting the demon away. He crashes super hard into a nearby wall, looking totally pathetic. The other demon sees his partner's embarrassing state and snaps, you useless trash, you seriously couldn't even handle that? Hearing this, Mikai gets super annoyed and smacks the demon hard right on his head. Shut up. The demon who just got smacked against the wall furiously snaps back. Even if you are a hero, I am not backing down. I stand strong. Before he can even finish his speech, Mikai punches him straight in the head. You shut up too. Completely losing his patience, Mikai goes wild, beating both of these pathetic demons to an absolute pulp. Shut up. Just shut up. Okay, everyone watching is honestly so done with his dramatic antics. In a literal flash, Mikhail beats these demons to a bloody pulp. One trash mob totally panics, begging him to chill out and stop the beatdown. The demon whines that he can share some juicy info if Mikhail stops treating him like a stray dog. But our boy Mikhail is not having it, casting a spell to shut him up. Shh. Mikhail grins like a straight-up villain. Interrogations should be quiet, he whispers. The demon is totally terrified. Unable to scream, the demon can only beg with his eyes. The whole hallway echoes with Mikhail's brutal, relentless punches. And honestly, watching him work is pretty satisfying. In minutes, they are knocked out cold. Mikhail finally stops, looking pretty satisfied. He casually wipes the nasty blood off his staff. We gotta keep them breathing for now, he mutters. These guys will not break easily. Their resolve is way too strong. Milliam quickly bows, thanking her savior for saving them. Mikhail gets serious, analyzing why these sketchy traitors showed up. It looks like our wild theories were actually spot on. We need to hear the real story from your son. Do you not think so? Milliam nods in agreement as Mikhail starts weighing the possibilities. The vulture has probably fallen to some big-shot demon. No, it is not just a guess. He knows it is a fact. It is basically a done deal, but Mikhail is still pretty worried about that mysterious leader Milas. The big question is whether he already surrendered to Enoch or what. Mikhail shakes off his doubts and looks over. Korea is finally starting to wake up after being out cold for so long. Seeing the kid fully awake, Mikhail suggests they get his side of the story. Should we hear what he has to say? Karya flashes back to that horrific, bloody scene. He still remembers the sickening stench of blood, his dad dying in a red puddle, and Milliam dragging him away. That tragedy completely broke his mother. She blamed him for everything, making him wish he had made a different choice. He remembers his super rough childhood, stuck beside his broken mother while trying to help her move past his father's death. Deep down, he knew that running away was never the right escape. Trapped in an invisible cage, his freedom was gone. He was just a kid, unable to carry the heavy weight of his mother's grief. His mind was a mess, pierced by imaginary thorns of pain. Even as years passed, those memories kept stabbing his heart like a sharp splinter. Years later, once he grew up, a familiar voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "My son." Milliam stood right there beside him. She had actually come searching for him. She smiled warmly, showing that time really does heal all wounds. She was no longer chained to his father's death. The sharp thorn was gone from her heart, pulled out for good. That wretched smell of fresh blood finally faded away. Watching his mom walk away, he realized he might finally be free from his father's tragic death too. But her warm image in his mind starts getting swallowed by a creepy black mist, plunging everything into endless darkness. He remembers the demon who seduced him, whispering with a creepy grin, "Mel Oren, join us. You belong with us now." The memory still gives him chills. The flashback ends, and Karya slowly opens his eyes, spotting his mother's familiar back. "Mom," he croaks out weakly, "why are you here?" Hearing his voice, Milliam spins around in absolute panic. She rushes over to hug him, crying that she searched everywhere, fearing he had already been torn apart by those beasts. Karya tears up, deeply touched by her love, but his brain screams at him to push her away. "Mom, please, stay back," he warns. "There is still a beast inside me." Seeing him panic, Mikhail steps in to reassure him that they already killed that thing. Karya looks at him, totally confused. "Who even are you?" Mikhail places a hand on his chest, bowing politely to introduce himself. "I am Mikhail Walpurgis," he says with a smirk. "The current hero of this story, I guess." Karya clenches his fists, eyes instantly lighting up with pure, crazy fanboy energy. The legendary hero who crushes high-tier demon skulls is standing right here. Mikhail chuckles, playing along. "Well, I do have a little experience in that department." Staring at the kid's excited face, Mikhail remembers hearing that this guy is pretty big on principles. They are going to get along great. He points toward the corner. "Check this out." Mikhail asks Lord Ariaran to inspect the bodies. Karya walks over and rips the cloaks off the captive demons. He gasps, his jaw hitting the floor. These brutal monsters are actually people he knows, and he blurts out their names. Malin and Baskov. Mikhail is not even surprised, nodding as Karya hangs his head in pure disappointment. "They were my seniors in the mercenary band. They chose to let themselves rot, and I ran away the second I realized it." Mikhail asks why he did not just call his mom for help. Karya stays quiet, staring down at his hands. He remembers his hands turning black, stained with that demonic blood. But now, they look totally normal. He narrows his eyes in deep regret. "I just did not want her to see me when I was rotting away," he confesses. Mikhail nods, totally getting it. Makes sense. Mikhail thinks back to his own painful memories. No kid wants to make their parents worry like that. Mikhail smiles warmly to calm him down. "I totally get it. So, what is the latest status on those mercenaries?" "Over half of them are dead or missing," Karya sighs, recalling the chaos. "Their commander is currently locked up too. And the vice commander, the guy we trusted most, betrayed us." Mikhail can only sigh at how messed up things got. Things are definitely playing out a lot differently this time around. He quickly answers Karya, "All right, since you said so, we need to head to where those vulture mercenaries are." Meanwhile, Ryan points at two hideous demons with pure doubt. "What will you do with those two?" Rian asks, "since they are completely rotten." Mikai just brushes him off, saying he has a use for them. Murden asks what kind of magic his lord will use. Mikai stops. His sudden answer shocks everyone. Watch closely now. Mikai points his staff at a demon, determined to extract secrets from anyone who allied with Enoch. He knows exactly what this spell does. They will literally have zero choice but to spit out answers and spill all their dirty secrets to Mikai. He has to shred their physical bodies to chain up their souls, along with the other spirits Enoch locked away. Seeing this, Murden frowns, feeling incredibly tense. This is definitely not some gentle spell. Mikai silently agrees with the old butler. This magic is way beyond just being a high-level tier spell. A blinding light starts bursting from the tip of his staff. Honestly, the butler is thinking how incredibly brutal this is, but Mikai, looking like a god deciding their fates, just stares coldly at the demons. He warns them, I usually draw the line with humans, but for lowlifes who sold out their own souls, there are absolutely no limits. The radiant energy explodes everywhere. Under this overwhelming pressure, their faces actually begin to crack open, making them scream out in pure, agonizing pain. Just a brief moment. Two mysterious, pitch-black spheres now hang right from Mikai's staff. Those vile demons are now completely compressed into tiny black orbs. They squirm in agony, screeching out, Why? Why am I trapped in this horrible state? Please, just kill me, just end my life. Mikai completely ignores their pathetic begging, coldly asking whoever said you were allowed to find peace. He then thinks back to the spell-casting process. While forcing these two into a soul-bound state, he caught rapid, fractured glimpses of their past memories. He witnessed their evil deeds. One slaughtered innocents in the name of his beliefs, while the other tortured people just for his own twisted amusement. You will never understand. The two demons keep whining to annoy him, crying that they never wanted this. But Mikai simply focuses on his higher purpose. Thinking back to those horrific sights makes Mikai grit his teeth in absolute rage. Because of trash like them, countless people suffered terribly in the timeline he lost. His mood turns incredibly heavy, and he falls dead silent. Set senses this dark vibe and looks at him with deep worry, softly calling out Mikai. Mikai snaps out of it and looks at her, confused. Set gently reminds him it is great that you are working so hard, but please do not push yourself to the absolute limit. It feels like you are carrying the weight of the entire world all by yourself. Her timely comfort catches Mikai completely off guard, making his eyes widen. Set reminds him that after all, he is still just human. Hearing this, Mikai lets out a soft laugh, feeling a massive weight lift off his chest. Suddenly, he reaches out and playfully flicks her forehead, making her yelp. Set holds her sore head and pouts at him, but Mikai just calmly reassures her, Do not worry, I am fine. Regaining his composure, he steps forward with absolute determination. He knows that what lies ahead of him is not a broken, ruined world, but a future packed with infinite possibilities. There is no way this world falls if it is that easy. Mikai flashes a highly confident grin. I am definitely not failing now. Near the outer wall of the Frontier Marquis territory, Mikai and Eon keep discussing their unfinished business. After hearing Mikai lay out the whole situation, Eon looks incredibly stressed. So things have actually gotten this bad, Eon sighs, clutching his head in frustration. Oh Milas, how on earth did my friend end up like this? Mikai adds, we still do not know for sure what happened to Lord Milas, but I will get to the bottom of it once I personally go there. Then, he stares intently at Eon. But before that, Mikai asks him with genuine curiosity, Lord Eon, what is your actual take on the demons? Eon turns his gaze toward the gloomy landscape nearby. Black energy drifts all over the place alongside savage beasts. Eon hesitates, feeling highly uneasy as he brings them up. The demons, you say? He starts recalling the contents of the secret report sent to him. Honestly, those were direct orders from the Emperor himself. But as Eon carefully reads the letter, he mutters, right now, I do not buy this story for a single second. Eon throws the letter onto his desk, sighing, I am no holy knight. He continues with a lost look, and I am certainly no devout believer either. Hearing Eon's honest thoughts, Mikai understands, yep, this is exactly how most normal people would react. After all, there's always a strict limit to what a person is willing to believe. Looking into the distance, Mikai knows that before leaving, he absolutely must make Eon understand. Get ready, because that gloomy land ahead, filled with weird black energy, holds some seriously insane danger. Realizing this, Mikai quickly speaks up, Lord Eon, please listen closely to what I have to say. But suddenly, someone rushes over and completely cuts him off mid-sentence. An enthusiastic soldier runs up, saluting them respectfully and asking, did you summon me, sir? Eon smiles when he sees him arrive and greets him warmly. I am glad you made it, Kian, Eon says. Kian raises his voice, sounding super pumped. Haha, you are way too kind, Lord. When you call, I show up instantly. Mikai watches this new guy, silently grading him. Sharp greeting, well-maintained armor, and a perfect stance. Kian notices his stare and looks back, feeling a bit confused. After a quick observation, Mikai is genuinely impressed. Yep, this guy is a textbook knight. Eon suddenly pipes up, seeing this kid reminded me of you, actually. Kian scratches his head, grinning. Ah, that is a huge honor. Mikai smiles and extends a hand to greet him. Nice to meet you, Sir Kian. I am the hero, Mikhail Walpurgis. Kian happily reaches out to shake his hand, laughing, wow, a real-life hero. After exchanging greetings, Mikhail returns to a serious look and asks Eon for that item. Eon suddenly remembers and starts rummaging through his things. Ah, right, I have it. A moment later, he pulls out a mysterious necklace, handing it over to Kian. Just as he is about to explain, a savage demon suddenly lunges out of nowhere to attack him. Eon has no time to react, freezing as those sharp claws slice toward his face. Instantly, a flash of powerful golden light strikes, blasting the demon backward. Mikhail easily steps in, saving Eon from certain death. Amazingly, the hero remains completely unbothered by the sudden ambush. Demons are incredibly cunning, Mikhail warns Eon, walking closer to explain their dark tactics. Sometimes they will deploy an entire army just to crush their enemies. But honestly, most of the time these freaks just want to wreck humanity from the inside. Mikhail looks down at the shiny necklace in his hand. Yeah, demons love playing dirty undercover games. Mikhail snatches the necklace to check it out. Turns out this holy relic exposes demons, and he keeps dropping more details. Plus, just recently, 2 demons sneaked right into the border Marquis' territory. And get this, they were pretty much undetectable. Hearing this news completely blows Eason's mind. It finally clicks for the old guy. He gasps out, could those demons already be hiding in my own territory? Mikhail does not say yes. He just stares at him in silence. He drops his voice, why not go see for yourself? Cut to later, they arrive at the crime scene. A demon victim's armor is just lying there, completely trashed and covered in soot. See that? That is how they slip in and wreck their targets. Essen is absolutely losing his mind here. Keen is the one behind this, he spits out in pure rage. This is so embarrassing, I almost let that dirty demon play me and wreck everything. Mikhail grabs Eason's hand to calm him down, telling him they can still totally fix this mess. He flashes a warm grin, you are gonna do great, old man. Essen is actually a bit stunned by the kid's sudden kindness. The Marquis gets the vibe and squeezes back, totally fired up. A bit later, a squad packs up and rolls out. Mikhail tags along with them, heading straight to the Vulture Guild. No way, check this out. He put his money on the border Marquis and headed straight for the Vulture Guild. Mikhail looks back at the castle with a smug grin, he knew his call was absolutely spot on. He saw it all play out. Thanks to the magic tracking necklace, the very next day, the border Marquis sniffed out and literally roasted 5 hidden demons alive. Talk about satisfying payback. Ryan abruptly bumps into him, snapping him back to reality. Hey, what about that thing we discussed, you know, the treasure? Ryan's nagging suddenly jogs Mikhail's memory. Oh right, he remembers grilling future Ryan about this the entire day before. Out of nowhere, Mikhail disses him, you useless freeloader. That roast instantly ticks Ryan off. Excuse me, you little brat, a freeloader? Mikhail looks at him and thinks, well, the more hype he gets, the stronger he grows. So it is not a bad deal. Carrying everyone's massive expectations as the next Sword Saint is no joke. Mikhail glances over at Rian, sensing the heavy pressure the guy is actually dealing with. Sure, Rian acts all smug and confident, but he is probably stressed out of his mind. Mikhail softens up a bit and says, hey Rian, I take back what I said. Rian looks totally lost. Like, why the sudden change of heart? But Mikhail keeps a straight face and deadpans, I meant to say, you are an admirable freeloader. That massive backhanded compliment absolutely breaks Rian's brain. Admirable freeloader? Rian snaps and yells, alright, that is it. Let us square up right now, kid. Mikhail stops in his tracks at the reckless challenge and flashes a supervillain grin. Oh ho, a duel? Well, if you insist, I guess I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. I am kind of busy, but sure, I will do my best to help you train. Ryan gets hyped up instantly, looking way too confident in his own skills. Sweet, I knew I could count on you. Mikhail casually snaps a small branch off a nearby bush and grins, alright, first things first. Cut to a bit later, and a bunch of local mercenaries are literally about to explode with rage. They point toward the woods and scream, find her, get that woman right now. One thug angrily barks out, how dare you show such disrespect to the mighty Highland Mercenary Guild. Ryan gets singled out by the mob, looking completely clueless about what is going on. Huh? The thugs get even madder, shouting, you think a tiny squad of 10 kids can mess with us? Meanwhile, Mikhail and Ryan just brush off their hands like total troublemakers. Congratulations, that cheesy line literally proves you are a third-rate villain. Ryan looks at him like, dude, are you serious? Mikhail shoves him straight into the spotlight. Alright Rian, you are up. Rian is completely lost and goes, wait, what? Mikhail just gives him a highly mischievous grin. I am just gonna sit back and watch. You handle this solo. No cheat code magic aura either, just pure swordsmanship. Rian snaps back, hold on, you promised me treasure. Mikhail casually shrugs, bro, the sweat and blood you are about to shed right now is the real treasure. Rian's blood pressure absolutely skyrockets at that. Oh boy, here comes the big fight. The angry mob loses their cool and charges in like absolute maniacs. Mikhail just points forward, ordering Ryan around like a glorified beast tamer. Go, Rian, I choose you. Mikhail yells like he is in some classic anime. Suddenly, sparks of pale yellow lightning start crackling all over the place. Rian scream curses, "Damn it, screw you." Meanwhile, down in a pitch-black dungeon, a poor man is chained up, heavy iron cuffs locking his hands tight. He is super skinny, completely drained of all energy. With his arms locked up like this, he has totally lost track of time. Has it been months? A year? He has no clue. His eyes are glazed over with exhaustion. But even worse, right in front of him, dozens of creepy, glowing eyes are staring out from the shadows. Dark, shadowy hands reach out to mess with his mind, slowly driving him absolutely insane. But then, a cold voice cuts through the dark, snapping him back to reality. "Looks like you have finally hit your limit, huh? You actually held out pretty long, Brother Milas." Milas looks up, staring at the giant man standing outside his cage. He gasps as he recognizes the face. Milas weakly calls out his younger brother's name, Kian. He looks at Kian with pure confusion, asking why would you do this? Kian flashes a sick grin. "You are the one who started all of this, big brother." Milas feels a rush of anger, sick of hearing Kian constantly blame him for everything. He instantly fires back, "I never forced you to do bad things or left you behind." But Kian just stands there, totally unbothered. "Sure, of course you would say that." That smug reply drives Milas wild with rage. Gritting his teeth, Milas screams at his sketchy younger brother. "How could you bring demons here and sacrifice innocent people like this?" He scolds him, but Kian just bursts into a loud, obnoxious laugh. "You know, if you corrupt humans, you can kill them super easily by just framing them as monsters. It is a brilliant setup, is it not?" Milas just glares in disbelief at his brother's shameless logic. Kian keeps rambling about how throwing people away is easy because nobody actually cares. Milas refuses to lose hope and begs him just stop, it is not too late yet. The younger brother just scoffs, "Nah, it is way too late, and I have absolutely zero intention of turning back." He reaches his hand over a burning candle, telling his brother to forget about that stupid, useless hope. Kian snaps the flame out with his bare fingers to prove his point. Without another word, he casually walks away, leaving his brother in total darkness. Milos is left floating half-submerged in freezing water to think things over. He prays you will show up to save him and his cornered vulture guild. You are their only hope. He whispers about some legendary hero under his breath, desperately clinging to that fading silhouette in his mind. "Please," he prays, "someone just save my people from this total nightmare." He also hopes to stop his own brother from sinking any deeper into the mud. Meanwhile, on the road to the Vulture mercenaries, anyone dumb enough to pick a fight with Mikhail's crew gets completely trashed. They are all knocked out cold on the dirt. Mikhail looks at the beaten-up thugs, thinking that dealing with gang monsters was the price they had to pay for taking a risky shortcut. He glances over at the glowing sword Rian is holding, realizing that right ahead of them, there is always a storm brewing. Rian screams at the top of his lungs, slicing through those rabid beasts like butter. Grit teeth, full power, Ryan is totally flexing his pride here. From a distance, Mikhail is just chilling and enjoying the show, while Murden keeps his eyes glued to the fight. Murden notes that the kid is doing pretty great even without using his aura. Mikhail agrees, saying Rian finally understands the beast inside him, which is awesome. Suddenly, a razor-sharp claw swipes at Rian. He senses the danger instantly, tightening his grip on his sword to ready an epic counter. With a few lightning-fast slashes, he literally dismembers the beast, leaving it collapsed on the dirt. Rian clenches his fist and lets out a massive battle cry. He screams out, "Damn it." Mikhail just facepalms at Rian's dramatic outburst. Looks like that curse has officially become his signature style. Night falls fast, and the crew gathers around a cozy campfire to cook up some hot soup. Island brings a huge bowl over to Ryan, hyping him up for a job well done. Rian looks totally wiped out from the brutal fight, staring blankly as he takes the soup. Meanwhile, Milliam sits off by herself, staring into the dark with a heavy look. She is completely silent, lost in her own thoughts. Mikhail walks over with a bowl of hot soup, asking what is on her mind, Lady Milliam. She mentions she always knew Ryan Pezzalot was a crazy talented prodigy, and that the legendary title of next-gen sword saint is not some cheap toy you just hand over. But then she pauses, his whole path has completely shifted. She remembers meeting him back in the capital, knowing he was good, but she never imagined he would blow her mind like this. A mysterious grin creeps onto her face as she thinks about Rian's growth, whispering to herself. It is almost like he saw a messed-up future, dodged it, and carefully chose a brand new path. She suddenly looks straight at Mikhail, calling him their savior. Milliam asks him what he actually did, but Mikhail just shrugs with a smirk, saying who knows. But in reality, one touch from him completely shattered Rian's original destiny. A bit later, they finally reach their destination. Check out this massive fortress looming right in front of them. So that is the Vulture Guild's base. Ryan looks around, completely blown away, saying if nobody told him they were mercenaries, he would have assumed it was a military fort. Milliam explains that ever since Milos vanished, they just kept building and expanding. The squad slowly makes their way inside the territory. Island looks around, glad this place is out in the middle of nowhere. At least when the archdemon gets wrecked, the collateral damage won't wipe out innocent towns. Since Asmodeus got taken out right inside a tomb, the curse was pretty much neutralized. Mikhail nods, agreeing with the logic. True, plus Enoch's real body is not even going to be there. Island looks worried, asking what the plan is since they cannot just waltz right in. Mikhail gives her a sly smirk. Actually, we are walking straight through the front door. Island is completely lost. Huh? Mikhail suddenly gets a wild idea and asks Karya, with a pretty mischievous grin, if he is confident in his acting skills. Sunset hits, painting the giant walls of the fortress in gold. Kadan is on patrol when he notices a strange trail of smoke rising in the distance, squinting his eyes suspiciously. He spots a red-haired guy walking up and mumbles to himself, "Wait, is that Mioen, the guy who deserted our squad?" As Karya walks up, Kadan draws his sword, pointing it straight at him and barking to stop. Karya calmly asks if he's Kadan, getting a disgusted look back. Since when do deserters walk around so boldly? Kadan snaps, asking Karya if he knows the rules. Karya just shoots back that he never deserted anyone. He claims he was actually out completing his mission. Then, his eyes glow with a creepy purple light as he brags about being blessed with a brand new power. Kadan scoffed, calling the blessing total nonsense. But suddenly, the vice commander walks up with a huge grin, welcoming Mioen back, completely catching Kadan off guard. The boss tells Kadan to get back to his post, saying Mioen did not desert, so everything is perfectly fine. Kadan tries to protest, but the vice commander cuts him off before he can even finish. Flash of a creepy, sinister smile, the boss repeats that there is absolutely no issue. Kadan is freaked out by that creepy face and bolts. Now, watch how the commander stares down Karya, asking if he finally accepted the power. Karya nods, yes, while his shadow is completely engulfed in a dark, ominous aura. Nice, the commander says, but mentions that the two guys sent with him went completely radio silent. Karya lies smoothly, saying those guys unfortunately got caught in that annoying hero's sights. The boss asks how Karya managed to survive then. Karya proudly claims his blessing is specialized in stealth, so even the hero could not detect him. The commander is pretty shocked. No trace of dark energy on him at all, so it makes total sense that he went unnoticed. He spreads his arms, laughing out loud about how nobody could have predicted a blessing would evolve into something this crazy. With this kind of broken power, sacrificing 2 soldiers is a totally fair price. Karya cuts him off, saying he has got one more thing to report. He points a finger off into the distance, looking deadly serious as he tells the boss the hero is actually right here with him. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Rian collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Mikhail tells him he did awesome, but Karya just looks at his own shadow, looking pretty anxious. Karya asks if he really has to keep wearing this creepy shadow suit. Deep inside his shadow, Malin and Baskerview are begging for death. The other guy grumbles, "Damn, it hurts, why me?" What's hiding in Karya's shadow is nothing but their souls. Turns out, Karya only faked accepting the corruption. Only Eno suspects a thing. Erasing my soul energy makes it look like I've got a special blessing to infiltrate. During a quick break, Karya tells Mikhail that just as they guessed, those fools never expected anyone to copy their corruption. Mikhail remembers mimicking Amma's insane power back then. Then he clenches his fist tight and says nobody else on this planet could pull off a stunt like this. Karya nods exactly as you said. I pitched this plan to the vice commander and he bought it completely. Hearing that, Mikhail smirks as expected. Getting that proposal through was child's play. Then he lays it out. Corrupted Karya will bait me to their mercenary fortress. This is where the trap gets really wild. They think they can take me if they wait. So, Master Karya, please keep acting like you're one of them. They won't suspect you that easily. Hearing this, Karya's face instantly turns dead serious. He nods, got it. Mikhail glances around. Everyone's eyes are locked on him. Some just stare because he's the legendary hero. Others are packed with pure hatred and rage, mixed with beasts who can't even suppress their primal instincts. He scans the room, thinking there are only a few, but they're all major trouble. Meanwhile, a terrified green-haired girl whispers, "I don't want to be here." They're standing inside this massive tower just as the sun begins to fade and the sky darkens. Karya points down the hallway to guide them. The room at the very end is where the vice commander, the deputy general, stays. Mikhail tells everyone that dealing with the vice commander is strictly up to Karya and him. Then he asks, you guys get the picture, right? The fighters in this place look insanely strong. Milliam whispers that she'll check things out herself. Brown-haired, On replies we won't get caught. While silver-haired Rand chimed in and we just need to get back here on time, right? Mikhail claps. Get lost, he orders. Right as the words leave his mouth, the entire group vanishes. Not a single trace remains. Meanwhile, in a private room nearby, Mayo Ozan asks Mikhail with a worried face, "Hey hero, about that vice commander? Is it possible he was just brainwashed by a demon against his own will?" Mikhail flatly replies, "Nope." Fast forward. An hour later, Mikhail slowly places his hands on the pristine white door, gives it a soft push, and it swings open. Kia had been waiting in there for a while, sporting a pretty suspicious smirk. A second later, he folds his arms behind his back, turning that sneaky grin into a wide, warm welcome. "Welcome, hero." Mikhail raises a hand to block the glaring sunlight streaming from the room, looking slightly annoyed by the blinding brightness. That light practically floods the entire room, leaving absolutely no dark corners anywhere. Mikhail can't help but think, wow, there's a crazy amount of light in here. Mikhail's eyes narrow slightly. You can practically feel the heavy tension in the air right now. He silently confirms there's no demonic trace here, a mysterious grin creeping onto his face to hide his true intentions. Seeing no reaction for so long, the old guy impatiently half closes his eyes and asks in a soft tone, "Hero?" Hearing that, Mikhail finally speaks up. He shrugs, "Nah, nothing's wrong. It's just that the light is a little too blinding." Outside, a massive eagle flaps its wings and swoops down to land on a tree branch. The old man speaks up, asking Mikhail, "So, what exactly brings you here, hero?" As the massive eagle stares off into the far distance, a calm voice finally responds, "I received a certain divine revelation." The old guy closes his eyes, slowly repeating the words, "A revelation, you say?" But then he suddenly turns to the side. "Mayo Ozan, could you step outside for a bit?" Karya quickly bows in respect, saying understood. A second later, he immediately walks out, leaving only Mikhail and the vice commander alone in that massive, sun-drenched room. He speaks up, testing Mikhail if it's not too rude. "Could I ask what this revelation is actually about?" Hearing this, Mikhail half closes his eyes and speaks smoothly, "Sure, but first, tell me." Mikhail opens his eyes, asking with a pretty lazy look on his face, "Where is Commander Milas?" Hearing this, Kia forces a dry laugh. "If you want to deliver it directly, I'm afraid he's not around." Seeing this, Mikhail rests his chin in his hand, calculating. After a moment, he tells him that's unfortunate, because this matter involves him directly. A second later, Mikhail adds, "I really want to hand it over to him personally." Hearing that, the old man replies, "If it's directly related, then as his close family, I have even more reason to know about it." Right as Kia is talking, a figure suddenly leaps in from behind out of nowhere. She walks up with a dead serious face and reports, "I've confirmed it." Seeing this, Mikhail lazily tilts his head to listen, then waves his hand to the old man. "Fine, whatever." And it seems sharing this intel with the vice commander might be the right move after all. Mikhail smirks, wrapping things up. This piece of information is actually pretty simple. Outside, that massive eagle sits calmly on the branch, preening its wings. It's like a giant hawk plucking away its own useless tiny feathers. The eagle spreads its massive wings, sending those loose feathers flying in all directions before soaring high into the sky. Mikhail, still standing completely still, speaks to Kia. "It must have gotten rid of the dead weight." Hearing this, the old guy's face flushes red, his brows furrowing as a strained, twisted smile creeps onto his face. He asks, "What on earth is that supposed to mean?" Mikhail opens his eyes, staring back with absolutely zero emotion. Speaking calmly, he says there are many ways to interpret it, and the gods always speak in riddles. Hearing Mikhail's mocking words, the old man clenches his fists, trembling with pure rage. Holding back his temper, the old man looks up with a fake smile and asks Mikhail, "So whose feathers are those, anyway?" Mikhail replies, "Well, that shouldn't be too hard to guess." Mikhail closes his eyes again. Sure enough, those eagle feathers continue to drift down, piling up on the cold floor. The hero keeps talking. "I wonder which side represents those useless feathers that the hawk plucked." Well, I already know the answer. After their little chat, Mikhail finally turns and heads out. The door shuts. Quiet. The old man stands completely alone in the silent room. A second later, he suddenly calls out for Mayo Ozan. Hearing his name, Mayo Ozan quickly steps up, standing right behind him to listen as the old man starts speaking. "The pesky hero already knows our little pawn has been blessed." Karya hears this and nods in agreement. "Yes, I know." Kia slowly tilts his head to glance at him as Karya bows. The old man speaks, "I'm giving you a priceless chance to live as a part of him. Gain that stupid hero's trust and keep him completely locked down here. Make absolutely sure he doesn't wander off anywhere else." Kia's got this super shady smirk on, hiding some seriously bad intentions. He boasts that even if the kid is some legendary hero who clapped 2 major demons suddenly, his eyes pitch out completely black, pupils glowing a creepy neon purple while gross veins pop out around his skull. If those specific conditions are met, he is never going to beat his own demons, and as Kia speaks, we see Milas chained up high, hands locked to the ceiling in some dark, nasty dungeon. You can practically feel the dread here as his eyes pitch out completely black, flashing that same creepy purple glow. Kia keeps monologuing about how the demon's absolute resurrection is right on the front lines, slowly spreading his arms wide out in midair. Suddenly, a glowing red sigil burns itself onto the clean white wall, and right after, Kia transforms back into his true, monstrous form. This nasty red demon soul with razor-sharp fangs rises up behind Kia's terrifying face, and he boasts that the monster is none other than him. Meanwhile, outside that room, Mikai stands with his arms crossed, talking totally chill. Mikai asks his squad what the final results are, and Murden steps up, saying it was pretty well hidden, but they still tracked it down anyway. They spotted those creepy demon sigils in a few spots, and they seem to be messing with people who are actually marked by name. Milliam turns to Mikai and adds that they also flagged some areas where security is insanely packed for no good reason. They did not push any deeper because they had no clue what kind of dirty traps were waiting for them, and Mikai thinks it over, telling them that was actually a super smart call. He says, "First off, I have got some good news and some bad news, so which do you want first?" Rand speaks up, demanding the good news. Mikai tells the squad that during his little chat with the vice commander, they managed to track down where Lord Milas is being locked up. Murden, Aelin, Lyndal, and Rand all lose their minds. Wait, seriously. That is absolutely insane. But what is the bad news? Mikai closes his eyes, sighing, well, nothing much, unless our luck completely runs out here. That leaves them all wide-eyed and sweating. The whole squad is thinking the exact same terrifying question. Wait, is Enoch actually coming out here in person? Rand yells out like he cannot believe his own ears. Wait, what? As sunset floods the city, Mikai drops the heavy truth. Yep, and that is the absolute worst part. Sadly, Enoch is way more twisted and malicious than they ever guessed. Still unable to process this, Rand holds up a hand to stop Mikai. Wait up, hold on. He facepalms, asking about this Enoch guy. Wait, is he not on the same crazy level as that Asmodeus boss we fought before? Mikai answers honestly, at this point, we should probably assume he is way stronger than that other guy. Rand facepalms in pure despair, groaning, oh my god. That is when Milliam finally speaks up. She asks Mikai how a top-tier demon can even interfere like this directly. He goes quiet for a second, then replies, it is all about the Lord's name. That creepy sigil from the white wall flashes on screen again as Mikai explains it is a special mark that a high-tier demon bestows upon their absolute favorite, most trusted cult followers. It is also a terrifying calling card that only a tiny handful of traitors can even recognize. Meanwhile, Set is peeking out, looking pretty confused by something. She is actually staring at the exact same demonic mark Mikai saw, and it is literally branded right on Ken. After taking all this in, Alan asks, so basically, things are way worse than we thought? He holds up one finger. Yep, spot on. Plus, there is one more crazy thing as Mikai warns them that the enemy plans to use Lord Milas as a direct vessel. This massive, pitch-black shadow suddenly looms right behind him, shaking pretty hard. Murden whispers to Mikai, wait up, young master, if you mean they want to use him as a tool. And right then, the scene cuts back to Milas. Both his hands are chained high, head slumped down, but suddenly, he slowly lifts his face. His eyes go completely, blankly white as his pupils creepily fade away into nothing. A terrifying demon face suddenly flashes right in front of Milas as Murden asks if that high-tier demon is really planning to possess their master and use him as a flesh vessel. Mikai just stands there totally quiet while the rest of the squad bombards him with a million panic-fueled questions all at once. So what do we even do now? From what I have heard, that sketchy vice commander literally controls Lord Milas's life force with dark magic. But wait, look at his face right here. Mikai just flashes this confident, teasing smirk, leaving the entire squad completely baffled by what he could possibly be planning next. Mikai shrugs and asks why they are overthinking it so much as this weird shadow entity crawls out of a jar, reaching its hands up high. Mikai adds that once the corruption is fully complete, Lord Milas's mind will break, turning him into a vessel, but trying to fully purify him would take way too much time. Plus, there is zero chance the enemy is just going to sit back and watch us. That shadow keeps expanding, making the jar below start to crack. So instead of all that boring stuff, Mikai pauses and flashes a wild grin. Let us just force the guy to go absolutely berserk first. Meanwhile, Milas is still locked up. He is just hanging there in dead silence when suddenly, he bursts into this manic laughter, his chained hands shaking violently in his heavy iron cuffs as he mutters, is this seriously the end? My strength, my senses, everything is just completely slipping away into the dark. Suddenly, this pitch-black dark energy wraps tightly around Milas, trying to completely hypnotize his mind as a voice whispers to just give up while tons of creepy, staring eyes start popping up all over the shadows. The shadows keep pressing in, whispering to just surrender and make things easy, and Milas, totally exhausted, slowly lifts his head, thinking there really is no hope left for him. He barely opens his eyes to look around the dark cell, muttering that maybe just giving up on everything here is his only way out now. But then, the dark ceiling of the dungeon suddenly starts cracking apart, sending dust and heavy stones crashing down onto the floor. This tiny, cute hand punches right through the solid stone wall, and Mon pokes her adorable head through the hole, smiling bright as she yells down to Milas that she finally found him. He slowly raises his face, smiling up at the little mascot. As Mon floats down to his level, he asks who she is, and the cute fairy starts hyping herself up. Pierce the heavens. That is her bold promise, leaving Milas completely confused why there is suddenly a literal fairy in his jail cell. Mon tells him she has got a message from the hero himself, and Milas can only repeat the word back, completely stunned. Wait, the hero? The old man stares at Mon, thinking great, another fairy. This little helper is the ultimate proof sent by that legendary hero. Cue the visual of a badass hero, armor on, sword strapped to his hip. Milas keeps wondering if hope is still alive out there. Thinking about it actually makes him smirk. He asks Mon what the hero said, and Mon just gives him this super cute, innocent smile. She points a tiny finger right at Milas and simply says despair. Hearing that one word completely breaks him, leaving him emotionally and mentally ruined. The old man slumps back down, sighing in dead silence. Suddenly, someone gasps. Mikhail looks up to hear them ask if pushing Lord Milas to the edge like this means he is already in grave danger. So what are you getting at? Mikhail tells them to just think about it. Right then, another vision of a chained-up captive slumping over flashes on screen. For Enoch to turn Lord Milas into his perfect vessel, he needs 100% completion. But what if we force him into an imperfect host at 95%? Rion and Island Lindell are hanging on every word Mikhail says. Instead of blocking Enoch from invading Lord Milas, we bait him into a flawed, incomplete merger. Rion suddenly chimes in to ask what happens to Lord Milas then. Mikhail just shrugs at him and says they will cross that bridge when they get to it. If we can trap Enoch inside, we can purify his sketchy self whenever we want. Island rubs her chin, trying to think, while a million voices echo all around her. She finally looks up to ask what the bottom line is. Hearing that, Mikhail winks and asks Island Lindell if she is saying they have to take down Lord Milas. Is that what you call destroying for the sake of creation? Seeing Mikhail act so casually makes everyone fall into a helpless silence. All four of them are honestly wondering who the real demon is here. Seeing the heavy vibe, Mikhail laughs and tells them to chill. Watch closely, because his next move is wild. I already sent someone to give them a heads up about the situation. Back in the dark dungeon, Milas is staring at Monday. Mikhail grins at the squad, saying they must know everything by now, so let's get serious. Standing in the sunset, Mikhail addresses the squad clearly. He asks them outright if they are really about to sneak straight into the enemy stronghold. Once the long meeting wraps up and everyone heads out, only Mikhail and Karya are left standing there. The two of them stand back to back, facing away from each other. Karya breaks the silence, warning that if he takes this route, it leads right to where the vice captain is waiting. He adds that the enemy is bragging there is no way they can lose there. Hearing that, Mikhail just casually shrugs it off. He is bursting with pure confidence, saying that no matter what kind of sketchy prep the enemy has set up, it won't even matter. After listening in silence, Karya finally bows and says he won't worry anymore. But Mikhail is still standing there, totally distracted by a weird question eating away at his brain. Why the hell were their eyes glued to my staff like that? Mikhail thinks to himself that this legendary staff has smashed countless demon skulls. Suddenly, Seth is standing right beside him out of nowhere. Yawning like she just woke up, she complains that Enoch's dark aura is insanely strong here. What kind of crazy place is this? Right then, a glowing portal fueled by purple energy tears open next to them. Mikhail slowly approaches and steps right through the gateway. Slowly, Mikhail sinks deeper into the portal as his body begins to fade away like he's about to vanish entirely. Shifting his focus, he gently places his hand onto a glowing vortex. Is this some kind of barrier? Mikhail stands there, tracing the swirling pattern. In magic terms, it's structured like a figure-8 loop, which totally explains why they are acting so damn confident. Stepping out of the portal, the first thing Mikhail spots is that old creep. He's been waiting there the entire time, smirking as he welcomes the hero to his doom. Looking totally bored, Mikhail says he heard the guy needed some help, so he showed up to ask what the hell is going on. Out of nowhere, Mikhail's eyes twist, turning pitch black with glowing purple irises. Just as he realizes something is horribly wrong, Karya leaps forward and launches a brutal surprise attack. It looks like Karya got corrupted too, since his eyes have changed color. Following the devastating strike, Mikhail's blood splatters heavily onto the cold floor. Blood drips from his mouth as the intense pain hits him. Mikhail looks up at Karya with pure betrayal, weakly calling his name while losing way too much blood. He collapses onto the hard ground, weakly asking why. Right then, that evil creep starts to grin. Then he bursts into hysterical laughter, absolutely thrilled to see Mikhail face planted on the ground. Karya is completely brainwashed now, no longer himself, having turned into a mindless puppet under Meo Ozen's control. Meo Ozen brags that no matter how great of a hero Mikhail is, he can't read human hearts. Meanwhile, Karya grips his sword tightly as the villain keeps gloating. That blade tasting your blood is a cursed gift from our lord to ensure a brutal end. Even a legendary hero like you cannot escape the death decreed by our great master. A glowing sword appears fully formed alongside the villain's menacing voice. Meanwhile, the blood still won't stop leaking from Mikhail's mouth. Exhausted, Mikhail asks if this is the tragic end the demon Enoch planned centuries ago. The old creep proudly smirks and tells him that is exactly it. Then out of nowhere, Mikhail shouts a big thank you and casually trots back over to Karya. Seriously, guys, this hilarious move completely breaks the old villain's brain. What is this? Mikhail throws his arm around Karya's shoulder. Turns out, he was never brainwashed. The two of them were just putting on a massive show. Mikhail flashes a thumbs up, teasing that the old man was totally eating up their drama. Karya just chuckles helplessly, admitting that is basically how it went down. The villain's eyes turn pitch black with pure rage. He screams that it is impossible, because he, Meo Ozen, saw Karya join their side with his own eyes. Karya just smirks and pulls out the dark energy orb Meo Ozen tried to infect him with, casually explaining that the thing is actually detachable. Hearing this, The old villain completely freezes, standing there in utter disbelief. Was I really played like a fool? He grinds his teeth, screaming in fury, but it is way too late for him, hero. In the distance, heavily armed soldiers march forward in perfect formation. Mayo Ozin sneers, boasting that to prevent any unexpected slip-ups, he brought his entire army with him. The soldiers march closer with glowing red eyes, radiating a terrifying bloodlust like they are ready to rip souls apart. They keep closing the distance, step by step. Mayo Ozin adds that because of the barrier, anyone with holy powers is completely trapped. He screams right in Mikhail's face, mocking him as a helpless rat trapped in a jar. Hearing this, Mikhail's face darkens. He casually fires back with a sarcastic smirk, calling it a pretty empty boast. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from a nearby mountain. Rocks shatter as a giant cloud of dust billows into the sky, instantly grabbing the villain's attention. He squints toward the blast, demanding to know what that noise was. He narrows his eyes, totally losing his mind and demanding what the hell Mikhail just did. Meanwhile, our hero just shrugs, casually lifting his left arm like, what else did you think it was? Just doing exactly what you have been pulling this whole time. Suddenly, the crest on Mikhail's hand flares up, pouring purple light everywhere as he vows to crush his enemy's hope and turn it into a win. Then Mikhail glares over at Ki. Pure, unadulterated trash tier disrespect. He drops the cold truth, this is your karma, so take it. Then, channeling his energy, Mikhail screams out the word, labyrinth. Right on cue, that insane violet energy completely swallows up the entire battlefield. Gone. It basically detonates into a flashbang, making it impossible to see a damn thing. Ki just stands there frozen as the wind howls, wondering where this power is coming from, and then, a silhouette starts forming in the mist. Check this out, it is the medium herself. She glares at Ki with years of bottled-up rage, looking absolutely ready to delete him on the spot. Ki is so shook he can barely even stammer out a single syllable. It takes him forever just to choke out her name, Milliam Aryan. Standing behind her, Karya looks incredibly worried, but then she calls out to him. Son, she says, making him freeze, I know you hated me being an arbitrator. Flashbacks hit Karya of his mom holding his hand back in the day. Seeing her standing there so lonely right now totally breaks his heart. Without thinking, his hand reaches out and grabs her wrist. Hold on, I get it now. Karya flashes a huge smile, suggesting they do this together. She stays dead quiet for a second before turning away with a soft, fine, let's do it. She turns to Mikhail, telling him to go do his hero stuff while they handle the judgment. He is totally down, saying he will leave the final call to her. While everyone is totally distracted, Ki starts mutating on the sidelines, filthy dark energy wrapping around him like some edgy armor. Ki sneers, asking the hero where he thinks he is going. But Milliam just draws her blade, sighing that he has finally thrown away his humanity. With eyes lost to the dark, Ki orders them to slaughter everything. Zero mercy. His brainwashed lackeys go absolutely wild, rushing in on a total suicide mission. She calmly lifts her sword, calling him a straight-up traitor as a massive energy sphere spawns in the sky. Time for your ultimate judgment, she warns. She swings her blade down without a single second thought. Suddenly, a meteor shower of energy rain drops on the brainwashed goons, leaving them totally frozen in pure terror. Total wipeout. Meanwhile, over at the fortress, things are going seriously sideways. A massive blast rips a corner of the solid fortress apart, releasing a super creepy vibe of total despair. Out comes a monstrous claw, its legs wrapped in thick black smog. The beast stumbles out with glowing red eyes. Up in the air, Milas is floating around in spirit form, looking down like, what the heck is that? What is this mess? He asks Mon right next to him. Am I dead yet? She shakes her head. Nope. Milas stares at his see-through hands, guessing his mind is collapsing. But wait, maybe this split is actually a defense mechanism to keep his brain from frying? Even so, he is still sweating over the squad down below, asking if there is any way to stop his rogue body from wrecking everything. Just then, a group steps up to block the beast. That instantly catches his eye. He watches closely, wondering if it is Twilight and those two kids. Rand steps up first, saying, so you finally crawled out. Watching them, Milas notes that Rand and Island are actually pretty cracked. Getting the signal, Murden nods and instantly charges in. He channels all his power into his fist, unleashing a crazy physical shield-breaking Twilight punch. The massive punch slams right onto the monster, but the beast effortlessly summons a sword of pure dark energy, swinging it to block Murden's heavy blow. The impact blows them both back. Recovering its balance, the beast growls in a deep voice. Not enough. Looking closely at its own hand, the monster complains about how trashy and weak this body is. It can't even heal, let alone use any of its actual cool special moves. But before it can finish whining about its trash body, Rand spots a split-second opening and immediately charges in for a surprise attack. Got you. Rand smirks as he strikes. Sensing the danger, the monster barely manages to block his sword, but Island is already slipping behind it, making it glare at her with pure rage. Island just smirks, getting totally ready to strike. Spawning a second dark blade, the monster trades 100 blows with them in a split second. It is totally shocked that these weaklings can actually survive its normally lethal slashes. Seeing the sheer hype on their faces, the monster gets super confused. Why are they laughing mid-fight? Watching this crazy fight unfold, Milas admits they are absolute beasts, but he still sighs in disappointment because it is still not enough to win. Getting seriously annoyed, the beast releases a huge shockwave of energy, blowing Ran and Island right back as it stares down at them with pure disgust. He spits that puny humans are always getting in his way, mocking Ran that even a hero who killed 2 demon lords is no different. "So I am going to turn you all into dust," he roars. And guys, his claw starts charging up with enough power to end the world. He swings his arm, shaking the entire ground and blasting energy right at them. Ran can only watch in shock, frozen in place as the attack flies towards him. Island screams his name in a total panic, but the blast is so crazy it completely blows apart a whole side of the castle. Up above, Spirit Milas is choking on his own tears, falling to his knees in guilt that his own physical body is causing such a brutal massacre. He sighs that he cannot take this anymore, but Mon pats his shoulder, pointing down below and telling him not to worry because they have finally arrived. Milas has no clue what she means, but Mon just smiles, pointing back at Ran. Right now, he is completely wrapped in a blinding, glorious light. Ran is totally speechless as he looks down at his fully healed body. His white cloak waves in the wind as he lands, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Staring at Mikhail, Ran gasps out in shock, calling him the hero. Meanwhile, the demon looks at the cracked castle walls as dark smoke starts rising. Sizing up the mess, he sighs and realizes it is probably best to ditch this place right now. But the demon hesitates. Keeping this body intact is still priority number 1, so staying like this should be fine. Hold up, what is this crazy energy? Could it be? As the thick smoke clears, Mikhail slowly steps. "Yep, that is exactly who you think it is," he says. Standing inside the thick smoke, he adds, "You recognize me in a heartbeat, so I guess I am getting pretty famous on your side too, huh?" He looks at the demon with a probing stare and asks, "So why did you not hide away like all the others? Why make such a reckless, sudden appearance?" Mikhail's interrogation totally ticks the monster off, popping veins on its forehead as it charges straight at him, screaming, "Shut up!" With a cold gaze, Mikhail just murmurs high gravity. The moment those words leave his mouth, a massive crushing force slams down, absolutely obliterating everything in its path. Standing in the thick dust cloud, he looks genuinely curious and asks, "Why not just give up? You are not even ready for this." That massive gravity hit did a real number on the demon, leaving it struggling to even stand up amidst all the ruined rubble. Pure, raw hatred burns in its eyes as it glares back at Mikhail. Clenching its fists hard against the dirt, its entire body shakes as it snarls, "How dare you!" The demon stays wild and completely unyielding, growling out, "How dare a lowly human do this?" It forces itself upright, but Mikhail looks down, noticing some weird, creepy, demonic energy starting to stir. Watching the beast struggle, Mikhail senses something odd. There is no actual hostility coming from it. Suddenly, he flashes a playful smirk. "Look at this guy," he says, then glances at the tiny form of Seth resting on his shoulder. "Hey, you can show your true form now, right?" "Of course," she replies. Trying to catch them off guard, the demon suddenly lunges forward for a sneak attack, but Mikhail reacts instantly, their eyes locking mid-charge. The demon streaks forward like a deadly arrow, but Seth finally reveals her true form as Mikhail calls the monster out, acting all tough. "But you were just trying to run, huh? Now watch this." Back to back with Mikhail, she whips up a giant tornado on his command. She traps him inside a total storm fortress. This massive vortex Seth conjures is so huge it locks down the entire castle, completely sealing off every single exit from the inside out. The wild winds sweep the demon straight off its feet, leaving it totally suspended in midair. Luckily, Enner's non-physical body can just pass right through the storm. Assessing the battlefield, Mikhail realizes something. There is no way this demon is going to easily abandon a vessel it spent so much effort preparing. Slammed hard into the dirt by the vortex, the ground shatters beneath it. The demon snarls in rage, "Seth, you idiot, do not tell me you actually recovered your powers already?" Seth just gives a pretty smug, mocking smirk, replying, "I am still an apostle-tier powerhouse, and I am definitely not making the same mistake twice." Hovering in the air right behind the beast, Mikhail gives it a cold stare. "You have got 2 choices here. Release Lord Milas right now." He grins, adding, "Or get beaten half to death first, then let him go." That threat immediately puts the demon on guard as it mutters, "I cannot destroy this body." Mikhail listens closely as the demon sneers, "That is not what you want, is it?" Pulling a slightly helpless face, he sighs, "Yeah, I guess you are right." Tensing his legs to make a move, Mikhail thinks to himself using this body as a hostage is his only play. It is just a desperate threat. Moving like a pretty fast flash of white lightning, he teleports right in front of the demon. His expression turns bone-chillingly cold, striking absolute terror as he attacks. The demon growls, "If only I was not dealing with you." Still, this sudden blitz forces the beast into a desperate, head-on clash. "Wrong answer, Lin," Mikhail says, His reply makes the demon frown in absolute shock, muttering what? Right then, Mon appears on the demon's shoulder as Mikhail explains that what he needs to stop is not even there. Mon's eyes glow like flashlights, unleashing a binding spell that burns hot. Red glowing chains immediately wrap around the demon's stomach and arms. Before long, those burning red restraints have locked it down tight, binding it completely from head to toe. Trapped in this pretty tight bind, the demon scowls in frustration, gritting its teeth while desperately struggling and thrashing around to break free from the chains. Summoning all its dark strength, the demon violently snaps the chains into pieces and roars, "You really think this cheap trick can stop me?" Holding his staff, Mikhail silently notes, "Yeah, no matter how special a fairy is, she can never fully seal a high demon." But as the gem atop his staff begins to glow brightly, magic circles spin into existence as Mikhail realizes those brief seconds the demon spent breaking the chains are more than enough. Raising his staff, he whispers that is plenty of time. He unleashes a devastating blast of pure, blinding light that rips through the area, absolutely shattering everything in its path into a million tiny pieces. A stray beam obliterates a nearby boulder into dust. Emerging from the thick smoke and debris, the demon coughs out, "Are you seriously willing to hurt your own ally just to destroy this body?" It screams in pure rage, trying to guilt-trip Mikhail. But he just calmly replies, "Who said anything about harming myself? Wait for it." He slowly steps forward, speaking. Shrouded in the thick fog, his body is barely visible, save for a pair of cold red eyes glowing in the dark as he says, "We just break your limbs and heal them later. Simple." His terrifyingly calm tone sends absolute chills right down the demon's spine, causing cold sweat to pour down its face as it gasps out, "What did you just say? You absolute psycho." Ignoring the demon's trash talk, Mikhail unleashes another holy strike, commanding it to shut up. The blast sends the demon crashing down again, coughing, "Those are not even my own limbs, you jerk." Shaking uncontrollably in front of him, the demon spits out, "You bastard. If you call yourself a hero, then start acting like one. Damn it." Mikhail stays dead silent. Clearly, this monster does not know when to shut up, so he instantly blasts it again, leaving the demon screaming in pure, unadulterated agony. He coldly tells it to shut up, adding, "I decide what my hero path looks like." The demon glares with pure resentment, wheezing out, "You are no hero." Tired of the non-stop trash talk, Mikhail casts a quick silence spell to shut its mouth. The demon struggles, "What are you?" Gripping his blood-stained staff tightly, Mikhail looks down at the defeated beast and says, "A hero, no matter what, I make the rules." He then mockingly sneers, "Wow, that is just so brutal. You still refuse to give up after all this? Is this really what being a high demon is about?" Seeing the beast shiver on the dirt, he asks, "Want another taste? How about another round of holy destruction?" he asks, looking down as the demon just whimpers incoherently on the shattered ground. Yo! A wet spot suddenly appears on the demon's face, looking exactly like a tear. Seeing this in the corner of its eye, Mikhail stares wide-eyed in pure disbelief and yells, "Hold up, what is that on your face?" Standing over the trembling demon as it shakes on the dirt, Mikhail's sheer shock echoes loud enough to shake the sky as he blurts out, "Wait, don't tell me. Are you actually crying right now?" Instantly, some seriously dark, twisted thoughts begin to swirl inside the defeated monster's head. It used to be so perfect, but now the beast is desperately trying to break out. It flashes back to Kia, screaming in pain, struggling against the monster inside his own body. Luring Kia, the vice commander of the vultures, was literal child's play. The monster gloats at Kia's terrified face, totally looking down on his pathetic inferiority complex toward his older brother. The second I showed him a way to surpass his brother, the guy surrendered without a fight. Remembering those past moments, the demon falls dead silent. That massive armed group known as the vultures was basically in my grasp. The beast grinds its teeth, utterly furious as it thinks of Milas. If it could have just taken the leader's body, it wouldn't have to desperately fight for its pride right now. Or so it thought, before Mikhail looks at its pathetic state and bursts out laughing. Bitter tears stream down its face as it glares back at him in pure resentment. Staring at his crazed, twisted expression, the demon cannot believe its eyes. Until I met this literal psychopath. It stares wide-eyed in total confusion, asking itself, is this guy seriously supposed to be a hero? But get this, what comes next is pure madness. Recalling how Mikhail easily outsmarted Asmodeus back then, the demon honestly believed this guy was supposed to be some super rational mastermind. With blood dripping slowly onto the dirt, the terrified monster realizes this guy is just a straight-up wild beast. Sunlight glinting off that bloody, battle-scarred staff only makes the demon shake harder. It silently panics, realizing this guy is 10 times more brutal than anything it ever imagined. Still paralyzed by absolute terror, the demon's mind races. For the first time in its entire existence, it is completely terrified of a human. Facing Mikhail's insane pressure, the demon can barely breathe. It was dead wrong about him. Looking at its mangled arm in total despair, it realizes it can't even run away anymore. Hauling up its broken body, it glares at him and spits out, "You won this round. But you can never destroy me. Just wait, because when I return, I will bring you the ultimate despair." Mikhail just sighs, totally bored, and asks, "Wait, are you seriously still talking? This is getting so lame. Did that holy blast to your skull not satisfy you? Hearing that, the demon shuts up, totally speechless. Its pride completely shattered, the demon groans, I am out of here, before leaving Millis's body for good. The old leader wakes up, utterly dazed and confused about what just happened. Scene cuts to Mikhail casting healing magic on Millis. He keeps working, explaining I completely patched up your body before you even woke up. Your physical body should be totally fine now, but unfortunately, there is no way my magic can erase your extreme exhaustion or the trauma left on your system. With a soft groan, the old man slowly opens his eyes. Milas staggers to his feet, bowing his head to say thank you. He reaches out for a warm handshake and says, you have done me a massive favor, young hero. Mikhail just shrugs politely, telling him to not even mention it. Milas shivers slightly, a detail Mikhail immediately picks up on. He looks at the old leader closely, noticing that the man's fingertips are visibly trembling. Mikhail admits it is pretty strange his body recovered so well after taking such a heavy beating. As Milas stares at the staff, Mikhail calmly tucks it into his spatial pocket, apologizing for being too rough. The old leader looks down at the dirt in absolute shame and whispers, I am sorry. Mikhail gently breaks the news, telling him that Milliam has likely dealt with the vice commander already. If you are still worried about your little brother, prepare yourself, because it is going to be a pathetic sight. Suddenly, Milas cuts him off with a firm no. Mikhail stops, listening as the old man admits his brother's betrayal was a total tragedy. Milas clenches his fist with cold determination, saying, but I know exactly when to cut ties. Mikhail smirks in approval, replying, fair enough, I get it. Mikhail nods to himself. Ordering Minin, who is waiting nearby, he says, Butler, bring over the item I asked you to prepare earlier. The butler bows, quickly handing over a cloak. Mikhail passes it to the old man, saying, let us go, Lord Millis. He pauses, a smirk playing on his lips. Actually, scratch that, let us go, commander of the Vulture mercenaries. Scene cuts to a bloody battlefield littered with fallen soldiers. Milliam and Karia have their swords pointed straight at Kia, declaring that he is the only one left. Kia grinds his teeth, forced to listen to her demand to surrender. Honestly, the tension here is so thick you can cut it with a knife. Clutching his neck, Kia desperately tries to heal himself, refusing to accept that his demonic power is completely gone. No way, he screams. My master cannot be defeated yet. Karia steps forward, leaving Milliam totally confused as he calls out to his former vice commander. With a heartbroken look, Karia asks him, did you seriously sell your soul to a literal demon just for this? Kia looks back, utterly stunned by the question. Kia raises his mutated, monstrous hand, growling, I actually thought you would understand what it feels like to always be left behind in the shadows. He flashes back to his painful past, constantly struggling to catch up to Milas. Suddenly, boiling rage explodes as he screams at Karia. Do you have any idea how it feels? When our parents died, even in their final breath, they had zero hope in me. It was always just Milas. They only called out his name. As those dark memories flood his brain, Kia screams in agony, I was not even there for them. Seeing Karia's pained expression, Kia's internal rage only burns hotter. Totally let down, he spits out that he really believed Karia of all people would get it. We both carried so much hatred, even if we dealt with it differently, so I thought you of all people would understand. But suddenly, a loud shout breaks his train of thought. Milas suddenly appears, wearing his captain's cloak while being supported by Mikhail. The two brothers lock eyes, the air immediately turning incredibly heavy as their intense, complicated feelings collide. Kia scoffs, mockingly watching the old man struggle to even stand upright as he sneers, well, look who finally decided to show up. What is this? Did you drag yourself here just to lecture me as my older brother? But as Milas keeps walking forward without stopping, Kia's defensive aura starts to fade. Cut it out, I am not trying to hear that garbage, he says, calmly pulling his sword. I did not come here for my brother. Milas stares down Kia's frozen face with pure seriousness. Standing as tall as ever, the commander drops a heavy line by Rule 3, Article 1 of the Vulture Army. The penalty for trash behavior is death. Milas raises his sword high, declaring that only the captain has the right to put down the deputy captain. Gripping his blade, he vows to put an end to this guy before he can even take another breath. Looking at his ex-brother with a totally broken heart, he whispers, that is the law we made together. Standing nearby, Mikhail silently watches, low-key satisfied with how it plays out. Milas hoists his sword, but his hand is shaking. Mikhail watches closely, wondering if the blade is just too heavy or if the old man is just completely losing his mind over his emotions. Mikhail closes his eyes, keeping his mouth shut. Kneeling on the ground, Kia looks up at the blade, feeling a massive wave of regret hit him. Yeah, that is exactly who my brother is. Watching Milas stand tall, Kia starts drifting back into his memories. The guy always carried everyone's heavy burdens like it was totally normal. Back then, I actually wanted to share that massive, crushing weight right alongside him in the field. Look at this dramatic turn. Rain starts pouring down heavily, soaking Kia as he kneels right under Millis's blade. He mutters the rules have to be followed, right? Pure, raw regret is eating him alive right now. He keeps thinking that maybe, just maybe, things would be different if he could just go back in time. He laughs out loud. No, thinking about that now is completely useless. His brother just stands there, totally silent. Kia sneers at his own stupidity. What is gone, the past is set in stone, and now it is time to face the music. Closing his eyes, he accepts his fate. The cold blade swings down in a flash. Blood splatters everywhere, ending this tragic mess. In those final moments, Kia whispers to his own rotten soul that maybe in the next life, they can be brothers again. Sunlight hits the massive fortress. The whole mess in Kondo is finally cleaned up, and it is time for the crew to move out. Milas gives a friendly smile, thanking our hero once again for saving the day. Mikhail just plays it cool, saying he only did what had to be done. But then Mikhail looks at the weird scepter in the old man's hand with pure doubt, asking if he is seriously going to keep that trash. He stares at it. That thing in Milas's hand is definitely not his usual red mace, it is straight up a magic scepter. Mikhail is completely dumbfounded because, yeah, that is a direct knockoff of his own personal scepter. Milas just chuckles, remembering how crazy the kid looked, and starts explaining. Getting knocked out cold by your weapon made me realize something. I do not need to limit myself to just using a boring old sword. Mikhail is totally speechless and tells him to think twice. Milas just bursts out laughing, saying he was only messing around. Staring at this absolute idiot, Mikhail can only sigh. He forces a polite smile anyway, saying that this is definitely just another stepping stone towards a much brighter future. Rand flies over and pinches his cheek, telling him to stop making such lame excuses. Meanwhile, Milas hypes himself up, raising the scepter to vow he will absolutely smash any demon he spots. Mikhail just nods awkwardly, sure, whatever, bro. Milas actually stops to listen to his serious advice. But seriously, Milas, I get why you are furious after all this, but do not let yourself get swallowed by revenge. Mikhail points to his head with a smirk, telling him to keep a burning heart but an ice-cold brain. Got it? The old commander nods with deep respect. Understood, Milas says, drawing his sword. The blade catches the light, flashing with a blinding gleam. He slams the sword into the ground, kneeling in the ultimate knightly salute. He looks up, asking Mikhail to safely continue his journey. Behind him, every single subordinate knight drops to one knee too. We might not see you, but we will always have your back from right here, Milas vows. The entire squad sends him off with their highest honors. And honestly, you love to see this kind of respect. Mikhail looks at them in silence, smiles, and says it is a real honor before heading into the forest. A voice suddenly cuts through the quiet, asking if he is already leaving. Mikhail blinks, totally shocked to see Milium and Island waiting ahead. He leaps right off his horse in shock, completely surprised to see her. He honestly thought she was staying behind with Karia, since the kid chose the mercenaries. Mikhail assumed she would stay too, but Milium just smiles gently, saying she decided to wander around for a bit. Her eyes look a bit heavy, hiding a bunch of complicated thoughts. She remembers Karia running up, grabbing her hand, and saying he finally gets it now. Touching her own arm where he held it, she whispers that he is all grown up now, and definitely too old to cling to his parents. Watching her, Mikhail notes that she finally decided to let him go. Milium rubs her wrist, giving him a gentle smile, pointing out it took him quite a while too. Letting her guard down, she naturally lets her true feelings slip. She admits that the kid basically validated her life, and of course, he never accepted the sins that chained her down. She silently reflects on her heavy responsibilities, feeling completely torn up inside her own head. But her resolve as a judge is locked in. Yes, Karia proved it to her. Standing there, she shares her next move, planning to keep working as a judge, even if she has to adjust her path just a little bit. Mikhail imagines her as a master wanderer, roaming the globe to hunt down trash criminals and demons. He tells her out loud that it actually sounds pretty epic. Right after, Milium pats Island's shoulder and drops a bomb, saying she is leaving her disciple in his hands. Island's eyes go wide, completely panicking. Wait, what? Mikhail is totally confused while Rand wonders if this is a joke. Island just yells at her master to stop. Hold on, master. You do not have to carry the heavy burden of being a judge anymore. Milium calmly replies that they only agreed she would teach her swordplay, right? Island nervously says she is not ready yet, but Milium reaches out, telling her she has already mastered the core of the meteor style. The only thing she lacks now is real combat experience. Milium gently pats her head, promising they will meet again so she can teach her the next step. She flashes an encouraging smile, telling her to crush it. Alan tearfully cries out for her master. Losing all her chill, Alan buries her face in ugly cries while Milium comforts her. In the back, Ryan and Min witness this super emotional moment and totally break down too. The butler wipes his tears, sobbing about how beautiful this goodbye is. But right as things get super emotional, Mikhail totally ruins the vibe with a blank face to voice his opinion. Like hell, I am tagging along. The others immediately lose their minds. Murden snaps, asking if he is seriously being ridiculous right now. He just stands there confused. Why are they so mad? Milium calmly defends her, saying her disciple is actually a pretty solid ally to have around. Mikhail shrugs like he does not even care, saying he does not mind taking her. But then he gets greedy, hinting that babysitting someone is going to cost some serious cash. Alan catches on instantly. She asks if he is seriously rubbing his fingers together to demand cold, hard cash. Milliam flashes a sly smile and asks how much he is trying to extort. Resting her chin to think, Milliam agrees that handing her over to a big-shot hero for free is unfair. Suddenly, a small card pops right into his hand. Mikhail hesitates, but once he triggers the card, a box appears out of thin air. He opens it, totally shook, asking if this is the Beast King's elixir. Milliam calmly nods, pleased that he recognizes it. He remembers his past, thinking that of course he does, since the Beast King was an old ally from Argo who owned it. She explains where the rare loot came from, mentioning that back when she was still a judge, she saved a pack of beastmen. Watching him stare at the box, Milliam adds that one of them had royal blood, so they handed her this insane elixir as a gift. Is that not enough? Still completely shocked by its value, Mikhail admits he is actually blown away by how incredibly generous she is being. Mikhail snaps the box shut, accepting the trade. She happily turns to leave, reminding him that she is officially dumping her disciple onto his hands now. If you need me, just give me a shout. Walking off without looking back, Milliam yells that she is hyped to see his legendary achievements as a hero. The crew hits the road again. Rian suspiciously asks where they are heading now, reminding Mikhail that he was only following him in the first place. Mikhail casually tells him they are going to his house. Rian closes his eyes in disbelief, realizing he means the Marquis estate, before turning his horse to leave. All right, I am dipping. But before Rian can even escape, Mikhail grabs him and orders him to come. Annoyed, Rian snaps, asking why they have to follow him all the way home. He just shrugs. No big deal, he says, before slowly explaining his reasons. From now on, I am doing something my dad is definitely going to hate. He turns back with a sketchy smile, saying he needs a shield on his side. Mikhail keeps lecturing while the three stand there totally dumbfounded. He tells them that in major fights, they need to act as a team, since that is what ideal comrades do. Alan speaks up, asking if he basically just views them as meat shields instead of actual allies. He does not even reply, just staring blankly up at the sky. After a long silence, Mikhail casually talks about the nice weather while the others lose their minds. But hold on, the scene is about to get incredibly dark. Deep in the gloomy central hall of Pandemonium where the demon lords gather, a purple flame speaks up, saying only 5 remain, and one just failed miserably. Another flame angrily spits, asking who this trash hero even is. A third flame mocks him, pointing out he cannot even find his own true name. Shut up. A nearby flame cuts him off, completely silencing him on the spot. Do you even have the right to talk about him? The leader flame orders an end to the bickering, declaring that enough is enough to focus on the main threat. The situation has changed, and they do not have any time left to fight among themselves. A playful flame responds to the massive leader. Elder is right, but as the smaller flame reveals her true form, Belphego grins savagely, suggesting it might be better to just kill him right now. Showing Mikhail's image in the center of the hall, she warns that they must take him down before he grows any stronger. Another flame asks skeptically, and what if we fail? Belphego stands silently before the mirror, listening to the flame promise that they will personally destroy everything the hero has planned. The flame asks her once again if she can handle the consequences, but Belphego remains completely silent. Just then, the giant elder flame finally speaks up. Just wait. A creepy vibe fills the room, promising an uncontrollable chaos that is coming very soon. That hero will face an unprecedented, uncontrollable chaos. Staring at his reflection in the glass, the flame secretly plots a devastating plague that will sweep across the entire world. Belphego thinks in fear that the elder is never this certain about anything unless the situation is getting incredibly dangerous. She breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about it, knowing there must be a solid reason. Recalling Mikhail's wild attitude, the giant flame orders to break his limbs. Belphego leaves in silence, her flame fading away along with one lingering question, asking if he is absolutely sure. We cut to a gorgeous, majestic castle located in the Walpurgis family territory, where Mikhail walks up, looking around in total awe. It's been almost 2 years since I was last here, so nostalgic. Ryan groans in exhaustion that they finally made it, and Alan agrees. Curious, Rian asks what kind of crazy plan he is cooking up this time, but Mikhail casually replies that it is nothing special. Rian snaps, yelling that it is a total lie since every time he says that, some massive disaster happens. Turning away, Mikhail mutters how much he hates sharp kids. I heard that, you idiot, he screams. Finally, Mikhail gets serious and explains what he actually plans to do next. My plan is to read our family bloodline grimoire, since I finally met the minimum requirements to challenge it. Standing behind him, Murden looks surprised at the mention of the grimoire. He doubts if Mikhail can handle it. Curious, Rian asks what it even is, and Mikhail seriously explains it is an ancient book holding their entire family history. He remembers that mysterious book, its real name being Lemiston. They call it the Bloodline Grimoire because it only reacts to the blood of the Walpurgis family. Mikhail remembers its mystical and mind-blowing power, quietly marveling at it. Every single page holds the history and raw power of the Walpurgis clan. He looks back at its creator with absolute, pure respect. The guy who made it was the very first head of the Walpurgis family. Mikhail looks back, feeling nothing but deep regret. Before I went back in time, the demon god army burned it to ash, he says quietly. Ran wonders if reading this grimoire means challenging the entire history of the Mikhail clan. And if I fail, he says, glancing down at his feet to watch a snake quickly swallow a mouse whole. Mikhail explains in a low voice that he will end up as part of the grimoire. But if he wins, he will become the true master of Lemiston. Their sharp eyes lock, making the room super tense. Mikhail casually shrugs and says it is simple, eat or get swallowed, right? Reaching his hand toward the sky, he gets lost in his own thoughts, realizing he does not even care about being its master. His real target is tracing back his own bloodline source. Mikhail falls deep into thought, wondering what the first Walpurgis actually was. Was he just some ninth circle archmage? Or was he something way more insane? Slowly lowering his hand, Mikhail tells himself there is another reason. He needs the knowledge of Lemiston for his plans. He turns his head toward the group, speaking with a slight hesitation. Feeling super confident, Mikhail proudly announces that as his teammates, they need to put all their trust in their hero. Mikhail flashes that dangerous smile again, calling them meat shields and telling them to move. Look at how awkward this gets. A heavy silence fills the room as they stare at this ridiculous guy. Cut to Nostra, casually walking down the castle hallway, lost in his own thoughts. Sometimes, a quiet day just makes you feel way more anxious. He feels totally restless and confused. Everything seems normal, so why is this bad vibe creeping up on him? Suddenly, Nostra looks around alertly, telling himself he is fine. Ever since that fateful day, he was reborn. But he still remembers that absolute, soul-crushing despair. Dropping from the 5th circle in a flash, his magic rank got weaker, but his mana ring stabilized. Thinking back on those brutal days of training, he really gave it his all. Nostra flashes a satisfied smile, even though this does not mean he is suddenly overpowered. Still, every single bit of it was totally worth it. He looks back with pure gratitude, realizing he finally reached the 6th circle the legit way, all thanks to his master's incredible help. Walking forward, he mutters that he really is incredibly grateful. But he hesitates, deeply confused about why, instead of feeling thankful, he is getting these creeping chills first. Watching the birds chirp outside, he whispers that peace is always best. He clasps his hands, praying for them to please never return. Out of nowhere, Mikhail sneaks up behind Nostra with a grin, asking who he is talking about. Nostra turns around to look, and the entire hallway goes deathly silent. Nostra looks away to deny reality, muttering that he is losing it and hearing fake voices. He walks away stiffly, clicking his tongue and thinking he needs to take some meds. Still smiling, he watches Nostra ramble on, begging the Almighty God to protect him with eternal light. Nostra is literally just talking complete nonsense at this point. Oh, Almighty God! Without hesitating, Mikhail steps up and lands a painful punch right on Nostra's head. As Nostra just accepts his fate, a system notification pops up. Mikhail has successfully claimed his 4th meat shield, Nostra. Standing before his squad, he smiles with satisfaction, noting that makes 4 of them now. Suspicious, Nostra asks what he is planning, and Mikhail casually answers with one word, Lemiston. Still not getting it, Nostra asks in a totally clueless tone. Young master, wait, no, my lord, did you just say Lemiston? A second later, Nostra snaps to his senses, begging him to stop because the lord will never allow this. He keeps trying to convince him, saying if he just waits, it will naturally be his. Mikhail crosses his arms and impatiently replies that he has 0 time. Nostra explains frantically that access is the real issue here. You are not actually planning to break the barrier protecting Lemiston, right? Realizing something crazy, he stammers, begging him not to say he knows how. Knowing Nostra already guessed it, Mikhail confirms he is absolutely forcing his way in, making Nostra super tense. Asking who could possibly stop him, Mikhail calmly points at each person in front of him and counts 1, 2, 3, 4. He confidently answers he has 4 shields. Mikhail thinks of his father sitting in his study. The second I tear open the barrier and access Lemiston, father will feel it immediately, right? Raising his hand, he asks what their mission is. Seeing their helpless looks, Mikhail answers his own question, telling them to hold his father off until then. He grins and asks if that is clear. Rand scowls at him, flipping the middle finger to show his total disgust for this absolute bastard. Mikhail proudly looks up at the sky, thinking that this is exactly what teammates are for. Meanwhile, a quiet figure stands right in front of the massive archive gates. A guard spots him and gasps, asking what brings the young master to the archives. Mikhail just casually replies to the guard's question. What else? I am obviously here to go inside. Hearing his bold words, the 2 guards quickly exchange uneasy glances with each other. As a direct descendant of the Walpurgis clan, I definitely have the right to access the archives. Instantly, they cross their spears to block him, asking him to get the Marquis's permission first. Even if you are a direct descendant, we still cannot let you in. On his shoulder, a familiar mocks him, calling him a total disgrace to this family just a few years ago. Is that why they do not trust you? Hearing her sharp words, he finally seems to realize the real problem here. Ever since recovering, I have been busy running around, but I have not actually proven myself to this family yet. Feeling his sharp gaze, the guard instantly breaks a sweat. Watch this closely, you can literally see their thoughts as they realize this absolute disgrace of a kid is suddenly demanding to enter the sacred archives. But Mikai's entire body begins to radiate a menacing light, warning them they have got it all wrong. Oozing pure, confident power, he completely shuts down the guards, declaring he came here as a true Walpurgis and a hero. Glowing sparks drift into the air, looking both beautiful and terrifying. "You are literally blocking my path right now," he warns. "Can you actually take responsibility for this?" The two guards hesitate, exchanging nervous looks under his heavy pressure. "I was just trying to get into my own family's archives." Finally, those two guards back off and lower their spears. "Honestly, my bad for the attitude, if you can even call it that." But Mikhail is not letting them off that easy. He keeps pressing them. "Seriously?" Then, with a dead cold look and pure killer instinct in his eyes, he drops the hammer. "Open the doors, now." On his command, the massive archive gates creak open. As Mikhail walks inside the dark room, Seth follows closely, buzzing with curiosity and asking questions. "So, how long has your family actually been around?" Mikhail just shrugs, replying in a completely bored voice. "Honestly, I have no clue. Probably as long as any other major clan, but our founder was built different. Weirdly enough, there's almost zero info on him, even though he was supposedly a legendary 9th-tier mage. Like, before he flexed his power to the world, who even was he? What was he doing? Seriously, nobody knows a single thing about his past." Hearing this, Seth frowns and rubs her temples, trying to wrap her small brain around it all. "He really is one massive mystery," she sighs. Mikhail just smirked, which is exactly why I'm going to figure it out right now. After walking for a bit, they finally reach their destination. Behold, the clan's pitch-black secret chamber. The whole place is locked down tight with heavy chains and glowing magic circles. Seth flies over, lightly touching one of the runes to test the defense. "Why is this room packed with so many barriers? You better trash these seals before your old man shows up." Mikhail agrees, but something else is bugging him way more. Yeah, the sheer number of barriers is a pain, but their tier is also insanely high. Normally, trying to wipe out all these seals at once is a total suicide mission. Just when you think he's about to give up, he drops this line, but that only applies to outsiders. Looking smug, Mikhail explains how these barriers actually work. He pulls out a special dagger, specifically crafted to react only to the bloodline of Von Purgis. He drags the blade right across his palm, letting the blood flow. Sure, it's a messy puzzle, but since these barriers share one common trait, breaking them is totally doable. Past and present start blurring together as he remembers. He survived way worse crap than this before, so a few magic seals aren't going to stop him. He starts dissecting the magic layer by layer: offense, defense, decay, and reversal. Mikhail quietly runs the math in his head, completely locked in. Countless barriers piled up over hundreds of years. Squeezing his bleeding hand shut, he prepares to make his move, hesitating for just a split second. He feels the weight of his bloodline, almost seeing the ghosts of his ancestors. It's basically a clash against the dead founders through this barrier magic. With a flick of his wrist, Mikhail splashes his blood straight onto the barrier. The droplets instantly bind with the magic, spreading across the entire energy field like wildfire. Seth's jaw drops at the sight as she stammers out bloodline magic. Watching his blood coat the barrier, Mikhail explains that he doesn't actually need to smash it. Boom! A massive surge of lightning erupts from the magical shield. "All I need to do is keep it offline for a little while," he says. Seth shields her face, yelping as wild sparks of lightning crackle right past her. But Mikhail just stands there, totally chill, waiting for the defense system to crash. Blinding light and roaring lightning engulf his entire body, but he doesn't even flinch. The whole chamber glows with a weird, highly mystical orange light. Then, total silence. In the pitch-black darkness, a pair of eyes squint tightly before suddenly snapping open to stare ahead. The dark chamber finally lights up. Seth floats next to him, looking around completely stunned and asking if she messed up and touched the wrong thing. "Did I break something?" she asks. Mikhail just shuts her down with a cold, simple, "Nope." He takes a step and starts walking forward. Right at that moment, a massive set of terrifying, razor-sharp fangs materializes right behind them. Seth totally freaks out, staring at the beast, but Mikhail acts like it's just another normal day. It's one of the signature spells of the Von Purgis clan, the Devouring of Von Purgis. Mikhail doesn't even pause, keeping his pace steady without a care. Suddenly, a barrage of magical elements spawns out of thin air, firing straight at him to block his path. Mikhail glances at the trap, wondering if they hid all this magic in the shadows. The incoming blast forces him to halt for a quick second, but he quickly pivots, changing directions. Moving like a pro, Mikhail zigzags through the room, completely bypassing every single threat. Seth sits on his shoulder, freaking out and pulling her hair as she asks if he actually knows where the traps are or if he's just winging it. He completely ignores her panic, muttering about pure instinct as they keep walking. Finally, they come across a massive magic circle that completely dwarfs all the others. Is this the final boss barrier? Mikhail spots a bizarre relic floating right in the center of the seal. He can practically hear the arrogant voice of his father, Marquis Count Walpurgis, bragging about how he'd never pass. That's the exact vibe this barrier is giving off. Smirking, Mikhail reaches out his hand and whispers, "But Dad, isn't a son who stays weaker than his father just pathetic?" And watch this boom. The final barrier instantly shatters into a million glass shards. "I figured you'd finally drop by after all this time," a mysterious voice echoes. Mikhail freezes, peering through the glittering glass shards to see who's there. Resting his chin on his hand, a mysterious dude casually asks if he's not Count Walpurgis. Mikhail just stares back with a cold, piercing glare, not looking amused. "So, you're the one," Mikhail mutters. The guy sitting beyond the shattered mirror calmly replies, "If your guess about who I am is right, then yes. Some call me history itself, while others just call me pure magic." The mysterious man raises his slender hands, starting a slow introduction. "But if you want a name," he says, flashing a creepy smile with a face that looks 100% identical to Mikhail's, "you can just call me Lemelin." Meanwhile, outside his super fancy mansion, the peaceful silence is completely shattered by a massive, earth-shaking explosion ripping right through the side of the building. Terrified guards scramble in every direction, screaming that the Marquis is absolutely furious. They abandon their posts, leaving behind a completely wrecked estate. What kind of lunatic would actually dare to trigger the Marquis? Inside, a pair of veins popping hands claw into the cracked wall. "That damn cowardly rat," he growls. Marquis Count Walpurgis grips his staff, head low in pure disbelief. How did that brat dare to seek out Lemelin? Looking up, his eyes glow with a deadly, threatening red light. "I will break your limbs, my dear son." Yeah, that brutal threat was aimed at Ram Pelup, the next generation sword saint. But even this ultimate badass met his match when a natural enemy showed up 2 years ago. Count Walpurgis materialized right behind him, absolutely furious, leaving him panicking and crying. Out of the way, that is Mikhail Wagis. Rand desperately tried to dodge Count Walpurgis's relentless attacks, screaming in sheer terror. He knew the old man was a monster, but somehow he still managed to evade. But eventually he just gave up. This was way too crazy. In the end, Count Walpurgis launched a massive strike, sending Rand flying high into the air. Rand crashed face first straight onto the dirt, completely helpless. Right then, another figure jumped in, charging up their power and taking a stance. "Lord, please calm down," they pleaded. But with just one strike, Count Walpurgis easily sent him flying. "Did you really think you could take me on with those muscles?" Count Walpurgis sneered. "Now let me inside." This time, he got blasted even higher than Rand did. One hurdle down, another appeared as Nostra held his wand, trembling so hard he choked on his words, saying Count Walpurgis instead of Lord. Trying to stay calm, he made a desperate proposal to the beast in front of him. "First, let us just chill out and talk," he pleaded. But rage completely blinded Count Walpurgis's reason, and just like the first two guys, Nostra got blasted straight into the sky. "Honestly, you and I both knew that was coming." "I should have done this sooner," Count Walpurgis growled. Nostra flew just as high as the butler Murden did earlier. Now, with 3 down, it was Island's turn to shake like a leaf. Staring at Count Walpurgis's brutal nail-studded club, she panicked, screaming in her head, "What on earth is that?" He slowly walked toward her, radiating a suffocating aura of pure bloodlust. Island desperately tried to drag her shaking legs, but they refused to budge. She was just way too terrified to move even an inch. Risking everything, she looked up and felt like weak prey, staring down a wild beast. The sheer terror was completely paralyzing. Right at that moment, the useless guy actually struggled to stand up, trembling wildly while raising his sword to block him. "You cannot pass," he yelled. Island watched in total disbelief as he fought his own fear. His brave move seemed to give her the strength to finally pull herself together. Count Walpurgis had been quietly watching them the whole time. Suddenly, he spoke in a heavy, booming voice, addressing Lindello's child. Rand raised his sword, covering half his face, and questioned him for the very first time. "Can't you just trust your own son?" Rand questioned. "You know his achievements are way beyond anyone's wildest imagination." Rand's words only made the old man unleash an even more terrifying power. Count Walpurgis slowly lifted his foot, replying with a simple, "Yeah, I know." The moment Count Walpurgis stomped his foot back down, a massive shockwave erupted, pinning Rand and Island to the ground. That terrifying pressure crushed them heavier with every single word he spoke. "If he made it this far, there has to be a reason," Count Walpurgis growled, and that is precisely the problem. Unable to bear the crushing gravity, they both fell to their knees. Looking down at them, Count Walpurgis explained, "I am worried he will get absorbed by Lemstone. Do you think that is why I am rushing?" Gritting his teeth, Rand struggled to push back. "No, absolutely not," Rand roared. He let out a loud shout, using every ounce of his strength to fight against the gravity. Just as his legs were about to stand straight, Count Walpurgis' hands suddenly blocked his face. Channeling a wave of power into both of them, the Lord ordered them to sleep for a bit. The moment his command fell, they collapsed onto the cold ground, fast asleep. Deep down, Count Walpurgis felt a surge of pride, realizing his son had actually become a hero. But what is a hero? someone who hates and slays demons. If he learns about Lemstone from that twisted perspective, Count Walpurgis thought, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, he cursed. Back in the archive dimension, Mikhail stepped inside, staring intently at the mysterious man. He was the first to speak, breaking the tense silence. That form, you are mimicking the founder, right? Mikhail asked. Lemstone leisurely poured some tea and replied, exactly. Your original form and my creator's. He gently pushed the teacup over, calling him a man truly worthy of being called great. Then, he offered a warm invitation to the standing youth. You had a tough time breaking through that barrier, so let us sit down and talk first, Lemstone proposed. Mikhail closed his eyes and slowly agreed. Sure, Mikhail said, but without another word, he swept his hand and smashed everything off the table, sending the tea and cakes scattering across the cold floor. Right after, Mikhail coldly demanded that they get rid of this garbage. Lemstone glared at him, questioning what on earth he was trying to do. Watching the mess dissolve, Mikhail answered. Tea and snacks made of darkness are just too perfect for poisoning someone, Mikhail sneered. His face darkened with a threatening glare, telling Lemstone to drop the pathetic tricks. Lemstone showed no emotion, just glancing at the kid. But then, looking thoroughly annoyed, he snapped, asking how long Mikhail planned to keep talking so rudely. I am the embodiment of your ancestor, and the first Mikhail Wiz was a descendant, so show some respect, Lemstone demanded. Shaking with rage, Mikhail clenched his fist and cut him off. But I can literally feel my own killing intent rising, Mikhail growled, as memories of fighting the vicious demon lords of Agaw flashed vividly through his mind. This feeling was completely natural. The guy literally controls darkness, and what does that mean? There was no need to overthink it. He was a demon. Mikhail made his stance crystal clear, refusing to talk nicely to a filthy monster. Hearing that, Lemstone repeated the word in complete shock. A demon, Lemstone scoffed with pure contempt. Just because I control darkness, you think I am a demon? That is some incredibly shallow thinking. I hate those damn things too, Lemstone muttered. Hearing this, Mikhail grew even more curious, demanding to know what he was and to prove it. Lemstone found Mikhail's demands absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, a terrifying grinding noise echoed through the space, cutting off their conversation. Following Lemstone's gaze, Mikhail looked up. Pay close attention now, because the mighty Count Walpurgis had finally arrived. Lemstone watched his expression with sheer amusement. What will you do now? He mocked. In this situation, I do not have to lift a finger to destroy you. He called him an intruder. Hearing that, Mikhail tilted his head as his face darkened, but then he flashed a mysterious smirk. Shouldn't you be the one worried? He asked. Mikhail's words hit Lemstone right where it hurt, leaving him completely stunned. If I disappear, you will just end up trapped here for eternity. No one will ever face you again. Lemstone let out an amused chuckle, then raised his hand and let out a loud, sharp snap of his fingers. Out of nowhere, a massive hourglass filled with sand pops up, instantly dragging both of them into a whole different dimension. Fine by me. Lemegidon stares at his descendant with crazy anticipation, ready to make his demand. He wants to chat. Now, the two of them are standing in this weird void, with a giant hourglass looming right behind Lemegidon. These guys are on totally opposite wavelengths. The old man is grinning like he just found a new toy, while Mikhail is just standing there looking seriously annoyed with him. Now check this out. The vibe completely shifts as time literally stops for his father. Is that massive hourglass actually casting some kind of crazy time-stop magic? Breaking his train of thought, the old man speaks up first, saying, let's talk. But then, out of nowhere, he points his finger off to the side. He points right behind him, saying the apostle hiding over there can join the party. Suddenly, a familiar blue light starts sparking right out of Seth. Dropping her stealth, she reveals herself and stares him down. She demands to know how he spotted her, because seriously, no one besides another apostle should ever be able to sense her presence. Lemegidon calmly replies that as the apostle of the storm, Seth should have vanished. Unlike the other apostles, she was left behind without any protection. He turns his gaze over to the one responsible, noting that young Master Mikhail Walpurgis was the one who actually restored her. That is pretty wild. Mikhail pulled off something that would be a total nightmare even for an 8th Circle mage. Staring daggers straight into his soul, the old man claims this proves Mikhail's magical understanding has completely surpassed the 8th Circle. Hearing that, Mikhail asks for clarification. So Lemegidon continues, saying he just wants him to answer one simple question. Under the blazing heat of the sky, he quietly asks if young Master Walpurgis can help him escape this prison. Hearing this proposal, Mikhail goes totally quiet for a moment, seriously contemplating his options. It does not take long for him to give his answer, straight up telling him no, he cannot set him free. Getting rejected, the old man starts raising his hand to snap his fingers again. But Mikhail's next words freeze him right in his tracks, suggesting that maybe some kind of restricted freedom is actually on the table. Slightly confused, Lemegidon asks what he means by that. Mikhail replies instantly, clarifying that while he won't get full freedom, he can let him leave the archive with some strict conditions. The old man has no clue Mikhail is scheming. Sure, he could totally liberate Lemegidon if he absolutely had to, but he is definitely not doing that. Even if Lemegeton gets out of the archive, he has to be kept under absolute control. Intrigued by the terms of this deal, the book asks for specifics. When asked what kind of limits, Mikhail cuts right to the chase, proposing a magical contract. He asks if that sounds like a deal. No matter how legendary of a magic book he is, staying locked up forever is a total drag. He leaves that thought hanging, and a heavy silence falls between them. Without a single second of hesitation, Lemegeton agrees to the deal. Mikhail is internally smirking, not expecting the old man to fold this freaking fast. With the contract officially sealed and locked in, Mikhail explains the rules while watching the old man get dripped out in a slick new outfit. Mikhail tells him his magic is now completely under his control, limiting him to using only the bare minimum of his power. Lemegeton just calmly loosens his collar, acting totally chill about it. It is all good, he shrugs, before turning the question back on Mikhail. Since his demand is met, it is Mikhail's turn to say what he is actually looking for. Holding up 3 fingers to make his point, he gives a warning. He reminds Mikhail that right now, the maximum amount of knowledge he can access is capped at 30%. Mikhail nods, pretty satisfied with that. 30% of Lemegeton's archive is still a massive goldmine, exactly as expected from a legendary magic book. Then he cuts straight to the chase, asking about the founder first. Staring right back at him, the old man quietly admits there is not much info he can share about the 2 creators. He explains that he was just a grimoire created back when the founder first established the Walpurgis family. With a helpless shrug of his shoulders, he admits he does not know much about the creator before that time. Obviously, he is also completely in the dark about most of the creator's later actions. Tired of his endless rambling, Mikhail gets annoyed and demands he just spill whatever info he actually has. Lemegeton strokes his chin, admitting he can't just explain this with words. But look at this, he suddenly reaches his hand out with a super confident grin, ready to show us what he means. This is where things get really crazy. He tells him to watch closely as a sudden, powerful gust of wind blasts right past Mikhail's face. In that moment of pure shock, something strange starts shifting inside those blood-red eyes. Mikhail instinctively hunches over, clutching his face in pain. Peeking through his fingers, he squintingly stares ahead, totally stunned by what he sees. Realizing he is standing in his father's office, he spots a man going through a messy pile of papers. He gasps, realizing it is the real Mikhail Walpurgis I. He immediately sits down to examine the messy papers himself. Mikhail reads the bizarre titles out loud, whispering terms like advanced genetics, trait modification, and even attribute reversal. With this insane amount of research lying around, he wonders what the founder was actually plotting. Suddenly, the founder speaks up, calling out Lemegeton's name. He commands the book to remember every single word of his research, warning that those without the proper qualification must never read it. Hearing this, Mikhail freezes up, feeling totally on edge. Not even talented descendants are allowed to bypass this rule. The founder seems practically obsessed as he sets the command, repeating that talent is absolutely nothing compared to qualification. Staring intensely at the red jewel in the center of the grimoire, he emphasizes that only someone with the right qualification can inherit it. As he speaks, blood-red veins surge across the jewel, which instantly obeys and promises to remember that condition. But then, the founder's voice suddenly gets super glitchy, turning completely distorted. Mikhail covers his ears in pure agony as the distorted voice mumbles about separating the records and how they absolutely must do something. He curses at the heavy static, trying to keep his focus through the intense feedback. He tells himself to lock in because he needs to hear more. Just a bit more. But the founder's projection is rapidly breaking apart. He faintly whispers that this world has to be protected, uttering the words, "We are." Right before the vision vanishes completely, he barely catches one final cryptic sentence, "We are different from them." Mikhail's eyes go wide, filled with endless curiosity about who they actually are. Then, the vision dissolves entirely, leaving him with one burning question, who are they? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light cuts through the darkness. Those final words instantly snap him back to reality. We are different from them. Seeing him clutching his head in exhaustion, Seth quickly asks if Mikhail is doing all right. He completely tunes her out because his mind is totally stuck on what he just heard. The founder was actually terrified of something, but he has no clue what it could be. Turning to Lemegeton, he straight up asks if he knows anything. The old guy doesn't even dodge it, he just looks him in the eye and says, "I do." But his next words shut down his plan immediately. He says he doesn't have the right to tell him yet. Hearing that, Mikhail goes pretty quiet. Back when the founder was still alive, the so-called great clans were constantly rebelling against the empire. Wars were breaking out all over the continent, and everyone was openly showing their hatred. Looking back at those memories, he throws that theory right out the window. Nope, that definitely wasn't what got the founder shaking. Mikhail clicks his tongue, super annoyed that there is no straight answer. But he quickly forces himself to chill out and stay calm. Honestly, it's fine. Just getting this much intel is already a massive win for him. Now for the next move, he asks Lemegeton how much knowledge about the demon plague he's allowed to access. That question makes the old guy grin like crazy. Is that all you want? He asks. You can access literally everything. Silence falls over the room as time slowly ticks away. Suddenly, a familiar pair of white shoes starts walking down the archive hallway. His connection with Lemilton cuts off. Now, two similar-looking figures are walking down the massive corridor together. Mikhail looks at the guy who was basically a grown-up seconds ago, now turned back into a kid. Not only did he score the intel, he actually locked down a contract too. That's a massive win for him. Sudden hesitation kicks in. Lemilton looks at the super quiet guy next to him and asks if he's actually ready for what's next. Pulling out an hourglass, he looks totally hyped and says the tear-jerking father-son reunion is about to start. Hearing that, Mikhail gets a massive reality check about what's coming. Time to pay the bills. Hyping himself up, Mikhail is totally ready to go, claiming he is prepared to lose a leg for this. His brows furrow deep. Honestly, he is actually pretty terrified about how this is going to end. Scratching his head, he sighs. If he weren't the only one getting smacked, he might actually enjoy this. If only Ran were here to take some of the heat. Seth flies right in front of his face and totally shuts him down, telling him to stop whining and take it. Right then, the hourglass starts running again. Check this out, the sand starts trickling down and time is officially back in motion. A heavy, booming sound echoes, making Lemilton grin with excitement while Mikhail starts sweating. Running footsteps suddenly echo, getting louder and faster as they charge straight for the archive door. It is getting way too close for comfort. Boom! No warning at all, the massive doors get completely blasted open, revealing the culprit. Yan stands there with his staff, roaring at Mikhail to get over here. Mikhail frantically screams for him to wait, begging him to stop because violence only breeds more violence. He is desperately trying to survive this absolute terror. Begging his dad to move past the hate does nothing. Yan just snaps, "You talk way too much." Stopping in his tracks, Yan spots the chained magic book deep inside the dark archive and mutters about Lemilton still being sealed. Relieved, a slight smile creeps onto his face. Yan totally drops his angry vibe and starts teasing Mikhail, mocking him for not even being able to touch Lemilton yet. Calling him a brat, Yan keeps rambling, saying that breaking the outer barrier was actually a pretty solid move. Mikhail just looks completely lost. Actually, Mikhail doesn't hide it, he bragged that he already accessed it. Hearing that, Yan's jaw literally drops as he asks, "What did you just say?" Lemilton chimes in, saying he already broke the contract anyway. Then he looks at Yan, teasing that it has been 20 years. Still doubting it, Yan demands to know if he actually signed a pact with his kid. Lemilton proudly brags that Mikhail is nothing like those previous leaders who just feared him and left him to rot. That bragging really triggers Yan and clearly grinds his gears. Covering his face, Yan calls out to Mikhail in a low voice. You'd think he'd explode, but his eyes look strangely sad as he asks what Mikhail thinks Lemilton is. Origin of this magic book and why it exists. Seeing his dad like this, Mikhail plays dumb, saying he doesn't know the details. But secretly, he is running some serious theories in his head. Guesses are there, but he's not about to state them as facts. So he just looks at his dad and says whatever the origin is, it doesn't matter to him. Stunned. That's exactly how his dad looks right now, even if his kid is supposed to be a hero. Quickly firing back, if he weren't some kind of taboo, would the gods have even picked him? He's got zero resentment or despair over stuff like that. Hearing that, Yan actually agrees. He is right, and since the contract is done, Lemilton can finally walk out of this dusty archive. For now, Yan is keeping him grounded to the family estate. It is massive anyway, so it's not even a bad deal for Lemilton. Terms accepted. Lemilton is totally fine with it, promising to stay put. Yan just huffs under his breath, finally lowering that massive club of his. Tapping his staff on the floor, Yan sighs fine. As the family head, he will accept his kid's reasoning. Relief washes over Mikhail, looks like he might actually walk out of this in one piece. He instantly switches to good boy mode and bows politely to his dad. Apologizing for breaking in, he thanks his dad. Yan tells him to drop it, but Mikhail keeps hyping up how great it is that they're finally bonding like a real family. No lie, it's awesome, they're finally getting closer. Suffering is still happening out there, and as a hero, he has got duties to pull off. He knows his dad gets it. Without hesitation, Yan just nods and agrees. Skipping away happily, Mikhail tells his dad he is leaving, but before he can take 3 steps, Yan's voice drops, making the hairs on his neck stand up. "Dear son," Yan says. Mikhail slowly looks back, sweating, trying to act normal. His dad is standing there with the most gentle, terrifying smile ever. Pointing his staff straight at Mikhail's legs, Yan demands they stay. Ever heard of equivalent exchange? You want something, you gotta pay up. And right now, those legs look like the perfect price. He's sweating bullets right now, desperately trying to dodge the question. Like, that has absolutely zero to do with our current situation, okay? Look, Father Count Walpurgis is definitely not someone you want to mess with. He reaches out, starting this whole dramatic pity party about how his heart wants to forgive his son. But then he slams that crazy staff, the one that literally sent 3 guys flying right into his palm, totally arguing with himself. He goes, "But my dear son," as this massive wall of fire erupts behind him, completely ruining his fake sweet smile. The staff here is telling me otherwise. Mikhail just stares at that raging fire of pure anger. Sensing extreme danger, he instantly uses his escape skill, vanishing right from inside the archives. Next second, he's teleported outside, floating high up in the sky. S sits on his shoulder, giving him this incredibly judgy, sarcastic look. She's like, wow, you seriously didn't even hesitate to run. Mikhail quickly snaps back, telling her that she literally knows nothing about his dad, trying to hide his sheer terror behind an annoyed face. I didn't inherit any of my dad's psycho traits, so I'm actually pretty chill, but he's a whole different breed. S instantly catches that total lie of a word, chill. Ignoring his own bad lie, he just decides, look, I'll just lay low for a bit and head back once he cools down. Once she leaves, Mikhail wipes his sweat, internally celebrating how perfect everything is. He looks around, checking out the area to evaluate his deal with Lemilton. This spot is ideal, and he survived flawlessly, but suddenly, his body feels super weird. Mikhail grits his teeth, trying to move, but he's completely locked in place. Why can't I move? Out of absolutely nowhere, Count Walpurgis appears right behind his back. He speaks up, I stopped you, my son. How does it feel to get caught from behind when you can't even move a muscle? He raises his brutal spiked club, aiming straight for his son's head, declaring that it's time to teach him a lesson. With zero mercy, Count Walpurgis swings it down, yelling this won't take long. Seeing that brutal weapon flying at his face, Mikhail totally panics. Dad, stop. He's freaking out, begging him to stop. Wait, just hold on. Meanwhile, back down at Count Walpurgis's mansion, his crew is just chilling and patching each other up. Island looks a bit worried, asking if Mikhail actually pulled off the plan. Wrapping up his own arm, Rand confidently replies, who knows, but my money is on him succeeding. He's just that kind of guy. Over by the two older gentlemen, Modin seems to notice something strange happening outside, quickly pointing his finger out the window. Look, a meteor, a shooting star. The younger crew looks over, but Island is super confused, questioning why on earth it's bright red. Like, has anyone ever seen a red shooting star? Rand doesn't care and suggests they all make a wish. Right on cue, the four of them clasp their hands, and Rand sincerely prays for his friend. Please, just make Mikhail a more reasonable person. Meanwhile, Island wishes for himself, begging for this journey to be normal for once. The butler Modine makes his own wish as well, praying that his physical magic reaches brand new, legendary heights this year. But Nostra's wish is the one that actually makes you feel bad. Please, please, just let my master not come back for at least 10 whole years. All of them pray with absolutely everything they've got. But get this all happened before he went back in time. Timeline-wise, we are right at that crucial turning point. Absolute madness spread across the entire globe. People lost their minds, murdering and literally eating each other, using this chaos to cover up their horrific, inhuman acts. A bloody hand slams violently against the stone wall. Damn it, he is completely full of regret. Where do I even begin? By then, he had realized the true source of this cursed plague, but it was already too late. Droplets of blood mixed with water splatter through the air, dripping slowly onto the cold floor. Looking at his blood-soaked knuckles from punching the wall, it suddenly hits him. That's the exact place where it all started. Back to the current regress reality, Mikhail opens his eyes, staring at the ceiling. Damn, I healed way faster than I expected. Lying on his luxurious bed, he's actually a bit shocked by his own recovery. He can't believe it only took a single week to bounce back. Suddenly, memories of the past hit him. Back then, I'd get beaten to a pulp and still never learn my lesson. Thinking about it now, he actually smiles in pure self-admiration. He genuinely thinks his past self was absolutely legendary. Seeing him grin, S is totally confused, asking why he is smiling like that is something to be proud of. Still judging him, she gets straight to the point, so this is the plague. Hearing her words, Mikhail flinches. Huh? What? After that, he starts discussing their next moves with S. 2 demon kings are already dead, and the remaining ones definitely won't sit back and let another king fall without putting up a massive fight. They're bound to strike back, whether it's physically or mentally. And before his regression, the closest thing to their retaliatory move was definitely that terrible plague. He explains that the true essence of this plague is actually a widespread madness. It makes people completely lose their minds, turning them against each other in absolute chaos. If that madness spreads, it will be way too late to stop it. According to his memories from before the regression, the first recorded outbreak of this insanity happened in a place known for its bizarre, colorful trees. We need to head to the dark forest. Right then, a handsome young guy suddenly appears, interrupting his thoughts. Are you seriously leaving right now? Mikhail looks at this guy with the fake smile and the suspiciously young body, completely shocked. Suddenly, Lemon grabs his hand, forcing a massive wave of power into him. Mikhail feels the energy surging through his veins, gasping in shock. Lemon quickly explains, this is your access to Lemilton. You can't take me out of this mansion, so you obviously need a way to access my infinite knowledge, right? Instead of listening, Mikhail completely focuses on the strange energy swirling around him. This creepy red aura, it looks exactly like demon energy. Mikhail silently ponders, thinking this guy is definitely some weird hybrid caught between a human and a demon. Right after, Lemon places a tiny, ancient notebook in his hand. This is your compact Lemilton. He stares down at the notebook, carefully hanging onto every single word Lemon says. It only contains the absolute essentials. The moment those final words are out, Mikhail closes his eyes tight. If you need anything, the information will literally just pop into your head. He activates the book, focusing his mind with everything he's got. The most urgent thing he needs right now is detailed knowledge on the dark forest. As the flipping pages suddenly stop, he looks at it in absolute shock. Wow, so it actually works like this? Before this, he had zero details on the place. But closing the book, he grins. Perfect. Looks like Lemon found what he wanted and finally speaks up. The dark forest. Man, if you're supposed to be a hero, your actual quest is to redeem the absolute trash outcasts of that dark forest. An image of this massive, towering tree pops up, showing the outcasts. These guys were once pure beings blessed by the world tree, but they ditched it to become dark elves, and they're exactly who we have to fight. Right then, a super cheerful voice echoes from behind a fancy carved door. Welcome, my beloved son. Count Walpurgis is totally hyped, laughing with the kid. Like, how does it feel to finally get some fatherly love after being ignored for so long? Seeing his old man clutching that staff with a creepy smile, Mikhail stays totally chill. Looks like your mood is pretty solid today, father. Count Walpurgis just nods with a smirk. I haven't totally forgiven you yet, Mikhail says, quickly pitching a peaceful talk that doesn't involve broken bones. So put the stick down and let's actually chat first. Hearing the kid's offer, the dad stops threatening and sets the staff aside. Fine, seeing you show up out of nowhere like this, you're probably planning to bounce immediately. Mikhail just says it straight. Yeah, we're seriously running out of time. And on that note, I'm taking a couple of people from Talia with me. Hearing the request, Count Walpurgis gets pretty curious. I don't really care, but what's the play here? Mikhail drops the bomb, telling him he's heading straight to the dark forest. That actually gets the old man's attention. Oh, the dark forest? Now that's pretty spicy. He hesitates for a second, then asks if those two are from there. Mikhail cuts in to confirm. Exactly, they're definitely from the dark forest. We're talking about Hidos, the boss of Talia, and his adopted dark elf daughter, Mia. Seeing Count Walpurgis think it over, Mikhail knows his dad isn't clueless. Pretty sure you've already figured this out, father. Not every dark elf lives in that dark forest, but the high-class noble ones definitely do. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a pair of dark-skinned hands writing furiously while a guy groans in total exhaustion. Hidos is complaining about his life. Why does an info guild for a major empire family have to deal with a literal mountain of paperwork? Suddenly, a loud knock cuts him off. Mia bursts through the door looking totally freaked, screaming out for her dad. Seeing her panic like this actually startles the old man. What is it, Mia? She is panicking so hard she can barely speak, stammering that he is actually here. He really showed up. Hidos is totally lost and asks who she's talking about. But before she can answer, he suddenly freezes as if he knows exactly who it is. And check this out, a pair of shiny leather shoes walks right in. Mikhail strolls right inside while Mia is losing her mind, casually saying that he has finally arrived. She quickly dodges to the side, dodging him like he's a deadly plague. Then Mikhail looks over at Mia's super awkward forced smile, asking why she looks so depressed. Realizing how tense things are, Hidos steps up to bow and formally welcome the hero. Standing between these two who are treating him like some infectious disease, Mikhail does not even care. He just says he came because they need to talk. Hidos quickly asks what he wants. Mikhail just gives him this knowing smirk, throwing out a loaded question that goes straight to the point. Have you guys ever thought about actually going back to your homeland? This heavy question completely catches Hidos off guard. As the man stands up straight, Mikhail tells them they cannot hide this forever. Am I right? Mikhail looks directly at Mia, who is still desperately trying to avoid his gaze, and calls her an apprentice priestess. A memory of a desperate woman begging in the past flashes in Hidos' mind. She was crying her eyes out, saying she had absolutely nobody left to trust but him. Please, take care of Mia, Hidos. Snapping back to reality, Mikhail's voice cuts in, telling him he cannot keep her hidden like this forever. He keeps pushing, making Hidos snap out of his thoughts. Isn't that right, apprentice priestess? Hidos immediately fires back, asking how much Mikhail actually knows about the Dark Forest priestess. Even though Hidos is losing his cool, Mikhail calmly explains that she is the central figure holding the Dark Forest tribe together. But then, he suddenly stops and stares blankly into space. After a brief pause, Mikhail hesitantly adds that she is basically a noble sacrifice, or something like that. Hearing those heavy words, Hidos clutches his chest and mumbles, a sacrifice. Yeah, remembering her face. He explains that the tribe always claimed they were trying to honor the priestess, but in reality, his voice drops as he sadly admits she was nothing but a sacrificial goat. Mia looks completely miserable just listening to him talk about it. See, deep inside that dark forest lies the decaying corpse of an ancient elf ancestor. To be exact, she was brutally betrayed by the very sister she trusted with her life. Mia's voice gets super quiet as she describes the ending. That ancestor died cursing the sister who betrayed her, holding on to that absolute hatred until her very last breath. She continues her story, explaining that this exact curse is what turned the entire forest dark and corrupted. Thinking back to that gloomy place, Mia slows down, saying that as 100 and then 1,000 years pass, the forest just gets more terrifying. Then she scoffs mockingly, thinking of the runaways hiding there. But for fugitives, there is seriously no better hiding spot. I guess we have just been used to the darkness for way too long. As she stops talking, Mikhail reflects on Lemiston, since that book only had random, messy scraps of info on this. He suddenly speaks up, noting that she must have been a seriously high-ranking elf royal. His sudden comment catches Mia off guard, and she asks how he even knows that. Mikhail explains his logic: if her grudge alone corrupted a whole forest, she was definitely no ordinary elf. Hearing this, she sadly continues, explaining that the ancestor's vengeful spirit could never forgive the sister who stabbed her in the back. An image of the two sisters flashes as she speaks, but that sister died shortly after anyway. This left a grudge that could never be settled. Mia is totally depressed, but she nods as Mikhail reaches a conclusion, so that is why they use those priestesses. Thinking of those poor girls, she explains they find people who look or act just like the sister, forcing them to take the full wrath of the vengeful spirit. Her voice drops to a helpless whisper, saying the spirit does not kill them. It just slowly destroys their minds. Mia bites her lip, falling into deep silence. Watching her closely, he realizes this dark forest is basically a life support system for the dark elves. Then Mikhail remembers the creepy, darkened moonlight shining over the woods, and this dark forest desperately needs something to unleash its rage on. He pictures a massive fuse burning down, ready to explode. Instead of settling the beef, it just kicks off an endless cycle of misery. Mikhail basically calls the whole situation a giant ticking time bomb, just waiting to blow up. Then Mikhail asks if Mia is just an apprentice priestess, meaning Hidos must be her bodyguard. Hidos finally cools his head down and gives a straight answer. Yeah, that is correct. He closes his eyes, thinking back to the priestess, and corrects him. To be exact, he is the guard for the current priestess in the dark forest. We even see him helping Mia escape. According to her request, he took Mia out of the dark forest. But the second he says that, Hidos' pointy ears suddenly start turning pitch black like they are burning. Look at Mikhail just casually dropping the worst news ever. The lightning curse on him just got triggered, leaving Hidos with a super short countdown to live. Then Ivan asks if anyone can replace Mia. Hidos, shut that down real quick. No way, it would take at least 100 years. He clenches his fists, feeling totally useless. And the current priestess cannot hold out that long anyway. Hidos bows down with respect, admitting that even for a legendary hero, this is going to be a massive pain. He keeps sighing, saying the dark forest is massive and the tribe's hatred runs way too deep. But before he can even finish, Mikhail cuts him off. No big deal. Completely ignoring all their gloomy crying, he casually throws his weapon over his shoulder to help cheer everyone up. Mikhail confidently says he just needs to smash through everyone in his path. The old guy can barely believe his own ears, asking what did he just say. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the inside of a heavily guarded, majestic palace. Right next to a guard, a mechanical owl is covered by a super sketchy dark shadow. This pitch-black shadow goes completely silent the moment the patrol guard walks right past it. Then, a creepy voice whispers an order from the shadows. Babylon, the barrier around Walpurgis has finally weakened. The voice keeps pressuring him, saying this is their only chance. Babylon grunts in anger, swearing that they finally tracked her down after all this time. Out of all the random places, she had to hide inside Walpurgis. The shadow moves fast, replying they should just be glad they found her at all. Lunging forward aggressively, Babylon says if they do not bring the apprentice priestess back, their forest tribe has zero future. In a flash, he reaches the room where they are. The shadow sneaks inside and spots Mia right away. He gets super hyped seeing her all alone while her bodyguard is nowhere to be found. Mia has her back turned, totally defenseless. The shadow keeps telling him to stay focused, and Babylon frowns, whispering that he already knows what to do. Sneaking closer with a syringe in hand, he grins. This priestess is not one of them anyway. The villainous energy is practically dripping off the screen right now. She is just a tool for sacrifice. Even with danger closing in, Mia has no clue. But seeing her so completely unguarded actually makes him hesitate for a second. Still, Babylon raises the syringe, ready to jab her. You can literally feel his sweat dripping as the tension goes through the roof. Suddenly, a cold chuckle rings out as a sharp blade rests right on Babylon's neck, confirming his worst nightmare. Turns out Mikhail had this all planned out, laughing at him for walking straight into the trap. This is fun. Babylon's eyes go wide in total shock, wondering how the hell this guy managed to sneak up on him so fast. His hand shakes like crazy, but he tries to stay positive, stammering that it is fine because they still have Kilu. He stares hard, desperately trying to fake some confidence. That guy is a stealth master, way better than me. Babylon quickly starts plotting his next move in his head. If Kilu strikes from behind right now, they still stand a chance. But check this out, Mikhail just casually points down and asks if this is the guy he is looking for. Hearing that, Babylon immediately looks down where he is pointing. He lets out a hopeless scream seeing Kilu knocked out and foaming at the mouth. Realizing he is completely cornered, Babylon shakes and asks who he is. Mikhail just gives him a savage smirk and replies that he is a hero. A second later, his dark expression says it all as he adds that he is a hero who puts down trash like them. He then unleashes a heavy strike, leaving both intruders piled up on the floor. Mikhail does not even care about the blood dripping down his face, a heavy sigh. Finally done. Turning to Hidos, who is walking over to the two knocked out punks, he asks if he recognizes them. Hidos looks closely, answering they are elite warriors from his dark forest. Hidos frowns, adding that back in the forest, these guys were the most hardcore supporters of maintaining the priestess system. Actually, they were even worse than that. That gets Mikhail even more curious, so he asks how they could be worse. Hidos starts remembering their dark, twisted rituals. Explaining the situation, he says they worship the dark forest's vengeful spirits, using bizarre hand gestures to praise evil forces. He adds that they call themselves the Karen. Remembering this makes Hidos close his eyes in pure disgust. He warns that these lunatics insisted the dark forest's vengeful spirits should not just be locked up in the woods forever. The second he hears this, Mikhail's eyes widen in absolute shock. His gaze slowly goes pitch black, his pupils shaking like crazy as the realization hits him. Muttering in disbelief, he suddenly flashes a dark, knowing smirk. So that is how it is. Mikhail instantly remembers those red demons that were constantly roaring before he went back in time. The root of all the madness that drowned their world. He finally gets it. Pausing for a second, Mia's image flashes in his mind once again. He realizes that unlike in his past life, she is still breathing, with a tiny spark of hatred still burning deep inside her. But Mikhail warns himself, no loose ends, not even a single spark. Before they can burn the whole mountain down, he needs to crush them entirely. After getting lost in his own head, Mikhail snaps out of it and looks over at her. Asking her directly, he wants to know something, but Mia quickly shakes her head and backs away, leaving him super confused about what is going on. Shaking like a leaf, Mia points forward while stuttering. She is totally freaked out by all the blood splashed across Mikhail's face and points toward the magical staff. Mikhail just silently looks down where she is pointing, completely clueless. He asks her if there is actually a problem with it, while Hidos stands there facepalming in total disbelief. It looks like even her most basic sanity has completely collapsed out of pure fear. Mikhail pauses, then asks if literally everyone in that dark forest is obsessed with turning their priestess into his sacrificial lamb. Shaking her head, Mia whispers that is not true. Thinking back to that massive fight from years ago, she continues some wanted to escape the forest or fight the wraiths. Mia pauses, keeping her cool as she drops the real issue, pointing out that most of them just wanted to stick to the status quo. Seeing her go dead silent, Mikhail calmly speaks up, noting how those opinions got totally shut down. He shuts his eyes, totally unfazed, for a long minute. So that is how it is. Guess we do not need to wipe them all out. Hearing this, Mia completely loses it, her eyes going wide. Meanwhile, Hidos is freaking out just as much, hanging his head and closing his eyes in total defeat. Unlike those two panicking hard, Mikhail acts totally clueless. Huh, why are you so jumpy all of a sudden? Caught red-handed, Mia frantically waves her hands, laughing awkwardly and lying that it is absolutely nothing. Even with his dumb face staring back, she stays blunt for a second there. I really thought you were going to crush our entire clan. Seemingly thrown off by her words, Mikhail slowly bends his wrist and taps his own forehead. Looking up, he sighs at how tragic it is that his super innocent intentions always get twisted like this. With his eyes half closed, he turns to the guy right next to him. Set, you have been with me long enough to know how stupid that misunderstanding is, right? Set just stands there, totally clueless. Wait, so you were actually not going to crush them? Getting hit with reality, Mikhail looks up with watery eyes, feeling incredibly wronged by his own crew. Seriously, this is a tragically huge misunderstanding. Sometime later, in the pitch-black darkness, we see through the eyes of someone slowly waking up. Snapping awake after the clash, the green-haired elf groans, completely dazed. He panics, frantically struggling against the tight ropes binding his body. Staring into the endless void, the green-haired elf screams in panic, asking where he is. Instantly, a voice echoes from the shadows. Welcome. The green-haired elf stares in horror as Mikhail cheerfully waves at him. Before he can even process the shock, Mikhail flashes a creepy grin. Let me get straight to the point. Without wasting a single second, Mikhail points his finger right at his face. In a flash, a golden magic spear instantly pierces right through the green-haired elf's tough hand on Mikhail's command, completely shattering the guy's sanity in a split second. The green-haired elf's eyes bulge out in absolute agony as his sharp fangs bared, screaming in pure, unadulterated pain. Watching him with a deadpan expression, Mikhail coldly commands him to spill everything about the dark forest. The green-haired elf hangs his head, spitting back that torture will not get him to talk. Pausing, he suddenly glares with blank, white eyes and roars freedom for our ancestors. Even with his crazy outburst, Mikhail stays focused, eyeing the weird crest pattern marked on the guy's long tongue. After screaming his lungs out, the green-haired elf realizes Mikhail is completely unfazed, finally shutting up in total defeat. Mikhail watches him panting heavily and casually drops a bomb. Sorry to ruin your dramatic moment, but I already neutralized your self-destruct spell. Completely blindsided, the green-haired elf stares in sheer terror, thinking about his clan's dark history. Looking at Mikhail's finger, he realizes with horror that his ultimate trump card was just casually cancelled. Check this out. With a single flick of his finger, a second golden spear drives right into his other palm. Mikhail steps closer, whispering, in some future timeline, you guys unleash a disaster way beyond your control. Because of that, countless people suffered and died. Hearing this, the green-haired elf can only gasp in agony. What are you even talking about? Mikhail stands tall, looking epic. I first thought some high archdevil corrupted the forest. Speaking coldly, he points his finger at the green-haired elf once again. Sure enough, a third spear stabs straight through his thigh while Mikhail's face remains totally blank, but I was wrong. While the green-haired elf stares with dead, lifeless eyes, Mikhail continues from the start. Psychos who mistake twisted beliefs for true faith are the ones who rip the world apart. Pausing for a second, Mikhail suddenly looks absolutely furious, muttering that it honestly pisses him off. Not caring if the elf lives or dies, he gently places a hand on his head and whispers, "So, I have a question." Mikhail slowly asks, "Why do you think I am telling you this secret?" The elf, panicking as darkness slowly swallows him, gasps for air. Before the shocked green-haired elf can even speak, Mikhail smirks wickedly. Exactly. Back in reality, Mikhail stands with his arms out, funneling massive surges of magic right into the heads of the two elves. He calmly explains that this is a dream. Thinking to himself, he tells him that in here, he will feel every bit of agony, but death is not an option. Opening his calm eyes, Mikhail dives back into the subconscious, welcoming the Farron member straight to the abyss of consciousness. The green-haired elf screams in desperation, begging to speak. But instead of interrogating him, Mikhail coldly aims a bunch of sharp magic spears at him. No, I have zero intention of trusting anyone who is still sane. He glares with an icy stare. Absolutely not going to happen. Back in reality, Mikhail sighs and pulls his hands away. Leaving Mia and Hitos behind, he casually turns around and walks away. They finally spilled everything, he says calmly, totally ignoring the look of pure terror on Mia's face as he keeps talking. Some outsider recently broke into the dark forest, and with their meddling, Farron's influence has been growing way too fast. Hearing her ask about this outsider, he slowly turns his head. Someone pretty special, the ancient ancestor, the dark elves worship like a god. As Mikhail finishes, a mysterious magic tower slowly fades into view elsewhere. Meanwhile, the faint clicking of elegant heels echoes all around the tower. A shy, pure girl slowly shows up in a flowing white dress. Turns out this chick with the amethyst purple eyes is actually known to the world as something else. They call her Air. Out of the deep pitch black shadows, a mysterious guy steps forward. What do you think, Air Nim? Dead silent like a statue, Air glares her sharp eyes back. She turns around and walks away, her voice soft as a light breeze, saying not bad. From behind, the mysterious guy's low voice rumbles. This is a massive day. His face slowly shows, and he smirks. Karen got most of the seats, so you won't be let down. He's the Shadow King, Brainer, speaking up. Him taking the majority means the smart ones are finally noticing the chaos brewing in the forest. She gently rubs her staff, whispering, "Make sure you remember this." She raises her voice, saying she refuses to let her hatred be locked up in this forest. Her voice goes freezing cold. The ones who locked me in this forest and ignored my anger and grudge are none other than humanity itself. Suddenly, she whips around, snapping that it's ridiculous only she and her kids have to suffer this unfair garbage. Her deep, firm voice echoes, hatred shouldn't just stay in this forest. But get this, unlike us who adapted, those humans will just doubt each other, constantly killing and being killed. Pausing for a second, she continues, and then our kind will rise up as the ultimate winners. Hearing this, Brillian flashes a wicked grin, thinking their big chance has finally arrived. He screams internally about all the humiliating years they spent trapped in this dump of a forest. Then, Bragan flashes back to being imprisoned like a locked-up king. He could only mourn those wasted years. Right after, he drops to his knees before Air, saying they've been begging for their great mother to return to them. Brillian bows his head with total respect, asking what she needs him to do. She stays quiet for a beat before telling him she wants to see how big her grudge has grown. Cut to another scene. A sudden voice makes Mia freeze up. Maybe today's the day I finally get to meet the priestess. The group and their horses quietly fade into the deep night like blurry sketches on a dark canvas. Rand speaks up, saying maybe it's because they're heading into the woods, but the stars are insanely bright tonight. Mikhail looks up at the starry sky, with the faint glow of the cosmos lighting up everything above. The stars glitter up there like shiny jewels. He whispers, "The night sky." Mikhail keeps staring at the stars as old, distant memories suddenly start flooding back. He shuts his eyes tight. It's pretty funny how these old memories just kick in out of nowhere. Menry glares at the starry sky and spits out a curse. This damn sky never changes, making it look like we are all living some peaceful, cozy life. Jiahat looks at him and tells the Beast King to find some peace in his soul. Mari crosses his arms, laughing, saying peace isn't gonna fix this trash world. Ariandin totally agrees, complaining that the world has turned into an absolute chaotic mess. Standing behind them, Mikhail watches the whole crew chatting up a storm. He gazes off into the distance, totally lost in his own head. But right after, a bright flash of light suddenly sparks in Mikhail's eyes. Grinning silently, he sits on the grass, closes his eyes, and takes a deep breath of the quiet night air. Mikhail remembers how the Beast King used to look at the sky with total doubt. He glances over at Arianen, the saintess who talks so trashy that people literally pray she'll at least pretend to be nice. Then Mikhail looks over at Gia Hat, the former king who's just laughing bitterly at them. Finally, his eyes land on Xfit, his mind overflowing with unspoken thoughts about that total bastard Xfit. Mikhail thinks to himself, most memories from back then are straight up garbage, but looking at the night sky before sleeping somehow feels weirdly satisfying. He leans back into the soft grass, staring up at the massive sky as his mind drifts. Mikhail closes his eyes, his slow breathing blending with the night breeze. He lies there, totally calm and quiet, completely sinking into his own peaceful world. Cut to the next scene, Mikhail is getting back on his horse. Wait, it's pretty wild how he is suddenly dwelling on the past. He smiles faintly as silence and deep thoughts drift into the wind. The campfire is burning, sending up thick smoke. Mikhail suggests they crash here for the night since it is getting late. Everyone gathers around the fire, quietly preparing to sleep after an exhausting day. While Mikhail sits watching the crew, a voice calls out, "Hey, warrior." Mia walks over and sits right next to him. Mikhail asks, "What's up? Are you actually talking to me?" He remembers how she used to scream and avoid him, making her instantly defensive as she yells, "What's wrong with me getting close anyway?" Mia twiddles her fingers, adding she has something to tell him. "Warrior," she suddenly whispers, dropping her voice. "About the priestess, she's way more complicated than you think." Mia adds, "My little sister, the current priestess, I mean." Mikhail looks shocked, asking how complicated she is. She replies, "Not sure if things were different back then, but my sister and I are kind of unique." Mia's voice echoes in the flickering firelight, saying it might be easier to just hand the priestess role over to her. She continues, "If she did that, she could have stayed with Hitos, and not with Dad either." Mikhail looks at her, totally shocked, asking if the priestess's role is really something you can just hand over so easily. Mia hesitates, saying she doesn't know, but giving up everything for her probably wasn't a happy choice for her sister. He seems to get it. "Oh, really?" Suddenly she shouts, "Anyway, that's what I wanted to say." Mia wraps her arms around her knees, adding she knows he's only doing this because he has to. She suddenly turns to him, her eyes sparkling, thanking him for traveling with her anyway. Hearing those words, Mikhail freezes, his eyes going wide with pure shock like he can't believe what he just heard. He remembers in absolute shock, with a totally stunned face. She actually said thank you. In Mikhail's memories, Mia was always a girl destined to walk a brutal, incredibly thorny path as an apprentice priestess. She would walk with bloody feet, leaving bright red stains all over the freezing cold ground. But now, Mikhail realizes it's like she actually chose to walk that brutal path herself. He looks at Mia, knowing she still decided to travel alongside him. No, if she's thanking me, she must have planned out how to fix everything from the start. After staying quiet for a bit, Mikhail suddenly speaks up. "There's one thing I'm curious about." Mia turns around, telling him to go ahead. His question catches her off guard, asking how she feels about the darkness she's run into. Mia looks up at the starry sky and softly says they need to change. Then she smiles, adding that they need to be freed from their hatred, saved from Air's curse. Staring up quietly at the vast starry sky, Mikhail felt like he finally connected with the deep, hidden meaning behind her words. I get it now. That sparkling sky basically gave him his answer. So yeah, that is his final decision. Scene cuts to a flickering candle. The priestess, Rina, sits completely still inside a creepy ritual circle of ancient runes, taking in all the pure malice of the dark forest. Candlesticks flicker wildly as heavy, brutal chains lock around Rina's legs, a cold, harsh reminder of the dark fate keeping her trapped. Rina looks completely out of it, eyes wide and shaking in pure terror. It is like she is forced into a role, witnessing some seriously messed up stuff that is way beyond comprehension. Blood-red words flash inside Rina's eyes, burning into her mind like molten fire. Shaking with absolute terror, she shrinks back, forced into the role of Hemera, sister of the ancient ancestor Air. She sees her own body like a hollow, dead shell, ruthlessly targeted by the monstrous Air clan. Reaching out to touch something invisible, Rina watches in horror as her own hand twists and warps in a grotesque, agonizing way. This is straight-up torture. Then, she starts screaming in absolute agony. Out of nowhere, a hand swings down, violently slapping Rina across the face with zero mercy. An exact clone of Rina appears with a twisted, creepy face. "And check this out," she mockingly sneers. "Does it hurt? Are you suffering? When you betrayed me, did you even care about my pain? Did you ever even try to understand? Little sister," she screams out in agony. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I am in so much pain. You said we were in this together," the clone growls as she brutally squeezes Rina's face, crushing it harder and harder. "I actually trusted you." She savagely claws Rina's stomach, spilling blood everywhere. I believe we could make it, she screams, while Rena can only stare in shock as tears stream down. I am sorry, Rena begs. I didn't betray you, I just wanted to protect my sister. But the clone ignores her, digging her claws deeper into Rena's stomach as blood gushes out endlessly. Her eyes roll back, showing nothing but cold white as if all life has been drained out. Sharp claws dig viciously into her face, squeezing so tight that Rena can barely even gasp for air. Her eyes are totally rolled back now, devoid of any light, like her soul was completely ripped out. Gasping heavily, she collapses onto the floor, completely drained and helpless under Brackrian's cold, mocking gaze. He sneers, "Look at you, playing your part so damn well. I gotta praise the effort, Priestess Rena." Staring blankly at the ground, Rena's mind is a total chaotic mess. But then, she suddenly snaps out of it, looking up at Brackrian with pure shock on her face. Behind the king, a shady figure slowly emerges. Rena's eyes stay completely blank and empty, like she is totally lost in a storm of trauma with no way out. Staring at the girl, Rena instantly recognizes that face. It is the Ice Empress. Rena screams out in absolute despair, her voice cracking with pure, unadulterated terror. Crawling frantically toward the wall to escape, she sobbed out desperate apologies, begging them to stop. Rena turns back, her eyes wide with a surge of absolute, raw panic. Air speaks in a voice as soft and sweet as a spring breeze, looking drop-dead gorgeous. Then, she licks her lips like a creep, purring about how delicious this soul will taste. Meanwhile, night is fully fallen, and the only light piercing the pitch-black darkness is the cold glow of the moon. Glowing plants shimmer softly along a small stream, making the whole place look surreal. Rand stares in absolute awe, muttering, "So this is what it actually looks like inside the dark forest." Pretty wild, but then Rand suddenly shivers, turning to Hitos with a tense whisper. "Okay, not gonna lie, this place is giving me major bad vibes." Hitos just shrugs it off, saying it is fine, while Mia chimed in from behind, explaining that the creepy feeling has just been passed down and intensified through generations. Straight facts. But just as they head deeper into the woods, Mon suddenly panics and screeches, "Heads up, stay sharp." He turns to Mikhail, warning him they are in enemy territory. Mikhail deadpans at the little mascot. "When did you even make that outfit?" he asks, as the magic book floats forward to explain what is going on. "Look, to a fairy, being terrified of this dark forest is basically second nature," the book explains, before gently patting Mon on the head. It is impossible not to hate those corrupted fairies, but Mikhail ignores the chatter and keeps scanning the area, totally on guard. Glowing red eyes start peering out from the pitch-black shadows. Mikhail realizes these corrupted fairies have completely lost their minds, and a heavy sense of dread starts creeping up on him. Yeah, things are looking bad. But get this, while Mikhail is caught in his thoughts, a razor-sharp arrow suddenly flies right out of nowhere. It flies straight at him, but luckily, it is not actually aiming for anyone in Mikhail's squad. The arrow just whizzes past, grazing them before slamming hard into the dirt. Talk about a seriously warm welcome, Mon jokes. But right as those words leave his mouth, a massive, lethal rain of arrows comes flying out from the trees. As if answering some magic call, the arrow stuck in the dirt rips itself free, shooting straight back up to join the massive storm of projectiles targeting Mikhail's squad. Facing a literal wall of death, Mikhail stays completely chill, quickly whispering a spell under his breath. Suddenly, a massive, roaring whirlwind erupts in the middle of the woods. The gale force wind is so insane it threatens to blow everything away, forcing Rand to shield his eyes from the blinding dust storm. Since Hitos is already masked up, the wind does not bother him at all. But suddenly, his eyes narrow, tracking a sneaky shadow moving in front of him. Out steps an enemy from behind a massive tree. One, then a second one appears. A third archer drops down from the branches, and suddenly, the rest of the gang starts showing themselves. 4, 5, 6 enemies. Seeing the ambush squad completely surround them, Hitos grips his sword and charges, leaping high into the air to bring the pain. Mid-air, Hitos unleashes his raw power, slicing through every single elf in a flash. He lands back down effortlessly, leaving nothing but painful screams and a massive cloud of dust in his wake. One of the surviving elves crawls forward, spitting mad, "You absolute traitor. The legendary masters who raised you to be a top-tier assassin. How could you betray them?" Hitos pauses, letting him scream on, "You didn't just spit on their kindness. You betrayed the very priestess we are training." Noticing Hitos acting weird, Mikhail hands over a bag, trying to feel out the situation. "Hitos, you know these guys?" Hitos hesitates for a second, but quickly owns up to it, telling him to just say they are his friends. Turns out, they were all candidates to become the priestess's guardians. Hearing that, Mikhail's face goes totally blank. He coldly raises his weapon, muttering that it just means they are nothing but a bunch of pathetic losers who failed. Before Mikhail can even finish, that angry elf snaps, yelling at him to shut his mouth. He screams not to lump them in with the traitor who sold out both them and the priestess. In response, Mikhail slams his staff down hard, telling him to shut his face. Standing right in front of the shaking elf, Mikhail straight up starts calling out all of their dirty crimes. "You kidnapped a normal human kid and raised him to be an assassin, so what exactly are you so proud of?" While demanding answers, Mikhail flashes back to the very first moment he met Hedos. Back when I lifted the curse, I saw the human form hidden deep inside him. In Mikhail's memory, after getting cured, Hedos just stood there, completely silent for a pretty long time. Maybe Hedos actually felt that change. He ended up telling me exactly how he became a guardian in the first place. Hearing that story, Mikhail thought to himself how stupidly simple it all was. He even pictured the grieving parents, crying in pain right next to their stolen baby's empty crib. These heartless creatures would secretly target exceptionally talented human kids, snatching them away in the dead of night. Then came the brutal training, breaking their skinny bodies as the clan raised them. If that is not messed up enough, those stolen human kids were forced to drink potions just to make them look like actual elves. Mikhail's voice drops low. In other words, this guardian title. Turning away, Mikhail snaps that this title was never something Hedos actually wanted. I do not care about your pathetic failures. Right then, a few of those elves slowly struggle back up to their feet. They watch Mikhail's back with pure suspicion. But hey, you guys were probably ordered to capture any intruders like us and guard this area, were you not? Mikhail stops dead in his tracks. So what? What is that supposed to mean? He slowly spins around, throwing a deadly glare right at them. I told you to take us to your leader right now. Pointy-eared freaks. Shaking under Mikhail's threat, the elves finally cave in, pointing toward a path and telling him this is the way to get there. Mikhail asks, quite surprised, seriously? You better not be joking. Right on the lush green grass, a skinny, trembling hand reaches out as if to reply, insisting they are not lying. After shaking like crazy, that hand finally straightens up. Turns out, Mikhail is literally using these elves like guide dogs. He snaps, calling the leader bug number 1 and complaining that he is way too slow. You better guide us with everything you know. Right after, Mikhail violently jerks the rope tied around their necks, excitedly shouting for them to get ready on the count of 1, 2, move, 1, let us go. While Mikhail happily counts behind them, the rest of the squad suddenly slows their pace down. While Mikhail is having a blast, a loud shout suddenly catches his attention, screaming that the traitor is coming. Looking over, he sees dark figures brutally beating a tiny elf with heavy wooden sticks. Crowding around the poor elf who is clutching his head in absolute agony, they keep kicking him, yelling for the idiot to just die already. Ryan looks over at what Mikhail is staring at and gasps, asking if that is actually Karen. Mikhail stays silent, but the savage, sickening laughter of those abusers keeps ringing in his ears. And let me tell you, this is exactly what happens when toxic extremists who should never hold power finally take control. Right then, an elf who looks like their commander speaks up, bragging that things should have been like this from the very start, since their ancestors always wanted this exact outcome. His face twisted into a pretty creepy, excited grin as he sneers that they are nothing but traitors who rejected the mother whom even the king himself had fully recognized. But when the guy claims they do not even deserve an ounce of pity, Mikhail snaps. He coldly orders the trash to shut his mouth. But those completely brainwashed elves ignore him, crowding around the massive bonfire. They fanatically chant for the glory of air, casually leaving another poor, helpless soul to burn alive in the roaring flames. They actually believe this is the resurrected power of their ancestors. The harsh firelight reflects on their cruel faces, showing nothing but blind worship and a self-righteous desire for revenge against the outside world. This sickening, horrific scene before him is something Mikhail absolutely cannot stand. Gripping his staff until his knuckles turn white, he realizes that even before their resurrection, these dark elves were already acting this messed up. Mikhail's face goes pale, and a single, dangerous thought starts running through his head. Set quickly notices the shift. While Mikhail is lost in his dark thoughts, thinking that yeah, maybe he should, Set softly calls out his name, but Mikhail's face is twisted in pure rage, a dark, murderous thought taking over. Should I just slaughter every single one of them right here? Deep in the woods, the dark elves are worshipping a massive bonfire. Hearing them scream about the glory of air and the power of their resurrected ancestors, Mikhail watches with cold eyes. Mikhail grits his teeth so hard that the veins on his jaw pop. Next to him,